Ding, the sign-in system is awakened. In order for the host to survive, a gift package for newbies is distributed. Immunity. Release the task. Please sign in front of the god of destruction, Beerus. Reward. The prototype of the realm of freedom. Hiss. Ling Xian supported his head. The severe pain made him want to smash it open. It turns out that Ling Xian is not from this world. Because he drank cold water in his previous life, his soul passed into this world inexplicably. Ling Xian was helpless, but had to accept the fact of time travel. Fortunately, he traveled to this strange world and awakened his sign-in system. Listening to the electronic sound in his head, Ling Xian was taken aback. God of destruction, Beerus. Ling Xian's pupils shrank sharply, and his whole body was trembling. System, is it the world I thought of? Back to the host, yes. Hiss. Ling Xian gasped. Isn't Beerus, God of destruction, a character in Dragon Ball? Didn't he travel to the world of Dragon Ball? Ling Xian kept swallowing. It would be fine if it was in other ordinary worlds. After all, no one would be killed no matter what. But Dragon Ball world is different. The world of Dragon Ball is a world of high martial arts, and it destroys the planetary universe at every turn. Ordinary people, they have the least right to speak on such occasions. Ordinary people basically cannot escape from such a catastrophe, and will only be buried with the planetary universe. Can I survive in the world of Dragon Ball? Ling Xian's face was full of bitterness. It's not good to travel to any world, but to travel to this kind of world of high martial arts. Done. Just when Ling Xian was about to despair, he suddenly saw something. Tail. He has a tail. I'm a scion. Yes, host, the novice gift packs are being distributed. Please pay attention to receiving them. Before Ling Xian had time to be ecstatic, his whole body twitched suddenly, and his whole face became grim, as if he was in great pain. After a moment, a holy breath erupted from Ling Xian. Boom dash. The breath swept across the entire planet and spread out. Arrived at the realm of the king of gods. Reach god of destruction realm. Reaching the 6th universe. Reach the king's palace. All the gods in the Dragon Ball world suddenly raised their heads, and each god frowned, not knowing what they were. Thinking. At the same time. After Ling Xian received the novice gift package, he lay on the ground. The pain in his body made his breathing feel piercing. System, am I dead? Back to the host. Unless your lifespan is exhausted now, you will not die. What do you mean? The novice gift package is called immunity. As the name suggests, it is immune to all negative effects. Make it clear. It means that you can ignore any damage in the Dragon Ball world in the future. That is to say, I can ignore Monkey King's Kamiichigon. Right? Can I ignore the destructive energy of the god of destruction? Right? Can I ignore Quan Wang's erasure? Speaking of this, Ling Xian crawled on the ground, holding his breath, not daring to take a breath. That I was extremely nervous that waited for so long. As the electronic sound played in his head, Ling Xian ignored the pain in his body, sat up, and laughed like a fool. I thought that when he crossed here, he would be like those cannon fodder of the Earthlings. Who would have thought that God treated him well? With immunity, who can hurt him now? Moreover, in addition to being immune, Ling Xian also found out that he is a scion. Immunity coupled with a scion physique and cultivated to the extreme, I'm afraid that it will not be a fantasy to punch Beerus and kick the king at that time. But although Ling Xian has obtained immunity, no one can hurt him anymore, but he still has self-knowledge. Ling Xian knows that he's only immune to all negative influences. It doesn't mean that he can despise God of destruction and other gods now. Dragon Ball is originally a world of high martial arts. In addition to powerful martial arts, there are also various strange skills, such as Guei Shinran Magic Seal Wave. If Ling Xian really thought he had immunity and acted recklessly, then what he faced would definitely be a secret skill even more powerful than Manhwa. This kind of secret technique is only to seal a person and will not have a negative impact on the person, so immunity is useless. Think clearly about these. Ling Xian finally calmed down from excitement, and his body no longer hurts. Move your hands and feet, twist your neck. Ling Xian also sorted out the memories in his brain. It turns out that he's still on planet Vegeta. It is now AG 736, and there's 1 year left before planet Vegeta is destroyed by Frieza. He's only 6 years old now, still a child, named Luis. Looking at his short legs, Ling Xian felt a little funny, but he didn't expect to have to go through the childhood stage again. But there is good news. He's an advanced Scion warrior with 500 combat power. Ling Xian knows that the division of upper, middle, and lower fighters is actually not correct, just like the protagonist Sun Wukong in the original book. He was born as a lower fighter, but in the end it didn't break through the limit again and again, becoming the Super Scion circulated in the Scion race. But having the status of a superior fighter, at least in the early stage, is still beneficial. With his status as a senior fighter, even though he is still in his infancy, he can almost walk sideways on planet Vegeta. After all, in the entire Scion clan, there are very few superior fighters, and each superior fighter is extremely precious. Knowing his own strength and status, Ling Xian also remembered the tasks issued by the system. Sign in front of the god of destruction, Beerus. Reward. The prototype of the realm of freedom. The realm of freedom. Seeing the reward, Ling Xian felt dizzy for a while. Not scared, but excited. The realm of freedom is an angel-level realm. Even if it is a god of destruction, it is difficult to comprehend. In anime, Monkey King is the only one who has entered this state. In the power tournament, Sun Wukong, relying on his perfect state of freedom, overwhelmed Jiren. In the end, if it weren't for Sun Wukong's hard work, Jiren would have been defeated. Ling Xian was very excited now, but he couldn't help frowning. When he was excited, sign in front of Beerus. With his current combat power of 500 points, even the king of the Northern Realm is not qualified to meet, let alone the highest god of the 7th universe. System, is there a time limit for this task? No. Hearing this, Ling Xian frowned slightly. It's good that there is no time limit, so that he can wait until his strength grows to almost the same level before going to Beerus. Suddenly, a bright light flashed across Ling Xian's mind, and he remembered something. It seems that I have a chance. Ling Xian was ecstatic. Destroying planet Vegeta was actually not Frieza's idea alone. There's a secret here that in the original book, Beerus asked King Vegeta to find him the best pillow in the world. A result. King Vegeta kept the best pillow, but gave Beerus the second best pillow. As the strongest god in the universe, Beerus was naturally very angry if someone dared to deceive him before falling asleep. Beerus ordered Frieza to destroy the Scion family. Ling Xian thought of the current time again. This time, Vegeta was the same age as him, and in the anime it was said that Vegeta was also there when Beerus stepped on King Vegeta that time. Vegeta seemed to be the age he is now. Hiss. Ling Xian gasped. Doesn't that mean that Beerus is likely to come to planet Vegeta in a recent period? In this way, the task of signing in can be completed. When Ling Xian was in ecstasy, an aura of destruction enveloped the entire Vegeta planet. Coming. Normally, ordinary people cannot detect the aura of gods and spirits, but Ling Xian seems to be aware of this aura because of his immunity, because the aura of the gods will have a sense of oppression on mortals, which is the oppression of the superior, and this kind of oppression itself is a kind of negative influence. Sai Gao Gao, Gao Gao we bet here. If Ling Xian guessed correctly, it should be Beerus, the god of destruction, and his servants descended on planet Vegeta. That is, after this day, the fate of planet Vegeta will change. The fate of planet Vegeta and the Scions is something to talk about. Now Ling Xian only wants to see Beerus. In this way, he can successfully sign in and get the prototype of the Freedom Realm. The more Ling Xian thought about it, the more excited he became in order to complete the task of signing in, Ling Xian walked out of the room and walked towards King Vegeta's palace. Along the way, the surrounding buildings were full of industrial atmosphere, and Ling Xian soon came to a palace. The palace is huge, and the gate on the stairs is guarded by 2 Scions. Ling Xian walked up. Louis, King Vegeta has an order that no one is allowed to enter the palace. 2 guards stood up and said, I have something important to do with King Vegeta. Ling Xian walked up the stairs, making a childish voice. No. King Vegeta ordered no one to enter. I must go in. It's about the fate of our Scion family. Ling Xian opened his eyes and said big words. In fact, he was not interested in this evil Scion family, but if he wanted to enter the palace, it seemed that he could only use this excuse. Because through the detector, the strength of the two guards in front of them is 1200 points. The opponents are all adult Scions, so it is not surprising that they can have such a high combat effectiveness. Ling Xian only has 500 combat power. Plus he is still in his infancy, so it is impossible to break through. Ling Xian spoke very seriously, which made the two guards stunned out real or fake. In their eyes, Lewis is just a child. What can he know about the fate of Scions? But it is impossible for ordinary Scions to make such jokes, not to mention that Lewis is still a high-level fighter with high hopes. Okay, I'll report it. You wait for me. One of the guards wanted to turn around and walk into the palace. This matter is urgent. I will go in first, and I will explain to King Vegeta. Ling Xian walked directly in front of the guard. Let you go in and report. I still have a chance to meet Beerus. Ling Xian overtook the guards and walked very fast, and many more. The guard wanted to stop it. Okay, other people are high-level fighters. You can't afford to mess with him. Don't worry about him. If you punish him, it will be him, and I feel that what Lewis said seems to be true. Ling Xian didn't hear the conversation of the guards at the back. He was walking along the long corridor and soon came to the inside of the palace. Red carpet, lighting, the interior of the palace is gorgeous. King Vegeta, do you dare to fool me? Master Beerus, I don't have one. The pillow I gave you is the best. How dare you make excuses? A cold voice spread throughout the palace, and a murderous aura pervaded it, causing the temperature of the palace to drop suddenly, but a little boy in the corner trembled as he watched his father being trampled to the ground. King Vegeta, you disappoint me. Beerus stomped hard on King Vegeta's head, suddenly frowned slightly, and raised his head. Weiss next to him also shifted his gaze to the palace gate, where a child appeared. The child blinked his round eyes, and his tail behind his but kept shaking. Lewis? What are you doing here? Get lost. King Vegeta was stepped on the ground, and he couldn't help regretting why he disobeyed the will of the god of destruction. Well now, Beerus must be very angry. Now Luis, the superior fighter of the clan, appeared here. If Luis provokes Beerus again, then Planet Vegeta will really be finished. However, King Vegeta suddenly noticed that Beerus hadn't moved. Hey, this moment. Beerus looked closely at the small figure at the door, frowning more and more tightly. Weird. Why does this little guy dare to look directly at himself? Beerus glanced at Vegeta in the corner again, and Vegeta lay limp on the ground, trembling. Shouldn't that little guy be like King Vegeta's son? And Weiss was also shocked. He saw through Ling Xian's strength at a glance. This kind of mortal who was so weak to explode could ignore the oppression of his personality. In fact, angels are already returning to their innocence, and they will not cause personality oppression to mortals. But gods of destruction are different from angels. Gods of destruction cannot do what angels do, and they will always unconsciously exude a sense of oppression from superiors. Ordinary people see the god of destruction, ranging from paralyzed to the ground, to severe cases of incontinence. When Beerus and the two were puzzled, ding. Successfully signed in front of Beerus. Reward. The prototype of the realm of freedom. The palace, which was originally full of murderous aura, suddenly had an ethereal aura, and the sound of clear springs dissipated all the cold, murderous aura. Boom dash. Seeing this, Beerus and Weiss seemed to be struck by a lightning bolt. Their eyes widened, and they were so shocked that they were crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Extremely comfortable. No, it's not ZZG. It's just the prototype of freedom, let alone extreme intention. However, how did this little guy realize this state? Freedom of extreme intent is actually two realms. One is called freedom, and the other is called extreme intent. These two realms are very complicated, but there is no doubt that this is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Compared with Beerus, Weiss is even more unbelievable as an angel. He naturally knows the difficulty of comprehending the realm of freedom. But right now, this little guy somehow broke through to this realm, which is impossible even after thinking about it. Lewis, get out of here, get out of here. At this time, King Vegeta asked Lewis to leave here quickly before he provoked Beerus. Shut up, and believe it or not, I will destroy you. Beerus moved his feet away from King Vegeta's head and said coldly. Beerus walked forward. Weiss followed closely. Come to Ling Xian. Beerus looked at Ling Xian and said, boy, did you realize the realm of freedom just now? Weiss remained silent, but his brain was thinking about another thing. Before they came to Planet Vegeta, there was a sacred aura in the universe. Is it related to him? Big Cat, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Ling Xian blinked his round eyes, shook his head, and said Big Cat. When King Vegeta, who was lying on the ground, heard it, his eyes went dark, and he said it before he fell into a coma. After all, Beerus was offended. Really? Boom dash. A destructive breath erupted from Beerus, and the whole palace suddenly turned into specks of starlight and dissipated, and some of Beerus' eyes were on fire. He tried his best to suppress the urge to kill Ling Xian. He gritted his teeth and said, do you know who you are? Facing. I don't know. I only know that you seem to be very strong, Big Cat. Ling Xian said naively. He showed the innocence of a child to the fullest. Although Ling Xian praised Beerus, in Ling Xian's mouth, Beerus is still a big cat. Uncle can bear it, Aunt can't bear it. Don't think that you can act recklessly after comprehending the prototype of the freedom realm. If you don't teach this little bastard a lesson, you really think that his name as a god of destruction is false. The breath of the gods burst out suddenly, forming two giant hands in the void. One giant hand grabbed Ling Xian, and the other giant hand slapped Ling Xian's but hard. Clap clap. There are actually two reasons why Beerus didn't destroy Ling Xian immediately. First, he really wanted to know why Ling Xian could ignore the oppression of the divine personality. Also, why did this little guy suddenly comprehend the prototype of the freedom realm, a realm that even he hadn't comprehended? Second, it's not that he has never seen a genius. Frieza is a good example. This kind of person who is born with hundreds of millions of fighting power can definitely be called a genius. But no matter how talented in the eyes of the gods, he is just a mortal, and he will not be able to stand on stage after all. But Ling Xian is different. This little guy has realized the realm of freedom at the angel level, which is far from what ordinary people like Frieza can match. A.S. the god of destruction. Beerus can destroy everything without being moved, but in the face of such a genius, he still cherishes his talents. Clap clap. The giant hand was still slapping Ling Xian's, but hundreds of times, Beerus felt that it was almost done. It would be funny if he really beat this little guy to death. However, Big Cat, why did you hit me? Ling Xian was caught in midair, angrily said, are you okay? Beerus was taken aback by the scene in front of him, that he's a god of destruction. In addition to suppressing his personality, he also slapped Ling Xian's as hard 100 times. Although the power is not strong, it is also the attack of the god of destruction. How can a weak chicken with only 500 fighting power stand up to it? Why am I in trouble? Ling Xian snorted. He looked angry on the outside, but in fact he was already happy inside. Things turned out exactly as he expected. First of all, if you sign in front of Beerus, you will definitely meet Beerus. Ling Xian could sense the existence of the gods, and the gods would naturally be able to discover his specialness, which refers to immunity. If Ling Xian didn't do something, he might not be able to get out of this palace, of course. This does not mean that he will be destroyed on the spot. Ling Xian has immunity. No one can hurt him anymore. But no one can hurt him. It doesn't mean no one can deal with him. Ling Xian knew that it would be very simple for gods like the god of destruction to deal with him. For example, imprisoning him and not giving him anything to eat or drink. With his mortal body, he will still die. Therefore, Ling Xian aroused the curiosity of Beerus by virtue of his own speciality. When the rewards for the prototype of the realm of freedom were released, Was another king bomb. In this rare situation, no god can resist it. That sacred aura erupted near planet Vegeta. Could it be? Weiss, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly widened his eyes and seemed to think of something. He pressed against Beerus' ear, and he didn't know what he said. Beerus was surprised when he heard it. Seeing this, Ling Xian couldn't help being stunned. What's wrong? After a moment, Beerus and Weiss turned their heads and looked closely at Ling Xian, who was caught in the air. Beerus said seriously, "Boy, are you interested in being an alternate god of destruction?" What is an alternate god of destruction? Can it be eaten? The alternate god of destruction is nothing. Bah, bah. The alternate god of destruction is a priesthood. As long as you promise, you will be the most honorable person in the universe. That big cat, can he become stronger by becoming an alternate god of destruction? We Scions want to become stronger the most. Ling Xian clenched his fists and snorted. Call me big pussy again. The corner of Beerus' mouth twitched slightly, but he still nodded. Yes, as long as you promise, you will soon surpass King Vegeta. Then I promise. Ling Xian laughed foolishly. He said so much, he thought that Beerus would only regard him as a genius. And for the sake of the universe's average human level index, Beerus would at most let him go. Who would have thought that there would be an unexpected harvest, that Beerus wanted to accept him as an alternate god of destruction. Ling Xian still underestimated the impact of the prototype of the Freedom Realm on Beerus. Also, it is indeed an exaggeration for a little scion to comprehend the realm of the angel level. Good. Beerus laughed loudly and even said 3 good words, and the anger caused by King Vegeta's deception towards him dissipated at this moment. Little guy, I originally wanted to destroy your scion clan, but for your sake, I will let you go. However, the scions are inherently evil, and if they continue to let them go, it's not a good thing for Universe Dash. Frieza alone is enough. At this time, Beerus looked at Vegeta, who was limp in the corner, and said coldly, "You seem to be the son of King Vegeta, and I order you to let scions join the Galaxy Patrol." Little Vegeta was already trembling with fright. He didn't know the origin of Beerus. After this incident, King Vegeta told him everything about Beerus at that time. He realized that the Scion family had gone through the gate of hell of course. This is all something later, and now hearing what Beerus said, Vegeta quickly nodded his little head. When Ling Xian heard this, he couldn't help but glanced at Beerus. It turns out that the destruction of the Scions was not a matter of small. Pillowed, it's the Scions who were so evil. They followed Frieza and did all kinds of evil, even more evil than Frieza's army. The combination of these races and the Frieza Legion will definitely have a huge impact on the stability of the 7th universe. Letting Scions join the Galaxy Patrol now is restricting Frieza's power and giving Scions a chance to survive. Weiss, let's go. Beerus held Ling Xian in his hand and looked at Weiss. Weiss held the staff in his hand, tapped it lightly, and with a swish, the 3 of them disappeared on planet Vegeta. Vegeta in the corner just got up from the ground and quickly ran to King Vegeta. After Beerus accepted Ling Xian as the alternate god of destruction, all parties were shocked. King's palace. Great priest, what was that aura just now? Return to Lord Quan Wong. I'm still investigating, but the sacred aura seems to come from the 7th universe. The 7th universe? Where's the skinny cat? Yes, I'll let Vesca figure it out. The great priest is awesome. You have to check it carefully. I'm gonna play Destroy the Stars. 6th universe. Bados, what happened to that breath? Lord Xiangpa, you have to ask your brother about this. Oh, made by the universe of skinny ribs. 4th universe. Conic, let me find out why there's such a sacred aura in the 7th universe. Yes, Master Katra. The reactions of all universes were the same. They didn't know what the sacred breath was, but they also found that the breath came from the 7th universe, followed by Universe 7 announced that the position of alternate god of destruction has been inherited by someone, and it was still inherited by a kid. Originally, the gods were still wondering about the origin of that sacred aura, but they were amused by this operation of the 7th universe. The god of destruction of the 6th universe, Xiangpa, directly mocked, "Is there no one in the 7th universe?" He even let a kid be the alternate god of destruction. The god of destruction of the 4th universe, Katra, also stood up and said that it is impossible for him to give someone from the 4th universe to the 7th universe, so as not to let a kid succeed the alternate god of destruction. This makes people laugh out loud. The reactions of the 11 gods of destruction were all like this. None of them stood by Beerus, and they all mocked Beerus. But it's normal, since the hide-and-seek incident that year, few people have a good impression of Beerus. Facing the ridicule of the gods of destruction, Beerus did not stand up to refute, which made the gods of destruction climax directly, and they laughed even more happily. According to Beerus' character, if he is ridiculed by others, he will definitely ridicule him back, even across the universe. It is not surprising to find a fight with the person himself. But now that Beerus didn't respond at all, they must be right. The 7th universe began to decline, and Beerus couldn't find another strong person to succeed the position of the alternate god of destruction, so he could only find a kid to start training from an early age. All the gods of destruction were ecstatic. As everyone knows, Beerus really has no time to pay attention to these gods of destruction, because he is now scared by Ling Xian. The 7th universe destroys the god realm, but it has been a month since Beerus brought Ling Xian back. At this time, a little boy was standing in the middle of the lake, his body covered with a layer of silver light. The burst of air waves made the surrounding sacred trees rustle. Beerus and Weiss stood next to him, and Beerus was sweating coldly on his forehead. "Boy, are you at ease? Master Beerus, what is a state of ease?" "I don't know," Ling Xian murmured, shaking his small arms. Beerus was dumbfounded. Just now he asked Weiss to fight Ling Xian with his childhood image, but he didn't expect Ling Xian to smash him to pieces. How can that be? He is the god of destruction. He has fought countless battles in his life, no matter whether he was a child or after he became a god. At the same level, he has never lost a single battle. Moreover, the image summoned by Weiss is somewhat stronger than Ling Xian. Ling Xian defeated the strong with the weak. The one who won was him, the god of destruction. Incredible. Weiss, did I win? Ling Xian turned his head to look at Weiss. Weiss also wiped the sweat off his face and said with a smile, "Lewis, you won." "Haha, Master Beerus is not my opponent." Ling Xian crossed his hips and was in a good mood. In fact, he was able to defeat the young Beerus thanks to the prototype of the free environment. It's not that immunity is useless, but that immunity can only be regarded as a passive skill. He won't be harmed, but immunity can't let him injure others. But the prototype of the realm of freedom is different. When he entered this state, in addition to greatly improving his combat power, he also reacted as he wanted and let nature take its course. This kind of reaction is very abnormal, and it can detect the opponent's attack method in advance. It's not about predicting the future, but through instinctive reactions, sensing the other's muscle tremors, and then responding accordingly. This state, let alone Beerus in childhood. Even today's Beerus, if Ling Xian's strength is similar to his, with the prototype of the realm of freedom, he can still beat Beerus to vomit blood. Ling Xian crossed his waist and laughed loudly. A black line across Beerus' forehead. "Rat, have you laughed enough? Ha ha ha. Believe it or not, I'll beat you. Slightly. Lord Beerus can't hurt me. I'm not afraid." Ling Xian is now a child, and he brought out his child's nature to the fullest, sticking his nose out and sticking out his tongue at Beerus. "Stinky boy." Beerus sneered. During the month that he brought Ling Xian to the god of destruction realm, he already knew the specialness of Ling Xian's body, could ignore all negative influences in the world. He asked that little boy Ling Xian, "What's going on?" But Ling Xian didn't know anything. The kid didn't say anything. Beerus couldn't help it. Beerus glanced at Weiss next to him and remembered what Weiss said on planet Vegeta. That sacred aura seems to have erupted near planet Vegeta. Ling Xian's origin is not simple. It was also because of this that Beerus had the idea of accepting Ling Xian as an alternate god of destruction. There are two reasons for this. First, Ling Xian is very special. If Ling Xian has any strange behavior, let Ling Xian stay by his side, he can react immediately. Second, the other cosmic destruction gods guessed right. The seventh universe has really fallen in addition to the low human average. It is said that Beerus knows that the strongest in his seventh universe is actually Frisia's spicy chicken. What a failure in a universe as big as his. It was his turn to be the strongest with a combat power of only 1.2 million in fact. Frisia is not the strongest in the seventh universe, and there are still many hidden bosses that have not appeared. It's really late. Taking out a random boss is not comparable to other universes. But Beerus doesn't know this. He just wants to let a strong man who can fight appear in his universe, and Ling Xian was the one he chose. Ling Xian is really too genius, and he's probably related to the sacred breath a month ago, that if such a genius grows up smoothly, then the seventh universe will be developed. Okay, Weiss, teach him well. I'm going to bed. Beerus looked at the funny Ling Xian and couldn't help but want to beat up the little guy, but he couldn't hurt Ling Xian, which was troublesome. Weiss asked, Master Beerus, are you trying to avoid them? The sacred aura erupting near planet Vegeta must be known to all the gods in the King universe. They will definitely come to investigate too. You know it all. Why do you still say it? Beerus yawned and disappeared directly by the lake. He didn't want to entertain those gods of destruction. Seeing that Beerus had disappeared, Weiss walked up to Ling Xian, patted his shoulder, and said, okay, Master Beerus is gone. You're still laughing. Ling Xian stopped laughing, only to realize that Beerus had really disappeared. Where did Master Beerus go? He was lazy. Well, since you have become a candidate for the god of destruction, you have to accept the training that belongs to the god of destruction. Be lazy, fall asleep. It seems that the Dragon Ball plot is about to begin. Ling Xian squinted his eyes. It can be said that the plot of Dragon Ball started when Beerus ordered Frisia to destroy the Scion family. But because of his influence, the current Scion family has not destroyed planet Vegeta. So will Monkey King be sent to Earth? Beerus fell into a deep sleep, and the mocking voices of other universes towards the seventh universe also slowly fell silent. But angels from other universes contacted Weiss one after another, asking why the sacred breath appeared. Weiss said he didn't know. In fact, Weiss really didn't know the reason for the appearance of that sacred breath. Without an answer, the angels of other universes have nothing to do. Just when Weiss thought that this matter was over, the projection of the Great Priest appeared in the world of God of Destruction in the seventh universe. The Great Priest also asked about the origin of that sacred breath. Weiss still said he didn't know to his father, but he told everything about Ling Xian, including his immune physique. After Weiss finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong. The High Priest who was projecting raised his hand and shouted at Ling Xian who was practicing, erase. Ling Xian was hit by a white light, but nothing happened. Weiss knew that Ling Xian could ignore all negative influences in the world, but he was still taken aback by this scene. Ling Xian's physique can really do this, at last. The Great Priest left a sentence full of deep meaning. Teach him well. After speaking, the projection of the Great Priest disappeared. Weiss was shocked, but still obeyed. The orders of the High Priest. In the following time, Weiss began to teach Ling Xian that if you want to become a real alternate god of destruction, you need to work hard in three aspects: power, dimensions, and rules. The rules mentioned here are naturally breaking the rules. Ling Xian has been practicing these three aspects. Time passed, and 10 years passed. Destroy God realm, but a silver light flickered in the sky. Boom, boom. Phantom and Weiss collided together, and the resulting air wave pushed across hundreds of miles. Wherever it passed, the ground was split, the sacred tree was cut across, and it was a mess after the collision. Oh. A thin and small boy stopped in midair, panting heavily. He has black hair, black pupils, beautiful facial features, handsome sunshine. A brown tail was wrapped around his waist. His body was about the same size as the Tay in the anime. He looked thin, but his muscles under the clothes were very developed. Wes, give me a move. The young man was none other than Ling Xian. He raised his hand. A purple rice bead condensed in the palm of his hand. Hum. The sky boiled instantly, as if a piece of red-hot iron had fallen into icy water. Good boy. When did you comprehend destructive energy? Just a while ago. Weiss, be careful. Ling Xian laughed and threw it away. The destructive energy the size of a rice bead pierced through the sky, and even such a stable space as the destroying god realm trembled. It's good to come. Weiss smiled slightly, waved his staff, and the purple rice bead that struck suddenly disintegrated. Then Weiss' figure disappeared. Relying on the instinctive reaction of the prototype of the realm of freedom, Ling Xian suddenly raised his head, only to see a magic staff wave towards him. Ling Xian raised his hand to block. The power used by Kevis already belongs to the angel level. The vast power shattered the entire sky, and transparent void fragments fell from it, and then merged into the void to make up for the broken sky. The god of destruction realm also exploded at this moment, and only Beerus' sleeping palace was protected. Boom dash. Under the impact of the angel level power, Ling Xian suddenly turned into a shell and flew fiercely towards the deep space of the universe. I don't know how many planets were smashed. In the next second, Ling Xian was teleported back by Weiss, and the god of destruction realm destroyed by Weiss also returned to its original appearance and is back in time. Ling Xian hovered in the sky, looked at Weiss on the ground, and smiled bitterly. Wes, you are so strong. I can't beat you at all. On the ground, Weiss said with black lines all over his face. Lewis, I can't beat you either. Even the erasing of the Great Priest can't kill this kid, and he can't help it. It's outrageous. But playing against Ling Xian, Weiss was quite comfortable, because he doesn't have to be as fearful as fighting Beerus. He can use all his strength, and Ling Xian won't die anyway. I don't know what's going on. Okay, don't get cheap and act like a good boy. Come down. I have something to tell you. What's up? Ling Xian flew down from the sky and came to Weiss. Since you have become an alternate god of destruction, you are also responsible for the work of destroying the universe and planets. But it's not long since I realized the destructive energy, so let me work so soon. Ling Xian was dumbfounded. Hiring miners to work is against the law. You are already an alternate god of destruction. Weiss shook his head and said with a smile. As for cultivation, I have always asked you to take care of strength cultivation, and at the same time, don't forget to cultivate the dimensional realm. In this regard, you've done a good job. In terms of dimensions, you have reached the level of the king of the realm, and in terms of strength, measured by the general combat power of the seventh universe, you have also reached 10 billion. Although your power is still far from the power of the gods, but you have realized the realm of freedom and destructive energy. In the seventh universe, there's almost nothing that can beat you. What is the current situation of the seventh universe? You also know that the average level of human beings in the seventh universe is the last existence among the 12 universes. As an alternate god of destruction, you have the responsibility to change all of this. Also, who asked you to be a slacker, Mr. Beerus? If you don't care about this matter, who cares? Wes covered his mouth and smirked. Beerus is the strongest god of destruction, but he is lazy. The corners of Ling Xian's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, I was ignorant when I was a child, but now I regret being an alternate god of destruction. The corner of Weiss' mouth raised, and he jokingly said, what do you think? Ling Xian covered his eyes and smiled wryly. It's my bad luck. Needless to say, Ling Xian also naturally knows what is going on in the seventh universe. In the early stage, Frisia was still the strongest boss in Universe 1.2. With Dash million combat power, he can also be called the strongest. I have to say that Universe Dash is really loose. The seventh universe was lucky enough not to be destroyed by Quan Wong. Ding, please sign in at Kaiwan God Realm. Reward, Super Saiyan 1. The system that had been silent for 10 years finally had some movement. Ling Xian was overjoyed when he heard this, that he knows that the way to transform into a Super Saiyan is to use extreme anger to channel out the power deep within his body. He also tried to transform, but every time he missed it, which was very strange. However, now the system has issued a mission, and the reward is Super Saiyan 1. Ling Xian was very excited. Measured by the combat power of the universe, Ling Xian's strength is 10 billion combat power, which is just a normal power. If he really wants to transform into a Super Saiyan 1, his power will increase by 50 times. In other words, Ling Xian's combat power will break through to 500 billion. Seeing Ling Xian smirk, Wise couldn't help asking, Lewis, what are you laughing at? No, let's go and set out to perform the mission immediately. But let's go to the realm of the king of gods first. Why go to the realm of the king of the realm? Why do you care so much? Lord Beerus is not here. I am the god of destruction. Listen to me. A stream of colorful light immediately enveloped the two of them and soared into the sky. The cosmic starry sky is very gorgeous and psychedelic. From north to south, dots of starlight are sprinkled in it, forming a fantastic galaxy. But a sanctuary in the Milky Way here is filled with a milky white aura, carefully observed, is emanating from a huge planet. The huge planet is grass green, and it also blooms with rays of holy light. It is very sacred, like a star field where gods live, realm of the king of gods. What happened? The king of the world, Shun Exant, was sitting by the lake, clutching his chest, and suddenly became irritable. The servant Jebbet next to him hurriedly asked, Lord Kai Wangtian, what's wrong with you? I don't know, but I suddenly had an ominous premonition. This feeling, could it be that Majin Bu broke the seal? Realm King Shinshin's face changed. He stood up quickly, ready to go to the seal place of Majin Bu. When Jebbet heard this, his face turned pale. If the legendary Majin Bu really broke the seal, then the universe would be over. Just now a thick, colorful streamer descended from the sky. Ding. Successful sign-in Kaiwan God Realm. Reward Super Saiyan 1. A warm current suddenly flowed across Ling Xian's body, as if he had made up for the defect in his body. His body was numb and very comfortable. Ling Xian smiled slightly. It was so. In the past, he was not able to transform into a Super Saiyan through his own efforts. It was not because of his talent. It was because the S cells in the body were not activated enough, so the transformation failed. Now the rewards from the system allow him to replenish the S cells in his body, and he has finally mastered the state of Super Saiyan. Ling Xian was in a good mood and looked around. Why, the environment here is better than the god of destruction realm. Why don't we live in another place with the king of the realm? Lewis, Master Beerus will be angry if he hears what you say. If you get angry, get angry. Anyway, he can't beat me to death. Weiss was speechless. This kid is so angry. Why don't you lock him up while he's still young and starve him for 2 days? Weiss shook his head. He looked at the king of the realm of God and counted his fingers. He hadn't been here for at least tens of millions of years. I don't know what happened to the old king of the world at this moment. Who are you? Dare to break into the sacred world of kings and gods? By the lake, Jebbet was startled by the sudden colorful streamer, and then found out that they were two strange men. The breath of the two is very ordinary. One is immortal, and the other's dimension seems to have reached the level of the king. Realm King Shinshin saw the appearance of the two, and the restlessness in his heart disappeared immediately. Okay, it was caused by these two people in front of me. But who are they? King of Kaishin, Jebbet. Ling Xian smiled slightly, looked at the two people by the lake, and recognized each other's identities. The king of Kaishin and Jebbet stepped forward. The king of the world, Shun Xin, hadn't opened his mouth yet, and Jebbet's eyes were very cold. Which king of the world are you? Don't you all know that it is a serious crime to break into the world of the king of the world? I'm the king of the world. Ling Xian was taken aback for a moment, then remembered that his dimension was at the realm king level. It's normal for the other party to think so, but Jebbet's tone was annoying. Wise couldn't help but frown. Could it be that the person speaking is the king of the contemporary world? It's not right either. Then why is there no creation rule in the king of the contemporary world? On the contrary, the little one next to him has a strong creation rule. Ling Xian said coldly, do you know who I am? Jebbet is really as arrogant as in the anime. Those who don't know think he is the Kai Wangtian. Isn't it just a little realm king? Tell me, which realm king is it? What ignorance? Ling Xian shook his head. I am ignorant. Jebbeter snorted coldly. Without the permission of Kai Wangtian, if you break into Kai Wangtian's realm, you will have to accept the corresponding punishment. For the sake of you being the Kai Wangtian, you can avoid capital crimes and live crimes. After Jebbet finished speaking, he raised his hand, just as he was about to make a move. Jebbet, stop. The king of the world, Shun Exant, came to Ling Xian and looked closely at Ling Xian and Weiss, always feeling that these two people were very unusual. Jebbeter is not a Kai Wangtian, so naturally he didn't notice this, and said, Master Kaiser, one of them is immortal and the other is a Kaiser. How can they set foot in such a sacred Kaiser's realm? Okay, listen to me, Master Kai Wangtian, you should listen to me. The Kai Wangtian realm is not something they can set foot in. They must be punished. Jebbeter didn't care, turned around and looked at Ling Xian and the two with a fierce look in his eyes that in his mind. The realm of the king of the realm is the most sacred place, which cannot be polluted by mortals. Weiss finally understood, looked at Jebbet and frowned. After talking so much, it turns out that you're not Kai Wangtian. I almost thought you were the master of Kai Wangtian realm. Ling Xian stood aside with arms folded, expressionless. You shut up. I'm just a servant of Lord Kai Wangtian. Jebbet panicked. After Weiss said so, he realized that the behavior all along seemed to be a bit out of bounds. For Jebbet's behavior, he can't really be blamed. The main reason is that Kai Wangtian is still too young to inherit the position of Kai Wangtian, and Kai Wangtian's character is relatively weak, so many things are handled by Jebbet. Over time, he developed the character of Jebbet. Master Kai Wangtian, believe me, I really didn't. Jebbeter was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and bent 90 degrees to the king of the world, Xian Gong. Okay, I know you have no other meaning. Realm King Shinshin looked at Ling Xian, as if he knew he was the person in charge. Who are you? What are you doing here? Without responding to Jebbet Shinshin's words, Ling Xian would keep staring at Jebbet, whose cold killing intent startled Jebbet. What do you want? Do you know that ignorance is actually a sin? After Ling Xian finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a purple rice bead suddenly appeared on his index finger. The realm of the king of the realm suddenly faded, and the breath of destruction swept every corner. It was as if the god of death had descended. How can you be so strong as a world king? Jebbet panicked. The king of the world, Shun Exant, was also frightened, standing in front of Jebbet, and hurriedly said, Stop. There was a warm current in Jebbet's heart. Lord Kai Wangtian was saving his life with his life. Seeing the actions of the king of the world, Shun Exant, Ling Xian stopped the hand that was about to throw out the destructive energy. Trash. For the sake of Lord Kai Wangtian, I'll let you go. Ling Xian glanced at Jebbet and said coldly. Weiss on the side was expressionless, as long as Ling Xian didn't attack Kai Wangtian. As for Jebbet, kill him. Hello, Kayagami-sama. My name is Luis, and I am a contemporary alternate god of destruction. Only then did Ling Xian salute the realm king, Shun Exant. Hello, Lord Kai Wangtian. I am a servant of Lord God of Destruction, and my name is Weiss. Weiss saluted respectfully. Weiss and Ling Xian's sudden action stunned Jebbet and the king of Kaishin. Especially Jebbet. Didn't the boy king just want to kill him? Why did you suddenly salute the Kai Wangtian? Correct. That boy is the king of the realm. No matter how powerful he is, he has to be respectful when facing the highest god in the universe, the king of the realm. The king of the world, Shun Exant, thought the same as Jebbet, and he thought so too. But what is this alternate god of destruction? Xian, I know you are very confused. You will know later. After the salute, Ling Xian directly called the name of the king of the world. Ashin, the king of the world, Shun Exant, Jebbet, and even Weiss couldn't help being stunned. How dare you call the name of the king of the world? Jabiter instinctively wanted to scold, but seeing Ling Xian's murderous eyes, he quickly shut up. But it's too late. Ling Xian swung out a fist, and the powerful force of the fist penetrated into the void. Jabiter's chest felt constricted, and he was forced to sag by 5 centimeters. However, Jabiter was thrown thousands of miles away by the residual impact. Jabbit, the king of the world, Shun Xin, turned pale with fright and wanted to fly over. Okay, he's not dead. Come with me. I know you have a lot of doubts, and you'll know everything later. Ling Xian put away his fists. He had already given Kai Xine a lot of face. Are you okay? The king of the world, Shun Xin, looked at the direction where Jabbit disappeared, and then at Ling Xian and Weiss that in fact he is really puzzled. Who are these two people? Before the two arrived, it aroused his inner uneasiness. After descending to the boundary king god realm, he was shocked by the power that the young king realm erupted. The power of the young king of the world is even stronger than him, the king of the world. Besides, the king of the boys also said that he is an alternate god of destruction. And what is an alternate god of destruction? Realm King Shun Xin was extremely puzzled. Weiss, let's go. Let's unseal the old king god first. The purpose of Ling Xian's coming here is not only to do the sign-in task, but also to release the old world king god. Weiss is right, he has become an alternate god of destruction. The 7th universe is closely related to him, and he has the responsibility to change the status quo of the 7th universe. And the old world king god is the key figure to change the status quo. Ling Xian soared into the sky. However, a deep sound came from the ground. How do you know this? Weiss was still thinking about how Ling Xian would explain all this to the ignorant king of the world, Shun Xin. Unexpectedly, Ling Xian directly told the story of the old world king god. Ling Xian's body froze in midair, and then he remembered that Weiss had never spoken to him. It's over. Let's go. Weiss smiled slightly and looked at Ling Xian with deep eyes. It seems that this kid special is not just ignoring all negative influences in the world. Weiss didn't ask Ling Xian why he knew about the old Kai Wangshan. Ling Xian also heaved a sigh of relief, and he hurriedly flew to the center of the Kai Wangshan realm. According to the original book, the place where the old Kai Wangshan was sealed is there. Ling Xian and Weiss flew in the sky, and the king of the world, Shin Xian, finally chose to follow. He was really curious about the identity of the alternate god of destruction. As for Jabbit, the boy Kai said that he was not dead, so he shouldn't have lied to him. The king of the realm, the center of the god realm. There's a lake sparkling with silver light, and there's a stone tower made of stones in the center of the lake. There's a sword stuck on the stone tower. Only the hilt is leaking out of the stone. What are you doing here? Realm King Shun Xin and Ling Xian flew together, looking sideways at the two, feeling more and more unfathomable to them. See that sword? Ling Xian pointed to the sword on the stone tower above the lake. Weiss didn't speak. He kept looking at Ling Xian. He knew so many things. That sword is called Realm King God Realm. According to legend, as long as you pull out the sword, you can live the most powerful force in the world. The king of the world, Shun Xin, is the master of the king of the world, so he naturally knows the origin of the sword. He suddenly came to his senses and said, could it be that you were spying on this sword? A tremendous strength. The king of the world, Shun Xin, flew aside cautiously, ready to fight, but felt helpless. Could he beat others? Ling Xian and Weiss have black lines all over their faces, and they're spying on the most powerful force in the world. How ignorant. Also, if they're really spying on the so-called strongest force, do you think that if you retreat more than 10 meters, you'll be fine? Ling Xian didn't explain and flew directly to the stone pillar, holding the sword hilt with one hand. Stop. Realm King Shun Xin shouted. Ling Xian continued to ignore it. He released his destructive breath and exerted a little force on his hands. Boom dash. The Realm King's Excalibur was pulled out instantly, and the stone pillar burst as a result, turning into pieces of rubble and falling into the huge lake, causing huge waves to rise immediately. Gollum, the king of the world, Shun Xin, swallowed sharply. It's not that the kings of the world, including him, have tried to pull out the sword of the king of the world, but no god of the world has ever been able to do it. And this kid was able to pick up the Realm King Excalibur. Really? Ling Xian held the Kai Wang Excalibur in his hand, and there was a faint destructive aura from the Excalibur. No wonder the Kai Wangs and gods of all generations couldn't pull it out. It turned out that it was Beerus' fault. It's over. The Kai Wangshan was desperate, and the other party pulled out the Kai Wang Shinjian, and he would definitely gain the most powerful power in the world. He only hoped that the other party was not an evil person. Otherwise, the universe will be in danger. But after a while, Ling Xian didn't have any energy fluctuations, and Shin Xin, the king of the world, frowned. Could it be that the legend is false? Fake is good. In this way, there will be no so-called strongest power that anyone can live. Just when the king of the world, Xian, was lucky. Break me. Ling Xian grasped the hilt of the sword with one hand and the tip of the sword with the other. His posture startled the Kai Wang Shin Xin, and the young Kai Wang actually wanted to break the Kai Wang Excalibur. This is crazy. The king of the world, Shun Xin, knew that the legend was false, but the other party wanted to break the sword of the king of the world. How could this be possible? The next second, the king of the world, Shun Xin, was stunned, as if he'd been struck by lightning, and stayed in midair. I saw that the Realm King Excalibur in Ling Xian's hand was broken into 2 pieces. Okay, Xin, come down, holding the broken sword. Ling Xian landed by the lake, and Weiss followed closely. Down, my great sword is broken. This is the sword of the king of the world that has been passed down for a long time. Eye in the sky. Kai Wang Shin Xin looked at the broken sword in the hand of the young man by the lake that he sniffed, his eyes reddened. The divine sword of the Realm King, which has been passed down for so long, was destroyed in his generation. He is a sinner. The king of the world, Shun Xin, landed on the lake like a puppet without a soul. The Kai Wang Excalibur was destroyed, and the young Kai Wang let him down. Did he not intend to let him go and let him die? The king of the world, Shin Xian, also accepted his fate. The main reason is that there's nothing you can do if you don't accept your fate. You can't beat it all. The destructive aura emanating from the opponent is so terrifying that you can suffocate. Ling Xian and Weiss had no idea what Kai Shin Xin was thinking. Otherwise, they would have said, child, you think too much. Ling Xian opened his mouth and said, my lord, old world king, come out. When the king of the world, Shun Xin, heard this, a trace of doubt flashed in his dull eyes. Lord God of the old world. As soon as Ling Xian finished speaking, a puff of smoke came out of the broken Kai Wang Excalibur. Cough, cough. Old man, I'm finally out. A wretched old man in the costume of Kai Wangshan appeared by the lake out of thin air. He stretched his waist and enjoyed the taste of freedom. Who is this old man? How did he appear? Kai Xin, the king of the realm, was dumbfounded. Old man, the old realm king god, cursed directly. I am your ancestor. Cursing and cursing, the old Kai Wangshan frowned and said, I thought it was some junior who let me out, but I didn't expect the current Kai Wangshan to be so weak. Ancestor. Kai Wangshan looked at the clothes of the old Kai Wangshan and the patera earrings hanging on the opponent's ears. The body shook violently. Could it be that this old man was the former realm king god? By the way, this must be the case because the young Kai Wang said that he would release the old Kai Wangshan, and he should be talking about this old man. Are you really my ancestor? Realm King Xin was ecstatic and clenched his 2 small fists tightly. The old Kai Wangshan took a look at the bean sprouts and finally nodded. Old ancestor, you must be very strong. Help me beat him up. He just bullied me. Realm King Shin Xin felt that he had found a backer and pointed at Ling Xian. Ling Xian, Weiss, ouch. Realm King Xin just finished speaking. His head hurt. He covered his head, squatted on the ground, and yelled. Shut up. You don't know who he is. What you, the king of the world, really failed. The old king of the world hated that iron cannot be made into steel, so he gave Xin a violent shudder. The old world king god turned his head, looked at Ling Xian and Weiss, and said, Mr. Weiss, long time no see. Weiss nodded with a smile. Old king god, long time no see. The old world king god shifted his gaze to Ling Xian and said, This is the contemporary alternate god of destruction. Yes, Lord Beerus found this little guy 10 years ago, and then fell into a deep sleep. I'm bringing him out to destroy the planet now. I met the old world king god. You can call me Lewis. Ling Xian saluted respectfully. The old realm king looked Ling Xian up and down and praised. The power in his body is very special, and he has also comprehended the rules of breaking. The talent is very good. Wait, Lewis, what's the matter with this ethereal aura around you? What did the old realm king god think of? He was dumbfounded and said, the realm of freedom of ultimate intent. Hiss. We know from Weiss that this boy was only found by Beerus 10 years ago, which means that he was trained by Weiss for 10 years at most. In 10 years, I have comprehended breaking the rules, and the angel skills are free and extreme. This talent is not only very good, it is so terrifying that it explodes, okay? Ling Xian looked at the old realm king god in shock. It was so scary. He could see through his reality with just one glance. The other party can't even see the system in his body. Host, please rest assured, this system cannot be seen by people in the Dragon Ball world. An electronic sound suddenly sounded in my mind. Ling Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The old king of the world really has eyesight, but Lewis has not yet realized the ultimate intention of freedom, but the embryonic form of the realm of freedom. Weiss explained. The old world king god was still so shocked that he swallowed his saliva. Even if it was a prototype, it would be terrifying. Okay. After all, this is a state that even Beerus has not comprehended. The old Kai Wanshan was immersed in the shocked world, while the Kai Wanshan Exine was in a daze. Didn't the king of the young realm say that if the old king of the realm was released, he would know everything? Why do you become more and more confused? Old Lord King of the realm. Many universes are waiting to see our 7th universe be destroyed by Lord Quan Wong, and we need your help next. Weiss said again. Oh, what? The old realm king was taken aback for a moment. Even Ling Xian didn't know about it. Weiss looked at the expressions of the two and told what happened 10 years ago. Back then, a sacred aura erupted near planet Vegeta, and then Beerus found Ling Xian as an alternate god of destruction. There was nothing, but other universes heard that the heir Beerus was looking for turned out to be a weak kid who was too weak to explode. With Beerus' popularity, all the gods of destruction stood up to mock him, said that the 7th universe is empty. To find a child as a backup god of destruction really makes people laugh out loud. The average human level index of the 7th universe is already at the bottom, plus the bad decision of Beerus this time. This puts universe Dash in a very passive situation, because there were not only 12 universes in the Quan Wong universe before, but there were 18 universes in the past. But due to the poor development of other universes, some universes have provoked the All King, and now there are only 12 universes left. If the development of the 7th universe continues to decline, it is very likely that it will be destroyed by the Quan Wong. Holy breath. Continuing decline in the human average index. I didn't expect that the 7th universe would not fall to this level during the years I was sealed. The old world king god just wanted to scold his mother. It's all the fault of the skinny ribs. If he hadn't sealed himself, then the 7th universe would never have had such a thing happen under his management. The old king of the world calmed down. Our universe is really not optimistic now, but now that Lewis is here, the 7th universe will be better. Wes finally spoke again. Yes, we have Lewis. With your talent, Lewis, our 7th universe will rise again soon. The old Kai Wangshan nodded. This was the first good news he heard after breaking the seal. Lewis on the side touched his nose. Is my talent really good? Can you please? After 10 years of practice, he broke the rules and also comprehended the prototype of the realm of freedom. Coupled with that special immunity, who else in the Quan Wong universe could be better than Ling Xian's talent? Ling Xian finally opened his mouth and said, Master, the old Kai Wangshan, the contemporary Kai Wangshan still doesn't understand anything, so I need you to teach him a lot. That's the key. After all, the role of Kai Wangshan is no longer the old Kai Wangshan, and the management of the universe requires Kai Wangshan. Everyone was talking, and they talked about themselves, and Shen Exant, the king of the realm, couldn't help being taken aback. Huh? Who said I don't understand anything? I understand everything. What do you know? The old Kai Wangshan knocked Kai Wangshan Exine hard on the head again, and sighed, oh, it's all Beerus' fault. This means Sprouts don't understand anything, so we can't really blame him. The old world king god told about Majin Buu again. Realm King Shan Exine's eyes turned red when he heard what happened in the past. It turned out that the ancestors knew about Majin Buu. Junior, let me teach you in the future. The old Kai Wangshan glanced at Kai Wangshan, and then at Lewis. Lewis is the key person at the moment. Thinking of the shocked expression on Lewis's face when the Kai Wangshan from other universes thought about it, he was happy. Old King God, since you come out, I will leave Asin to you. I'm going to destroy a batch of planets now. Ling Xian proposed to leave. Destroy the planet. Shen Exant, the king of the realm, widened his eyes and said angrily, why do you want to destroy the planet? No, if you destroy the planet casually, what is the difference between you and Majin Buu? Ouch. Kai Wangshan Shin's head hurt again. This was the 3rd time he was beaten by the old Kai Wangshan. Old ancestor, why did you hit me? You know shit. The old world king god finally began to popularize the general knowledge of the universe priesthood to Exine, and Ling Xian glanced at Weiss. His mission of coming to the king of the world and the god realm was completed, and it was time to leave here. Weiss understood Ling Xian's expression, and then waved his staff, and a colorful streamer wrapped the two of them and soared into the sky. Not long after Ling Xian and the others left. What? The god of destruction is the strongest in the universe. The god of destruction is stronger than Majin Buu. The post of god of destruction is dedicated to destruction. Ling Xian left the realm of the realm king and god, and began to destroy the planet nonstop for the next month. One after another, the barren planets disappeared in Ling Xian's hands, and Ling Xian's destruction rules became more and more skillful. Now the destructive energy he condensed has changed from the size of a rice bead to the size of a fist in the universe. Destroy. Ling Xian raised his hand, pointed at a planet in the primitive tribal era ahead, and threw destructive energy. Hum. The purple light flashed past, and the planet turned into a streamer, dissipating in the cosmic starry sky. The planet Ling Xian destroyed was originally alive, but because of wrong evolution, it did not develop towards intelligent human life, so it was judged to be a useless planet. Weiss looked at the boy in the universe starry sky, and the smile on his face never disappeared. Master Beerus has found a treasure. Wes, what are you talking about? Ling Xian turned his head. This planet was the 5,608th useless planet he destroyed. From this we can see how irresponsible Beerus is. It's nothing, by the way, you. Scions cannot survive in the universe. Haha. It seems that because of ignoring the negative effects, I can even survive in the universe now. You kid is really perverted. Normally, ordinary people can only survive in the universe if they have cultivated to the level of the great realm king in the dimension. I never thought that you would be able to rely on that special power to survive in the universe when you are in the dimension of the realm king. Haha, it's okay. Ling Xian touched his head and said, Weiss, my mission is almost done. What should I do now? Weiss waved his staff, checked the unqualified planets, and found that they were almost destroyed, and said, it's true. But if you want to increase the average level index of human beings in the universe, it is useless to destroy the planet alone. After all, there are too few strong people in the 7th universe, and the planet can't be destroyed too much, otherwise it will affect the development of the universe. Now it's time for Asin to take action. The only way to do this is to destroy and create a balance, and then rely on the universe itself to produce more powerful people. Hearing this, Ling Xian nodded. Wes, it's none of my business now. Can I relax a bit? Okay, but where do you want to go, kid? A trace of doubt flashed in Weiss' eyes. Ling Xian said, I want to go back to planet Vegeta to see how the Scions are doing. Ling Xian has never had a good impression of those evil Scions, but don't know why. Over the years, he couldn't help but wonder what the Scions have become. Coupled with the fact that the fate of the Scions have been changed, he's even more curious about the development of the Scions today. Lewis, I'm sorry, you may not be able to go back to planet Vegeta. Could planet Vegeta be destroyed by Frieza? You actually know this. Weiss looked at Ling Xian meaningfully. Done. Ling Xian swallowed and accidentally said the wrong thing again. Weiss didn't pursue the inquiry, but glanced at Ling Xian and then said, "Don't worry, planet Vegeta did explode, but none of the Scions died. What?" Now Ling Xian was puzzled. "Do you remember Master Beerus' order to leave planet Vegeta? Remember, Master Beerus let the Scion family join the Galaxy Patrol. As long as you remember, King Vegeta didn't dare to disobey Master Beerus' order. So King Vegeta led the whole family to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, and Frieza saw King Vegeta's betrayal, so he shot to destroy it. Star Vegeta, what?" Instinctively, Ling Xian panicked and quickly asked, "Then my Scion clan is now at the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol?" "Yes. The Galactic Patrol headquarters is not simple. So Frieza didn't dare to invade there, and now the Scion family is alive and well." Weiss nodded, checked the information and widened his eyes. "I didn't expect that 10 years later, you Scions have developed pretty well, and there are more than a dozen Scions who have broken through to 10 combat power." 10 combat power? Ling Xian frowned, thoughtful. Could it be that the S cells in the Scion's body have begun to awaken? That's why we have grown so much in 10 years. "Wes, help me find a Scion named Kakarot. Where is he now?" Ling Xian's voice was anxious. Weiss frowned. "Who is Kakarot?" "Soon. The Scion named Kakarot is now on a planet called Earth. He is now called Sun Wukong, and he's receiving training from a man called Kamizan. Went to the Earth? Have you started the training of Gue Xianren?" Ling Xian pondered. Unexpectedly, Monkey King still went to the Earth. According to the development of the timeline, Sun Wukong did accept Xianren's guidance at this time. The Scions are not dead, so will Vegeta still invade the Earth? Will Son Goku ever turn into a Super Saiyan? Come on, let's go to the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol. Now that Monkey King has gone to the Earth is currently not affected by too many butterfly effects, and Ling Xian has no intention of disturbing Monkey King's cultivation so soon. After all, Sun Wukong can continue to make breakthroughs in the future. In addition to his own talent and will, the martial arts training he received on Earth when he was young is indispensable. Weiss didn't ask Ling Xian's purpose of going to the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol. He took Ling Xian and disappeared into the universe's starry sky. The seventh universe, the center of the northern Milky Way, a huge planet floats in it, surrounded by more than a dozen small planets on the huge planet. The headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol, in the mission hall, Jake was sitting on the sofa, watching the Scions coming and going, and couldn't help sighing. Who would have thought that the vicious Scions would join the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Are Scions scary? Sitting next to Jacques was a woman with short blonde hair and a curvy figure, exuding a mature feminine aura all over her body. That must be terrible. They followed Frieza, the emperor of the universe. Hearing this, the blonde woman couldn't help trembling. She and Jacques were almost captured by Frieza's forces when they were sailing into space. Fortunately, Jacques' spaceship was advanced enough, so they were able to escape. Then how did this group of Scions suddenly join the Galactic Patrol? I do not know either. Jake frowned and said, "But in the past 10 years, thanks to the Scions joining, the workload of our Galaxy Patrol has been much easier." Really weird. The blonde woman rested her chin, watching the Scions coming in and out of the mission hall. This time, two figures came in from the mission hall. It was none other than Ling Xian and Weiss. It turned out to be her. The moment Ling Xian came in, he noticed the woman next to Jake, Tai Sai. In the original book, Tai's is the older sister of Bulma, a novelist. In order to find good novel materials, she followed Jack into the universe. Didn't expect to see her at Galactic Patrol HQ. Okay, Tai Sai also noticed Ling Xian's eyes, and Lu Mei frowned slightly. "Taze, what's wrong with you? That man is looking at me." Tai Sai pointed to Ling Xian. Jacques quickly pressed her hand down and panicked. "You want to die? Don't you see the tail around his waist? It's a Scion." It was only then that Tai Sai noticed the tail on Ling Xian's waist and quickly covered her mouth. "But it's over, that Scion is coming this way. He must have heard what you said just now." Jake wanted to cry, but women are really annoying. Ling Xian got closer and closer, and the atmosphere in the hall became solemn. Jacques and Tai Sai held their breath. Their palms were covered with sweat. They only prayed that the other party was not looking for trouble for them. "Miss, are you Dr. Breeve's daughter?" Ling Xian came to Tai Sai and smiled. Naturally, he recognized Tai's, but he didn't tell her face to face, otherwise Weiss would have to look at him with weird eyes again. Tai Sai was taken aback, pointed at herself with pale fingers and widened her eyes. You know my father?" Her shocked look looks adorable. Ling Xian touched his nose and said, "I don't know. What? Can you pass a message to your father for me?" Yes. Tai Sai breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't the boy in front of her very polite? Scions are not as scary as Jake said. Not scary. I don't know if Tai Sai will say it's not scary seeing Ling Xian destroying more than 5,000 planets. But Tai Sai naturally didn't know this. She said cautiously, "What message do you want me to convey?" Let him create 100 times gravity chamber from Monkey King. Ling Xian didn't plan to go to Earth so early, but when he saw Tai Sai, he had this idea. After all, in the early stage, Sun Wukong's strength improved too slowly. If there's a gravity chamber, Sun Wukong's strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. When the time comes to see Monkey King, maybe we can have a good fight with him. It's exciting to think about being able to fight against the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Huh, well, I'll tell my father. Thank you. Ling Xian was about to turn around and leave, when he suddenly thought of something, looked at Tai Sai, and said, "If you are in danger, you can call Weiss, and I will come back to save you when the time comes. This is my thank you to you." In the original book, after Tai's left the Earth, she lost contact with Bulma and the others. Ling Xian guessed that Tai Sai might have encountered danger and had an accident. Regardless of whether this speculation will happen or not, it's a pity to let such an accident happen to a beautiful woman. What? When Tai Sai was stunned, Ling Xian had already turned and left. Jacques looked at Ling Xian's back and asked, "Tai Sai, do you know this Scion?" "Do not know." "Then how could he?" Ling Xian didn't hear what Jake and Tai Sai said behind. He and Weiss came to the top floor of the Galactic Patrol headquarters and a large green octopus sits on an office chair, its tentacles sorting out assignments. There's also a teenager in a Galactic Patrol costume standing nearby. "Myers, those Scions are pretty safe." "Galaxy King, they'll be fine." "Oh, why are you so clear, them?" Just as Myers was about to say something, he suddenly sensed something and said, "Galaxy King, my brother is here, by the way, and the alternate god of destruction is here too." What? The Galaxy King turned pale with fright and fell directly from the chair to the ground. As the king of the galaxy, the big octopus naturally knows many secrets, and he also knows the identity of Myers. Myers is a trainee angel, so isn't Myers' brother a real angel? Also, the alternate god of destruction is here. Wrong. When did Universe Dash have an alternate god of destruction? When the Galaxy King was in doubt. Coming. As soon as Myers finished speaking, two figures walked in from the door. Weiss smiled and said, "Myers, long time no see. Brother, it's been a while." Myers nodded, then looked at Ling Xian. "This is the candidate Lord God of Destruction." Weiss nodded with a smile. "Myers." Ling Xian said hello. Before he came here, Weiss had already told him about the specialness of the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. This particular one refers to Myers. Myers is his younger brother, and it is for this reason that Frieza dare not come to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to trouble the Scions. "I've seen the alternate god of destruction." Myers kept looking at Ling Xian and found that the young man was filled with an ethereal aura. Free realm? Interesting. It seems that other universes want to see the jokes of the seventh universe, and it is estimated that they will fail. King Inha stepped forward and saluted Ling Xian respectfully. "Galaxy King, let King Vegeta come to see me." "Yes." King Galaxy hurriedly called King Vegeta, regardless of Ling Xian's purpose in looking for King Vegeta. After the Galaxy King left, Wes and Myers chatted on the side. Ling Xian looked at Myers, who was the same as Weiss, with light blue skin and silver hair. According to the original book, Myers would die in the Mara chapter and then be resurrected by the great priest, but became immortal after being resurrected. Myers, angels are neutral. They can't interfere too much with the affairs of the universe, and they can't use their full power against mortals in the mortal world. Brother, bad guy should be locked up. That's why I joined the Galaxy Patrol. Myers, you can't be a qualified angel like this. Weiss touched Myers' head and said calmly. Myers bowed his head and fell silent. Ling Xian listened to the conversation of the two brothers. Myers' character was really the same as in the original book, mild personality, but with justice in mind. Myers' dream is to protect the universe he loves. This time, a tall figure followed behind the Galaxy King and walked in through the door. Ling Xian said lightly, King Vegeta, long time no see. Myers and Weiss stopped talking and looked over. Lewis, haven't you been accepted as a disciple by Master Beerus? Why are you back? King Vegeta was ecstatic. When he woke up from a coma 10 years ago, he was told by Vegeta that Lewis was accepted by the God of Destruction as an alternate God of Destruction. How about the Scion? For the past 10 years, we Scions have been hunted down by Frisia's Legion. Some of our tribesmen died in the early stage. Now that our Scion combat power has inexplicably improved, Frisia's Legion basically has no impact on us. Where's Vegeta? Ling Xian sat on the chair and nodded, then asked again. We joined the Galactic Patrol under the orders of Master Beerus, but Frisia didn't know about it, thinking that we betrayed him, and he kept asking people to hunt us down. King Vegeta gritted his teeth. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz were hunted down 10 years ago and disappeared without a trace, and there's no news of them until now. Lewis, you are the pride of our Scions. Our planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia. You want to avenge our Scions? Disappeared? Ling Xian was taken aback for a moment. He really didn't expect this to happen. Glanced at Weiss. Weiss waved his staff, investigated, and then said, the three of Vegeta and the others are not dead, and are still fleeing from the pursuit of Frisia's army. King Vegeta was ecstatic. Really? Can Mr. Weiss send my son back? Weiss looked at Ling Xian. Ling Xian never thought that Vegeta would be hunted down by Frisia, and shook his head. Don't worry about him. If he just dies in the pursuit of Frisia's army, then he can only blame himself for his lack of strength. Vegeta, as another protagonist of Dragon Ball, is it really so easy to die? Maybe Vegeta will escape to the Earth because of this. Who would have thought that Ling Xian's random guessing would turn out to be a fact, but this is all for later. Lewis, Vegeta is your clansman. How can you be so cruel? King Vegeta is in a hurry. Ling Xian looked at King Vegeta coldly and said, actually, I had no objection to Master Beerus wanting to destroy the Scion family back then. I didn't expect Master Beerus to make such a decision because of me. Since you survived, don't bother me. Scions are evil by nature, and not every Scion will live as an Earthling at the end like Son Goku and Vegeta. Ling Xian was originally from this world, so he didn't have much affection for these evil Scions. Weiss was stunned when he heard Ling Xian's words. He thought that Ling Xian came to the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol to lead his people back to seek revenge from Frisia. Who would have thought it would be like this? Then what is the purpose of Ling Xian coming here? Weiss could not help but take a deep look at Ling Xian. King Vegeta was silenced by Ling Xian's words as a Scion. Ling Xian can say such a thing. His fellow clansmen did not help him, and the Emperor of the Universe kept chasing and killing Scions. He was really aggrieved as the leader of Scions. Okay, if you don't help me, I'll figure it out on my own. King Vegeta clenched his fists, and when he left, his back was very lonely. Ling Xian stood up from his chair and took a deep look at King Vegeta's back. Why does he feel that King Vegeta seems to have changed? Is an illusion. Lewis, you really don't intend to help your people. Survival of the fittest. This is the natural law you told me. Ling Xian said coldly that in fact, with his current power, he can easily defeat Frisia even without turning into a Super Saiyan. But what are the Scions worthy of his help? What's more, Frisia will be killed by the protagonist of Dragon Ball later, and it will not be his turn. Only, Ling Xian was a little irritable, but it was very inexplicable, because he always felt that King Vegeta seemed to have changed after he joined the Galaxy Patrol. Oh ho ho Lewis, you are very enlightened. You really deserve to be the candidate of Lord Beerus. Weiss looked at Myers and said seriously, then do you understand the neutrality rules of angels? Myers didn't go to Vives directly, just like King Vegeta. He turned around and left here without looking back. Weiss leaving the Galaxy King's office, Ling Xian walked around the Galaxy Patrol headquarters again, but he has been absent-minded, and only when he meets a Scion on the road will he concentrate and nod his head from time to time. The Scions have indeed changed a lot, especially their combat power. Almost everyone's strength has broken through to more than 8,000 combat power. 8,000. Combat power. This is the combat power when Nappa invaded the Earth. Don't forget that this is only the early stage of the Dragon Ball plot. 8,000 combat power is already very strong. Is this really the awakening of the S cells in the Scion body? How could this group of inherently evil Scions awaken their S cells? Isn't it only in peaceful times that Scions will awaken their S cells? In the end, Ling Xian and Weiss left the Galactic Patrol headquarters on the way back to destroy the God Realm. You really don't intend to help your people. Weiss saw that Ling Xian was absent-minded, covered his mouth, and smiled. Laughing fart. If you say you don't help, you won't help. Ling Xian put his hand on Weiss's shoulder and said unhappily. Weiss chuckled. Someone is really stubborn. He was in such a hurry before he came to the Galaxy headquarters, but he thought he had some purpose. Who would have thought that someone would focus on his people all the time? Stop beating around the bush and scolding me. Ling Xian thought for a while and asked, Weiss, help me investigate what happened after the Scions joined the Galaxy Patrol. Weiss nodded, first stopped in the cosmic starry sky, and then waved his staff. After a moment, after the Scions obeyed Master Beerus' order and joined the Galaxy Patrol, they stopped invading other people's planets and began to carry out the tasks issued by the Silver Patrol. In these 10 years, the Scions have carried out a total of 3 galactic missions and protected 3,605 races, destroyed 4,083 space pirate groups, killing a total of 10.3 silver criminals. Weiss became more shocked as he spoke, and finally looked at Ling Xian. Lewis, you Scions seem to have changed. Has it changed? Ling Xian frowned. Aren't Scions inherently evil? Wrong. In the original book, the Scions don't seem to be evil in the first place, but only become evil after a civil strife. Ling Xian thought of another person. Yamoshi. In the story of Yamoshi, he and 5 kind-hearted partners broke through a civil strife and turned into a Super Saiyan at the last critical moment. This is where the legend of Super Saiyan begins. It is also the beginning of the legend of the Super Saiyan God. Ling Xian smiled and said, Weiss, if a Saiyan is in danger, please tell me. Lewis, didn't you say, shut up, I'm not thinking about the 7th universe? Look at the current Scions. In just 10 years, some people have broken through to more than 10 combat power. If they're given more time to develop, wouldn't they be able to easily raise the average human level index in the universe? Lewis, don't say it. What you said is quite reasonable. Weiss touched his chin and his eyes lit up. Right, I just thought of this, so I asked you to pay attention to the safety of the Scions. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take to reproduce a race with strong talents through the universe. Ling Xian raised his chin arrogantly. He said it as if it was true, and Weiss didn't expose Ling Xian, covering his mouth and laughing. Master Lewis is right. I was worrying too much. Humph. Ling Xian was very stubborn and snorted twice. Weiss wanted to say something, but suddenly frowned. Lewis, Miss Ties is in danger. What? We're in danger so soon? Then hurry up. Another piece of cosmic starry sky down on a Galactic Patrol spacecraft. The two inside looked anxious, because there are 5 other spaceships following them. What to do? What to do? I didn't expect to be targeted by the Frisia Legion as soon as I went out. Tai-Sai grabbed Jack's shoulder and kept shaking it. Don't shake it. Don't shake it. I'm gonna faint if I shake it any longer. Jake saw many stars floating in front of his eyes and said hastily. Tai-Sai didn't shake anymore, stopped and said loudly. You still say that you're the elite of the Galaxy Patrol, and you can't even deal with the little Karami in the back. You are really deceiving. Did I lie to you? Jocko wanted to say more, but suddenly his face changed. It's over. The spaceship behind is more advanced this time. We can't get rid of it. They're going to start attacking. Warning, warning. There's a strong energy fluctuation detected in the back. Please pay attention to the driver. The siren kept ringing, and the piercing sound made Ty's panic. Could she not escape this time? Do not do this. She hasn't written a novel that is famous all over the universe yet. Tai-Sai, do you still remember what the Scion said at the Galactic Patrol headquarters? A dead horse is a living horse doctor. Call Weiss. Hearing this, Ty's previous memories flashed in her mind. If you're in danger, just call Wes, and I will come to rescue you. This is my thanks to you. Tai-Sai looked up and shouted, Weiss, hum. The space outside the spaceship fluctuated, and two figures emerged from it. Ling Xian received Tai-Sai's call for help and immediately asked Weiss to come here. Fortunately, the distance is not very far, otherwise it may be too late to rely on Weiss' space shuttle. After all, the speed of space shuttle is still not as fast as teleportation. It seems that we need to find a chance to learn this secret skill. Ling Xian appeared outside the spaceship. Point 5. Electromagnetic shock waves hit this side. He waved his hand, and the electromagnetic shock wave was immediately photographed aside. Then Ling Xian grabbed Void. The 5 spaceships in front of them instantly condensed into a ball, turning into 5 pieces of scrap iron, and the people inside were also crushed into a pulp. Inside the spaceship. After Tai yelled Weiss loudly, she kept her eyes closed. In fact, Tai-Sai has given up any hope. After all, there is no such outrageous thing as calling someone's name to get someone to rescue her. But after a while, the subsequent energy fluctuations disappear, and the alarm contacts. The alarm is off. Tai-Sai froze for a moment and slowly opened her eyes. Jocko pointed to the outside of the spaceship and said excitedly, Tai-Sai, look outside. What is there outside? Tai-Sai was stunned when she saw it. I saw 2 figures floating outside the spaceship, and they looked at themselves with smiles on their faces. These 2 are none other than the Galactic Patrol headquarters who met the Scion and his servants. Hiss. Tai-Sai took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, if she could really name a person, someone would come save her. Suddenly, the 2 people outside the spaceship disappeared. Next second, appear inside the spaceship. Ling Xian smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be in danger so soon. It's you. You actually came to save me. Tai-Sai was so excited that she jumped on Ling Xian. This time she was really scared. She thought she was going to die. Ling Xian's body froze, and Tai-Sai's figure was too good, with bumps and convexities, soft and fragrant. Can you come down and talk about it? Her body fragrance penetrated into his nose, and Ling Xian felt that a certain part of his body was awakening. If Tai-Sai doesn't come down, he will make a fool of himself. Tai-Sai seemed to have sensed something. She jumped down quickly and smiled with a poochie. It's a good thing you're here, otherwise I don't know what to do. After finishing speaking, Tai-Sai raised her white chin and glanced at Jacques. The IT seems to be saying, look, what you the Galaxy Patrol League can't solve is still solved by that vicious Scion in your mouth. Cut. Jake snorted angrily. At this time, Ling Xian smiled. Miss, the universe is too dangerous. After this time, shouldn't you go back to Earth? What's your name, miss? Just call me Tai-Sai. Tai's eyes became firm, and he continued, no, I will continue to sail in the universe until I write a novel that is famous in the universe. Ling Xian, Weiss, you an ordinary person on Earth, dare to sail in the dangerous space and starry sky after encountering danger. Ling Xian was silent for a while, and said, since you choose to continue sailing, I wish you good luck. After speaking, Ling Xian prepared to leave here with Weiss, and many more. What happened? Ling Xian was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at Tai-Sai. You, can you protect me? I'll give you money. My dad has a lot of money. Tai-Sai blushed. She is very brave for her dream, but she is also afraid of danger. This little handsome guy looks like a nice guy. Moreover, he is still a Scion, and he just appeared to save people out of thin air, which is enough to show that he is very strong. If you can let him protect himself, that's great. This way, she doesn't have to follow Jake, a weakling. Tai-Sai, I'm sorry, I really don't have time. Ling Xian shook his head. Although Tai-Sai is very beautiful and cute, Ling Xian is not a man who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. He has to go back to destroy the God Realm and continue to practice. Otherwise, with his current combat power of 10 billion, it won't be enough to wait until the boss of Dragon Ball comes out. No, Jake is so weak, he can't protect me at all. Hearing Tai-Sai's words, Jocko couldn't help but roll his eyes. Big sister, I'm still here. Just call me Louis. You are better than Luis. Those members of the Frisia Legion are not my opponents at all. Luis, you're the best and the best. Please, Tai-Sai blinked her big eyes and said playfully. After being flattered, Louis couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. It has to be said that Tai-Sai's flattery was awesome. Why smile when he saw this? Aw man. Ling Xian was very comfortable in his heart, raised his head and hummed. Stop, stop. Although what you said is true, I'm indeed very good, but Louis, you're the best. You shouldn't refuse me. A series of sugar-coated shells hit. Ling Xian fell silent. The spaceship was very quiet. He looked at Tai-Sai and suddenly asked, can you cook? Cook. Tai-Sai was taken aback. Didn't she mean that she was protecting her? But Tai-Sai still nodded. I will. As the daughter of the richest man on Earth, she didn't know how to cook, but she followed Jake to the universe outside the Earth alone. After these years of wandering, she has already learned to cook. I can protect you, but if you want to cook for me, can you agree? Ling Xian said that he also wanted to reject Tai-Sai, but this beautiful big sister said he was so good. Who can stand it? Plus, Ling Xian doesn't know how to cook, and Weiss's cooking is unpalatable. If Tai-Sai can feed him, it is not impossible to protect her. Okay, that's it. Tai-Sai turned around and said with a smile, Jack, I have Louis to protect me. We will meet later. Let's go. Women or something. It's really annoying. They only cross rivers and destroy bridges. Jake was speechless. Weiss, let's go back and destroy the God Realm. Ling Xian looked at Weiss. Wait, Louis, are you trying to take her to destroy the God Realm? Weiss finally spoke. Is there a problem? I'm Euphina. Weiss shook his head. But if Master Beerus wakes up, he may be angry when he sees a stranger appearing in the God of Destruction realm. Ling Xian said angrily, why do you care about that slacker? He is sleeping, and I am the God of Destruction. You listen to me. The corner of Wes's mouth twitched slightly, but Ling Xian was right. He had to listen to Ling Xian when Beerus wasn't around. Besides, Master Beerus won't necessarily be angry when he wakes up. Ling Xian looked at Tai-Sai again. Tai-Sai has short blonde hair, very cute and beautiful, but if she had long hair, she would look even better. Oh, why are you so sure that Lord Beerus won't be angry when he wakes up? Weiss asked in confusion. Will you be angry if it's delicious? Ling Xian turned his head and looked over. Delicious. Weston's eyes lit up immediately, and he said, I agree to the protection of Tai-Sai. Tai-Sai hesitated to speak. Ling Xian laughed and said, just tell me what you have. Tai-Sai swallowed her saliva. Well, the God of Destruction you mentioned, and the alternate God of Destruction, what are these? Could be some kind of god. Ling Xian and Weiss looked at each other, and they laughed. You will know later. Let's go. Ling Xian grabbed Tai-Sai's wrist and glanced at Weiss. Weiss waved his staff immediately, and the 3 of them disappeared into the spaceship immediately. Jake was the only one left messing around in the spaceship. Destroy the gods, because it's been affected by the aura of destruction all year round. The land in the God of Destruction realm is purple. In front of a lake. With the sound of schwa, 3 figures appeared. Phew, I went away for a month and finally came back. Ling Xian went to lie down on the deck chair beside the lake, and Weiss went to contact the old Kai Wangshan and told the old Kai Wangshan that Ling Xian had completed the task. The old Kai Wangshan in the Kai Wangshan realm was extremely excited when he heard that Ling Xian had destroyed more than 5,000 useless planets. If these more than 5,000 planets are placed on Beerus, it will take him at least 1,000 years to complete the task. The old realm king god felt that it was an extremely correct decision for Beerus to accept Ling Xian as the alternate god of destruction here. Wow, this planet is so beautiful. It's the first time Taisai came to God of Destruction realm, like a curious cat, wandering here and there. Foos. Ling Xian took a sip of the drink next to him, suddenly remembered something, and asked, Taisai, do you still have instant noodles in your universal capsule? I still noodle. Taisai returned to Ling Xian, frowned and said, yes? Do you want to eat? It's good if there is. Don't wait for Master Beerus to wake up suddenly and see you here. That would be bad. Who are you talking about, Master Beerus? Taisai threw out a universal capsule, which turned into a warehouse more than 10 meters high, and all the dry food was stored in it. Seeing this, Ling Xian spit out the drink in his mouth, wiped his mouth, and said, you are fleeing famine. You are fleeing famine. I am sailing in space, so I must be fully prepared. Taisai snorted. The universal capsule she took out was one of thousands of universal capsules. If all of them were taken out, Lewis would have a heart attack. Hey, what are you doing? After Weiss contacted the old Kai Wangshan, he came back here and saw the warehouse next to Taisai, and couldn't help being a little puzzled. Didn't you say you want something delicious? Ling Xian walked into the warehouse and took out 3 buckets of instant noodles. Weiss, boil water. Huh, good. Weiss waved his staff, and suddenly a pot of boiling water appeared out of nowhere, and he picked up one of the buckets of unopened instant noodles on the table. Look carefully and smell again. Can this be delicious? Taze, help Weiss with it. It is good. Taisai unwrapped the plastic packaging outside the instant noodles. It was only then that Weiss discovered the trick. It turned out that the outer packaging had to be unpacked first. Weiss showed a surprised expression from time to time. He was like a country bumpkin. Ling Xian ignored him, and Weiss would continue to be shocked later. Soon, Ling Xian and Taisai finished pouring the boiling water, and they only needed to wait for a minute or two, and the instant noodles were ready to eat. Ling Xian looked at the instant noodles on the table, and couldn't help but think of the instant noodles in his previous life. Really nostalgic. Lewis, you told Weiss about the god of destruction and the alternate god of destruction. What are these? Taisai sat on the bench beside the table and asked about this topic again. The god of destruction is the god of destruction. However, the god of destruction is the god in charge of the destruction of the universe, and is also the god with the highest dimension in the entire universe. Ling Xian's voice was very soft, but hearing it in Tai's ears, it immediately caused a huge wave in her heart. You, are you telling the truth? Really, why did I lie to you? Gollum. Taisai swallowed her saliva, talked with Weiss before passing Ling Xian, seemed to have discovered the secret, and said nervously, Lewis, are you the alternate god of destruction? Is Master Beerus the god of destruction? Ling Xian turned his head, looked at Taisai's fair little face, and said with a smile, as expected of a novelist, I deduced this information just from my conversation with Weiss. Yes, you are right. I am the alternate god of destruction, and the real god of destruction is still sleeping. Ling Xian knew that it was difficult for Taisai to believe what he said verbally, so he raised his hand and threw a destructive energy to a distant mountain range to hum. The meter-high mountain range suddenly disappeared. Taisai's face turned pale. She was so frightened that she dared not speak. Haha, aren't you very courageous? You dare to sail in the universe alone. Alternate god of destruction, you won't kill me, will you? Taisai hugged her shoulders and hid away. From her nervous little eyes, it could be seen that she was really scared. Okay, come here if I want to kill you. Why bring you here? And I said to protect you. I will protect you. At this point, Ling Xian smiled and said, but you have to say something nice. Taisai breathed a sigh of relief. A large mountain range evaporated in such an instant. This candidate god of destruction is too terrifying. Fortunately, the other party did not intend to kill. That, Lord Alternate God of Destruction, you are awesome. You are so handsome like a star in the sky. No matter where you are, Taisai returned to the chair and said flatteringly. But before she finished speaking, Ling Xian and Weiss got goosebumps instantly. Stop talking. You should talk to me normally. Ling Xian said angrily. At this time. Weiss ignored Taisai, looked at the instant noodles on the table, and swallowed. Ling Xian, do you smell it? It smells so good. Ling Xian checked the time. Time is enough. You can eat. The voice fell. A phantom flashed across the void, and one of the buckets of instant noodles on the table disappeared instantly. Suck it. Weiss couldn't wait to take a bite of the instant noodles. Hey, what kind of worldly delicacy is this? It's too delicious. Suck it. Each noodle is wrapped in soup, and when you eat in your mouth, the rich aroma bursts out instantly, straight to the soul. Gollum, this noodle soup is even more amazing. It must have been boiled with countless precious ingredients to make that small packet of seasonings. Drink the noodle soup into your mouth and slide down your throat into your stomach. Weiss didn't take a sip of instant noodles, but every time he took a sip of noodle soup, he expressed his views on food, his rosy expression, as if after an orgasm. Lewis, are these additives really so delicious? Tais was dumbfounded. Some people just like additives. We can't control that much. Come on, let's eat too. The corner of Ling Xian's mouth twitched slightly, and he picked up a bucket of instant noodles and handed it to Taisai, and picked up another bucket of instant noodles himself when I was about to eat. Boom dash! In the distance, there was an earth-shattering explosion from the palace of the god of destruction. Taisai, who was eating instant noodles, was taken aback what happened, but Weiss speeded up, and within a few seconds he ate and drank a bucket of instant noodles, not even a drop of noodle soup left that next second. A purple figure flashed in the void, and Beerus, wearing pajamas, flew directly from the palace of the god of destruction to the lake. Taisai, eat quickly! Ling Xian's scalp was numb. Who would have thought that the instant noodles would be so powerful that it would wake up the sleeping Beerus? He quickly pushed Taisai, and if he didn't eat any more, he would have nothing to eat later. Taisai was taken aback. What's the matter? But she still obeyed Ling Xian's words and quickly ate the instant noodles in her hand. When Beerus came here, he had already discovered that the mouth-watering delicacy was the instant noodles in the hands of the three of them. And Weiss had already finished eating the instant noodles. Only the boy and a woman were left with instant noodles in their hands. But the boy pushed the woman, and the two of them started eating instant noodles. Beerus swallowed, smelling the tempting smell that he really wants to eat instant noodles, but he really can't eat the ones that others have eaten. Boy, who are you? Do you want to die? The good things were gone. Beerus was so angry that his chest rose and fell. His whole body glowed with purple light, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He didn't immediately recognize Ling Xian as the Lewis he brought back 10 years ago. Right? 18 male transformations. Beerus has been sleeping for 10 years, and Ling Xian has grown from a child to a handsome young man. How could he recognize him? Ling Xian ignored Beerus and continued to eat instant noodles. Not to mention, the instant noodles in Dragon Ball world were much more delicious than those in his previous life. Tais felt the destructive aura emanating from Beerus, and she was almost out of breath. This should be the god of destruction in Lewis's mouth? Too horrible. I'm dying. Help me. At this time, Ling Xian stood in front of Taisai with instant noodles in his hand. The frightening coercion disappeared immediately, and Taisai panted heavily that finally survived. Ling Xian said indifferently, Master Beerus, she is mine. After Weiss finished eating the instant noodles, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Watching the show, Beerus clenched his fists without looking at Taisai, looked at Ling Xian, and said coldly, a king of garbage, who dares to grab food in my territory, who will give you the guts? Robbing, the slacker hasn't recognized him yet. 2 black lines were drawn across Ling Xian's forehead. And also, why are things in other people's hands yours? You can simply say that everything in the 7th universe is yours. Forehead. It seems that there's nothing wrong with saying that. Then let's fight. Ling Xian laughed, threw the instant noodles in his hand into the lake, and disappeared instantly. Seeing the delicious things go to waste, Beerus was furious. If you want to die, then I will give it to you. Boom dash! His whole body was enveloped in a destructive aura. Wisps of purple lightning danced around, triggering profound thunder from heaven and earth, and the light waves were extremely terrifying. Whoa. The figure of Beerus also disappeared, and Taisai trembled in fright. Is this the so-called god of destruction? Weiss waved his staff to protect Tais. Don't wait for the aftermath of the battle between Beerus and Tais to kill Tais. That would be ridiculous. Sky. Swish, swish, two figures are flying fast. Boy, haven't you eaten? The speed is so slow. Beerus suddenly appeared behind Ling Xian and said coldly, did I eat or not? Didn't you see just now? Court death. Beerus is really angry. He didn't release any water at all. He condensed a destructive energy the size of a basketball, smashed it on Ling Xian, and quickly enveloped Ling Xian. When the destructive energy touches an object, it will destroy it in essence. Beerus' attack is very terrifying. Even if it touches the air, it makes a sizzling sound. Hey, you dare to grab something to eat from me? You're going to die now. Beerus turned back confidently, ruining the other party, and feeling better. However, Master Beerus, come and don't be indecent. You also take my blow. A laugh came from behind. What? Beerus' pupils narrowed sharply, and he turned around quickly, only to see a fist-sized destructive energy attacking him. Pain, pain. Beerus was hit by the destructive energy, and the tingling sensation made him unbelievable. That kid survived his attack, and the other party will destroy energy. Really? Suddenly, a small figure flashed in Beerus' mind, and then an ethereal breath appeared in the sky, like the smell of nature. When looking at Ling Xian again, there was a silver radiance on Ling Xian's body, the prototype of the realm of freedom. This also verified the guess in Beerus' heart, and Beerus smiled. Good boy, I didn't expect you to grow so big. The only person who can ignore the blow of the strongest god of destruction in the universe, except for the gods above the angel level, is the air he received back then. Ha, Lord Beerus finally recognized me. Ling Xian smiled and said, but you want to beat me up just now, I want to beat you back. The voice fell. Ling Xian's flickering figure danced in the sky. Beerus made a defensive posture. After all, the other party was none other than the extremely special little guy back then, that if you accidentally capsized in the gutter, it would be ridiculous. Soon, a large number of destructive energy bombs fell from the sky like a goddess dropping flowers, and Beerus in midair smashed one of them with a punch. Seeing that his prince's combat method was not effective, Ling Xian changed his attack method. Countless phantoms appeared in the sky, and each phantom roared towards Beerus like a giant beast. Bang, bang, bang. Naturally, Beerus would not be confused by the phantom and found Ling Xian's real body. The two fought hand to hand. One silver and one purple light soared in the sky, like two dragons coming out of the water, entangled and separated, hit from the sky to the ground. Every collision erupts with terrifying aftermath. An overwhelming aura filled the entire God of Destruction realm, and the God of Destruction realm began to disintegrate. Taisai, who was protected by Weiss, couldn't see the details of the battle between the two, but she also knew that it must be a very fierce battle. Wes, will Lewis be okay? Taisai clenched her small fists tightly. Her palms were covered with sweat from nervousness. Weiss smiled and said, it's going to be fine. Master Beerus is very strong, but he can't hurt Lewis. Not to mention Beerus. Even I can't do harm to Lewis, of course. Weiss did not say this. He's been watching the battle between the two. Don't look at the battle screen as amazing. In fact, none of these pictures were created by Ling Xian, but all because of Beerus using all his strength. Because Beerus knew that even if he used all his strength, Ling Xian would not die. Ling Xian is still too weak. His power is like a little ant in front of Beerus, and it has no effect on Beerus at all. Even if he entered the free prototype state, he was still crushed by Beerus. Suddenly, Weiss stared at the sky with wide eyes. Some kind of change is taking place in Ling Xian above. The arrogance on Ling Xian's body turned golden yellow, and a voice came from the sky. Master Beerus, watch the next transformation. In the sky above, Ling Xian clenched his fists, the silver light on his body disappeared, and a golden light appeared instead. The blue veins were exposed on Ling Xian's forehead, and the roar became louder and louder. Boom dash! Landslides, a golden light shot up into the sky, and Ling Xian's hair instantly turned golden yellow. Super Saiyan! The combat power has also broken from the original 10 billion combat power to 500 billion. Good boy, what transformation are you doing? Oh. Ling Xian flew in the air, panting heavily, and said, this is a special transformation of our Saiyan family, called Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Beerus suddenly remembered a picture in his dream, as if he would meet a very strong opponent in the future, called the Super Saiyan God. But Beerus looked at Ling Xian, frowned and said, boy, is this your strongest strength? Yes, even though Ling Xian's power had increased by 100 times, it was still not enough that I end the Super Anime. The combat power of 1,000 billion should be about the same as that of Sun Wukong when he first met Beerus on the Northern King planet, and Monkey King challenged Beerus, but was crushed to the ground by Beerus' finger. In the eyes of Beerus, Ling Xian is still too weak. Lewis, it's only been 10 years. Your dimension has broken through to the king of the realm. Your strength has also been greatly improved, and your prototype of the realm of freedom, your talent is really strong, but you're still too weak now. You can practice for a few more years, forget it now. Beerus shook his head and proposed not to fight anymore, because if he continued to fight, his God of Destruction realm would be completely disintegrated like tea this time. Magma is sprayed everywhere in the God of Destruction realm, and a pungent sulfur smell permeates the entire God of Destruction realm. This scene is like the end of the world. After a while, 2 minutes will pass. In this way, Weiss will not be able to restore the God of Destruction realm to its original state. Master Beerus, take my last punch. Ling Xian was very aggrieved when he fought Beerus, because he was being beaten all the time. Now that he is transforming for the first time, no matter what, he must feel the power of the strongest God of Destruction in the universe. Come on then. Beerus put his hands behind his back, with a very serious expression on his face. Wes, Lewis, don't worry, nothing will happen. On the ground, Weiss protected Tais from the magma outside. In the sky above, Ling Xian clenched his fist, a golden flame covered the fist, and the surrounding space trembled slightly. In still power, the power of 500 billion is condensed on the fist. Be careful. Ling Xian moved. A golden light streaked across the sky, roaring towards Beerus. Beerus was expressionless, raised his index finger, and moved forward slightly. Boom dash. A dazzling ray of light emanated from the collision between the fist and the index finger, and a powerful collision sound resounded throughout the God of Destruction realm. The magma on the ground is like the sea, being swept up by 1,000 waves by a strong force. The world of God of Destruction has collapsed, and the speed of the collapse is getting faster and faster. Suffering from the recoil force, Ling Xian slid back tens of thousands of kilometers in midair. At this time, his upper body was naked, and the God of Destruction costume couldn't withstand the blow of the strongest God of Destruction, and it was already shattered, and Ling Xian was not injured, naturally because of the effect of immunity. Too strong. Ling Xian swallowed his saliva. Only then did he realize that with all his means, he couldn't shake even a single hair of Beerus. Soon, God of Destruction realm returned to the way it was before it was destroyed under the time reversal of Wes. Seeing this shocking backlash, Tais couldn't help but look at Weiss, as if Weiss was more terrifying than these two gods of destruction. W.Y. the lake. The battle between Ling Xian and Beerus was over, and 2 buckets of instant noodles were soaked on the table. Beerus sat on the chair, watching the bubbles, and kept swallowing. Wes wasn't much better. His eyes lit up, staring at the instant noodles on the table, wishing he could hurry over in 2 minutes so that he could eat instant noodles again. Ling Xian's embarrassed appearance just now disappeared, and he looked at Beerus and joked, Master Beerus, this is the instant noodles brought by Taisai. Can she live in the god of destruction realm? Whoever dares to chase Taisai away. I'm in a hurry with whomever. Beerus didn't look at Ling Xian, but stared intently at the instant noodles. Ling Xian glanced at Weiss. It seems to be saying, have you seen it? Master Beerus will not object. Weiss rolled his eyes. With such delicious food, let alone Master Beerus would not object. Even if he objected, I would beat him until he did not object. Hey Tais, how can you thank me? Ling Xian got Beerus' consent and looked at Taisai proudly. Taisai covered her mouth and laughed. Master Lewis is the most handsome and the best. That is. Ling Xian raised his head with an expression of enjoyment. The tail behind his buttocks was almost up to the sky. By the way, as a condition to protect you, we will hand over the problem of eating to you in the future. Of course, when I go out to perform tasks, I will also take you out to find novel materials, so you can rest assured. It is good. Taisai breathed a sigh of relief. Her future safety was finally guaranteed. 2 minutes later, Beerus and Weiss were eating instant noodles. After eating it once, Weiss couldn't help sighing that the instant noodles are really delicious, and Beerus was about to cry because he ate it for the first time. What kind of pig food did he eat before? After a while. After the two of them had eaten and drank enough, Ling Xian asked, Master Beerus, how far is my current strength short before I can reach the realm of God? Beerus was lying on the deck chair, drinking the drink that Tais brought out, and said thoughtfully, the difference between a mortal and a god lies in the dimension. Although you have broken through to the realm king level in the dimension, to be serious, you still belong to the mortal level. It would be very difficult for a mortal to fight against the god of destruction solely by strength, because the power of the god of destruction is already filled with the aura of the gods. This is not something ordinary mortals can resist. Beerus looked at Ling Xian and said, however, there's something special about it. It seems that there's a guy named Julian in the number 11 universe. He seems to be able to fight against the god of destruction with a mortal body. Luis, if you also want to fight against me, you have to be in your Super Saiyan state, and you have to increase by at least 10 times before you're eligible to touch me. 10 times? Ling Xian was dumbfounded. The Super 3 transformation is only increased by 400 times if it is based on 10 billion, and then increased by 10 times. How much combat power is that? And this is only qualified to touch it. Lewis, in the eyes of the god of destruction, there's no way to measure strength by combat power. Weiss saw Ling Xian's doubts and said, dimensions are divided into Hades, realm kings, gods, angels, powers divided into mortals, gods, angels. The realm of gods is divided into 5 levels. Master Beerus is on the 5th level of the realm of gods. As for the gods of destruction in other universes, except for Quitella from the 4th universe who has just touched the 5th level, the rest are the 4th floor of the realm of gods. At this time, Taisai on the side was shocked and said, wow, isn't Lord Beerus the most powerful god of destruction? That is. When Beerus heard Taisai's exclamation, his vanity was greatly satisfied. And oh wonder Louise would let her stay. She was so good at talking. Not bad. Ling Xian was speechless, and then said, Weiss, how can I break through to the realm of God? Weiss said, if you want to break through to the realm of God, there are 2 methods here. First, as Lord Beerus said just now, there are people in the number 11 universe who can use mortal power to fight against the god of destruction, because the other party has cultivated mortal power to the extreme. As far as I know, the guy named Jiren, his mortal strength should be stronger than the 4th layer of the god realm. Weiss looked at the shocked eyes of Ling Xian and Tai Yes, and continued, the second method is to cultivate the dimension, and cultivate the dimension to the level of God. In this way, one's own power will undergo a qualitative change. Power, transformed into the power of the gods. The power of the gods cannot be sensed by ordinary people, and the power of the gods is not comparable to ordinary people. Just like Asin, he is obviously only a creator god, and his own power is not very strong, but Asin's dimension is the level of gods, and his power is also the power of gods, so he's stronger than Frisia. Hearing this, Ling Xian suddenly realized, I understand, is it true that under the same strength, the power of gods will be stronger than the power of mortals? That is to say, based on my current 10 billion combat power, if the power of a mortal in my body is transformed into the power of God, will it be possible to break through to the level of God? Ha, that's what it means, but your 10 billion combat power is not enough. So if you want to break through to the realm of gods, you should cultivate the dimension to the level of gods as soon as possible. Weiss smiled, and suddenly his face became serious. By the way, Lewis, your transformation just now was actually wrong, so don't continue to use this transformation in the future. Ling Xian hadn't spoken yet, but Taisai said, why Lewis's blonde hair is so beautiful after transformation. Taze, you don't understand, Lewis needs a lot of physical strength to maintain that state, and it will also put a huge burden on the body. The moment Weiss saw Ling Xian transformed into a Super Saiyan, he noticed the disadvantages. Beerus put down the drink in his hand and said, Lewis, Weiss is right. Only one's own strength is truly powerful. Your path of transformation is wrong. Give up. Is it really wrong? Ling Xian remembered the perfect state in the original book, Super Saiyan 4. No, this is a unique transformation of our Saiyan family, and you will understand it in the future. You boy. Beerus shook his head and didn't say much on the path of cultivation. Many geniuses are self-righteous, but often their decisions are wrong. Only when they realize their mistakes will they really give up, although it will waste some time. But Ling Xian is so genius. Even if 1 year were wasted, it's not a big problem. Weiss also thinks so. He doesn't think it's bad for young people to make some mistakes, but thinks that it will make young people's memories deeper. The unexpected awakening of Beerus and Taisai's stay in the God of Destruction realm made the quiet God of Destruction realm a bit more lively. Beerus also learned from Weiss that Ling Xian had destroyed more than 5,000 planets in the last month. Beerus was excited. Sure enough, the decision to accept Ling Xian as the alternate God of Destruction was correct, that I, in the future, I can finally be lazy. And Taisai had a new understanding of Ling Xian after hearing what Weiss said, and destroyed more than 5,000 planets. It turned out that this young man was not as gentle as he appeared on the surface. But Taisi was not afraid of Ling Xian. Because of this, she was able to rescue her when she was in the most danger and promised to protect her. How could she be afraid of Ling Xian like the next time? Ling Xian finally started to practice again. Beerus did not continue to fall asleep. Because the God of Destruction realm has Taisai staying in, he has always had good food to eat. How could he be willing to continue sleeping? In addition to guiding Ling Xian to practice every day, Weiss now has another task, IT, is to introduce the things in the universe to Taisai every day. AT first. Tais thought that no one in the world knew so many things. She didn't realize that Wes was an encyclopedia until she kept bringing out delicious food from the earth to lure Wes. Weiss knows everything, which also gives her new inspiration for creation. Ling Xian is practicing. Taisai is creating. Weiss and Beerus are eating. The picture of destroying the God realm is very strange. A year has passed. Ling Xian practiced for another year, but his strength did not improve much because he has been cultivating the dimension. Pity. It seems that the dimension has reached a bottleneck, and it is difficult to go any further. Come on, Taisai, I need to go on a mission to destroy the planet, and I'll take you out to collect novel materials by the way. By the lake, Ling Xian stood up from the lawn and stretched himself. I'm coming. Taisai was cooking in the distance. Her face brightened. She threw down the kitchen utensils and ran to Ling Xian by the lake. Lewis, are you finally willing to take me out? It has been a year since she came to destroy the God realm, and she has never gone out during this year. Although he could always listen to Weiss talking about the outside world, after all, he still didn't have the feeling of being there personally. Tais is very happy to be able to go outside now. That I want to practice. Forgive me, and most of this time I can take you out for a walk. Ling Xian rubbed his head. Ling Xian is only 17 years old now, and he is still a teenager. His simple appearance doesn't look like a backup god of destruction at all. Okay, I forgive you. Tai covered her little mouth and said with a smile, this little brother is quite cute. Tai wait, if you go out, what about my lunch today? Billis jumped up on the deck chair by the lake and shouted, Master Beerus, you can eat instant noodles. I will cook for you when I come back. Tai turned her head and pointed to the nearby warehouse. Beerus, when Beerus was speechless, Ling Xian sighed. Then go to Frisia headquarters to sign in. Reward. Kai Wangshan's teleportation. An electronic voice sounded in Ling Xian's mind. Teleport. Ling Xian was ecstatic. He had long thought about when to learn this skill. After all, as a backup god of destruction, it was a bit troublesome for him to take Weiss every time he went out. And in addition to rushing, teleportation can also play a huge role in battle. This is a magical skill to escape on the road. What is really missing? Weiss, take us to Frisia's headquarters, and then we don't need to worry about it. Ling Xian quickly looked at Weiss. It is good. Weiss didn't ask why, and left the god of destruction realm with Ling Xian and Taisai. Northern Galaxy, Frisia headquarters. Weiss brought Ling Xian and the two of them here, and then returned to the god of destruction realm. Things successfully signed in at Frisia headquarters. Reward. Kai Wangshan teleportation. Ling Xian's body swayed, and there was more teleportation information in his mind. As long as he has developed the current self, he can appear in any place at will as long as he has coordinates. This is fundamentally different from the teleportation of the Yadrate star. The teleportation of the Yadrate star is that as long as the chi is sensed, it can reach the place where the chi is. Lewis, what's wrong with you? Taisai stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Ling Xian's eyes. No, I just remembered something. Well, then why did you come to Frisia's headquarters? Taisai couldn't help trembling when she thought about being hunted down by Frisia's army. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Ling Xian didn't say that he came here just to complete the system's check-in task. He patted his chest with a serious look on his face. Taisai forgot to be afraid and covered her small mouth. Okay, I know that Lewis is amazing. Ling Xian remembered something. By the way, haven't you been hunted down by Frisia's army before? Do you want revenge? Revenge? Taisai was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head and said, forget it. I almost forgot about being hunted down by Frisia's army. I can't forget it. I said that I will protect you if I protect you. You're being bullied by others. How can you just forget it? Ling Xian pulled Taisai towards Frisia's palace. Ling Xian is still a teenager now. Ling Xian is holding her hand and walking forward. His serious appearance makes Taisai laugh. The more she looks at her, the more she thinks this little brother is very cute. Since the Lord God of Destruction wanted to avenge her, Taisai didn't stop her anymore. It's really annoying to think about the past. Anyway, in this universe, no one can beat the boy in front of him. So let him. Frisia's headquarters is indeed heavily guarded, with aliens patrolling everywhere. Along the way, Ling Xian met a lot of patrols. They came up to check. Taisai still couldn't help being afraid when she saw these guys. Without further ado, Ling Xian directly destroyed them with a destructive energy bomb that a boy led a human woman to kill at Frisia headquarters. It was the first time for Taisai to see such a cruel side of Ling Xian, but she was not afraid. After all, he said he would protect her, and this little brother is still avenging her. Soon the two came to a palace. Frisia's palace is much more grand than the previous King Vegeta's palace. Stop, who are you? The two cosmic beings at the door asked coldly. Send your King Frisia to meet me. Ling Xian pulled Taisai, stopped, and joked. Bold, if you dare to let King Frisia come see you, you will never get tired of it. The cosmic man shouted, give it to me. Two guards flew into the air, raised their hand cannons, and two beams of blue light shot out. Ling Xian smiled, raised his hand and tapped lightly. The purple destructive aura enveloped the blue light and directly disintegrated it. What? The two cosmic beings were dumbfounded and then screamed into the sky. Enemy attack! Inside the palace, Frisia was sitting on the baby carriage, listening to Jinny's report on the Scions, and was suddenly disturbed by this enemy attack. Is it me, Frisia, who hasn't made a move for too long? Someone dares to invade my Frisia headquarters. The evil voice resounded throughout the palace, and the temperature in the hall of the palace dropped extremely rapidly, as if a layer of frost would form in the next second. Jinny stood aside, trembling. King Frisia is so scary. Go, come out with me. Let me see who is so courageous. Frisia flew out of the palace in a baby carriage, and Jinny quickly followed outside. Ling Xian took Taisai's little hand and looked at the cosmic beings surrounding him, densely packed. It is estimated that there should be thousands of people. Taisai watched Ling Xian pull her hand, being protected by him. Full of security, she was not afraid at all. Frisia, all your men will be dead before you come out. Ling Xian glanced around and bared his teeth. King Vegeta should be very happy to eliminate this group of spicy chickens at once. Ling Xian still remembers seeing King Vegeta's lonely back at the Galaxy Patrol headquarters a year ago. From the moment the Scion changed, he had no intention of leaving the Scion alone. Ling Xian glanced at Taisai next to her again, and she was hunted down by Frisia's army. New hatred and old hatred. Oh ho ho ho. A hoarse voice came from the gate of the palace, and Frisia flew in front of the aliens in a baby cot, followed by Jinyu. Boy, who are you? Frisia folded his hands together. His eyes were extremely cold. Ling Xian didn't speak, just looked at Frisia quietly. Purple and white skin, the body is wrapped by a layer of hard bones. Triangular eyes, extremely evil, exactly the same as in the anime. Boy, my king is asking you something. Are you deaf? Jinyu scolded. Captain Jinuit. Ling Xian recognized the purple skinned guy next to Frisia. You still know me? Jinyu snorted coldly, and suddenly saw something, pointed at the tail behind Ling Xian's butt, and said in horror, King Frisia, he is a Scion. It's no wonder Jinyu is so scared. It's because Scions have changed so much over the years, and even the power of Scions has approached him. This is a Scion. If the opponent transforms into a giant ape again, it can increase the combat power by 10. Scion. Frisia squinted his eyes. He has been troubled by Scions all these years. He never thought that Scions would dare to invade his headquarters now. Show me how powerful he is. Yes, I want to see how much combat power he has. How dare he invade King Frisia's headquarters? Jinyu pressed the probe. That drip drip. Combat power. 10 combat power. Gollum. Jinyu swallowed. This guy actually has a fighting power of 10. Frisia on the crib noticed Jinyu's expression and narrowed his eyes. How much is his combat power? Jinyu wiped the sweat off his face and said, go back to King Frisia. He has a combat power of 10. Whoa. The cosmic people around took a step back one after another, their faces frightened. The captain of the Jinuit team is only 12 combat power. This kid actually has 10 combat power. Frisia raised his eyebrows. The killing intent on his body disappeared suddenly, and he smiled. This gentleman is quite capable. Come and be my subordinate. As long as you agree, I can forgive you for invading my headquarters. Frisia is a person who loves talents. When he sees a strong man with good strength, he can't help but want to recruit him. The corners of Ling Xian's mouth raised slightly, and he jokingly said, what if I don't agree? Taisai was held by the little hand and quietly listened to the conversation between the boy beside him and the Emperor of the Universe. IT feels so good to be protected. Don't agree. Frisia's face turned gloomy in an instant, and he said, then you can't get out of my headquarters. Hearing his king's words, the surrounding cosmonauts took a step forward one after another. The atmosphere is very solemn. Whether you can get out of here or not, we'll talk about it later. Ling Xian laughed and said, Frisia, I came here to find some people from you. Find someone? Frisia was slightly taken aback, and then said coldly, I think you are courting death. Jinyu, give it to me. As the Emperor of the Universe, someone invaded his headquarters and dared to provoke him again and again. Frisia could no longer hide the anger in his heart. Yes, Jinyu twisted his body and disappeared in place. The next moment appeared behind Ling Xian. Boy, there's still a big gap between 10 combat power and 12 combat power. Go to hell. Jinyu condensed a berserk energy bomb in his palm and smashed it hard at Ling Xian. Ling Xian was expressionless, and Tai Sai, who was led by her, did not show any panic. This giving up resistance. Frisia in the baby car frowned at T this time. The combat power of 10 is weak, but what about the combat power of 100 million? Ling Xian laughed. The power in his body exploded. In an instant. Boom. Boom. All the spacer's detectors on the scene exploded. Boom dash. The powerful air wave scattered Jinyu's energy bombs and then blasted Jinyu out, hitting the ground hard. No, impossible. Jinyu's pupils shrank sharply on the ground, and the detector next to his ear had turned into a piece of scrap iron. What happened just now was only in an instant. Just now, he saw the combat power data soaring rapidly, and then the detector couldn't bear it and exploded directly. Tai Sai, were you afraid just now? Ling Xian laughed. You said you would protect me, so I'm not afraid. Tai Sai smiled sweetly, snow-white skin, golden hair. Looking at Tai Yisi, Ling Xian was stunned for a moment and said, I think you will look better with long hair. Long hair? Tai Sai stroked her hair, wanting to ask. Ling Xian had already turned to look at Frisia, and Tai Sai had no choice but to stop asking, but she kept the words in her heart. Okay, my time is precious. Frisia, let all your subordinates come here. Ling Xian said coldly. Otherwise, how about otherwise? Frisia jumped out of the baby carriage and walked forward. You don't think that with a combat power of 1 million, you can do whatever you want at my headquarters? Frisia just heard the conversation between Ling Xian and Jinyu, but he didn't expect this kid to hide his strength. Jinyu, who was lying on the ground, looked happy. According to rumors, Frisia has been hiding his strength. Is it really so? Tai Sai, who hunted you down, do you remember? Ling Xian asked, ignoring Frisia, who was walking over. Tai Sai thought for a while and said, it seems to be a gang named Chio. Ki. Ling Xian frowned. This garbage seems to be killed by Vegeta in the anime. Boy, you are courting death. Frisia, who came over, was furious. He was ignored by a man with only 1 million combat power. Frisia is about to unlock his transformation. Ling Xian suddenly disappeared beside Tai Sai, appeared in front of Frisia, and raised his knee towards Frisia's abdomen. Boom. Frisia flew out. Vomit. Frisia crawled on the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Everyone present was stunned. It must be fake. This is Frisia, the emperor of the universe. He was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a stranger. Oh, you successfully angered me. I'll kill you. Foley stood up, and Sa roared hysterically, the power in him bursting out. The first stage of transformation is unlocked. At this time, Frisia changed his shape and became burly, looking very much like the Kurdish king. The strength broke through to more than 100 million. The cosmic people present were pleasantly surprised. Their king turned out to be hiding his strength. Crap. Ling Xian appeared in front of Frisia in the next second and punched out. Boom dash. The terrifying force shattered all of Frisia's teeth. Broken teeth mixed with blood were sprayed into the air. Oh, Frisia threw it sideways and crawled on the ground weakly. How could this happen? Why can't he beat the opponent with the same fighting power of 1 million? Frisia, what is this? Ling Xian teleported in front of Frisia, grabbed Frisia's head with one hand, and lifted him up. The other condensed a destructive energy bomb. The atmosphere of destruction swept across the entire Frisia headquarters. Howling wind, thunder, and lightning. The cosmic beings surrounding them were instantly overturned to the ground, their souls trembling. Breaking, god of destruction. The destructive energy arrived in front of his eyes. Frisia's pupils shrank sharply, and his whole body was trembling from the bottom of his heart. He recognized the power. It is the power of the god of destruction. Who is this scion? Isn't Beerus the god of destruction in universe? Why does this person in front of me destroy the power? Let Shio, come over. Ling Xian threw Frisia aside, as if throwing garbage, and the destructive energy in his hands dissipated accordingly. Yes. Frisia gritted his teeth. A sense of humiliation eroded his heart, but because he didn't know the identity of the person in front of him, he didn't dare to complain. Get up from the ground. Let Shio, come to me. Frisia yelled at his men. Jinyu hurriedly used the communication equipment to ask Shio to quickly come to Frisia Palace. This lord, who are you? Frisia wiped the blood from his mouth, stepped forward cautiously, bent down, and asked. He looked terrified on the surface, but there was a hint of haze in the depths of his eyes. Ling Xian looked at Frisia, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Are you very unconvinced? Ling Xian condescendingly faced Frisia. The evil spirit at the corner of his mouth looked domineering. Tai Sai clutched his chest. Lewis is so handsome. No, dare not. Frisia clenched his fists and could only speak against his will. Haha, you are indeed the spokesperson of Lord Beerus. Frisia, you are very interesting. Ling Xian laughed. A trace of doubt flashed in Frisia's eyes. Does this person know Beerus? According to him, that means Beerus is not dead yet. So this person in front of him can't be the new god of destruction, but he can destroy energy. A light flashed in Frisia's mind. Frisia asked weakly. This lord must be a disciple of Beerus Lord. Oh, you guessed it. I've seen the alternate god of destruction, but I didn't recognize him just now. Please make amends. Frisia trembled. This candidate god of destruction could not have seen his people being chased and killed, and then came to take revenge. Ling Xian seemed to see through Frisia's heart and said, stop talking nonsense. I don't care about you and Scions. I'm just here to avenge Tai Sai. Tai Sai, who was next to her, looked closely at Ling Xian, feeling a warm current in her heart. She wanted to ask Lewis why you were so nice to me, but she didn't ask when she saw the ugly cosmic beings around her. Ling Xian didn't notice Tai's expression. He kept looking at Frisia. In fact, when he came to Frisia's headquarters, in addition to completing the task of signing in, he also wanted to directly destroy Frisia's group of people. But I thought of Monkey King, Vegeta, and the Scion family. How can they do it without leaving some suffering? Maybe the Scion family will produce more super Scions under the pursuit of Frisia. So Ling Xian let Frisia and his group go. Frisia glanced at the woman next to Ling Xian. Did he avenge her? Just to avenge her, to make such a big commotion. Frisia was extremely angry inside, but behaved cautiously. Master, alternate god of destruction, are you saying that you don't care about me and the Scions? This time, a figure descended from the sky and landed at the gate of the palace. It's Chio. Hey, what happened? Chio, he suddenly discovered the existence of Tai Sai and laughed loudly. King Frisia, this woman has a very magical capsule. If you snatch the technology of this capsule, you will be developed. After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why is there such a dead silence all around? Everyone looked at him with weird eyes. Taze, is that him? Okay. Looking at Chio, Tai Sai gritted her teeth, remembering the days when she was hunted down. Then die for me. Ling Xian raised his hand. Destroy. A burst of purple destructive energy blasted Chio Yi's body, and he evaporated instantly, without even struggling before death. Gollum. All the cosmic people present swallowed, their saliva one after another. What a terrifying Scion. Taze, let's go. After Ling Xian killed Chio Yi, he used the teleportation rewarded by the system to leave here with Tai Sai. Only a group of dumbfounded cosmic people remained in place. King Frisia, are we still hunting down Scions? Stand still. Frisia clenched his fist that it's okay for the Scions to hide in the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol. But unexpectedly, the Scions have a backup god of destruction. But the guy said just now that the other party will not care about his affairs with the Scions, that I also remembered that the god of destruction is responsible for the destruction in the universe. And he's a cold and heartless god. It is very likely that what the alternate god of destruction just said is true. But in any case, the other party is a Scion. He said he doesn't care about the Scion. Will he really ignore it? Leaving Frisia headquarters, Ling Xian brought Tai Sai to a primitive forest planet. This planet is unqualified. Ling Xian is going to destroy it. Lewis. Okay. Ling Xian walked in the forest and turned his head. Tai-Sai is wearing tights, showing her graceful figure to the fullest. Ling Xian touched his nose and asked, "What's wrong?" Tai-Sai hesitated to speak. Ling Xian smiled. "Just say what you have." "No, I just want to ask if I really look good with long hair." Tai-Sai want to say, "You just promised to protect me. Why would you want to avenge me?" But in the end, I still didn't ask. "I think it will look good." Ling Xian nodded. "Big golden waves cannot look good." "Okay, I'm going to destroy this planet." Ling Xian threw a destructive energy towards the ground, then pulled Tai-Sai and used teleportation to leave here. Hundreds of planets were destroyed one after another, and this mission was completed. Ling Xian took Tai-Sai back to the God of Destruction realm. Ling Xian started to practice again, and Tai-Sai had been absent-minded since she was brought back. After Ling Xian returned to the God of Destruction realm, another 3 years passed. In these 3 years, the 7th universe has undergone earth-shaking changes. Because the Scions joined the Galactic Patrol grew stronger and stronger. In the northern Milky Way, the Frisia Legion began to be suppressed. The main reason is that Frisia's army is short of manpower. The strongest under Frisia is Jinyu, with only 12 combat power. Since the Scion family joined the Galaxy Patrol for various reasons, their combat effectiveness has improved by leaps and bounds. Today, every Scion has at least 15,000 combat power. The strongest Scion is a Scion named Bardock, whose combat power has broken through to 15, and King Vegeta should not be underestimated. And he also has a combat power of 12. There are more than 2,000 Scion clans. The overall strength is very strong. But no matter how powerful it is, if Frisia does it himself, the current strength of the Ice Saiyans, even if all the Scions transform into a giant ape state, will not help. But because Ling Xian and Tai-Sai went to Frisia's headquarters 3 years ago, Frisia knew Ling Xian's identity, so he didn't dare to act rashly. They also dare not blatantly chase and kill Scions, which is one of the reasons why Scions can steadily improve their strength. The changes in the 7th universe, in addition to the above, the average human level index has also been greatly improved, from the second to last to the third to last. This change stunned the gods of destruction in other universes. More than 10 years ago, Beerus made a bad decision to let a kid be the alternate god of destruction. Now that 14 years have passed, how come the 7th universe has not been destroyed by the Quan Wan? Not only that, but the ranking of the 7th universe has also risen by 1. The 7th universe is changing, and the Earth is also changing. Although the Earth is not directly disturbed by Ling Xian, the plot of the Earth is still going on normally. But the Earth is still affected by the butterfly effect. That is, for years ago, Ling Xian asked Tai-Sai to ask Dr. Breeze to build a gravity chamber for Monkey King to use. Monkey King used the gravity chamber, and his combat effectiveness was greatly improved. But Sun Wukong belongs to the slow-growing type of Scion, and his combat power has not improved very exaggeratedly. Today, 14 years after being sent to Earth, the 17-year-old Monkey King only has 5,000 fighting power. In addition to this change on the Earth, for years later, 3 extraterrestrial visitors appeared on the Earth. These 3 people invaded the Earth 3 years earlier than in the original book, Turtle Immortal Island. Wukong, these 3 breaths are extremely evil and powerful. Can you deal with them? Kellen stood at the door, staring at the sky. I don't know, if they want to harm the Earth, I won't let them go. Sun Wukong also looked at the sky and made a childish voice. The 17-year-old Monkey King is still a child. This is because he belongs to the slow-growing Scion type. He will suddenly grow taller only when he reaches adulthood. This is different from Ling Xian and Vegeta. I didn't expect that today, when Wukong was going to practice in the heavens, there would be enemies invading the Earth. Gue Xianren expressed worry. You guys are here. I'll go over and see what's going on first. Monkey King soared into the sky and flew towards the direction where the 3 spaceships landed in the sky. The outskirts of Western Capital. Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa got out of the spaceship. Everyone was dressed in rags, with clotted blood stained on their bodies, looking very embarrassed. Damn it, Frisia won't let us go back to Galactic Patrol HQ. Lying on the ground, Raditz gritted his teeth and said, "Fortunately, Frisia's elite troops didn't go out in person. Otherwise, Vegeta, what should we do now? After 14 years of escape, should we continue to escape?" Nappa said bitterly. "Shut up." Vegeta clenched his fists. It's been more than 10 years. Why hasn't Lewis come back? If Lewis comes back, Frisia must be dead. Vegeta still remembers the scene of Ling Xian being accepted by the God of Destruction Beerus as the alternate God of Destruction 14 years ago. That's an alternate God of Destruction. Who dares to mess with him? Yes, if Lewis comes back, we won't be in such a mess. Raditz and Nappa nodded. Okay, don't talk so much useless. This planet is the planet where Kakarot was exiled. Let's go find him. One more person, one more power. Vegeta shook his head and pressed the detector next to his ear. Drip drip. Southeast direction. Combat power is 2,000. What's going on? 2,000 combat power. Startled, Vegeta tested again and found no mistakes. Vegeta, is this Kakarot's power? Why is he so strong as a low-level fighter? Naba also tested it once and was taken aback. You know, the strongest of the 3 of them is Vegeta, with a combat power of 3. He himself has 8,000 combat power, while Raditz has 2,000 combat power. The data of the 3 people is much higher than the combat effectiveness of the invasion of the Earth in my original book. This is because the 3 of them have been hunted down by Frisia's army all the time, and they have to face the situation of life and death all the time. 2,000 combat power is, indeed, unbelievable. If it is really Kakarot, then we have another strength. Vegeta raised his head and looked at the southeast sky. Coming. Raditz clenched his fists. The strength of the incoming person was exactly the same as his, so he couldn't help being cautious. Whoa. A white light descended from sky. Who are you? Sun Wukong looked at the 3 ragged guys in front of him and said in a concentrated voice. His immature voice, coupled with his short stature, made the 3 of Vegeta stunned for a moment. But soon, Raditz recognized Sun Wukong's identity. Vegeta, he is Kakarot, and he looks exactly like my father. Vegeta also wanted to understand why the other party was still so young, and said, born with only 2 points of combat power, low-level fighters will grow so slowly, but it is estimated that in another year, he will grow up. Who are you? What is the purpose of coming to Earth? Sun Wukong frowned. Earth? He should be talking about this planet. Vegeta looked at the detector again and found that there was still a lot of pitifully weak data. Kakarot, you didn't kill the people on this planet. Nappa was taken aback and said, have you killed them all yet? No. With his 2,000 fighting power, he should have killed all the natives here long ago. Raditz shouted. Kakarot, what's going on with you? Sun Wukong looked at the 3 of them, puzzled, and said, say, what are you doing here? And who's Kakarot? As soon as these words came out, the 3 of Vegeta looked at each other, and they all saw doubts in each other's eyes. Aren't you Kakarot? Raditz was taken aback, but looking at Sun Wukong's appearance, he looked exactly like Bardock. No, you must be Kakarot. Vegeta and Nappa nodded. Sun Wukong looked too much like Bardock. Monkey King scratched his head. He was confused now. He is obviously Monkey King. Why did these 3 guys call him Kakarot? Vegeta asked, do you know your Scion? Sun Wukong blinked his small eyes and replied, what are Scions? The 3 of Raditz looked at each other again. There's no doubt that he had forgotten about the Scions. Raditz asked hastily, did you have a head injury when you were a child? How do you know I've had a head injury? When Sun Wukong said this, he pouted and said, when I was young, I fell off a cliff and hit my head. Grandpa rescued me. These are what his grandfather told him. Thinking of Monkey King is a little depressed. Really? Raditz supported his head, looked at Vegeta, and said helplessly, Vegeta, what should we do now? If I still follow Frisia's forces, I will not hesitate to kill all the people on this planet and then sell this planet. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and said, but we Scions joined the Galaxy Patrol, so we can't do this anymore. Raditz and Nappa thought about it too. After the Scions obeyed the orders of the god of destruction Beerus and joined the Galactic Patrol, the Scions no longer obeyed Frisia's orders. Today, Scions are more like mercenaries in the Silver Patrol, accepting tasks issued by the Galaxy Patrol headquarters every day, and no longer burning, killing, and looting T this time. Raditz looked at Monkey King and said, "Your real name is actually Kakarot. I am your brother. We're not from Earth. My name is Sun Wukong. I am from Earth, not your brother." Sun Wukong clenched his fists and said angrily that he is obviously from Earth. Why do these people say that he is not from Earth? Affected by anger, his hidden strength began to leak. Drip drip. Combat power, 3,000. Combat power, 3,500. Combat power, 5,000. Monkey King's combat power soared all the way, and finally stopped at 5,000 combat power. Naba's eyes widened. How is it possible? Raditz swallowed. Fake it. Isn't he a low-level fighter? Why is his strength stronger than me, a high-level fighter? Vegeta's eyes were fixed. This should be his original combat power. Before that, he only had 2,000 combat power. It's because he hid it. Vegeta saw through Monkey King's secret glance, took a step forward, and said, "Scions have never used such tricks. There's something on this planet." Obviously, Monkey King must have learned this hidden move on this planet. Kakarot, where did you learn this move? Vegeta flashed behind Goku and grabbed his tiny shoulders. Monkey King burst out with a burst of power, shaking Vegeta's hand off, jumped forward a few meters, and said angrily, "My name is Monkey King, and I am from Earth. Say, are you trying to harm the Earth? Don't worry, we won't harm the Earth." Vegeta twisted his wrist and was shocked by this kid, which was quite painful. "Really?" Sun Wukong said innocently and was no longer angry. "Real." The corner of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. This kid is really easy to deceive. But what he said was indeed true. He didn't mean to harm the Earth, but he had some interest in the martial arts of the Earth. "Then I'll take you to learn how to control your chi. In fact, I haven't learned much yet. When I was about to go to the heaven to practice, you came here from the sky." Sun Wukong tilted his head and blinked his big eyes, looking cute and silly. Monkey King flew into the sky. Vegeta and the three of them looked at each other, and then followed. I in this way. By mistake, the three of Vegeta invaded the Earth, and it's just that the three of them didn't destroy the Earth wantonly in the original book, but followed Monkey King to the heaven and accepted Bobo's guidance. Destroy the gods. The handsome figure is sitting by the lake, eyes closed, meditating. There's also a woman with an enchanting figure sitting on the grass next to it. Holding her white chin, she muttered, "I've been practicing for 3 years. Why don't you wake up? Taze, it's time to cook." A majestic voice came from a distance. Taisai didn't turn her head back. She snorted and said, "Master Beerus, I'm in a bad mood. You and Weiss have instant noodles." On the recliner in the distance, Beerus and Weiss looked at each other. "Wes, when will this girl be in a good mood? Alas, it's another day of instant noodles." "Master Beerus, don't you see that Taise cares about Lewis? When Lewis wakes up, Taise will feel better." Taise doesn't know. "I know you're still asking. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and make noodles. I'm starving to death." Beerus licked his mouth. After eating instant noodles for 4 years, he still didn't get tired of it. Weiss nodded and began to soak the noodles, of course. Also soaked a bucket for Taisai.by the lake. "Smelly Lewis, you also said that you will take me to collect novel materials after you finish training. It's been 3 years. Taisai looked at Ling Xian, who was meditating. Ling Xian's eyebrows are like swords, his nose bridge is straight, and his lips are thin. Compared with 3 years ago, he has grown a lot taller and more handsome. Ling Xian sat by the lake, exuding an ethereal aura all over his body, and Taisai sat beside him, always feeling very comfortable. "When did you wake up?" Having not spoken to Ling Xian for 3 years, Taisai felt a little depressed, thus suddenly. OM sound, a wave of silver air erupted from Ling Xian's body, like boiling water vapor, rushing towards the surroundings. Taisai next to her was almost scalded by the scorching heat, but fortunately Weiss in the distance immediately protected her and appeared beside her with Beerus. Weiss and Beerus held instant noodles in their hands, and they were dumbfounded. The realm of freedom. Taisai was taken aback by Ling Xian's burst of air, patted her towering chest, and said, "Wes, why are you so surprised? Isn't Lewis able to do this trick?" Beerus swallowed a mouthful of instant noodles, and said solemnly, "Taisai, we are talking about the realm of perfect freedom." Weiss continued, "In the past, Lewis only knew the rudiment of the state of freedom. Unexpectedly, in only 4 years, he directly comprehended the state of perfection." Beerus gritted his teeth. "It's a good thing it's not the state of perfection, freedom, or extreme intention, or I'll cry to death." Weiss said unhappily. "So what if it's not the state of perfect freedom? The perfect state of freedom is also very awesome. When will you master the prototype of the state of freedom?" Beerus looked up at the sky. Taisai said excitedly, "Weiss, is Lewis going to wake up?" She couldn't help but be happy at the thought of finally being able to talk to Lewis. The depression of the past 3 years was released at this moment, and Taisai smiled beautifully. But Ling Xian still had his eyes closed, so he couldn't see. "Should wake up, let's stand far away." Weiss' voice fell. Boom, dash. Huge waves suddenly appeared by the lake, and a figure hovered above the huge waves. It was none other than Ling Xian. "Master Beerus, fight with me." With a sound of whoa, Ling Xian above the giant wave disappeared, and instantly appeared beside Beerus, punching out. This punch is extremely natural. Beerus stared through the instant noodles aside, and rushed forward with a punch. Boom, dash. Landslides, Dusty, 1 silver and 1 purple are intertwined rapidly. "Weiss, what's the situation with Lewis now? Can he beat Lord Beerus?" Taise asked hastily. "Taze, it seems that you care about Lewis very much." Weiss covered his mouth and smiled. "That there is." Taisai's heart beat faster. Her fair face flushed slightly. She didn't care about Lewis. It was obviously because she hadn't spoken for a long time. That's why she was like this. "Yes, definitely so. Really real." Taisai snorted angrily. "Tell me quickly, how is Lewis doing now?" "Haha." Weiss laughed loudly and stopped teasing her, and said seriously, "The state of perfect freedom is very powerful. Even if the strength is more than 10 times different, the person who has comprehended the state of perfection and freedom can still fight against the opponent, and maybe even defeat the opponent. But Lewis has been cultivating in the realm of freedom, and his strength and dimensions have not improved much. Lewis now only has 15 billion combat power. Even if he enters the realm of perfection, it is still useless. The main reason is that the power gap is too big." Seeing Taisai's anxious expression, Weiss said softly, "But don't worry, you forgot Lewis's special physique. He can ignore all negative influences. Lord Beerus can't do anything to him." Really, above the sky, Beerus and Ling Xian fought for 2 minutes, and a gap in the sky was shattered. "Your kid's physique is really abominable. Master Beerus is really strong. I'm no match at all." Ling Xian descended from sky, and he looked at Beerus, who also flew down. To be honest, entering the free state, the increase in strength is not very large, even smaller than the increase in Super Saiyan. But the state of freedom is about letting nature take its course and moving with the heart. In the face of enemy attacks, you can predict in advance. This is the key to defeating the strong with the weak. But Beerus really deserves to be the strongest god of destruction. He has entered the realm of perfection and freedom, and he is not an opponent at all. If your strength breaks through to the realm of gods, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult for me." Beerus said solemnly, crossing his hands. "It's still early." Ling Xian shook his head. He looked at Weiss and Taise and waved. "Wes, Taise, long time no see." Weiss smiled and said, "I've been practicing for another 3 years, and it's been a long time since I've seen you." "Smelly Lewis, you are disgusting. You said you would practice for a while, but you have practiced for so long." Taisai rubbed the little tiger's teeth, huffing up. That I didn't expect to meditate for so long." Ling Xian rubbed his head. Why was she so angry? "I don't care. You said you took me to collect novel materials. Didn't I take you out 3 years ago?" Only then did Ling Xian understand why Tai-Sai was so angry. It turned out that it was because he had practiced for too long, which caused Tai-Sai to fail to collect novel materials. You said it was 3 years ago. That. I will accompany you to play in the universe later. That's what you said. A smile appeared on Tai-Sai's swollen mouth, and the corners of her mouth kept rising. Master Weiss and Beerus, let's go. I'll make a big meal for you. Tais turned and left the lake, ready to cook herself. Beerus and Weiss looked at each other. Beerus clicked his tongue and said, is she in a good mood? Nonsense. Lewis is awake. Can she be in a bad mood? Wes rolled his eyes. Since Ling Xian took Tai-Sai out last time, Tai-Sai has been staring at Ling Xian in a daze since she came back. Even with her eyes closed, she could tell something was wrong with Tai-Sai. Who doesn't know? I'm just asking. Beerus pursed his lips and then said ecstatically, this is a blessing. Tai-Sai's cooking is really delicious. Beerus jumped and ran towards Tais. Ling Xian rubbed his head, looked at Weiss, and asked in confusion, Wes, what are you talking about? Tai-Sai's mood improved after I woke up. It's okay, let's go there too. Tai-Sai's big meal makes people drool just thinking about it. Weiss rolled his eyes and left here. How strange. Ling Xian looked at Weiss back and followed him down the lawn next to the Palace of the God of Destruction. Tai-Sai prepared a feast. Garlic pork ribs, steamed sea bass. Weiss and Beerus ate like crazy. Ling Xian also twitched his index finger. I have to say that Tai-Sai's cooking skills are really good, and she can't tell her identity as the richest lady on earth. Tais, your cooking skills are still so good. Weiss sat on the side when he was full. I can sail in the universe for so long. How can I have no skills? Tai-Sai sat at the dining table, resting her chin, not looking at Weiss, but kept looking at Ling Xian and said, if I didn't have this cooking skill, I would have gone crazy if I ate instant noodles every day. Ling Xian raised his head. Why did Tai-Sai keep looking at him? I don't understand. Ling Xian immersed himself in eating again. Beerus was full and wiped his mouth. No, I think instant noodles are delicious. Ling Xian took a sip of his drink and said in a bad mood. That's just you and Weiss. You don't get tired of eating those additives every day. It's awesome. Cuckoo. Tai-Sai covered her mouth and laughed when she heard Ling Xian's ridicule towards Weiss and the two of them. Ling Xian looked over and exchanged a glance with Tai-Sai, her bright eyes and bright teeth, her red lips parted slightly. Ling Xian also noticed that Tai-Sai had been looking at him, and his heart beat faster. Not to mention, Tai-Sai is quite pretty. Ling Xian coughed twice and turned his gaze to Weiss. Wes, what's the situation in our 7th universe? Weiss naturally knew what Ling Xian meant and replied. For years ago, you destroyed a batch of unqualified planets, and with Asin's move, everything is developing steadily. However, the time is still too short. The human average level index ranking has not changed, and is still ranked 3rd from the bottom. So what about the 3rd from last? Even if Lord Quan Wong makes a move, it will not be our turn in this universe. Beerus sat on the side, picking his teeth. Also, I remember that other universes mocked us more than 10 years ago. Lewis, when do you think you were free? Let's go to other universes for fun. Playing around? I think you want to show off in the past. Weiss rolled his eyes and voluntarily got off course. He didn't stop him, because when Beerus accepted Ling Xian as the alternate god of destruction, even he was severely ridiculed. Ling Xian touched his chin and said, Master Beerus, don't worry. Even if I go to other universes with my current power, it will be difficult to hit them in the face. Let's wait until my dimension breaks through to the level of gods. And also, Ling Xian looked at Tai-Sai again and said, the last time Tai-Sai when I was 3 years ago, if I don't take her out again, I will be annoyed by her again. In fact, apart from this matter, Ling Xian has another thing to do. That is a trip to the Earth. According to the development of the original story, it is estimated that Vegeta will invade the Earth soon, and then there will be the Namek War. This kind of collision between the protagonist and the Dragon Ball boss. He doesn't want to miss it no matter what everyone knows. The 3 of Vegeta have invaded the Earth a long time ago, and now they have been practicing with Monkey King in the heaven, of course. Ling Xian naturally doesn't know this now. Lewis, who are you calling annoying? Tai-Sai gritted her little canine teeth. What a big piece of wood. I'm annoying. Okay, if you don't eat soon, I'll leave later. Take me out. You don't think I'll lie to you, do you? I won't lie to you if I lie to Lord Beerus. Ling Xian looked at Beerus and laughed. Mainly because Tai-Sai is such a good-looking woman. If you lie to her, you will always feel guilty. Lewis, you want to die, don't you? You wouldn't lie to Tai-Sai, even if you lied to me? Seriously, I'm still your master. Are you treating me like this? Bailu suddenly blew his beard and stared. The other 3 couldn't help laughing when they heard this. After Ling Xian woke up, this dinner party was very joyful, and it hasn't been so lively in the world of destroying gods for a long time. Half a day passed, and everyone was full. Weiss and Beerus did not refuse Ling Xian's proposal to go to other universes later. After all, Ling Xian was right. Ling Xian was still too weak, that if he really wants to go to other universes, others may be surprised by his talent, but if he wants to slap others in the face, with Ling Xian's current strength, he still can't do it. Even other people's alternate god of destruction can't win. So what's the point? Soon, Ling Xian made a promise about Tai-Sai and took action. He took Tai-Sai away from the god of destruction realm. Northern Milky Way. In the cosmic starry sky, a spaceship flies by. Inside the spaceship, Tai-Sai held her cheeks and looked closely at Ling Xian. 4 years ago, when I met Ling Xian for the first time, he was still a teenager at AT that time. He was careless and liked others to say good things to him. She just used a few nice words, and Ling Xian promised to protect her. Looking back now, Tais couldn't help laughing. Lewis was such a fool. Others have. One is trust with just a few words. This kind of IQ, I am afraid that it will be sold by others. So, I should count the money for others. IT was so angry and funny. As everyone knows, Ling Xian already knew the identity of Tai-Sai. She is an inconspicuous character in Dragon Ball, but she can also be regarded as a relative and friend of Warrior Z. It would be a pity if something unexpected happened. Tai-Sai was looking at Ling Xian. Ling Xian also noticed this, and he also looked at Tai-Sai with slightly slanted eyes. Tai-Sai, why are you looking at me all the time? Is there something on my face? Ling Xian touched his face and finally spoke. When he woke up this time, he always felt that there was something wrong with Tai-Sai. No, it's just I haven't talked to you for a long time. Tai-Sai's eyes drifted, and it was obvious that she didn't mean it. All these years, she has lived in the God of Destruction realm. There are only 4 people in the God of Destruction realm, and Weiss knows a lot of things. Apart from Ling Xian, the person she talks to the most is Weiss AS for Beerus. Beerus is the real God of Destruction. Tai-Sai has figured out Beerus' character and knows that Beerus is a big cat with a hard mouth and a soft heart. However, Beerus still occasionally exudes a majestic momentum, so she and Beerus talked less in destroying the God realm. Ling Xian was always with her when she wasn't practicing. Ling Xian's words were very funny and often made her laugh out loud. But when Ling Xian was practicing, there were fewer people talking to her. Weiss is too modest and respectful. Beerus is too majestic and solemn. Without Ling Xian's company, Tai-Sai always felt that something was missing. Ling Xian was practicing, and she was always with him. Tai-Sai recalled the situation when she first went to the God of Destruction realm. Beerus wanted to do something to her, but the boy Ling Xian said, she is mine. Tai-Sai touched her long hair again. That was when Ling Xian went to Frisia headquarters 3 years ago and said, I think you should look good with long hair. So she grew her hair long. AT this time. Hey Tai-Sai, why do you have long hair? It was only when Ling Xian looked at Tai-Sai that he realized this. Tai-Sai rolled her eyes and said angrily, if I want to stay, I can stay, and I need your consent. Obviously you said I would look good with long hair. Now ask this question. Tai-Sai clenched her fist, wanting to punch Ling Xian. Unknowingly, her heart was occupied by a young man, and now the young man has become a handsome guy. Tai-Sai admitted that she was moved, but the guy on the opposite side is a big piece of wood. By the way, Lewis, where are we going now? Tai-Sai changed the subject. She didn't know what Ling Xian thought of her. She didn't dare to say what she wanted. Ling Xian looked at Tai-Sai's weird expression and always felt that Tai-Sai was very strange, but he still smiled and said, now I will take you to a more interesting planet. What's the fun? Have you ever heard of Dragon Ball? No. Tai shook her head. Ling Xian smiled and explained, Dragon Ball is a very magical thing. It can make any wish come true. Ling Xian mentioned the function of Dragon Ball. What? There's such a magical thing in the world? Summoning a dragon can make any wish come true. It's true. It's unrealistic to have any wish come true. Ling Xian shook his head. Even if it is Super Dragon Ball, it may not be possible to realize any wish. How dare it say that it can destroy the king? Ling Xian continued. Aren't you collecting novel materials? I think the Dragon Ball materials are very good, and they can be included in your novels. Yes. Tai Sai's eyes lit up, and she unconsciously put her arms around Ling Xian's arm. Louis, you are so smart. I am really inspired by what you say. Ling Xian looked down. His arms were inlaid between the two towers. Soft? I want to pull my arm out. But she didn't expect that Tai Sai's hug was so strong. She couldn't pull out even if she didn't use force, and she was afraid of hurting Tai Sai when she tried hard. Ling Xian could only let her hold her, but his little heart was beating wildly. Oh my god. Tai Sai, this is terrible. The speed of the spaceship is not fast. It takes 2 months to go from God of Destruction realm to Namek. But along the way, the two stopped and went eating, drinking, and having fun in the universe, and Ling Xian destroyed some unqualified planets along the way. Lonely men and widows stay together all the time. Especially Tai Sai, she often accidentally disappeared, which made Ling Xian's blood boil. The relationship between the two has also changed a little. Half a year later, they finally came to Namek. Call. The spaceship descended. From the sky, the hatch was opened. Ling Xian hugged Tai Sai and flew out from inside. Tai Sai pressed her small face against his chest and wrapped her arms around Ling Xian's waist tightly. Ling Xian hugged Tai Sai and landed on the ground. Tai Sai did not intend to let go of her hands, and Ling Xian was also holding her all the time. Tai Sai is really beautiful, with icy muscles and fine bones and a graceful figure. Holding her is like holding a piece of fragrant cotton candy. Soft, savory. After a while, Ling Xian's mouth became parched, and he felt a certain part awakening, so he patted her on the back quickly. Tai Sai, we're here. Reach. Tai Sai gritted her little tiger teeth, as if she was very angry that Ling Xian interrupted her to hug him, but she still got out of Ling Xian's arms. Wow, is this the Namek planet? It's so strange that the grass is blue. However, the environment here is quite good. Tai Sai was wearing a long white dress and was walking on the grass with long legs. Ling Xian looked at her long snow white legs and touched her nose. Namek has experienced climate catastrophes before, and it took a lot of effort from the Namek people to restore it to its current state. When Ling Xian spoke, a faint breath came from the sky. IT looks like about 2 combat power. Tai Sai noticed his expression. Louis, what's wrong with you? Ling Xian laughed and said, it should be the Elder Namek who knew I was coming. The Great Elder of Namek is a miraculous person. He seems to know a lot of secret arts, and he is likely to know the secret arts of prophecy, but he must have foreseen the coming of this alternate god of destruction. So he sent someone here. Ling Xian explained to Tai Sai the matter of the Great Elder of Namek, and Tai Sai's small mouth opened into an O shape. When I followed Jake before, I didn't realize that there's such a magical race in the universe. That's because you've been fleeing, so you didn't find out. After Ling Xian finished speaking, a Namek who looked like Piccolo landed in front of him. Neil said respectfully, I have seen the alternate god of destruction. Ling Xian was taken aback by these words. He didn't expect that the first elder even knew his identity. I'm going to see your Great Elder. The Great Elder is already waiting for the candidate Lord God of Destruction. Please follow me. Nailu has been observing Ling Xian. Ling Xian did not reveal a strong aura. Could this be the frightening god that the Great Elder said? Neru flew into the sky. Ling Xian hugged Tai Sai and jumped into the air. Tai Sai didn't touch the ground and quickly put her arms around Ling Xian's waist. She didn't know if she was afraid of falling or because she wanted to take advantage of Ling Xian. Came to a village. At the end of the village was a stone tower with a white house on the stone tower. The house is full of Namek features, exactly the same as in the anime. Ling Xian followed Nei to land on the stone tower and then walked into the house. Nailu really wanted to tell that woman to wait outside. But considering that Ling Xian was the terrifying god that the Great Elder said, it was better to forget it after thinking about it. After entering the room and going to the second floor, Tai Sai saw the huge Namek, and she was so frightened that she hid in Ling Xian's arms. Louis, Ling Xian was speechless. Why didn't I realize that Tai Sai was so clingy before? It seems that after he woke up this time, Tai Sai became clingy. Don't be afraid. This is the Great Elder of Namek. The Great Elder of Namek. Only then did Tai Sai reveal her face from Ling Xian's arms and looked at the Great Elder. The Great Elder Namek is really big, a full 3 meters high, but he is very old, as can be seen from his withered and yellow skin. The Great Elder glanced at Tai Sai and finally looked at Ling Xian. I've seen the alternate god of destruction. The Great Elder apologized. I am physically inconvenient, so I cannot stand up and salute. Please substitute Lord God of Destruction to make atonement. Fine. Ling Xian waved his hand and said with a smile. It seems that the Great Elder has predicted my whereabouts a long time ago. The Great Elder was taken aback and hurriedly said, Please forgive me, my lord. I discovered your whereabouts when I was predicting the future of Namek. Beads of sweat fell from his face, and he predicted the whereabouts of the gods, and he probably would exterminate the clan. Ling Xian also knew that the Great Elder could indeed predict secret skills, and said, don't worry, Great Elder, I don't mean to blame you. Only then did the Great Elder heave a sigh of relief. Then, sir, do you have any orders for coming to Namek? I'm going to use your wishing beads. Okay, I'll let Neru take you to collect wishing beads. The Great Elder agreed without hesitation. Compared with facing Frisia in the original book, the Great Elder is not too straightforward when facing Ling Xian. Can you not be happy? Offending Frisia will kill him at most, but at least he can be reborn. But if he offends Ling Xian, he won't even have the chance to reincarnate. After receiving the order from the Great Elder, Nei Lu took Ling Xian out. Louis, that Great Elder seems to be very afraid of you. Tai Sai was carried by Ling Xian and flew into the sky, enjoying the warmth in his arms. The Great Elder knows my identity, so he must be afraid. Have you forgotten the planets that offended me before? Ling Xian refers to the planet that he destroyed when they were playing the universe in the past 6 months. Thinking of this, Tai Sai immediately swallowed her saliva. That should really be afraid of you. God of destruction or something. It's too scary. With a simple move of a finger, a planet can be destroyed by them, and it's the kind that doesn't even leave scum. The 3 of them started from the village where the Great Elder was, traveled to 6 other villages, and finally collected the 7 Dragon Balls in an open space. Neil piled up the Dragon Balls and glanced at the young man. What kind of power does this god have to be able to scare the Great Elder like this? Neil exhaled, staying with. The unknown existence was quite stressful. Come out, Belungia! Nail yelled out in the Namekian language. The sky suddenly became silent. Tais held her breath. Ling Xian was also observing the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. This was the first time he saw Dragon Balls in this world, and I have to say that the Dragon Balls in Namek are really big. Compared with the Dragon Balls as big as the Earth's fist, Namek is no different from basketball that of course. Namek can make more wishes than Earth Dragon Ball. When Ling Xian was thinking about the advantages and disadvantages of Namek Dragon Ball in the original book, boom dash, dark clouds and thunder roll in the sky. A thick golden light suddenly appeared from the 7 huge Dragon Balls, soaring into the sky. Thunderbolt. The black sky instantly became bright, and that golden light condensed into one body. This scene shocked Tais unceasingly. Although Ling Xian has seen this kind of scene in anime, but seeing it with his own eyes now is a bit shocking. Roar. A huge green western dragon appeared in the sky. Tell me your wishes. I can do whatever you wish. Hiss. Alternate god of destruction. Why are you here? Palunga took out a handkerchief from nowhere and wiped the sweat off his face that Neru's eyes widened. What the hell? Even Shenlong has to bow down to this young man. Can I be here? The corner of Ling Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to say, Bo Luanjia, where did you get this handkerchief? Seeing Shenlong's obsequious attitude, Taisai covered her mouth and smiled. She and Ling Xian came out of the god of destruction realm this time, and she's seen too many scenes of such humiliation. No, I met the alternate god of destruction in Bolunga. The sweat on Bolungia's face grew more and more. Okay, stop talking nonsense, and let me realize my wish. Ling Xian said, the first wish is to allow scions to survive in the universe. After he knew that the scions had changed, he didn't plan to stop controlling the scions 4 years ago. King Vegeta's request was rejected, so let's do something for the scion family now. Then, please say it in the Namekian language. Bolunga became even more flustered. It made a request to the alternate god of destruction, so it won't be destroyed on spot, but it really needs this step, otherwise it really can't realize this wish. Ling Xian was slightly taken aback by this request. He thought that the Namek dragon would recognize his identity and would be pressured by his identity, so he would not need to use the Namek language to make a wish. The result is not. After thinking about it for a while, I also figured out the key point, the wishing methods of these dragons have been fixed by Salama. Just like a program, no matter which conditional step is missing, eventually the program cannot be executed. Neil on one side heard what Purunga said, and hurriedly narrated in the language of Namek. Hum. A red light flashed in Bo Lunjia's eyes. Master, alternate god of destruction, your wish has come true. Ling Xian's body shook slightly, and he instantly noticed some changes in his body. In the future, scions will be able to change their breathing methods and breathe through their own chi in the universe. Once your own chi is exhausted, you can no longer survive in the universe. Strictly speaking, in fact, this does not count as being able to survive in the universe in the true sense. But considering the level of the Namek dragon, Ling Xian felt that it was already very good that his wish had come true. Suddenly, boom, the miraculous power in Ling Xian's body suddenly dissipated. Ugh. Ling Xian was taken aback. Taisai asked in confusion, Louis, what's wrong with you? Ling Xian waved his hands and said with a smile, it's all right. It turned out that the immunity worked. Because of immunity, he can survive in the universe by himself. The miraculous power blessed by Shenlong changed his way of living in the universe. This change still has its weaknesses. For Ling Xian, this wish has a negative impact on him. Immunity will naturally remove the miraculous power blessed by Shenlong on him. Alternate god of destruction, please state your second wish. The second wish. Let me think about it. Ling Xian was stunned suddenly, if he really had nothing to wish for, because he knows that the limitations of Shenlong are actually very big, and not all wishes can be realized. Immortality, not to mention whether Bolun Plus can be realized. Anyway, after Ling Xian became the alternate god of destruction, these are no longer difficult problems for him. In other words, there is no desire. Taze, do you have any wishes? At this time, Ling Xian looked at Taisai. Taisai didn't expect Ling Xian to care about her, so she smiled sweetly. No, just grant what you want, don't worry about mine. Ling Xian rubbed his chin, thought for a while, and looked up at Bo Luanjia in the sky. Let Taisai stay young forever. The voice was very faint, but it sounded like a thunderous drum in Tai's ears, hitting the heart directly. She covered her small mouth and couldn't believe her ears. After Nilu finished speaking in Namek language, Boluan's eyes glowed red again. Taisai suddenly felt her skin became smooth and fair, as if she was 18 years old again. Master, alternate god of destruction, your second wish has been fulfilled. Please tell me your third wish. There's no wish, you just leave. Ling Xian clicked his tongue. He really couldn't think of other wishes. Okay, I'll take my leave. Bo Luanjia heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Alternate god of destruction, I don't have any orders, so I'm taking my leave. Nilu pondered for a while before speaking. Wait a minute, you tell the Great Elder, don't worry about the impending crisis on Namek. Someone from my Scion clan will take action. Boom dash. Nilu shakes his body. Will his Namek be dangerous in the future? Thank you, alternate god of destruction. Thinking of the identity of the person in front of him, Nilu suddenly became ecstatic. Even if there's a crisis in the future, with the promise of an alternate god of destruction, the Namek planet will definitely be able to survive safely. Nilu left here, leaving only Taisai, who was still in a daze, and Ling Xian with a funny face. Ling Xian smiled and said, Taisai, what's wrong with you? Taisai had a sore nose and looked at Ling Xian with red eyes. How did you make this wish? You said the wish to keep you young forever. Ugh. Can I say that I can't think of other wishes, so I made this wish. Ling Xian was teasing her. Taisai was very moved at first, but when she heard this, she angrily said, Louis, you bastard. Ha ha ha. Ling Xian stepped forward, rubbed her little head, and said gently, the days of cultivation are too long. I want you to be with me all the time. Boom dash. A strange feeling came to my heart, and my emotions exploded. Tears welled up in Taisai's eyes, and she covered her mouth. Are you telling the truth? I'm not stupid, so how can I not see what you're thinking? Ling Xian stretched out his hand and gently wiped away the tears on her face. Half a year ago, when he woke up, he found that something was wrong with Taisai, and he didn't feel anything at first. But when playing with her in the universe, he developed ties more and more clingy. Ling Xian was not stupid. He couldn't see what Taisai meant. He also found that he didn't know when he started to care about her. Every time he sees Tai smile, he always feels very happy. Every time he sees Taisai frowning, he will always be irritable. Then you like me? Taisai lowered her head and said timidly, Fool, didn't I say that? I just want to be with you forever. Ling Xian held her in his arms and said solemnly, Taisai, I like you. Louis, I like you too. Taisai smiled, and with this astonished smile, time seemed to have stood still. Taisai put her arms around Ling Xian's waist, raised her head, and said with a silly smile, Louis, I'm so happy. I'm also very happy. I didn't expect that the sycophant I brought back then would become my wife. Smelly Louis, you are the sycophant. Taisai pouted, pinched Ling Xian's waist lightly, and then happily said, Louis, then I can keep this appearance from now on? Yes. Ling Xian looked at Taisi. Her cheeks were delicate, her eyelashes were long, and her eyelids blinked and closed. She looked shy and cute. She's obviously a mature big sister, but she shows a girlish posture. Taisai is really beautiful. Tais. Ling Xian held her small face in his hands. Taisai met his eyes and slowly closed her eyes. No. After half an hour, Taisai's little face was blushing, and she touched her little mouth. Louis, it's all your fault. It's all swollen. You can't blame me. Ling Xian hugged Taisai tightly in his arms and whispered in her ear, It's all because Taisai is so charming. Taisai's deer bumped wildly. Ling Xian's sweet words were too lethal, and she felt weak when she heard them. Taisai lowered her head, pinched the corner of her clothes, and replied shyly, Louis, you foul. Louis obviously didn't understand anything before, and he would blush with embarrassment if he deliberately missed his leg and let him see it. Now that the relationship is confirmed, ugly Louis is like an old driver. Louis, did you pretend? I really like you so much. Can't you see it? Taisai pouted and snorted coquettishly. I really didn't see it at first, but I gradually saw it later. Ling Xian kissed her on the forehead. I really didn't expect my Taisai to be so bold. Inside the spaceship, Taisai often ran out with a bath towel hanging on her body and dropped to the ground from time to time. Thinking of that scene, Ling Xian's heart jumped wildly. I'm not bold. That's what I did in front of you. She lowered her head. Her whole face was as red as a ripe red apple. Said he fouled. But in Ling Xian's heart, Taisai's words were even more foul. Ling Xian held her small face and lowered his head again. Half a day passed. Okay, my ties. Now we should go elsewhere. Ling Xian hugged Tai Isi tightly and took her to the sky. He has cared for her in this world. Being hugged, Tai Sai felt very happy. She was finally able to be hugged by Ling Xian justifiably. Back to the place where the spaceship landed, the two left Namek and the spaceship, the other side. Ni Lu returned to the place where the Great Elder lived and told Ling Xian's words to the Great Elder. The Great Elder murmured. It turns out that the alternate god of destruction knows everything. Earth. From Namek to Earth, it took another 3 months to go round and round. It has been almost a year since Ling Xian left the god of destruction realm. The spaceship landed on the wasteland of Shidu. Lewis, why do you suddenly want to come to Earth? There are my people here. Let's come and see your parents. Ling Xian took Tai Sai to the city of Shidu. You still have people on Earth? Have. Ling Xian suddenly looked up at the sky and said in disbelief. And there are more than one. For powerful auras came from the heavens. According to the calculation of combat power, the strongest one should have 8 combat power. There's an aura very similar to Vegeta. How could he be on Earth at this time? Shouldn't he invade Earth 2 years later? Ling Xian frowned and muttered. Tai Sai leaned on him, raised her hand and touched his chiseled cheek. What's wrong with you? No, I'll take you to heaven to play. Skyline. You'll know when you go. Ling Xian's flying direction changed instantly, and he flew towards the sky quickly to skyline. The sun was shining brightly, and there was a figure who looked very similar to Bardock sitting in the center of the temple square. This person was none other than Monkey King, who had just grown up. There are 4 gravity chambers next to it, and 3 of them are occupied by people, and they practice in it. There's also a Namekian at the edge of the heaven. When he observes the lower realm, he suddenly feels restless and sweats profusely all over his body. This coercion. What's going on? Stronger. Coming. Whoa. A ray of light flew from the lower realm and appeared on the heavenly realm, and a powerful air wave knocked the god down to the ground. You, who are you? The god was shocked. The other party's dimension was so high. Could it be the king of the realm? The movement of the coming people also woke up Monkey King in the center of the temple square. Who are you? Sun Wukong was ready to fight, looked at Ling Xian and Tai Sai, and said, that's right, Kakarot is cultivating in the heavens at this time, and he will practice in the heavens for 2 years, and then he will participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament, and after Chi-Chi gets married and gives birth to Sun Wuhan, it will be Beiji's turn. Tower they invaded the earth. Ling Xian looked at Monkey King and muttered inwardly. Sun Wukong and Tianqian looked at each other. What is going on with this man? Why have you been silent? Suddenly, Kakarot, is Vegeta in there? Ling Xian pointed to the gravity chamber in the middle. Kakarot, since Sun Wukong became an adult, although he is still very nervous, his mind has matured, and he knows his life experience. He heard Ling Xian calling him Kakarot, and blurted out, are you a scion? The god also noticed the tail around Ling Xian's waist, and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Wukong, he seems to be of the same race as you. In his opinion, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa appeared on the earth and did not mean to harm the earth, so this scion should not do such a thing. Sun Wukong also noticed Ling Xian's tail, and said, Vegeta is inside, and you also escaped here? The 3 of Vegeta were hunted down by Frieza's army, and then fled to Earth. Escape? Tai Sai on one side covered her mouth and smiled. Who dares to let Ling Xian run away? It's fine if he doesn't let others run away. Ling Xian was taken aback for a moment, and he quickly remembered what Weiss had said to him. Vegeta and the other 3 had been being hunted down. Ling Xian shook his head. I didn't come here as a fugitive, so tell Vegeta to come out. Just say my name is Luis. Okay, I'll let Vegeta out now. Monkey King went to the gravity room in the middle and pressed the communication button from the outside. Vegeta, a scion named Luis, is coming for you. Who? Who are you talking about? There was a loud shout from the communication equipment, and then the gravity chamber opened from inside, and a figure walked out. He has a high hairline, a shiny forehead, and wears tight training clothes. Vegeta came out and grabbed Sun Wukong tightly. Is Luis here? Where is he? Before Sun Wukong could speak, Ling Xian said, Vegeta, long time no see. Vegeta looked at the person behind Monkey King. His body shook. It was really Luis. Luis, you're finally back. Vegeta was very excited. As soon as he saw Ling Xian, he directly expressed the grievance in his heart. From Vegeta's great escape to Frieza's legion preventing the 3 of them from returning to galactic headquarters, in the end, due to helplessness, he, Raditz, and Nappa chose to come to Earth to find helpers. After hearing everything, Ling Xian understood why Vegeta appeared on Earth. The historical writing is really awesome. Vegeta still came to the Earth, and he also practiced in heaven. With Monkey King, Luis, our planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. You have to avenge us, Science. Vegeta clenched his fists and shouted. Okay, I know about planet Vegeta. This revenge. It's up to you to avenge it, and I won't interfere. Ling Xian waved his hand. Didn't you become an alternate god of destruction? You can kill Frieza with just a single finger movement. Why don't you do it? Vegeta yelled directly. King Vegeta questioned Ling Xian in the same way back then, and Ling Xian coldly rejected King Vegeta's request at that time. But now, I can kill Frieza. But are you willing to let me do it? Ling Xian said lightly. Ling Xian did not coldly reject Vegeta's request this time, because after the Scions joined the Galaxy Patrol, they became different. Those fierce Scions who burned, killed, and looted turned out to be the guardians of the universe. This became the same as the Shirada Defense Force in Universe. Vegeta fell silent. Ling Xian asked again, do you still want me to make a move? If you let me make a move, I will immediately do it. Ling Xian glanced at Vegeta and Sun Wukong, and then said, I will immediately avenge our Scion family. Never mind. Vegeta's poker face actually showed a smile. Just let us do it. Vegeta is the prince of the Scion family, a proud Scion. Facing the enemies of the ethnic group, if he asks the alternate god of destruction to help, he is really not reconciled. He wants to take revenge with his own hands. Kakarot, do you want to take revenge with me? Vegeta looked at Monkey King, who was in a daze. If it was before, he must not have the confidence to say this. After all, Frieza is the emperor of the universe. But after coming to Earth, he became confident. The cultivation method of the Earth, and those gravity chambers. In addition, there's one most important person. That is the Monkey King in front of you. Okay, then I will go with you. Sun Wukong touched his head and said with a silly smile, you idiot. Vegeta looked at the innocent Monkey King, angry and funny. Ling Xian was also amused by Monkey King's character. Vegeta has changed, but Monkey King is still the same Monkey King, but pretty good. Ling Xian suddenly asked, were you going to take revenge? Goku looked at Vegeta. Vegeta frowned and said, in 2 years, Kakarot and I will definitely surpass Frieza in strength. Well, then I will personally be there to watch your revenge. Ling Xian didn't remind Vegeta Frieza's true power. After all, how can you transform into a Super Saiyan without encountering some tribulations? Ling Xian took Tai Sai's hand and was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly remembered something and asked, do you two want to go to another place to learn 2 powerful secret skills? What secret skill? Sun Wukong asked. Kaiwan Fist and Yuan Bomb. Ling Xian said slowly, if you want to learn, I can let the king of the Northern Realm teach you. It is good. Vegeta nodded directly in agreement. There must be something extraordinary about a secret skill that can be admired by a candidate god of destruction. Sun Wukong smiled and said, then I also want to learn. The two agreed that Ling Xian did not take them to the king of the Northern Realm immediately. First of all, in his observation, Vegeta's combat power is only 7, and Sun Wukong looks like 8. After all, Vegeta is still the second child of the millennium. Secondly, the training of the two in martial arts is not enough, especially Monkey King. Ling Xian accepts the teaching of Weiss, and he can see at a glance that Monkey King's martial arts foundation is insufficient. Only when Sun Wukong fully accepts. That person's teachings will have the opportunity to enter the state of freedom in the future power conference.as for that person. Ling Xian was talking about Bobo. Ling Xian suspects that Bobo may belong to the angel family. After all, according to others, Bobo has been serving the gods of the earth for a long time. In addition to this, Bobo's behavior is also very similar to that of an angel. In O sorrow. No joy, no desire, no desire. Train the Monkey King who was a child, and he could do dash. When training Sun Wutian and the Super Saiyan transformed by Trunks, it can also be split dash. In the end, Ling Xian didn't bother Bobo for the time being. He took Tai Sai and left here and let the four Saions continue to practice in heaven. Lewis, what happened to that place just now? It's the heaven I'm talking about. It's the place where the gods of the earth live. There's still gods on the earth. What do I know? It's not just you who don't know. There are many people on earth who don't know. Also, you have been staying in the universe, so you have no chance to know about it. That's true. The two flew back to the western capital all the way. Time flies, and another year has passed. During this year, Ling Xian stayed at Tai Sai's house. Ling Xian was very handsome, and he was quickly recognized by Bulma. As for the Breeze couple, they didn't have any objections to Ling Xian, but thought it was quite good. Tai Sai has a husband, so she should be able to take care of her. After all, it is too dangerous to always let a woman enter the universe alone. But Ling Xian said that he will always protect Tai Sai, and Tai Sai can do whatever she wants. Bulma didn't think that Ling Xian could protect Tai Sai from harm in the universe with his thin body, unless you have the power of Monkey King and Vegeta, until Tai Sai revealed Ling Xian's identity and let Ling Xian reveal her hand. After Ling Xian destroyed the planet not far from the earth, Bulma realized that she had been mistaken. She did not expect Ling Xian to be so noble and powerful. Now, the Bulma family was relieved immediately. Today, 1 year later, in heaven, Ling Xian came here alone, and out of the 4 gravity chambers, only 3 are still occupied. Monkey King sits cross-legged in the center of the temple square. I've seen the alternate god of destruction. The god came over and said respectfully. During this year, he also knew Ling Xian's identity. Don't be too polite. Yes. How long has Kakarot been meditating? Sun Wukong has been meditating for half a year. God thought about it. Half a year. Ling Xian touched his chin, and he looked at the other 3 gravity chambers. Obviously, the 3 Vegeta and Sun Wukong have different cultivation methods. Point 1 is to meditate to understand martial arts, and the other is to use the gravity chamber to practice strength. Teach students in accordance with their aptitude. Ling Xian looked at the interior of the temple with deep eyes. It seems that it was taught by Bobo. Then I'll come back later, and you'll let me know when Kakarot wakes up. Ling Xian was about to leave the heaven, thus suddenly, an extremely weak ethereal aura emanated from Sun Wukong's body, and then disappeared. Is this the foundation for laying a good foundation for freedom? Ling Xian looked at Monkey King in the center of the temple square, and frowned slightly. Sun Wukong's current situation is exactly the same as his previous cultivation state of freedom. But different from Sun Wukong, Ling Xian is the prototype of the free state rewarded by the system, and he practiced for another 4 years before reaching the perfect free state. Sun Wukong really deserves to be the protagonist of Dragon Ball, and his talent is really extraordinary. In addition, Ling Xian also affirmed the thoughts in his heart that Bobo is really not an ordinary person. Monkey King stood up, came to Ling Xian, and said with a smile, Lewis, why are you here? Have you forgotten what I told you? You said you were going to study Wang Quan. Monkey King is delighted. Go get Vegeta out. What about Raditz and Nappa? They don't have that talent, so don't call them go. Hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded and didn't say much. Sun Wukong asked Vegeta to come out, and Vegeta also had a happy expression on his face. The Caillou fist that the alternate god of destruction respected must be awesome. Ling Xian took the 2 of them with him and disappeared into the heaven. The King Star of the Northern Realm is located in the underworld. If it is an ordinary person, it is impossible to find out where the underworld is, but Ling Xian is different. He is an alternate god of destruction, and the dimension has reached the level of the King of the Realm, so he naturally knows where the underworld is. Ling Xian led the 2 Monkey Kings across the barrier between human world and came to the underworld in front of the palace of the King of Hades. Stop. A ghost guard from the palace of Hades stood up. Are you mortals? How dare mortals break into the underworld? Come on, call them back to the mortal world. Before he finished speaking, there was a sound of panic in the palace of the King of Hades. Yes, which realm king came to the palace of the King of Hades? A huge bullhead that looked very similar to the Bull Demon King ran out, his face full of panic. However, he soon discovered that the people who came were not the 5 realm kings he was familiar with, but a young man of the same level as the realm king, and 2 mortals. You're the King of Hades. I have something to go to the King of the Northern Realm. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Ling Xian said something lightly, and then flew to the Snake Road with Monkey King. Hades, who was in the original place, did not dare to speak, and kept wondering who was the king of the new realm. Along the Snake Road, Monkey King and Vegeta were silent the whole time. Hey Vegeta, why are so many people afraid of Luis? Nonsense. Who is not afraid of the alternate god of destruction? Is the alternate god of destruction strong? 1 finger can kill you. Do you think it is strong? Luis, is what Vegeta said true? Monkey King looked at Ling Xian with bright eyes. The corner of Ling Xian's mouth twitched slightly. You fool would not want to challenge me to a duel, would you? Seeing that Ling Xian didn't speak, Sun Wukong said, Luis, can you fight me? Cannot. Ling Xian spoke directly, and after finishing speaking, he disliked the speed being too slow, grabbed the 2 Monkey Kings, and disappeared directly on the Snake Road. In the next second, it appeared at the end of the Snake Path. There's a small planet hovering above the end of the Snake Path. Go. Ling Xian took the 2 of them to the Northern King planet. The moment it landed, ho ho ho, a gorilla appeared in front of the 3 of them. Bobrus, don't bother me. Ling Xian couldn't recognize who it was, so he slapped it flying. Goku and Vegeta swallowed. What a rude guy. King of the Northern Realm, come out for me. Ling Xian's voice spread throughout the entire Northern Realm King. The King of the North Kai, who was sleeping on the back of the King of the North Kai, opened his eyes in an instant. Who is it? How dare you disturb his sleep? The King of the Northern Realm. The King of the Northern Realm was full of anger, and after running for a minute, he finally came to Ling Xian. Who are you? You don't know how to disturb a person. Hiss. The King of the Northern Realm suddenly took a breath and looked at Ling Xian. Who are you? Why is your dimension so high? There are 2 more mortals. The King of the Northern Realm suddenly widened his eyes. What happened today? Why is there a strange god from the dimension of the King of the world coming here? All right, King of the Northern Realm. I'm here because I want you to teach the 2 kings of the world Fist and Vitality Ball. How do you know that I know these 2 tricks? And who are you? The Northern Realm King frowned. Stop talking nonsense. I will teach you if I let you teach. Ling Xian said unhappily. Let me teach, but you have to tell me a joke. The King of the Northern Realm was very puzzled about Ling Xian's identity. When will there be another King of the Realm? And the other party brought 2 mortals here, just wanting him to teach him the Realm King Fist and Yuan Chi Bomb. But the breath of the King of the world in front of him is not evil, but it is not impossible to teach. 2 black lines across Ling Xian's forehead, telling jokes again. King of the Northern Realm, do you recognize this thing? Ling Xian raised his hand, and a purple energy appeared in his hand. Suddenly, the wind was raging, and the entire Northern King planet was shaking. Monkey King and Vegeta were shocked when they saw this. Facing this force, the 2 of them couldn't resist the idea of resistance. Obviously, if they were hit, they would definitely not survive. Monkey King and Vegeta looked at each other. This Luis is too scary. You, how do you destroy energy? The King of the Northern Realm was taken aback. The scene of Beerus destroying his planet was vivid in his memory. Could it be his master Beerus dead? Wrong. You are the contemporary god of destruction. The Northern Realm King's face was pale, and he kept swallowing, which made him tremble with fright. Beerus, who was far away in the world of destruction, suddenly sneezed. Who was speaking ill of him? If you let Master Beerus know that you said that about him, do you think your Northern Realm King star can still be preserved? Master Beerus is really not dead. The king of the northern realm crawled on the ground, as if he was protecting his northern realm king star, and said in a trembling voice, "No, no, this is my last planet. Okay, I'm not interested in your northern king star. Just teach me the two of them." Ling Xian dissipated the destructive energy in his hands. "Master Beerus is not dead. Then you must be the contemporary alternate god of destruction." The northern realm king stood up on the ground and said in shock, "That'd be nice. That slacker even accepted an apprentice." Ling Xian said, "King of the northern realm, are you okay?" How could the northern realm king dare to object? And swallowed his saliva. "Don't worry, Lord alternate god of destruction. I will teach them well. Okay, then they will leave it to you." Ling Xian turned around and looked at Monkey King and the two. "Just practice hard. I'm leaving first, and I'll pick you up again in a year." When Ling Xian was about to leave, he turned around and continued, "By the way, Yuan Chi Bomb may not be suitable for everyone. It doesn't matter if you can't learn it. You just need to learn Jia Wang Quan. Before transforming into a Super Saiyan, Kaioken is the most useful move for them. As for the Vitality Bomb, it seems that only those with a pure heart can learn it. Not everyone can learn Vitality Bombs. Ling Xian is giving Vegeta a vaccination first, so that he will not collapse when he learns." After Ling Xian finished speaking, he left here. Ling Xian returned to Earth, and he stayed with Taisai all the time. Ling Xian soon received a message from Weiss, asking him to take Taisai back to cook. How could Ling Xian agree? Ling Xian joked that Taisai was his woman now, so she should not let Taisai cook in the future. This made Weiss and Beerus roll their eyes. They are really bastards who value color and despise teacher. But at this time, Taisai proposed that Beerus and the other two should come to Earth and forget it, because her cooking skills are nothing on Earth. There are far more people who cook better than her. When Beerus and Weiss heard it, their eyes lit up. But at the moment, there's one thing that makes the two unable to get away. They can only suspend their plan to go to the Earth. Ling Xian asked them, but they didn't say why. Destroy the gods. Beerus and Weiss stood in front of the god of destruction palace, looking up at the sky. "Master Beerus, don't you really tell Lewis about the alternate god of destruction from other universes coming to the 7th universe? What's the use of telling him? Don't forget that group of guys are here to discuss me." Seeing that I accepted a candidate god of destruction, they also accepted. Beerus gritted his teeth and said, "They will definitely recruit some people whose strength has reached the realm of gods. With Lewis's 15 billion combat power, even turning into a Super Saiyan will not help. It's disgusting to think about." Weiss said with a smile, "Who made Master Beerus so unpopular? Every god of destruction in the universe wants to mock you. Even your brother wants to come and mock you. Wait another 2 years and see who mocks him. Okay, with Lewis's physique, no one can defeat him. Maybe you can ridicule Mr. Beerus back." Weiss laughed. Beerus' eyes lit up. "That's right. The power of the alternate gods of destruction in other universes must have the realm of gods. If they fight with Lewis and still can't win, then I can go back to ridicule. Lewis currently only has 15 billion combat power, but with 15 billion combat power, even Weiss can't defeat it, let alone the alternate gods of destruction in other universes." Fortunately, Weiss didn't know what Beerus was thinking, otherwise he would definitely say, "Let alone me, even my father, there is no way." Beerus laughed wildly. Let's go to Earth first, and those guys will definitely come to Earth to find me." Gollum. Weiss swallowed. His eyes lit up and said, "Okay, Taisai said that there's still many delicious things on Earth, so I feel comfortable now." "Then hurry up. Northern Galaxy, Frisia headquarters, hateful." A sharp and sinister voice spread throughout Frisia's headquarters. All the cosmic people in the hall dared not say a word, for fear of offending the cosmic emperor on the rocking car. Frisia crushed the wine glass in his hand, gritted his teeth, and said, "Damn Galactic Patrolman, why are you against me?" Frisia didn't know why the Scions joined the Galactic Patrol. Frisia only knew that the Scions had betrayed him. What he hated most in his life was betrayal. So Frisia kept letting Frisia's army hunt down the Scions. IT had some effect at first, killing more than a dozen Scions. But in the end, the Scion learned to be smart, and when he encountered the Frisia Legion, he fled back to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. The headquarters of the Galactic Patrol is a place that even Frisia dare not enter. Plus, that alternate god of destruction invaded his headquarters 4 years ago. Frisia didn't dare to hunt down Scions anymore. The Scions have become stronger and stronger in the past 10 years, especially the Bardock, whose combat effectiveness surpassed Jinyu's. If he doesn't make a move, no one in Frisia's army can restrain the Scions anymore. But he has to worry about that candidate god of destruction. This time, King Frisia. I heard a legend. A cosmic man walked into the palace, and he hurried to Frisia. "King Frisia, I heard a legend about immortality." When Frisia, who was in a rage, heard this, his face changed suddenly. "Say it." "When I was doing the task, I heard an ancient race say that if you find a legendary Dragon Ball, you can make any wish come true. To realize any wish doesn't mean that not only can people live forever, but it can also make people gain great power. If that ancient race didn't lie, it's okay. Tell me, where's the Dragon Ball?" Frisia was overjoyed. The cosmic man wiped the sweat off his face and said, "King Frisia, I just heard about this and I don't know where the Dragon Ball is." As soon as these words came out, an icy murderous aura instantly filled the palace. "Check it out for me. You must find out where the Dragon Ball is. As long as I gain immortality and great strength, it's time for me to break through the Galactic Patrol headquarters." Earth. Ling Xian was lying in the backyard of Taisai's house, drinking a drink, enjoying life. Taisai is not here. She and Bulma went shopping. After all, the two sisters haven't seen each other for many years. Sisterly love. Now they stick together every day to ate tea. This moment, a colorful streamer appeared in front of Ling Xian. "Boy, life is very comfortable. Yo, isn't this my Lord Beerus?" Ling Xian opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Don't you have something to do? You didn't come to Earth even if you were asked. Why are you here again?" His tone was full of sarcasm. Beerus gritted his teeth. "That brat." Beerus rolled his eyes and jokingly said, "Boy, there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear?" Weiss covered his mouth and smirked. Ling Xian closed his eyes. "Master Beerus, I don't even want to hear it." 2 black lines were drawn across Beerus' forehead, and Weiss laughed outright. "If you don't listen, you have to listen." Beerus snorted. "The good news is that you're going to stand out." Ling Xian frowned, opened his eyes again and said, "What about the bad news?" "The bad news is that you're going to fight the alternate god of destruction from another universe." "What?" Ling Xian ejected directly from the beach chair, staring at Beerus. He finally understood what Beerus meant by getting ahead. This is to let him fight with alternate gods of destruction from other universes. With his immunity, he will naturally not lose. In this way, he will become famous in the universe of kings. "Master Beerus, your calculation's quite good." "Huh, that weather's good." Beerus whistled and looked up at the sky. The corner of Ling Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Why did he say that Beerus' abacus was very good? This is because if he fights with other gods of destruction, he would have been invincible. In this way, Beerus can taunt back, saying that a master in the realm of God can't even beat a mortal. Beerus cannot care about things like pulling hatred. After all, he's hated by all the gods of destruction, and he doesn't have to care about others hating him more. But Beerus is trying to pull him into the water now. "Okay, brat, I'm your master, so just ask if you can help me with this." Beerus patted Ling Xian's shoulder, blushing without panting. "Help, I can't help." Ling Xian gritted his teeth. Ling Xian looked angry on the surface, but there was no disturbance in his heart. The so-called one is dry, and the other is prosperous. He and the seventh universe were bound together early on. Besides, in Ling Xian's eyes, Beerus and Weiss are both teachers and friends. Beerus wanted to taunt back. Ling Xian would naturally help him. The corners of Ling Xian's mouth raised slightly, and he was looking forward to fighting other alternate gods of destruction next. Suddenly, Ling Xian frowned and said, Master Beerus, besides the number 11 universe, there are alternate gods of destruction in other universes? Weiss finally spoke and said with a smile, back when Master Beerus accepted you as an alternate god of destruction, other gods of destruction followed suit. Ling Xian covered his eyes. He finally saw how unpopular Beerus was and waited for others to make preparations early to ridicule him. Beerus rubbed his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that his heir would have to take action in order to save face. Okay, Lord Beerus, when will they come to Universe 7? 1 year later. 1 year later? Yeah, what's the matter? Are you busy? Beerus looked at Ling Xian suspiciously. Ling Xian shook his head. Vegeta and Son Goku went to the King of the North Kai to learn Kai Kai Wangquan, and he'll pick them up a year later. Also a year later, the two planned to seek revenge on Frieza. Unexpectedly, the alternate god of destruction from other universes would come to Universe 7 a year later. There's a conflict of time. In the end, Ling Xian didn't say much, and Beerus and Weiss lived on Earth. Yes, as soon as Beerus came to Earth, they soon found that Taisai was right. The Earth is simply a gourmet paradise. Even a random street snack is a delicacy that the two of them have never eaten before. Beerus and Weiss wondered why this planet hadn't been discovered earlier. In addition to delicious food, Beerus and Weiss soon discovered that the Earth has a very special place. In the northern part of the Earth stand a towering stone tower, and there is a mysterious heaven above the stone tower. The two went up to the heaven once, but they didn't find anything wrong. I only know that the heaven and the stone tower are very old. In the end, Beerus and Weiss could only let it go. The two of Beerus were immersed in the world of gourmet food, while Ling Xian started to practice. This is the first time he's practiced since he left the God of Destruction realm, and he's still working hard on 3 aspects of cultivation: power, dimensions, and rules. In terms of strength, his current strength is measured by combat power. Before transforming, he has 15 billion combat power, and when he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he can have 750 billion combat power. Dimensionally, it is at the level of the king of the realm. According to the rules, he can only condense destructive energy the size of fist. It is extremely unrealistic to achieve breakthroughs in these 3 aspects within a year unless the system rewards them. The system didn't release any check-in tasks, so Ling Xian can only work hard on one of them, trying to make a breakthrough in 1 year's time. I asked for which area to work on. Ling Xian thought about it and felt that it would be better to work on the dimension. There are several reasons for this. First, in terms of strength, Ling Xian has reached the bottleneck at the current stage, and it is difficult to improve. Even if it can be improved, it will not improve much unless it breaks through to Super Saiyan 2. In this way, the original power can be increased by 100 times, which is 1,500 billion combat power. But don't forget that Ling Xian has just broken through Super Saiyan 1 not long ago, and it is simply unrealistic to continue to break through. This is also the reason why Ling Xian didn't choose to practice after he came out from the God Destruction realm, but stayed with Taisai all the time. Second, in terms of breaking the rules, how much destructive energy bombs he can condense depends on his own strength. The so-called container is as big as it is, and it can take as much water. Ling Xian's ability to condense a fist-sized destructive energy bullet is already the limit. It is simply impossible to condense a larger destructive energy bomb. Don't forget, the other alternate gods of destruction who come from power will also break the rules. Even if Ling Xian condenses the destructive energy to a greater extent, it is still incomparable to the destructive rules that others have practiced for thousands of years. Third, the dimension is different from the previous 2. Ling Xian's current dimension has reached the level of the king of the world. If you break through again, you will be at the level of God. The God level is the dimension in which the God of destruction and KO God reside. Once Ling Xian breaks through to the level of the gods, his power will be transformed into the power of the gods. As mentioned earlier, the power of the gods is different from the power of mortals. With the same combat power, the crisis of the power of the gods is even greater. There's another very important benefit of breaking through to the dimension of the gods. That is, the longevity will be greatly increased. Of course, even if Ling Xian made a breakthrough in the dimension, he would definitely not be able to defeat the other alternate gods of destruction. Ling Xian didn't think that he could beat others now, but others couldn't beat him to death. The result was doomed to be a draw. After weighing the 3, Ling Xian chose to work hard in the dimension. But one thing to note is that dimensional cultivation is not just enough talent. It takes a lot of time and even chance luck. So Ling Xian boarded the heaven again. Heavenly Temple. The gods are observing the lower world as always. Tianqian wiped the cold sweat off his face. I didn't expect the real god of destruction to come to Earth. A ray of light flew from the lower realm. It was none other than Ling Xian. The god asked suspiciously, Master alternate god of destruction, do you have something to do? Ling Xian smiled and said, I came here to borrow your spiritual time room. I wonder if the gods can agree. Can you agree? If you don't agree, will you destroy the Earth? Tianqian swallowed, although it was strange why Ling Xian knew about the spiritual time room, but still nodded. Of course there is no problem. Okay then, take me there. Okay, please come with me. The god took Ling Xian into the temple and walked through the corridor. Along the way, the gods were explaining to Ling Xian the matters needing attention in the spiritual time house. Ling Xian already knew what was going on in the spiritual time room, but he still listened quietly. Came to the door of the spiritual time house. Tianqian said, Master alternate god of destruction, please come out within 2 years. Otherwise you will be trapped inside forever. It is good. Ling Xian did not tell the gods that in fact, as long as the strength is strong enough, they can still break through the space barrier and return to reality. Ling Xian walked into the spiritual time room. At this time, other universes. Rumsey, your candidate has been chosen. It was chosen more than 10 years ago. What about you, Xiangpa? You don't think Beerus is your brother, so why don't you participate in this challenge? TCH, I can't wait to mock that skinny ribs every day. That's good. There's still a year to let them practice and practice. Don't make any mistakes then. The 11 gods of destruction gathered together to conspire to challenge Ling Xian. On the other side, the serving angels also gathered together. Bados, have you found out the origin of that sacred aura back then? Sister, I didn't find out. How about all of you? We didn't either. We asked that guy Weiss, but Weiss didn't know anything. Maybe he really doesn't know. Well, let's take this opportunity. Let's go to Universe 7 and check it out. Yes, time passed, and a year passed like this. Shidu, inside Taisai's restaurant. Lewis, come eat this. Taisai forked a piece of meat to Ling Xian's mouth. Ling Xian smiled slightly, opened his mouth, and ate the piece of meat that was forked to his mouth. Seeing that he had finished eating, Taisai picked up a tissue and gently wiped his mouth, the other side of the dining table. Wes, don't grab it, it's mine. Master Beerus, Mina. Beerus and Weiss were fighting for the last chicken leg on the dining table, and they were about to fight. Master Beerus, I'm full. I'll go to the king of the northern realm, and I'll be back soon. Ling Xian said hello and led Taisai out of the hall. Seeing this, the 2 people in the restaurant stopped, and Beerus took the opportunity to snatch the chicken leg from Weiss and said while chewing, Wes, you didn't leave. Do you think there's something wrong with this kid? A year ago, Lewis went to that mysterious heaven for more than 10 days, and it was a little different after he came back. Weiss was thoughtful. It seems that the dimension is a little different. Yes, I have the same feeling. I always feel that kid Lewis will break through to the level of God. Beerus took another bite of the chicken leg, shook his head and said, I'm afraid I'm crazy. Lewis has only been practicing for 16 years. How did he break through to the level of a god so quickly? King of the North. Sure. Ling Xian appeared here with Taisai teleportation. Suddenly, Two overwhelming auras struck crazily that Tai-Sai's originally rosy face turned pale in an instant. Don't be afraid. Ling Xian hugged Tai-Sai tightly. A purple light suddenly appeared on his body. The destructive breath tightly wrapped the two of them, and the tumbling air wave collided with the destructive breath, disintegrating suddenly. Scare me. Tai's patted her chest. 10 times Kai Wong fist. 10 times Kai Wong fist. With two shouts, the tumbling air wave became frenzied again, and the King Star of the Northern Realm kept trembling, as if it would explode in the next second. You two guys, stop for me. The King of the North clung to the swaying tree, and his pet gorilla and grasshopper clung to his thigh. Who are they? They're so strong. Tai-Sai was still covering her mouth while being protected, stunned. They are members of my clan. I didn't expect to learn the Kai Wonkwin. Ling Xian put his arms around Tai-Sai, and a strong wave of air beat wildly in front of them, but he couldn't break through the destructive atmosphere after all. After a while, the two crimson lights dimmed, and Son Goku and Vegeta released Kaioken. The King of the North Realm and his two pets let go of the big tree, unable to crawl on the ground. It's Lewis. Sun Wukong noticed Ling Xian, and of course he also noticed Tai-Sai beside Ling Xian. Lewis, who is she? She's my wife. Ling Xian smiled slightly and pulled Tai-Sai over. Tai-Sai, who was next to her, was very happy and looked at Ling Xian tenderly. Ling Xian squeezed her little hand and looked at Vegeta. How about Kaiu Fist? Vegeta grinned and said with a smile. Very strong. Frieza is dead now. Oh, Ling Xian sensed the breath of Vegeta in Monkey King. When Sun Wukong came to the Northern King Star, his strength was 8, and Vegeta was a little less than Sun Wukong, only 7 now. According to Ling Xian's induction, Sun Wukong's strength should have 20 combat strength. Hey, as for Vegeta, he is still a little less than Monkey King, with only 17 fighting power. Haha, it seems that you are very confident in the revenge plan. I want to kill Frieza with my own hands. Vegeta gritted his teeth, and the scene of the explosion of Star Vegeta is still vivid in his mind. Perhaps with his 17 combat power, he still can't defeat the Universe Emperor, but if he transforms into the giant ape form, Frieza will definitely not be his opponent at this time. I have seen the alternate god of destruction. The King of the North Realm regained his strength and hurried to salute. Don't wait a moment, because the etiquette is not in place. The other party gets angry, and then it would be bad to squeeze his remaining planets. Ling Xian nodded to the King of the Northern Realm, then looked at Sun Wukong and said, 1 year has come. Since you have all learned the King of the Realm, let's go back to Earth. Sun Wukong hesitated to speak. Kakarot, what's wrong with you? Why don't you ask us if we have learned another trick of Lord King of the Northern Realm? Sun Wukong bared his teeth, a bit showing off. Humph. Vegeta on the side folded his hands and snorted coldly. Did you learn Kakarot? But Vegeta didn't. Ling Xian laughed. So boring. Vegeta snorted again. Sun Wukong draped Vegeta's shoulders and smiled at Ling Xian. Ha, Lewis, you are so smart. This time Vegeta's face became even darker, and he finally said, what's so great isn't just a vitality bomb, it's not as powerful as Kaioken. The word jealousy was almost printed on his face. Okay, didn't I say that not everyone can learn this trick? Vegeta, you don't have to worry about it. Ling Xian said, yes, this trick can only be learned by the hard child. The King of the Northern Realm nodded quickly. AT this time. Vegeta's face was darker than the bottom of the pot. Isn't this saying that his mind is impure? In the end, Ling Xian pulled Tai-Sai, took Vegeta with a depressed face, and Monkey King with a happy face, and left the Northern King Star. Back on Earth, Monkey King returned to Bowsy Mountain, and Vegeta lived in Bulma's house. They just came back, and they didn't intend to seek revenge on Frieza right away, so they had to rest and recuperate first, inside the backyard. Sitting on the swing, Tai-Sai and Ling Xian lowered their heads and said shyly, Lewis, can you repeat what you said to the King of the Northern Realm? Ling Xian pretended not to understand, and looked at her with a smirk. What did I say? I kinda forgot. Ew. Tai-Sai raised her head, puffing up like an angry little lion. Her eyes are very good, especially the round ones, which are very cute. She's obviously a big sister, but after being immortalized by the dragon, she looks like a girl. It really kills her. Ling Xian's heart beat faster. Tai-Sai grabbed Ling Xian's hand, bit it lightly, and said angrily, say it quickly, or I'll bite you to death. Ling Xian pursed his lips and rubbed her little head. If you bite me to death, you won't have a husband. Lewis, I'm so happy. Tai-Sai smiled sweetly, jumped directly to the ground, and then jumped into his arms, hugging Ling Xian like a tree. The girl in his arms was very soft, and a fresh body fragrance penetrated into his nose, and a strange feeling rose in Ling Xian's heart. It is sweet happiness that melts in my heart. When he came to the world of Dragon Ball, he always wanted to be able to punch Beerus and kick the king. Who would have thought that they met Tai-Sai? There are many beauties in Dragon Ball, such as Bulma, Kiki number 18. Kitaizi is beautiful in a different way. She is mature and intellectual, but naughty and cute. Ling Xian put his hands on Tai-Sai's back and put his arms around her, so he'll be worried about her in the future. Obviously, I asked you to protect me before, but in the end, I was deceived by you. A faint voice suddenly sounded from Tai-Sai in her arms. What did I lie to you about? I was deceived by you. Tai-Sai raised her head. Her beautiful eyes were full of Ling Xian's shadow. Ling Xian clutched his chest, feeling like he was hit by a sweet arrow feather, holding up her little face. Sister Tai-Sai, how did you learn to tease people? Her long golden hair was draped behind her head. Her face was fair and delicate, and her red lips were lightly parted, opening and closing. I didn't tease you, and I'm not your sister. I am your wife. Tai-Sai sticks out her tongue. With a cute look, the breeze blew, but it couldn't take away the heat in Ling Xian's body. His sister Tai's is so cute. Ling Xian held her small face and tenderly bit her red lips. Well, Tai-Sai widened her eyes. He kissed me. Her mind went blank. She forgot to resist. When she realized it, she catered to her. This bold move made her ears burn. After a while, the lips parted. Tai-Sai suddenly felt something pressing against her. Her face blushed, and she pinched the corner of Ling Xian's clothes with her fingers. You got me. Yes, sorry. Ling Xian was stuttering while speaking, and the majesty of the alternate god of destruction disappeared completely, like a foolish, dumbfounded. Ling Xian was about to let go of Tai-Sai. Tai-Sai covered her small mouth and laughed, then hugged Ling Xian tightly, still in the tree-hugging posture. Just stop it. Anyway, it's my man. Ling Xian was hugged by Tai-Sai. The stimulation became more and more intense, and the hormonal aura became stronger and stronger. The two look at each other. The air has become hot and dry. Ling Xian lowered her head. The corners of Tai-Sai's mouth raised slightly, and she closed her eyes again. Suddenly, more than a dozen colorful streamers appeared in the sky, and a vast divine spirit permeated the entire earth. Ordinary people can't detect it, but Ling Xian senses it.so at the same time. Ding, the task is released. Please sign in front of the angels and gods of destruction. Reward, Dimension of the Gods. Divine Dimension. Ling Xian was taken aback for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. When he was still destroying the God Realm, he had been cultivating the dimension. After 4 years of cultivation, he has not made any progress in the cultivation of dimensions. After coming to the earth, he practiced for more than a year. In addition to the 10 years in the spiritual time room, he finally made a breakthrough. Step into the dimension of the gods, but with just one step at the door, Ling Xian couldn't get in. Now that the system has released this task, it's really not too cool. Ling Xian didn't go on kissing, but held Tai's small face in his hands and said softly, Sister Tai's, they are here. Who's here? Tai's opened her eyes and puffed her mouth. It turned out that kissing was so comfortable, and it was so damn near that I almost kissed again. It's the alternate gods of destruction from other universes, and they've come looking for me. It's them. I'm so mad. Tai-Sai clenched her fists and was really annoyed that she didn't kiss her little boy. Unbearable. After kissing first, Taisai raised her head and kissed her, still not relieved, tongue and head stuck in. After a while. All right. Ling Xian scratched the bridge of her little nose and said, when I finish fighting with them, I will come back to accompany Sister Taisai. Go, go, go. Finally, Ling Xian left the backyard. Earth North Point 11 colorful streamers appeared here, and 33 figures suddenly appeared. Except for the 11 figures with a floating god ring above their heads, the other 22 figures all exuded a powerful aura. The god of destruction of the first universe, Yuan said, why is Beerus on this kind of garbage planet? Rumsey, the god of destruction of the 10th universe, taunted. Sure enough, the 7th universe has begun to decline. Ha ha ha. All the gods of destruction laughed. The 11 angels on the side were expressionless, but their eyes kept staring at the tall tower in the forest in the northern part of the earth. As for the remaining 11 figures, they're all alternate gods of destruction. At T this moment, 2 figures appeared here. Beerus said coldly, it's really here. The 6th group, the god of destruction of the universe, Xiangpa laughed. Skinny ribs, are you ready to learn from each other? Where's your air? After speaking, he pretended to be like a handkerchief and looked around. Your air? It's not because you're afraid of us, so it's not easy to bring it. Ha ha. I think Beerus is also scared. Why don't you dare to bring your people? Keitara, the god of destruction of the 4th universe, smiled cheaply. Ha ha ha. All the gods of destruction are confident. After all, will a little kid be a backup god of destruction, and he's only practiced for more than 10 years, so how powerful will he be? Beerus snorted coldly. Laugh? I don't know if you can laugh later. Helles, the god of destruction of the 2nd universe, said, who can say big things? You have the ability to let your air come out. Stop talking nonsense. Beerus, it's okay, let our airs compete. Let your people come out. Number 11 god of destruction of the universe looked at Beerus playfully that a group of alternate gods of destruction also showed a smile. They had been ordered a long time ago, and this discussion must make the air of the 7th universe embarrassing. 8T this moment. There was a slight fluctuation in space, and a figure appeared beside Beerus. That 8T was none other than Ling Xian. Ding, successfully signed in front of the angels and gods of destruction. Reward, dimension of the gods. Hum. A divine aura suddenly erupted from Ling Xian's body, and he finally stepped into the door. The power of mortals is completely transformed into the power of gods. After breaking through to the dimension of gods and spirits, Ling Xian's lifespan became as long as the king of the world and the god of destruction, 8T this time. The angels and gods of destruction noticed Ling Xian's breakthrough, and the scene boiled instantly. What? Dimension of the gods. Who's this guy? Why'd he break through to the dimension of the gods? It can't be the alternate god of destruction of universe. How is it possible? Beerus has only been a candidate for god of destruction for more than 10 years, and he wants to train a kid to the dimension of gods in more than 10 years. This is simply impossible. All the gods of destruction stared at Ling Xian in shock. Not to mention that the other gods of destruction were shocked. Even Beerus and Weiss were also stunned. Isn't this kid from the dimension of the king of the realm? How did you break through in the blink of an eye? I have seen you, Lord gods of destruction. Ling Xian rubbed his nose and recognized the god of destruction and the angel present at a glance. Only, there are 11 other people next to them. Their dimensions are not high, and the highest is only the dimension of Hades. The dimension is not high, but their aura is extremely strong. These 11 people must be the alternate gods of destruction in other universes. And many more. Ling Xian suddenly saw a familiar figure among these alternate gods of destruction. Topo. In the Super Anime, Topo is the captain of the number 11 Cosmic Pride team. He faced Vegeta at the Power Conference, and the two were eliminated at the same time. It's only been more than 10 years, but to be able to do this, you are very talented. Dimensional cultivation talent is very strong. There's a fart. You didn't realize that his strength is very weight. He has a destructive aura on him. He understood breaking the rules. The god of destruction of the 8th universe, Giliel said, this kid's talent is terrifying. No wonder you accepted Beerus as an alternate god of destruction. Number 12 god of destruction of the universe, Jean, said in disbelief, it's really terrifying. It took only a dozen years to cultivate the dimension to the level of a god, and even comprehend the rules of destruction. Xiangpa shook his head crazily. We guessed wrong, so let me just say, how can the thin ribs make fun of the alternate god of destruction? The other gods of destruction also looked shocked. As for the angels, they were even more shocked. Look at Ling Xian. Ling Xian exuded a vague aura, and the gods of destruction might not have noticed it for a while, but it was at the level of an angel. How could the angels fail to find out? The realm of freedom. How old is the alternate god of destruction of the 7th universe? He's only about 20 years old at most. I'm afraid this kid has been practicing since the womb. No, practicing a mother's womb is only one more year. This kid is too scary. How is it? Didn't you just tell me to call Lewis over? How do you feel about my air? Beerus put his hands on Ling Xian's shoulders, looked at the gods in front of him, and laughed. He saw the disbelief on the faces of these guys, and the depression of many years was swept away. I feel very comfortable. Don't be complacent. Don't think that your successor's talent is good enough to win this match. Quintella looked at Beerus and Ling Xian with a gloomy expression. Beerus has a grudge against him, and he's stronger than him. It can be said that he's the one that many gods of destruction most hope to see the decline of the 7th universe. All along, the development of the 7th universe is getting worse and worse, and it is very likely that it will be destroyed by the king at any time that he is really happy, but did not expect. In this kid in front of him, he saw signs of the 7th universe coming back to life. Yes, this sparring isn't that the stronger the talent, the more powerful it is, and it depends on the real strength. It was so delicious that he patted Topo beside him. Topo, one stop ahead. Boom dash. The breath of destruction soared into the sky. The ground exploded, and the forest disappeared. So strong. His broken rules are so powerful. He is a strong enemy. All the alternate gods of destruction spoke one after another. The earth trembled more and more, and the next second it would disintegrate under the destructive breath of Topo. Ling Xian stayed by Beerus' side all the time, watching Topo, destroying the earth with a blank expression. Boy, you are courting death. Beerus finally spoke. The earth is the gourmet planet he found with great difficulty, and anyone who dares to destroy his earth is his enemy. A murderous aura appeared all over Beerus, and disappeared in an instant. Toobo, who was next to Wei-Mei, suddenly felt short of breath, as if he was being targeted by a giant beast. The destructive aura on his body suddenly dissipated. Stop. It was so delicious that I was taken aback. What happened to Beerus? Why did you do it yourself? He hastened to make a move, dodged in front of Topo, his muscles tensed, and he clenched his fist with all his strength. Go ahead. A purple fist appeared in the void at the same time, colliding with Yamai's fist. Boom dash. Landslides. The earth exploded in an instant, and a star field was forcibly sunk in the northern Milky Way. All the angels took action to protect their alternate god of destruction, and Weiss also pretended to protect Ling Xian. In the universe. Beerus, are you crazy? Ivan was dumbfounded. Gods of destruction can't fight each other. Beerus, do you want to be wiped out by the king? Hele shouted. All the gods of destruction stood up and accused Beerus, but no one dared to go up and do it. Even Kampa only dared to speak quickly because he knew that Beerus was angry at this time. Yumi separated from Beerus and retreated to Topo. Beerus, if you want to fight, I'll make it happen for you. It was so delicious that his mouth was hard, but the hand he collided with Beerus was shaking all the time. Tobo's pupils shrank sharply behind him, and he noticed this. He looked up at Beerus closely. The god of destruction in Universe Dash is so powerful that even adults can't hold back his punch. The other alternate gods of destruction also showed unbelievable expressions. It turns out that there's also a gap between gods of destruction. Beerus didn't look at the gods, turned around and said, Wes, restore the earth. Yes. Weiss waved his staff and went back in time for 2 minutes, and the star field of the earth returned to the undamaged state before. The corners of Ling Xian's mouth raised slightly. He was watching a good show. Mocking is just mocking. Why are you destroying the earth? Isn't this courting death? But this virus is really strong. Boy, I'll let you go this time. Virus looked at Topo, who was so delicious, and then said coldly, I warn you, whoever dares to destroy my earth, I will kill you. All the alternate gods of destruction trembled, with a strong killing intent. And Topo's back was already wet with sweat, and he was obviously frightened. Stop talking nonsense. Are you ready for the thin ribs? Get ready to start the competition. At this time, Xiangpa stood up, and only he dared to stand up when Virus was angry. After all, he is Beerus' brother. No kitties. Virus put away his cold face and turned to a laughing look, as if what just happened never happened. Lewis, tell me, when do you want to fight them? It will take a few days. After all, the gods of destruction have come all the way to the 7th universe, so we have to let everyone rest and rest first. Ling Xian finally spoke. All the gods of destruction smiled, and Jean taunted. Beerus, look at your air, how much you will think of others, and then look at yourself. Cut, I'm not feeling well. I can come have a fight. After Beerus finished speaking, he Weiss disappeared. Only Ling Xian was left here to accompany the gods. My lords of destruction, please follow me. Ling Xian said. Ling Xian flew into the sky. The gods of destruction looked at each other, then followed. The other alternate gods of destruction also followed closely. They kept looking at Ling Xian, who was flying in front. This kid's talent is really terrifying. However, talent does not represent strength. In this exchange, they're still very confident. The angels fly at the end. I didn't expect the alternate god of destruction of Universe 7 to have such a high talent. That's right, that young man named Lewis. He seems to have realized the perfect state of freedom. It's no wonder that Beerus accepted that young man as a backup god of destruction. The 7th universe is about to rise. All the angels said one after another. This moment. Bados frowned suddenly. Eldest sister, have you found a tall tower in the middle of the forest? In the northern forest of the earth, there's a tower that soars into the sky. The angels shook their bodies, and they also noticed the tower was very old, and there are many mysterious imprints engraved on it. All the angels looked at Keisai one after another. Keisai said, solemnly, I see, that high tower is very old, and I can't recognize the origin of that high tower. This planet is not simple. As soon as the words came out, all the angels were stunned. Even their eldest sister can't recognize this tower. Let these little guys finish their discussions first, and then we can ask Weiss. Keisai frowned for 2 days, ask him about the origin of that sacred ore back then, and ask him if he knows the tower on this planet. Ling Xian didn't know about the shock of the angels, so he asked Taisai to arrange a place for the gods. With Beerus' previous warning, the gods of destruction and the alternate gods of destruction dare not mess around on the earth. Virus was very satisfied with the performance of the gods, but Xiangpa couldn't bear it. He came here to mock Beerus that IT turned out to be another 2 days as Xiangpa asked Bados to take out his favorite stuff, bird eggs. There must be no such delicious food to ridicule the 7th universe. Virus thought it was something delicious at first, until he took a sip and couldn't help but mock back. Say what kind of rubbish this is. Beerus waved his hand and asked Weiss to bring the instant noodles. Angel, god of destruction, and alternate god of destruction each shared a bucket of instant noodles. Damn it, Beerus, what is this? It's so delicious. Every noodle, every mouthful of noodle soup is so delicious. I finished eating, Beerus. Is there any more? Beerus laughed out loud. Xiangpa he huddled aside and ate instant noodles. How could he dare to speak that a few days passed? The gods had been immersed in the delicacies of the earth and almost forgot to discuss this matter. The backyard Taisai's house. Quintella looked at the gods of destruction who were eating ice cream, pudding, desserts, and said loudly, okay, have you forgotten what we are here for? What are we here for? It seems that they came to discuss with Beerus' air. Boom dash. The 10 gods of destruction reacted instantly. Xiangpa walked up to Beerus, pointed at Beerus' nose and blurted out, well, you Beerus, you actually tempted us with delicious food. Do you want to just fool around like this? No way. Helles took a bite of the pudding and showed an expression of enjoyment. Beerus, you are indeed too much. Rumsey drank a glass of cold beer and burped. Fortunately, the dead mouse reminded us. Otherwise, I really forgot. Katra. All the gods of destruction criticized Beerus. Beerus rolled his eyes. Let's just forget about it and blame me, don't you? Don't talk nonsense. Let's start the discussion today. I was in a good mood to give you some good things to eat, but now I pick up the bowl to eat meat and put down the chopsticks to scold my mother, right? Who is afraid of whom? His Lewis is already invincible. Since he wants to be ridiculed so much, then come on. Wes, let Lewis come over. Yes. Under the contact of Weiss, Ling Xian appeared here instantly. Master Beerus, what's the matter? They are eager to be ridiculed. Let's start. Don't delay. No problem. But I want 2 people to come over and see the battle of the candidate god of destruction level. Ling Xian asked Weiss to find out where Vegeta and Monkey King were, but Weiss said that Vegeta left the earth with Monkey King, Raditz, and Nappa. What? Where are they going? The direction they are heading seems to be the direction of Namek. Ling Xian was dumbfounded. What happened? Piccolo is not dead. God is not dead. Why did they go to Namek? It turned out that during the 3 years since Vegeta came to Earth, he had already fallen in love with Bulma. Vegeta knew that Bulma's sister was in contact with the Galactic Patrolman Jock, so he got in touch with the Galactic Patrol headquarters through Taisai. King Vegeta, who was far away at the Galactic headquarters, finally had news of his son, and he sent a message to Vegeta. Frieza discovered the legend of Dragon Ball on Namek, and Frieza was on his way to Namek. Once Frieza gets the Dragon Balls, that Scion is finished. Therefore, King Vegeta led all the young Scions to attack, and more than 1,500 Scions attacked the Namek planet. For a moment, the 7th universe was a complete sensation. One is Frieza, the Emperor of the universe, and the other is the Rising Star Scion family. The 2 forces are about to collide. After Vegeta knew this information, he immediately took Monkey King and the others and left the Earth. Under Weiss' narration, Ling Xian knew the cause and effect. The blood in his body suddenly boiled. The Scions are going to fight Frieza. It's exciting just thinking about it. I really want to go to the big show, but he can't leave. Lewis, what are you thinking? Beerus said, Master Beerus, let's start. I have to go to Namek after the fight. Ling Xian suppressed his excitement. Beerus nodded and looked at Weiss. Wes, set up the void battlefield. Weiss smiled and said, Sister, help me. Keisai in the corner of the yard slowly put down the ice cream in her hand, and Weiss soared into the air. When they came to void, the 2 waved their staffs at the same time. Hum. 2 colorful streamers emerged from the staff and penetrated into the void. The void was instantly transformed into a 10 square meter battlefield. All the angels, gods of destruction, and alternate gods of destruction on the ground flew into the battlefield one after another. Ling Xian was the last one to step into the battlefield, and the outside of the battlefield froze instantly. Arak, the god of destruction of the 5th universe, said, how do you want to compete this time? The number 11 universe destroyer said, deliciously. It doesn't matter how you want to compete, as long as you leave Lewis to my number 11 universe. The 6th group of universe destroyers, Xiangpa, was furious. What are you thinking? Lewis can only leave me the 6th universe. All the gods of destruction want to fight Lewis. After all, Lewis hasn't grown up yet, and defeating him can taunt Beerus severely. Otherwise, it will be too late when Lewis grows up and wants to compete with each other in the future. Stop, my lords. Why don't you let your heirs go up together? Ling Xian really has no time to waste here. He just wants to end this farce quickly, so that he can rush to name K. As soon as these words came out, the 11 alternate gods of destruction were furious. Don't be ashamed. Don't think that you are very talented, because you are very talented. Can you beat any alternate god of destruction? Do you really think you're the real god of destruction? That's right. The strength is not enough. So you have learned the arrogance of Master Beerus so quickly. Beerus, want to hit someone? Quitla flew over, came to Ling Xian, patted his chest, and said coldly, "Boy, you are very arrogant." Beerus' character has always been annoying to him, and it turns out that this kid's personality is exactly the same as Beerus. Ling Xian squinted his eyes. Master Quitra, what's the matter? You have a lot of opinions on me. Ling Xian's tone was very flat, but it was full of provocation in Quitella's ears. The gods of destruction looked at Ling Xian jokingly. This kid is really bold. Are you really afraid that Quitella will kill him? Beerus nodded. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Ling Xian. Even if there was, he thought it was a good job. Quitra hates him, and he naturally doesn't like Quitra. Boy, do you know who to talk to? A murderous aura emerged from Quitella's body, and the candidate god of destruction present trembled violently. Master Beerus, let them come together. I'm in a hurry. Ling Xian turned his head directly, ignoring Ketla. Quitra was furious. He was ignored by a piece of trash. Raise your hand and condense a piece of destructive energy. Hum. The breath of the void battlefield was instantly disturbed. Quitla, you passed. Beerus appeared behind Ling Xian in an instant, face to face with Quitella, without any emotion on his face. Pass. The corner of his mouth twitched while watching the play. The topo of his universe damaged a little bit of the earth a few days ago. You're gonna kill Topo. Did this happen? Protecting the calf is not so protective. The gods present were also speechless. Since he wants to die, then I will fulfill him. Quitella put away his hands, turned his face to look at the alternate god of destruction in his universe, and said, Troy, you and the alternate gods of destruction from other universes take action together and kill that kid for me. Yes, Troy, the alternate god of destruction of the fourth universe, nodded. The other alternate gods of destruction looked at their gods of destruction one after another, and nodded when they saw them. Yes, all the alternate gods of destruction flew into the air. Seeing this, the angels were stunned by this scene. Bados glanced at the calm Weiss, wondering, Wes, is your alternate god of destruction crazy? The other angels were also very puzzled. Wouldn't Lewis think that he would feel invincible after realizing the state of perfection and freedom? Dare to challenge Ketla, and dare to challenge 11 alternate gods of destruction at the same time. Either stupid or crazy. Facing the questions from his brothers and sisters, Weiss smiled and said nothing. Kesai was thoughtful, tilted her head, and said, could it be that you have nothing to fear? Apart from being crazy, she can only think of this possibility. Are you confident? Konik, the angel of the fourth universe, chuckled. This kid's talent is very strong. The dimension has broken through to the level of gods and spirits, but his strength is still far behind. Can this be confident? Bados and other angels also think so. Okay, after reading it, you will know. Weiss laughed that it is impossible to hide Ling Xian's specialness, and everyone will know it anyway. Why not take this opportunity to let everyone know about it? But what's more, even the great priest knew about this and asked him to train Ling Xian well, so there would definitely be no problem. Over the sky, point 1v11. Ling Xian looked at the other 11 people indifferently. Topo is the one he is most familiar with. Topo is strong. Being able to tie with Vegeta in the dark blue state in the anime is definitely not something ordinary people can resist. As for the other alternate gods of destruction, he had never seen or heard of them. Ling Xian doesn't know which one is the strongest among them. But no matter which alternate god of destruction it is, it cannot be defeated by his current strength. There's no doubt about it. Boy, you are crazy. Troy frowned. He was accepted as an alternate god of destruction by Quitla more than 10 years ago, in order to defeat the alternate god of destruction of the 7th universe someday in the future. Now, it's finally coming. What's wrong? You're still breaking the law. The corners of Ling Xian's mouth rose slightly. It's too arrogant. When you cry, what made you muster up the courage to challenge 11 of us at the same time? All the alternate gods of destruction shook their heads. Ling Xian was fearless and said, stop talking nonsense and get ready to start. Since you want to die early, then I will fulfill you. Troy saw Katra in the distance and gave him a look. The other alternate gods of destruction are ready for battle. This time. The siege is not an act of justice. It goes against my philosophy. So go ahead. Topo shook his head and flew aside. Cut. What are you pretending to be? Leave him alone. Let's go. The discussion started, and the atmosphere in the void battlefield instantly became dignified. The 10 alternate gods of destruction immediately turned into purple rays of light, cutting through the void. An overwhelming destructive atmosphere hit Ling Xian in the distance. God of destruction, Jean, shook his head. This kid is dead. I don't know how he dared to hit one. Quitella laughed loudly. Beerus, your people are too stupid. Rumsey was non-committal. Stupid is a bit stupid, but his talent is very good, and his courage is also worthy of praise. If only he was a person from my universe. Beerus looked at Ramsey and was furious. Dead elephant, return your people. You were thinking about farting. You deserve it too. Damn skinny cat. Are you looking for death? Ramsey was full of anger. He hated people saying that he had killed an elephant. Want to fight? All right. Beerus walked towards Ramsey. His eyes were extremely cold. Rumsey was taken aback and shut up quickly. It would be fine if he fought Beerus with others, but let him face Beerus alone, and he would not say anything suddenly. Okay, let's start. Hearing this sound, the gods of destruction looked towards the void in the distance. Whoa, whoa. 10 purple rays of light flew towards Ling Xian to see this. Although Ling Xian knew that he would not be injured, but being beaten by 10 alternate gods of destruction made his scalp tingle just thinking about it. It's not in my character to be caught without a fight. Ling Xian clenched his fists, drawing the power in his body. Boom dash. The 15 billion combat power erupted instantly, and the arrogance that erupted immediately turned golden. Ling Xian's hair is golden and black. Keep blinking. Boom dash. Earth shakes. Super Saiyan. Combat power, 750 billion combat power. Normally it is 750 billion combat power, but Ling Xian broke through to the level of the gods a few days ago, and his power was transformed into the power of the gods. With his current strength, it can no longer be measured by combat effectiveness. In the words of Weiss, Ling Xian's current power has not reached the first level of the god realm, but not far behind. The overwhelming airwaves rushed towards the surroundings, and the 10 alternate gods of destruction who attacked Ling Xian stopped. What a powerful force. No wonder he dared to challenge 11 of us at once. But it's not enough. This power is far from the first level of the god realm. On. Troy led the charge, followed by the other alternate gods of destruction. The sky was suddenly covered with purple light. Troy appeared in front of Ling Xian. The second layer of power in the realm of gods gathered in his hands, and he punched out. Ling Xian raised his hand to block. What a powerful force. Ling Xian couldn't feel any pain, but the powerful impact made him throw it sideways. Yes, soon as they met, Ling Xian showed his defeat. Tobo on one side frowned. This is the alternate god of destruction of the 7th universe. Didn't he want to play 1 against 11? Can't stand it with one punch. Seeing this, all the gods of destruction in the distance covered their stomachs and began to mock. Haha, Beerus, what the hell are you in the universe? You thought dyeing your hair blonde would be powerful, but you couldn't even punch Troy. It's so funny. I really thought I was a master of the 5th level of the god realm. So I'm so good. This brash character is exactly the same as your Beerus. I don't want to learn anything, but I want to learn from your brash character. This kid is really wasting such a top-notch talent. Hearing the ridicule of a group of gods of destruction, Beerus' face was slightly hot. His plan was not for Lewis to defeat the other alternate gods of destruction, but for Lewis to last until the end of the battle, and O1 can kill Lewis. In this way, he can taunt back a group of alternate gods of destruction on the 2nd level of the god realm, even in a group fight. Couldn't beat a little guy who couldn't even reach the power of the god realm. Beerus knew that what he said at this time was a weak refutation, so he quietly waited for the final result. When the result came out, it was time for him to speak. Seeing that Beerus was silent, the gods of destruction taunted even more. Different from the reactions of the gods of destruction, the angels were stunned when they saw Ling Xian was hit by a punch. Wes, you, a young man in the universe, were able to survive Troy's all-out blow. Really? Facing the questioning of the brothers and sisters, Weiss only said one sentence, and you'll know later. Only then did the angels realize that the young man named Lewis was really fearless. It's rubbish, how dare you pretend to be garlic? After Troy hit Ling Xian, he folded his hands and hovered in the void, laughing wildly. Ling Xian received a strong impact, and the costume of the alternate god of destruction burst instantly, and the whole person was thrown straight into the distance. The other alternate gods of destruction flashed their bodies. They obeyed the orders of their own gods of destruction, and they would not let Ling Xian go easily, and they all chased after him. One person condenses a destructive energy bomb. Heaven and earth lose color. This is not a sparring at all. It's killing people. Boy, make you crazy. Give me death. The alternate gods of destruction threw all their strength, and the 10 destructive energy bombs flew towards Ling Xian with endless power. Overwhelming. Ling Xian flung himself onto the barrier of the void battlefield and was blocked, watching the incoming destructive energy. When I break through to the realm of gods, I will kill you. Ling Xian gritted his teeth. As he closes his eyes, the golden flames on his body suddenly disappeared. The god of destruction in the distance thought that Lewis had given up and was considering whether to let their air stop. After all, this is Beerus' air. It would be bad if he really killed Lewis. He didn't care if Beerus was going to be furious. Only when Ketla looked crazy, it's really that Lewis's talent is too strong. If he really grows up, then his 4th universe will be overwhelmed by the 7th universe. No, he has a grudge against Beerus, so he must kill Lewis. He gave Troy a look suddenly. In the distance, after the golden arrogance on Ling Xian's body disappeared, his hair also turned back to black. But the next moment, Ling Xian had an ethereal aura, and a silver light shot up in the sky. With Ling Xian at the center, silver air waves rolled. The realm of perfection and freedom. Boom dash, the powerful. Force is like a galloping horse. The magnetic field is disordered, and the space is distorted. The entire void battlefield was covered by silver air waves, like a vast ocean, and Ling Xian also moved with his heart, avoiding those 10 pieces of destructive energy. This scene fell into the eyes of the gods of destruction, who were still mocking Beerus, but now they had become silent. The second passed, all the gods of destruction exploded. Impossible? The realm of freedom. How could this kid be at ease? Beerus, tell me, is this fake? All gods of destruction are caught in a world of shock. Terrible. You must know that the realm of freedom is an angel-level realm, and this realm itself is difficult to comprehend. It can be said that almost no one present can comprehend it. Even if there is, it is only possible for Beerus, the strongest god of destruction. But what the gods of destruction didn't know was that Beerus also didn't comprehend this realm. He is still a little short of touching the prototype of the realm of freedom. Ha ha ha. Beerus smiled happily. It was hard not to be happy with the shit-eating expressions of these guys who had mocked him for more than 10 years. How about it? Are you still mocking me for accepting a kid as a backup god of destruction? Don't be complacent. It's still the same sentence. Talent is nothing. Only strength is really strong. Quintella gritted his teeth. He was sore in his heart. Even didn't comprehend the realm of freedom. But this kid could comprehend the realm of angel level. This kind of top talent is really too greedy. It would be great if it was his heir AT this time. Quintella forgot how he mocked Beerus before. Yes, even if you have the realm of freedom, so what? Compa clenched his fist. Which of the candidate god of destruction powers present does not have the second level of God's realm? With 1 versus 10, it is impossible to win even if you have the realm of freedom. Physical strength is his biggest problem. Come on, fuck that kid for me. Helles and other gods of destruction shouted. If Ling Xian really held on, then they would not be able to taunt Beerus, but would be taunted back instead. Point 11 against 10. The final fight has not been played yet. With Beerus' character, he would definitely keep talking about it. Shame. Hearing the orders of the gods of destruction, the alternate gods of destruction burst into full power at once. Boom dash. The void battlefield trembled like landslides and ground cracks, like the end of the world, and the burst of purple light was extremely dazzling. Fortunately, the void battlefield was built by angels, so it didn't shake the earth in the slightest point. 10 purple rays of light pierced the sky and hit him. Ling Xian twisted his body and rushed straight at him. He has even withstood Weiss' full blow, so he's still afraid of these 10 guys with the second level of power in the realm of gods. Ling Xian quickly intertwined with that silver light. Boom. Boom. A powerful force stirred the air, and a violent hurricane suddenly appeared. Punch and kick, relying on his free state. Ling Xian naturally interspersed among the 10 alternate gods of destruction, giving them a blow from time to time. This makes it difficult for the alternate gods of destruction to accept. Is the realm of freedom really that powerful? It can really be 1 against 10. Still unscathed under the siege, the gods of destruction were shocked, but the expressions of the angels began to change. Then the angels widened their eyes and turned to look at Weiss. Weiss touched his nose. Why are you looking at me like that? Kasai said solemnly. Wes, can this Lewis ignore the damage? All the angels also stared at Weiss. They had known for a long time that Ling Xian would be in a state of ease, and it was a perfect state of ease, so they were not surprised when Ling Xian entered this state. But when Ling Xian fought back, they realized something was wrong. Relying on the realm of freedom, Ling Xian did not perfectly escape the attacks of the alternate gods of destruction, but was attacked and could be ignored directly. Ha, didn't you see it? Why do you still ask me? Weiss smiled lightly. Boom dash. Really? Can really ignore attacks? The angels swallowed. They didn't believe in evil, and quickly turned their heads to watch the battle in the distance. What the hell is ignoring attacks? Is there really anyone in the world who can do this? But the scene in front of them told them that there are real people who can do this. The angel's eyes widened. The battle continues. Relying on his perfect state of freedom, Ling Xian was like a loach, dodging the attacks of the alternate gods of destruction one by one. Even if they didn't dodge, they just ignored their attacks. The alternate gods of destruction quickly discovered this and were taken aback. They attacked Ling Xian, but they couldn't do any damage. Time passed minute by minute. In the end, Ling Xian's physical strength still had problems, and it was too difficult to fight 1 against 10 after all. Ling Xian's physical strength simply cannot maintain a comfortable state for a long time. Once he is not in a comfortable state, he is not even qualified to resist the alternate. Ha ha ha, he's exhausted. Let me do it. Troy, the alternate god of destruction of the 4th universe, laughed out. So frustrating. He hit the kid with great pains, but the kid didn't get hurt at all. Beerus must have given this kid some whole cards. No wonder this kid dared to fight 1 against 10. The other candidates had the same idea as Troy. Except for this, they really couldn't think of any other possibility. Wait until he has no physical strength, and see how he will ignore our attacks later on. The alternate gods of destruction roared towards Ling Xian one after another. Ling Xian hovered in the void. He really lost all strength. It's so frustrating. Ling Xian looked at Beerus in the distance, mad. In order to save face for him, he has to be beaten by others for a while. Hateful. Never mind. No more resistance. Really tired. Ling Xian gave up resisting and let the attacks of the other alternate gods of destruction bombard him. The alternate gods of destruction were overjoyed when they saw this, and the power that erupted became even more intense. Boom dash. Boom dash. Ling Xian's figure was completely shrouded in thick smoke. Just when these 10 alternate gods of destruction thought they could kill Ling Xian. Smoke inside. Their attacks hit Ling Xian's body, and a faint white light appeared on Ling Xian's body. Immune to all negative effects. The clothes on Ling Xian's body were blown to pieces, but nothing happened to him. far away. Ready, ready. Ling Xian's figure was shrouded in smoke. Beerus raised his voice when he saw this, and was about to start mocking back. The Beerus' appearance stunned the gods of destruction. Xiangpa frowned. Skinny ribs, your disciples are all dead. Aren't you sad at all? The god of destruction of the 9th universe? Sidala pouted. Beerus, are you crazy? Didn't you see that your disciples are all dead? The god of destruction of the 10th universe? Wei Mei shook his head. So, it's better not to be too arrogant. It's a pity for such a talented genius. The other gods of destruction taunted one after another, especially Ketla, who laughs extremely loudly. He and Beerus have always had a feud, and it was great to see the heir to that feud die. However, Quitter's laughter stopped abruptly, and it was Beerus' turn to laugh. How is this possible? Quitla's pupils shrank sharply. Number 12 Cosmic God of Destruction? Jean pointed to the sky. Beerus, why is he not dead? I saw the smoke slowly dissipating in the sky, revealing a figure with a naked upper body. Ha ha ha. Beerus laughed loudly, looked at the gods of destruction and taunted. No way, no way. There won't be 10 crowds fighting, and they still can't beat others. The pupils of all the gods of destruction were filled with unbelievable expressions. Beerus walked up to Katra, poked him on the chest, and sneered. Trash, you don't think that 10 people can beat my heir together? Quitla clenched his fists and filled his chest with anger, but before he could say anything, Beerus walked up to the god of destruction Ivan. Dead hairball, wanna mock me? Are you qualified? The ridicule is over. Beerus came to Xiangpa again and patted Xiangpa on the face lightly. Fat pig, your heir is not so good. Taunt one after another. Beerus walked up to the god of destruction Delicious. Your alternate god of destruction? Forget it. If he doesn't do anything, he won't taunt you. Ha ha. I'm laughing to death. What a bunch of trash. They've been preparing for more than 10 years, and they just want to mock my decision. Have you seen my decision? Beerus covered his stomach and laughed loudly. Did you see my eyes? It's really a bunch of ignorant waste. I laughed to death. You really put your face in front of me and got hit by me. There are such wonderful people in the world, and there are as many as 11 of them. Ha ha. Beerus kept laughing, and the faces of the gods of destruction became more and more red. Because Beerus is right, they've been preparing for more than 10 years, just to win the 7th universe's alternate god of destruction today, then taunted Beerus severely. Who would have thought that Lewis would be so heaven-defying that he could resist the attacks of 10 alternate god of destruction second-tier powers without being harmed? Shame. At this moment, the 11 gods of destruction wished they could find a hole in the ground and get in. They only hope that their heirs can defeat Ling Xian in the next gang fight. No matter how you attack, it has no effect at all. Ling Xian was able to completely ignore the attack and was not hurt at all. What the hell is this? Half a day passed. The alternate gods of destruction have been attacking Ling Xian, but Ling Xian is still fine. In the end, the 10 alternate gods of destruction fell straight from the sky because of their exhaustion. Okay, Master Beerus, since the sparring is over, I'll slip away now. In the sky, Ling Xian was about to teleport to planet Namek when he suddenly turned his head and looked at the gods of destruction below. This time you come to trouble me in the 7th universe, and you are also ready for me to trouble your universe. As he said that, Ling Xian stared at Ketla and sneered. The other alternate gods of destruction have kept their hands, and it's very good, to kill Troy in your universe. After speaking, Ling Xian disappeared. Only a group of confused gods of destruction and shocked angels remained. Come back to your senses. Quitla's eyes were burning, and he pointed at Beerus and said loudly, Beerus, do your people want to die? I was really upset to be ridiculed by Beerus' thin ribs, but he didn't even have a garbage threat whose strength didn't even reach the realm of God. Want to die? Beerus snorted coldly. You just let your people kill you. You'd better pray that Lewis can't cultivate at our level, or you will die. He knows the Scion character of revenge. Ling Xian will definitely seek revenge from Quitla in the future. I'm dead. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard. If it wasn't for giving you face just now, he would have left my eyes. Quitella's face was grim. He was about to explode, and he was threatened by a trash that he would trouble him in the future. The other gods of destruction didn't have time to pay attention to the grievances between the two, and want to question Beerus. What happened to Lewis? Why can I ignore the attack of the alternate god of destruction? But a voice came. Master Katron, let's go. Conic, the angel serving in the 4th universe, came to Katra with Troy, who was trying his best, and the three disappeared in an instant. What's going on here? The gods of destruction couldn't help being a little nervous. Why did Conic leave with such a dignified expression? It's delicious, my lord, let's go too. Lord Compa, let's go. Master Hales, all the serving angels hurriedly left the 7th universe with their own god of destruction. Only Beerus and Weiss remained in the void battlefield. Beerus was in a good mood and looked at Weiss. Did you tell Lewis about ignoring? Correct. Weiss said lightly. But I just said Lewis is ignoring. That's sacred breath and what my father said to me before. I didn't say it. Not bad. Boy Lewis. Beerus hadn't finished yet. Weiss said, Master Beerus, they also asked me about the tower in the north of the earth. Then what do you say? I said I didn't know. In the cosmic starry sky, a space battleship printed with the logo of the Galaxy Patrol is rapidly shuttling in the battleship hull. King Vegeta sat at the top, looked at the 15 scions below, and said in a concentrated voice, I didn't expect there to be such magical things as Dragon Balls in the world. This time Frieza discovered the Dragon Balls, and they must not let them get them. King Vegeta, this may be a chance for us scions to take revenge. Bibbert stood up and said that he dared to say that because the fighting power of the 16 scions in the hall had broken through to more than 10, that was such a powerful force, he will definitely be able to destroy Frieza. No, I have a hunch, even if we transform into the giant ape form, we will not be Frieza's opponent. King Vegeta, be careful. A scion who looks like Monkey King stood up. This scion is none other than Bardock. Bardock looked at King Vegeta on the seat. He didn't expect that he would lead the scions to join the Galaxy Patrol back then. But it is also because of this that scion talents have new changes. Scions are no longer Frieza's lackeys. Scions become the guardians of the universe. Scion's combat power has improved by leaps and bounds. All the changes are due to King Vegeta's original decision. Bardock, actually I also have this feeling Frieza will definitely not only have 53 combat power. King Vegeta frowned and said, but if we don't do anything, once Frieza gets the Dragon Ball, we scions will be finished. Among the crowd, Theodore stood up. King Vegeta is right. If we endure, Frieza will definitely kill us scions as soon as he gets a Dragon Ball. King Vegeta looked at Bardock. Bardock, you are now the #1 warrior of our scions, and we will rely on you when we get a planet Namek. The combat power of the 16 scions in the hall has exceeded 10, and the strongest among them is Bardock, with a combat power of 15. Defend the glory of the scions to the death. Bardock glanced at King Vegeta firmly, that if this was the King Vegeta back then, he would never obey his orders. But now King Vegeta has changed. Not only King Vegeta has changed, but every scion has changed. Scions are no longer full of hostility, and the violent factor in their bodies seems to be slowly disappearing. Perhaps it is because of this that the fighting power of the scions has skyrocketed so terrifyingly. The battleship hull suddenly fell silent. The big battle is coming, and the scions in the hall are full of solemn faces, obviously affected by the words of King Vegeta and Bardock just now. Don't worry too. At this time, King Vegeta spoke. The scions in the hall looked up one after another. Vegeta said kingly, actually we scions still have a very strong tribe. A strong tribe? The scions frowned. There really are such strong people. How could they be hunted down by Frieza before? It's just that he doesn't care about us. King Vegeta remembered seeing Ling Xian at the Galaxy Patrol headquarters 4 years ago, and shook his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. What I want to say is that I have news about Vegeta. Prince Vegeta? Where is he? All the scions were ecstatic. Even Bardock was the same. After all, Vegeta is an elite fighter of the Scion family, a genius born with 1,000 combat power. If he comes back to participate in this battle, the winning rate will be greatly improved. Bad Doc, I not only have news about my son, but I also have news about Kakarot. King Vegeta said everything Vegeta had said to him before the Vegeta's strength broke through to 17 fighting power. Monkey King's power breaks through to 20 combat power. Raditz strength broke through to 8 combat power. Naba's power broke through to 10 combat power. Now, the four of them are rushing to planet Namek. Good. Bardock was so excited that he said 3 good times he really didn't expect his second son to be found by Vegeta and the others, and he became a number 1 Scion warrior. Scions such as Theodore and Bibbert are equally happy. With them joining, Frisia's forces will definitely be wiped out at once. In the cosmic starry sky, apart from the Scion battleship flying towards Namek, there's another large battleship also flying towards Namek. Inside the battleship, Frisia sat on the baby car, laughing loudly. When I find the Dragon Ball, I will kill the Scion immediately. What alternate god of destruction? What god of destruction, Beerus? I want to kill them all. The universe will only have one ruler, and that is me, Frisia. Frisia thought that Shenlong was omnipotent, and that any wish could come true, but he didn't know that Shenlong was a fart in front of the god of destruction. King Frisia. According to news from his subordinates, the Scion family is also flying towards Namek. I'm afraid they're trying to prevent us from capturing the Dragon Balls. Jinyu stood up. Frisia snorted coldly. What if it comes, as long as it's not the alternate god of destruction 4 years ago, as many Scions come and die? Jinyu showed fear, but their strongest Scion already has a combat power of 15. If he turns into a giant ape again, Jinyu isn't done yet. Frisia looked at him coldly. You don't think that my transformation back then was my best effort? Boom dash. A powerful force erupted from him, and the entire battleship trembled. Accelerate me. I want to go to Namek quickly. Yes. Jinyu broke into a cold sweat and dared not speak anymore. The 2 large warships are flying towards Namek, and all forces in the universe are paying attention to the movements of Scions and Frisia. War is imminent. After this battle, there will be a big reshuffle of the universe. The evil organization that cooperates with Frisia's forces hopes that Frisia can win, and the Justice organization that is on the side of the Galaxy Patrol hopes that the Scions can win a piece of starry sky. That no one noticed, there was a medium-sized spaceship passing by. There are 4 Scions sitting in it. Their direction is also Namek, northern Milky Way Namek. Ling Xian had just finished a fight and was still shirtless, so he rushed to Namek. He didn't care about how Beerus taunted back later and how Beerus explained immunity to the Angels of Destruction. Ling Xian now only pays attention to the upcoming war on Namek. Hey, where are they? Ling Xian looked around and felt for a while, but he didn't find that Namek was invaded in combat fluctuations either. As soon as Ling Xian thought about it, he disappeared instantly. The Great Elder sat on a huge chair with a worried look on his face. The catastrophe is coming. Can Namek survive this disaster? While the Great Elder was muttering to himself, a figure appeared out of thin air with a schwa. Elder, long time no see. Ling Xian waved his hand. You are? The Great Elder was taken aback and looked down, only to feel that Ling Xian was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Alternate god of destruction. The Great Elder finally recognized that the young man in front of him was the alternate god of destruction 4 years ago. He hastened to greet respectfully. I've seen the alternate god of destruction. Ling Xian's clothes were torn. He didn't know what happened, but this is beyond his control as the Great Elder of Namek. The appearance of Ling Xian in front of him has not changed much compared to 4 years ago, but the dimension of Ling Xian seems to be different from before. This is another breakthrough. Don't be too polite. Ling Xian waved his hand. The Great Elder came back to his senses and hurriedly asked, Master alternate god of destruction, this time my Namek planet is about to experience a catastrophe. What I promised back then will definitely be done. Don't worry. Ling Xian borrowed someone else's Dragon Ball back then, and asked Nei Lu to give the Great Elder a word when he left Namek. Then in the future he would help Namek solve the coming catastrophe. Thank you, alternate god of destruction. The Great Elder's voice was very old, but it was obvious that he had relaxed a lot. By the way, Great Elder, haven't those who invaded Namek arrived yet? Ling Xian asked again. I haven't seen anyone descending on Namek so far. Haven't arrived yet. I'm too anxious. Ling Xian looked at his tattered clothes and felt a little funny that I would have known and heard how Beerus taunted other gods of destruction to come here again. But now that he's come here, Ling Xian has no plans to go back to Earth in case he just left Namek, Frisia, and those people just happen to come here. In this case, Namek would be finished. I will always be on Namek. You can rest assured, Great Elder. After leaving these words, Ling Xian left the room of the Great Elder. A month has passed in the northern part of Namek. A topless figure sits by a lake, meditating with closed eyes, but suddenly, there was an evil breath in the sky. Howling whined. The atmosphere is extremely depressing. Come yet. Ling Xian opened his eyes that he found a huge space battleship hovering in the upper atmosphere. Boom dash. Another engine roar sounded, and another space battleship appeared in the atmosphere. The newly appeared space battleship has the logo of the Galactic Patrol printed on it. Have King Vegeta and the others arrived? Ling Xian raised his head. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. So much fun. The battle between the Scions and the Frisia Legion is exciting to think about. Ling Xian immediately returned to the Elder's side. The atmosphere on Namek was extremely oppressive, and all the Namek people gathered in the village of the Great Elder, feeling that a storm was coming. Seeing Ling Xian, the Great Elder breathed a sigh of relief. Alternate god of destruction, you are here. Ling Xian nodded. Let the Namekians gather together, so that the war will not affect you later. I have gathered my people in my current village. That's fine. With me here, you can rest assured. Ling Xian soared into the air, hovered in midair, and looked at the 2 warships in the atmosphere above. The hatch of Frisia's Legion battleship opened. Frisia flew out in the baby car, exuding an extremely cold aura all over his body. Go, I want to see how strong the Scions are today. Yes, members of the Genuine team and Frisia's army flew out of the battleship. That a total of 2,000 people from the Frisia faction came this time. The hatch of the Scion battleship opened. Frisia is right next to him. We must not let him win the Dragon Ball. Vegeta Wangfei is at the forefront. The Scions, such as Bardock, Bibbert, and Theodore, followed closely behind. This time the Scions dispatched a total of 1,500 Scions, almost the entire Scion family. In the air, the 2 forces collided as soon as they flew out of the battleship. Ha! King Vegeta, you dare to take your people away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Who gave you the courage? Frisia flew down from the battleship and saw a group of Scions flying down not far away, and the one flying in front was King Vegeta and T this time. Jinyu approached Frisia and whispered, King Frisia, do we want to destroy the Scion battleship? Scions can't survive in the universe. If there's no space battleship, they will definitely be trapped in the Namek planet. Frisia kept looking at King Vegeta in the distance without turning his head. You destroyed the Scion warships, and the Scions also destroyed our battleships. Don't worry, they're dead anyway. Jinyu nodded yes. At this time, the voice of King Vegeta came from far away in the sky. Frisia, you dare to speak out when you are about to die. King Vegeta leads 1,500 Scions towards Frisia. You don't think that you have improved a bit in the past few years, so you think you can fight against me. Betrayer, wait for me to kill you. Betrayal? We don't count as betrayal. You have done a lot of evil, and you will be punished sooner or later. We Scions are following the general trend. A clash of words in the sky. Before the war started, the mere verbal collision made the atmosphere tense again. King Vegeta led the Scions and finally flew in front of Frisia's army. When the Scions saw the universe emperor who ruled them again, they all gritted their teeth. The 2 forces confront each other. King Vegeta, tell me why you betrayed me. I want to know your real reason. Frisia hovered in the void, looking coldly at King Vegeta opposite him. The real reason? Hearing these words in the ears of the Scion on the opposite side, he couldn't help being a little puzzled. In fact, the Scions don't know why King Vegeta made this decision back then. All they knew was that a distinguished guest came to King Vegeta's palace, and then the palace exploded inexplicably. King Vegeta then announced his decision to join the Galactic Patrol. It is also because of this decision that the Scions have the current change. Is there a reason for betraying you? King Vegeta smiled. To tell you the truth, someone you can't afford to mess with ordered me to do this. If I don't do this, it will be my Scion family who will die. Whoa. As soon as these words came out, both the Frieza camp and the Scion camp were in an uproar. In existence that even Frieza can't afford. We must know that Frieza is the emperor of the universe. Who else can he afford? It's him. When Frieza heard King Vegeta's words, he instantly remembered the Scion who broke into his headquarters 5 years ago. Apart from his alternate god of destruction, he couldn't think of anyone else. It's not that there's no existence in the universe that he can't afford to mess with anymore. But the one he can't touch is actually the legendary Devil Buu as well as the real god of destruction. In fact, it was Beerus who actually ordered King Vegeta, but Frieza would never have thought of this anyway. He's the spokesperson of Beerus. How could Beerus order the Scions in his hands to betray him? King Vegeta, who is that person you're talking about? Frieza gritted his teeth. Didn't you guess? Sure enough, it's that guy. He clearly said that he didn't care about the Scions, but in the end he secretly helped the Scions. Frieza was furious. He couldn't believe the words of the alternate god of destruction back then. King Vegeta was puzzled for a while. Frieza was saying that Beerus would not help the Scions. Why did Beerus help the Scions? One thought that Ling Xian helped the Scions, and the other wondered why Beerus helped the Scions. The two were not on the same channel at all. King Vegeta shook his head. Frieza, even without that person's order, we Scions will find a way to get out of your control. Frieza clenched his fists. Why? At this time, Bardock stood up. Frieza, you don't think we don't know anything? Bardock, the strongest Scion clan now, with a combat power of 15. Frieza looked closely at Bardock. The strength is good. It's hard to imagine that you Scions have grown to this level in just a dozen years. Tell me, what am I afraid of? Frieza was not in a hurry to make a move, and wanted to know that the group of Scions were anxious to get rid of his control. Haha, haven't you been afraid that the legendary Super Scion will appear in our Scion family? Bardock's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he laughed out loud at Frieza. Super Scion. The cosmic people of Frieza's forces didn't understand what this meant, but the Scion clan immediately became uproarious when they heard this. Super Scion, is this legend true? No wonder Frieza is afraid of us. Fortunately, Vegeta made that decision in advance. Otherwise, we will kill Frieza sooner or later. Frieza was silent. He really didn't expect these Scion monkeys to know that he has been afraid of that Super Scion. But Bardock is right. After he uses the Scions, he will definitely destroy the Scions. Really escaped by this group of Scions. Above the Great Elder Village, Ling Xian hovered. Frieza and the Scions were not far away, and the confrontation between the two sides could be clearly seen. Kakarot and Vegeta haven't come yet. Ling Xian observed carefully and found that there was no sign of Vegeta and the others. They won't arrive until the Scions and Frieza's legion finish fighting. Far horizon. The faces of the two camps became more and more cautious. The atmosphere is getting more and more dignified. Ready. Jinyu, come on. Since they dare to come out of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, let's take this opportunity to kill them. Frieza's voice was full of rage. Yes. Jinyu turned into a purple light and flew towards the Scion family. Theodore, kill Jinyu for me. King Vegeta waved his hand and gave an order. Yes. Theodore flew out from the crowd and headed towards Jinyu. The two fought quickly, and various shockwaves flew everywhere, and there was an earth-shattering explosion sound when it fell on the ground. The battle reached a fever pitch. Injuries continued to appear on the two of them. Seeing such a fierce fight, Frieza frowned and pressed the detector. Drip drip combat power, 11. Combat power, 12. The 12 combat power naturally belongs to Jinyu. But what Frieza didn't expect was that the Scion named Theodore actually had 11 combat power. The fighting power is worse than that of Jinyu, but he still can't fall into the disadvantaged, hateful. Why do Scions suddenly become so powerful? Damn alternate god of destruction. It must be him. Frieza gritted his teeth, feeling extremely irritable. He attributed all the reasons to Ling Xian, but the fact has nothing to do with Ling Xian. Ling Xian has never helped the Scions. Haha, it doesn't matter if the combat power is lower, we are a fighting nation, and we will only get stronger as we fight. King Vegeta clenched his fists and said excitedly, wait, Jinyu is dead. Such a picture is so exciting. That is the captain of the Jinuit team. The Scions can really fight it. The emotions of all Scions were mobilized, very excited. The next battle was just as King Vegeta said. Theodore became more and more fierce, and Jinyu was soon suppressed, and his injuries became more and more serious. Seeing this, Frieza was short of breath. He knew that Scions were a warlike race, but he didn't expect them to be so fierce. Press the detector. Drip drip. Combat power, 12.5. Combat power, 9 combat power. Frieza looked at the data. His chest kept rising and falling. Damn. Jinyu's combat effectiveness has dropped to 9 due to constant trauma, and Theodore fought more and more fiercely, and he also increased his combat power by 1.5. King Vegeta, you managed to piss me off? Frieza flew out of the baby carriage, and he didn't finish his sentence. Jinyu suddenly yelled exchange. In the sky, a white light appeared on Jinyu's body, and Theodore was quickly covered, and if he looked at it, he would be tricked. Give me death. Bardock had sensed something was wrong a long time ago, gathered a shockwave, and blasted Jinyu. Boom dash. Jinyu was hit, and under the scorching heat, his body became distorted, and before he could even cry out, he melted into Bardock's shockwave. Damn, it was a sneak attack. Frieza was furious. It's a deadly enemy. Who cares if it's a sneak attack or not? Vegeta didn't talk nonsense, and waved his hand. Give it all to me. This time directly kill Frieza's forces. The Scion leader issued an order, and the 1,500 figures behind King Vegeta burst into white flames, and they all attacked Frieza's army. The two sides quickly entangled together. Boom dash. Explosions continued on Namek. Howling winds, landslides and ground cracks, riverbeds collapse, like the twilight of the gods. Namek fell into a dark and turbulent situation, Great Elder Village. The battle place is not far from here, and the aftermath of the battle between the Scions and the Frieza Legion quickly spread here. The catastrophe predicted by the Great Elder is coming. My god, is this the power that mortals can have? Our Namek is doomed. The Namekians fell into endless panic. This moment, but a ray of purple light bloomed in the sky, and the aftermath of the battle that struck in the distance quickly dissipated as soon as it touched the purple light. What happened? By the way, the Great Elder said that we Namekians will have a strong person help us, so it must be that strong person who has made a move. Ling Xian's move to protect the Namekians was not discovered by Frieza and King Vegeta. Ling Xian had broken through to the dimension of the gods a few days ago, and his power had also been transformed into the power of the gods. Mortals cannot sense the existence of gods, and the detection devices made by mortals naturally cannot. King Vegeta here, the Scions and the Frieza Legion are fighting. Only Bardock and King Vegeta remained unmoved, and they stare at Frieza closely. Frieza, let's catch him without a fight. Your men can't possibly be our Scion opponents. Bardock said coldly. Frieza hovered in midair and glanced at his men who kept dying. Every Scion on the opposite side has a combat power of more than 8,000, and there are more than a dozen Scions with a combat power of 10 watching from the side. The members of the Jinuit team were also killed in just a few rounds. It's hard for other members of Frieza's Legion to resist. It was slaughtered unilaterally. Aren't you relying on the alternate god of destruction? Frieza didn't care about his subordinates. His eyes were full of murderous intent. As long as I get the Dragon Ball, that alternate god of destruction will also die. King Vegeta frowned. What's the matter with Lewis? Bardock was even more puzzled. Who is the alternate god of destruction? Boom dash. Frieza began to explode with power, and the Namek was trembling. The terrifying power made King Vegeta's body tremble, and Frieza really has the same combat power as the rumors, with a combat power of 53. Bardock, be careful. Okay, King Vegeta, you are ready to condense the artificial moon at any time. We will definitely not be able to beat Frieza normally. Bardock moved, he dodged in front of Frieza, and punched out. Boom. The air exploded in an instant, and the powerful force shattered the ground below, and the lake water poured back. The two parties were fighting turned their heads suddenly, and the final battle was about to begin. Frieza was hit in the chest, and said lightly, "Is this the 15 combat power?" Humph. Bardock ignored Frieza's provocation. Since he chose to confront Frieza head-on, he was already mentally prepared. He retreated quickly, condensing a powerful shock wave towards Frieza. Meanwhile, King Vegeta joins the fray. King Vegeta with 12 combat power, and Bardock with 15 combat power. Both of them besieged Frieza at the same time. Heaven and earth faded. On the horizon in the distance, Ling Xian shook his head. Compared to Bardock and King Vegeta, Frieza is still too strong. In the face of 10 fighting power, tens of thousands. A fighting power is like an insurmountable mode, and there's no hope of victory at all. Really, after only fighting for a while, Bardock and King Vegeta were hit and slammed towards the ground. King Vegeta, Bardock. After Bibbert and Theodore killed their opponents, they suddenly attacked Frieza. The same goes for other Scions with a combat power of 10. The two Baddocks who hit the ground spit out the blood from their mouths, and then soared in the sky again. A time point 16 Scions with more than 10 fighting power are besieging Frieza. Boom dash. The magnetic field of the sky and the earth became chaotic, and thunder after another streaked across the clouds. Seeing this, the Namekians seemed to have seen the end of the world. Fortunately, they were protected by purple shields. Death to me. Above the sky, Bardock flashed his body quickly, condensing all the strength out of his body, and a shock wave rushed towards Frieza like a wolf. Trash, you wanna hurt me just like that? Frieza kicked his knees, and after flying Bibbert into the air, he didn't change his expression in the face of the oncoming shockwave. Raise your hand and clap hard. Bardock's shockwave instantly changed direction. Go to hell. The other Scions took advantage of this gap and attacked at the same time. Within a few seconds, thousands of energy bombs bombarded Frieza. Boom dash. Boom dash. There was an earth-shattering explosion where Frieza was, as if it was being bombed by thousands of nuclear bombs. The smoke filled the air, and the flames radiated in all directions. Buzz, the space is trembling slightly at this moment. Ha ha, should be dead. It's only 53 combat power. 16 of us besieged him. He must be dead. Bibbert, Theodore, and other Scions panted heavily. Wrong. King Vegeta wiped the blood from his mouth and said in a condensed voice, Frieza shouldn't be that simple. Bardock clenched his fists. Yes, if it's really that easy to deal with, he can't sit in the position of the Emperor of the Universe for so long. Suddenly, whoa, a gust of wind blows by. The cloud of burning smoke in midair slowly dissipated, and a huge figure began to appear. Bardock's pupils shrank sharply. King Vegeta, use the artificial moon. The voice fell. A purple light pierced the sky. Bibbert and the other Scions hovered in midair, unable to react, and were hit directly. The 16 Scions clutched their stomachs, spitting out blood. How can that be? Theodore's eyes were full of disbelief. Ha ha ha. King Vegeta, do you know my true power? Frieza unlocked his first transformation, and his battle power has skyrocketed to 100 million. Frieza said ferociously, I now have a combat power of 100 million. Let's see how you fight me. 100 combat power? Bardock's heart twitched. He thought that Frieza's real power was more than 53 combat power, but he didn't expect Frieza's power to be as much as 100 million. Here's the trouble. It's not without reason that Bardock is so flustered. They can change into a giant ape to deal with Frieza. But not every Scion can stay sane in a great ape state. It's like Bardock himself can't. It is impossible for a sane giant ape to defeat Frieza. There is no suspense about this. Among the Scions with more than 10 combat power present, only King Vegeta, Bibbert, and Theodore belong to the upper-level fighters. Give me death. Frieza roared, raised his hands high, and condensed an energy bomb with a diameter of 2 meters. He wants to wipe out the Scion family in one fell swoop. Others, don't look at the sky. Bibbert, Theodore, look up. An artificial moon rose into the sky, and King Vegeta was ready to condense the artificial moon at any time before the battle. Ling Xian saw clearly the fight between King Vegeta and Frieza. Scions have really grown a lot in the past 10 years. That Frieza's army is no match for the Scions at all. See King Vegeta throw a dazzling ball of light into the sky, turning into a giant ape. In the distance, Ling Xian noticed that his tail kept twitching, and he didn't dare to look at King Vegeta again. Sudden, Ling Xian raised his head abruptly, sensing 4 auras breaking in from outside Namek. Those 4 breaths are very familiar. Kakarot, Vegeta, you are finally here. Outside Namek, a medium-sized spaceship broke into the atmosphere. Vegeta, did you sense it? It's so powerful. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and the blood in his body began to boil. I sensed it. Such an evil aura must have erupted from Frieza. Vegeta and the others also learned to control Chi and sense Chi during the years on Earth. Vegeta looked at the ground below through the transparent glass of the spaceship. This aura is terrible. It should have millions of fighting strength. I don't know how my father is doing now. A million combat power. Raditz was taken aback. Then can we beat Frieza? Nappa gritted his teeth. So what about a million fighting power? If we transform into a giant ape form, we can also have a million fighting power. Nappa just finished speaking. Point 3 berserk auras suddenly appeared below Namek. Great eyes, hurry up and speed me up. My father must have transformed into a giant ape. An artificial moon hangs in the sky on Namek. Roar, roar, roar. 3 terrifying roars resounded through the battlefield. Bibbert, Theodore, and King Vegeta transform into great ape forms. The combat power is broken through to more than 100 million. The other Scions didn't dare look at that moon at all because they are not superior fighters, and the transformed giant apes can't maintain their sanity. The same was true for Bardock. He didn't dare to look up and kept staring at Frieza in front of him. Ha ha ha, you can transform. And we Scions can also transform. What Bardock didn't know was that Frieza wasn't transformation, but an unlocked form. Frieza, die for me. King Vegeta successfully transformed into a giant ape and maintained his sanity. He, Bibbert, and Theodore attacked Frieza at the same time. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. The wind is raging. In the sky, the 3 giant apes wrestled with Frieza in an instant that we fought for 10 minutes. The strength of the 3 giant apes is indeed very strong. Every punch makes the space vibrate. But the speed of the giant ape is obviously slower than that of Frieza, and Frieza can easily avoid the attack of the giant ape. Fortunately, 3-1, coupled with Bardock's sneak attack from time to time, King Vegeta's side did not fall into a disadvantage. Damn Scion monkey. Frieza dodged the punch and stepped back 100 meters. He clenched his fists, furious. If it's just a giant ape with a combat power level of 1 million, he doesn't have to worry, and it's not a problem to deal with 2 giant apes at the same time. But it's a bit difficult to have 3 million level giant apes all at once. Frieza glanced around again. At this time his men were dead, and none of the Scions were killed. At most only a few were seriously injured. Frieza, let's get caught. King Vegeta in the form of a giant ape flew in front of Frieza, staring at him. Bibbert, Theodore, and Bardock circled aside, forming a siege. Bardock, what you said before is good. I really fear you Scions. Frieza looked at Bardock in front of him, and said coldly, now it seems that my fear is not unreasonable. If this is the case, then I will no longer hide my power. I will kill you directly, and then I will find the Dragon Ball and seek revenge on your alternate god of destruction. Suddenly, boom dash, an engine sound resounded through the sky, and a spaceship was seen descending from the sky at the same time, for figures quickly flew towards this side. Who? Frieza narrowed his eyes. Frieza, long time no see. Vegeta appeared here in the blink of an eye. Monkey King followed closely behind. He had been paying attention to Frieza when he came here, and suddenly saw Bardock the stunned. Seeing this, Bardock was also stunned, as if time stood still. A strange feeling appeared in Sun Wukong's heart. Since he became an adult and matured, he knew that he was not from Earth, and he also knew that Raditz was his brother. According to Raditz, he also has a pair of parents. Is it the father? Monkey King flew to Bardock and opened his mouth. Kakarot, you're back. Bardock pursed his lips. He had a lot to say to his second son, but he couldn't say it at the moment they met each other. Ah, Monkey King smiled. It turned out that the elder brother was right. He was exactly the same as his father. It's just that my father has 2 more scars on his face. When the 2 father and son get together, the other side. Vegeta, under the pursuit of our army, it didn't die. Haha. Thanks to you, Frieza. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have the power I have today. Vegeta laughed loudly, and the 17 combat power on his body exploded. The powerful power made King Vegeta in the giant ape form ecstatic. Vegeta, how much fighting power do you have now? This is his son, and the stronger Vegeta is, the happier he is. Father, I now have a combat power of 17. If we use all our strength, we will have a combat power of 170 million. Vegeta laughed. It was said that King Vegeta was ecstatic, and he could have 170 million combat power with all his strength, which must be the case of transforming into a giant ape. Little did he know that Vegeta's use of all his strength was referring to the use of Kaioken. The Realm King Fist is much stronger than the giant ape. Kaioken can not only increase the strength and speed of the body, but also keep the body flexible. These are not comparable to the state of the great ape. Is 170 million combat power strong? Frieza hovered in the void, embracing his hands, as if the anger in his heart had disappeared. He's going to do his best. With all his strength, no one in this universe will be his opponent except the alternate god of destruction, Beerus, and Majin Buu. Isn't 170 million fighting strong? Haha, this is the funniest thing I've ever heard. Vegeta twisted his neck and said coldly, Frieza, now there are 3 giant apes with a fighting power of 1 million, plus me and Kakarot. What you have to face now is a strong man with 5 million fighting power. Vegeta paused and laughed loudly. Are you ready to die? And many more. Bardock flew to the front, covered his seriously injured abdomen, and said in a concentrated voice, Frieza, you just said that you will no longer hide your strength? Isn't this your full strength? What? Vegeta was taken aback. He looked at Frieza sharply. King Vegeta, Bibbert, and Theodore all looked at Frieza. The other Scions who had finished the battle also watched Frieza closely. I saw Frieza showing a joking look on his face, seeming to admit Bardock's words. How is this possible? There's still hidden power? I don't believe it. The 1500 Scions behind King Vegeta shouted in disbelief. Haha. Then let me confess, this transformation of mine is actually the first transformation I unlocked, and I can unlock this transformation twice. Frieza clenched his fists and said with a grim face, when I unlock a transformation, I will be stronger than the previous transformation. In my final state, I can have 6,000 million combat power. Frieza didn't tell the truth. In fact, he has a more powerful transformation, with a strength of 1.2 million combat power. But it takes too much energy. That's why Frieza didn't tell the truth. Vegeta, are you ready to die? Frieza returned Vegeta's words just now. Followed by, Frieza mobilized the power in his body and began to explode. Stop him, whether he's lying or not. Stop him. Vegeta yelled in horror. Kakarot, hurry up, 10 times Kaioken. The rumbling crimson light erupted on Vegeta's body, and 170 million combat power spewed out. Father, you are seriously injured. Here is a fairy bean. You can recover after eating it. Monkey King stuffed a fairy bean to Bardock, and he also burst into a crimson light. The coercion of 200 million combat power made the sky buzz. When Bardock saw the fairy bean in his hand, he crunched it and ate it without hesitation. Whoa, a cyclone erupted on him. Not only did I recover from my injury, but my strength also increased. Bardock laughed. This thing is really amazing. But now's not the time to think about these things. Like everyone else, he began to explode with strength at a time. The 3 monkeys flew towards Frieza. The other Scions wanted to go up to help, but they could only hide aside when they received the order to retreat. The same was true for Raditz and Nappa. Their strength was less than 10, so they had no choice but to retreat. Planet Namek kept shaking. The ground exploded, and magma tumbled and sprayed. It's like the end of the world. My God, is this power something that mortals can possess? Our Namek won't explode. The Namekians in the Great Elder's village fell into panic. Ling Xian landed in front of the Great Elder's house and looked at Nei Lu. You tell the Great Elder to be ready to summon the dragon at any time, and the Namek planet is likely to explode. Neil hurriedly said, Master alternate god of destruction, with your strength, you should be able to stop all of this. Why didn't you stop it? Suddenly, an old voice came from the house. Nairu, listen to the orders of the alternate god of destruction. Yes. Nail gritted his teeth and finally went to collect the Dragon Balls. Ling Xian flew into the sky again and glanced at the Namek people in the village below. I can make a shot, but Kakarot may not be able to transform. Sorry, I can only temporarily sacrifice your Namek. I will compensate you. Ling Xian was talking to himself. Then looking at the distance, the 3 monkeys wanted to prevent Frieza from unlocking his transformation, but they were overturned by a powerful wave before they got close to Frieza. They threw energy bombs, and Frieza seemed to have an air wall blocking them. He can't hurt Frieza at all, so naturally it can't interrupt Frieza's transformation. Looks like Frieza is about to transform into his ultimate state. Ling Xian watched the battle with relish. Sun Wukong is the strongest existence among the 3 apes in terms of combat effectiveness and combat skills. As for Bardock, and those 3 great apes, the way of fighting and the use of energy are really terrible today. As for Vegeta, it can be clearly seen that he has a lot of proficiency in the use of chi, and it can be seen that he and Monkey King belong to the same line, that only Son Goku and Vegeta's fighting style is still a little different. Vegeta is more violent, while Sun Wukong is more agile, as if he can do whatever he wants, and he can be strong without desire. Boom dash, an overwhelming breath came. It's about to enter the ultimate state. Ling Xian saw that Frieza's body shape was changing, becoming shorter and smaller, but Frieza's strength was getting stronger and stronger. Frieza entered the ultimate state, and his strength recovered to 6,000 million combat power. A powerful force erupted on him, and the air squeezed together, making a sizzling sound. Frieza looked like a prehistoric behemoth, which made people terrified. The Scion who had far away was already pale with fright. Frieza is still strong. Kakarot, it depends on whether you could transform this time. The only one I can rely on is you. Ling Xian still didn't show up. He was still guarding the Namek over the Great Elder Village. Horizon. Frieza turned into a dwarf, even shorter than Vegeta, but his strength is appalling. Inadvertently erupting power penetrates into space and can cause chaos. Gollum. Bardock, who was confronting Frieza, swallowed suddenly. What a terrifying aura. 6,000 combat power? King Vegeta shook his ape head frantically. How could this be? How could anyone in the world possess such powerful power? Do we still have a chance? Bibbert and Theodore were dumbfounded. Vegeta was also shocked. He managed to cultivate to 17 combat power, and he can have 10 million combat power with 170 times the Kaioken. I thought I could get revenge on this. But who would have thought that Frieza would have a combat power of 6,000 million? In particular, he could feel that what Frieza said was not a lie. That Frieza really had 6,000 million combat power. You can't win. Vegeta's eyes were empty, and before he started fighting, he lost his fighting spirit all of a sudden and kept muttering in his mouth, suddenly. Kakarot, what are you doing? Bardock yelled. I saw Monkey King flying forward. Sun Wukong looked at Frisia with eyes full of fighting spirit. What a powerful guy. It will definitely be fun to fight with you. This scene fell into Ling Xian's eyes. Ling Xian smiled. The reactions of Monkey King and Vegeta are in stark contrast. Monkey King is still the same Monkey King who never backs down when he encounters a strong enemy. And Vegeta is still the same Vegeta. Before he experienced a series of hardships, he was always timid. Soon Goku and Frisia were fighting. Bardock ran far away, and he only had 10,000 plus fighting power without transforming into the giant ape form. Not even a fraction of Frisia.it will only be cannon fodder, so Bardock stayed away. King Vegeta's 3 giant apes rushed forward and besieged Frisia with Monkey King. Only Vegeta remained motionless in midair. Vegeta used the KO fist, and obviously had a combat power of 170 million, but now he seemed to have lost his soul, and no one had the slightest thought of resisting. Boom dash. The 3 giant apes were hit by the shockwave and let out a heart-piercing roar. Then it hit the ground hard. And 3 huge, deep pits suddenly appeared. Haha, damn Saiyan monkeys, let me see how you die. Frisia was extremely happy. He waved lightly, and Sun Wukong was beaten and vomited blood by him. As long as he finds a Dragon Ball, the universe will be his. Hateful. Bardock, who was hiding in the distance, saw his son being ravaged. His eyes were tearing apart. Vegeta, you are Saiyan Prince. Do you keep looking at me like this? If it wasn't for his low strength, it would only be a disservice to go up, and Bardock would have rushed up long ago. Vegeta remained unmoved. Vegeta, you're a piece of shit. Our Saiyan clan has already broken with Frisia. So what if he has 6,000 million combat power? Facing the enemies of the Saiyan family, you are actually scared. Waste. As a Saiyan Prince, are you worthy of this status? Bardock was furious. He couldn't bear it anymore. I was about to look up at the moon in the sky, that a gleam of light flashed in Vegeta's empty eyes, and he murmured, I'm a waste. Bardock, you are courting death. Vegeta's eyes glowed again, and he clenched his fists. I'll settle the score with you later. Vegeta didn't look at Bardock and shouted, 10 times Kaioken. Crimson light erupted all over his body, and then rushed up. Bardock originally wanted to transform into a giant ape, but when he saw Vegeta's move, he stopped again. But the worry in his eyes didn't disappear. On the contrary, it became more dignified. Frisia is so powerful. They Saiyans don't have any hope at all. Over the great Elder Village. Oh, Vegeta is not cowardly. Ling Xian found it very interesting to see Vegeta start again. But even if you go up Vegeta, it's useless. In the distant sky, the 3 giant apes flew up from the ground again and besieged Frisia together with Monkey King and Vegeta. As Ling Xian said, the Saiyans have no hope of winning this battle. Frisia unlocked to the ultimate state. 6,000 million combat power is too exaggerated. Just move a hand casually. Monkey King and others vomit blood. Frisia seems to be playing with Monkey King and others, not using all his strength. It was a hopeless battle, unless Kakarot turned into a Super Saiyan. Ling Xian shook his head. Ha, it's almost enough. You guys go to hell with me. Frisia laughed wildly. Flying in the sky, IT suddenly turned into a purple light, piercing the sky. The 3 apes below trembled violently. Boom dash. Bibbert and Theodore exploded instantly. In the middle of King Vegeta's great ape body, a huge hole appeared. King Vegeta spurted blood and fell from the void. Father. Vegeta's abdomen was soaked in blood, and his internal organs were blasted to pieces. Okay, Strong Eye. I'm no match at all. Sun Wukong was not much better. His muscles and bones were broken. Immediately after, Son Goku and Vegeta also fell from the sky. Kakarot. Bardock in the distance flew over, caught King Vegeta, and then Monkey King and Vegeta. Oh, Frisia laughed loudly. I forgot that there's still some fish that slipped through the net. Then die for me too. Frisia looked at Bardock and the 1,500 Saiyans in the distance. Raise your hand and condense an energy bomb with a diameter of 2 meters. Throw hard. The entire sky was shrouded in purple light. The group of Saiyans brought by King Vegeta was under strong coercion and couldn't move at all. This is an extermination in one fell swoop. Bardock didn't care so much anymore, and now he was the only one left who was still fighting. After he put Goku and Vegeta down, he looked up to the artificial moon in the sky. Roar, an insane giant ape wrecked around, spouting laser light, and inadvertently detonated Frisia's energy bomb in midair. From time to time, the laser beams passed over the place where Frisia was. Saiyan monkeys are really disgusting. Frisia dodged those laser beams and flew towards Bardock, who turned into a great ape. Over the great Elder Village. How could this be? Ling Xian looked into the distance. His expression became solemn. According to the anime plot, Monkey King will transform into a Super Saiyan during this trip to Namek. But now the Saiyans brought by King Vegeta, including Monkey King, are dying. Is there no chance? If Ling Xian doesn't do anything, the Saiyan family will die. But the scene that appeared in the distance made Ling Xian stop. That I saw Frisia flying towards Bardock. Ha ha ha, Frisia, you are courting death. Ling Xian laughed out loud. He thought that Sun Wukong had no chance to transform. After all, Sun Wukong didn't bring claim with his bald head. But Frisia's move will undoubtedly push himself into the abyss. Ling Xian looked at Monkey King on the ground in the distance, and saw that he'd stuffed a fairy bean in his mouth. If Bardock is offering sacrifices to the heavens, then Monkey King must not go berserk? Really? Frisia begins to torture Bardock. First, it broke Bardock's limbs in the giant ape state, and then stuffed an energy bomb into Bardock's mouth. Boom dash. Bardock's entire head was smashed to pieces. The famous scene is coming. Do not. A powerful force broke out on Monkey King. Recover from near death. The power broke through to 500 million combat power. Sun Wukong saw his father being murdered by Frisia, and his mind was filled with rage. The violent factor in the body is rioting, and the back is hot. Father, Frisia, you kill my father. I want you to die. Thunder flashed across the sky, and the gravel on the ground flew up around Monkey King uncontrollably. The arrogance and hair on Sun Wukong's body were flickering 0.1 gold and 1 black. The frequency of flashing keeps accelerating. What happened? After Frisia killed Bardock, he was frightened by the momentum. You're not dead yet. Frisia was dumbfounded when he saw the power emanating from Monkey King. He obviously beat Monkey King to death. Why is this guy alive again? Super Saiyan. Vegeta, who was lying on the ground dying, saw Sun Wukong's appearance and made a weak voice. Karo, you must kill Frisia. After speaking, Vegeta died directly. King Vegeta was still lying next to Vegeta. King Vegeta changed back to human form, but he lost his breath. Vegeta, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his veins burst out. The golden flame no longer flickers. Sun Wukong's hair color is also golden, and it is stabilized. Super Saiyan. Frisia, I must kill you. Boom dash. A golden light flashed past, and Frisia was hit in the abdomen, spat out a mouthful of blood, and flung him 1,000 meters horizontally. No, impossible. What state are you in? Super Saiyan. How could it be a Super Saiyan? Above the great Elder's village, Ling Xian's body trembled when he saw this, and finally saw this scene. It's too hot. Now that Monkey King has successfully transformed, there is no doubt that Frisia is doomed. Ling Xian teleported and disappeared, and he finally left the great Elder village. On the other hand, it is far away from the place where Monkey King and Frisia fought. Raditz knelt on the ground and made a heart-piercing voice. My father is dead. Frieza, I'm going to kill you. Raditz stood up and flew into the sky. Great Eyes, wait for me. Vegeta was also killed. I'm going to avenge Vegeta. Nappa rushed forward. I want to avenge the leader too. I also need to go. The 1500 Scions on the ground felt a hatred in their hearts. They hate why their strength is so weak. They hate themselves for leaving King Vegeta and Bardock alone to deal with Frieza, while they hide behind. A group of Scions prepare to fly towards Frieza. Suddenly. Okay, let's all stop. Ling Xian appeared in midair instantly, stopping everyone's actions. Who are you? Gracie stood up. He was the existence with the highest fighting power among all the Scions present. Has 9 combat power. King Vegeta, Bardock, and Bibbert are not here, and Gracie is the supreme commander here. Lewis, why did you come in, Namek? Among the crowd, Raditz and Nappa stood up, ecstatic. Lewis, Vegeta was killed by Frieza. You have to avenge Vegeta. Nappa cried when he saw Luis appear. Others may not know Ling Xian's identity, but Raditz and Nappa have been following Vegeta, and they have long known that Ling Xian is the alternate god of destruction. The alternate god of destruction is the disciple of the strongest in the universe. If he came here, Frieza would be dead. When Gracie heard Lewis's name, she suddenly remembered something. Lewis is the superior fighter of the Scion clan, but he died because of his mission more than 10 years ago. Ling Xian was taken aback. Am I dead? He smiled helplessly. I'm not dead. Well, you listen to me now, leave Namek first. Gracie said coldly. Listen to you. What are you? Not finished yet. Ling Xian condensed a piece of destructive energy, which arrived in front of Gracie. Baddock's son Kakarot has transformed into a legendary Super Saiyan. Now, Kakarot is fighting Frieza. Namek will explode soon. I will take you away from Namek now. Raditz hurriedly asked. Lewis, did Kakarot really transform into a Super Saiyan? Ling Xian nodded. Yes, Frieza is dead. As for Bardock, they can also be resurrected with Dragon Balls, so don't worry. Ling Xian looked at Gracie again. Do you still have any objections? No comment. Gracie swallowed. He felt that if he was hit by that purple energy, he might die to death. The other Scions heard that Kakarot transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and was fighting Frieza. Immediately cheered. They came to Namek to prevent Frieza from getting the Dragon Balls. As long as Frieza is defeated, the Dragon Balls can be used by them, which means that King Vegeta and the others can really be resurrected. The Scions are saved. You hold hands. Namek is about to explode. Hurry up, I will take you out of here. Soon, Ling Xian used teleportation to bring the Scion back to the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol in one go. Then he returned to Namek again. At this time, the picture of Namek is very terrifying. Thunder and lightning. The wind is raging. The mountains and rivers are broken. Lava gushes. Various planet-level disasters are staged on the Namek planet, like a purgatory on Earth. It is frightening to watch. Boom. Boom. The two figures streaked across the sky, and the collision produced a strong cyclone, squeezing the void out of vacuum. Countless airflows poured down here, and a hurricane with a diameter of 1 kilometer suddenly appeared. Frieza, die for me. Sun Wukong seemed to surpass the speed of light, and appeared in front of Frieza in the next second, raising his foot and kicking fiercely. The void seemed to explode. Frieza was hit in the abdomen, bowed his body, mouthfuls of blood spurted from his mouth. The powerful force sent Frieza flying into the sky. Frieza, pay back my father's life. Sun Wukong's whole body was covered with golden flashes, like a streak of gold flashing across the sky, appearing in the sky. Clenched hands together to form a sledgehammer, it slammed down against Frieza, who was flying up. Boom dash. The thunderous force passed through Sun Wukong's hands and penetrated Frieza's back. Frieza vomited blood again and let out a heart-piercing roar. Frieza slammed straight into the ground, creating a deep pit with a diameter of -meters. After Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, his strength broke through to 2 million fighting power, 0.2 million combat power versus 6,000 million combat power. With no doubt, Frieza was no match at all. He was getting beaten all the time. Sun Wukong's killing of Frieza is still going on, and Ling Xian sighed. He returned to the village of the Great Elder. The entire village was covered by purple light, and the aftermath of the battle outside would be disintegrated here, but things went from bad to worse on Namek as Goku and Frieza fought. Now the ground of the village where the Great Elder is located has exploded. Alternate god of destruction. Nei Lu came to Ling Xian and hurriedly asked, our Namek is about to explode. What should we do now? I'm sorry. I promised to help you get through this difficult time. If I acted, it would indeed save Namek from falling into the current situation. But for some reason, I'm really sorry. Ling Xian said with guilt all over his face. Get ready to summon the dragon. Nei Lu glanced at Ling Xian and clenched his fists. He was very angry. Nairu, listen to the order of the alternate god of destruction. The voice of the Great Elder came from the room. Yes. Neil gritted his teeth and could only obey Ling Xian's orders. The Dragon Balls are placed on the ground. Nehru prepares to summon the dragon. Suddenly, a terrifying force struck here. It's Frieza's power. Ling Xian could clearly tell that Frieza had exploded with all his strength, that is, 1.2 million combat power, but after Frieza erupted with his force, he soon languished again. Obviously, 1.2 million combat power is not enough in the face of 2 million combat power. In fact, if Frieza had used his full power from the start, he might have had a chance. Because Sun Wukong just turned into a Super Saiyan, he doesn't have enough control over the power in his body. Pity. Frieza was too arrogant, thinking that Super Saiyan just sounded powerful. But when Monkey King became familiar with the power in his body, he really had no chance at all. Boom dash. Namek trembled more and more. It seemed as if it would explode in a second. Ling Xian regretted a bit. He knew he had brought Weiss here, so he didn't have to use other people's Dragon Balls. Not so guilty. Summon the dragon. Ling Xian looked at Nei Lu. Nei Lu nodded, facing the Dragon Ball on the ground. #+%. A golden light soared into the sky, and Bolungia hovered in midair. I've seen the alternate god of destruction. Bolungia respectfully greeted. Ling Xian nodded and quickly asked Lu to make a wish. Let Namek return to the way it was a day ago. Time was running out, and Namek was trembling more and more. In Ling Xian's induction, Frieza, the sinister villain, used the planetary destruction bomb, just like in the anime. In 5 minutes, Namek is bound to explode. Nehru spoke in the Namekian language. This wish is simple. In the sky, Bolunga's eyes lit up, and then the Namek planet began to change. The magma returns to the center of the earth. The broken mountains and rivers reunited. Broad being the wind is gone. Thunder calms down. Namek changed back to how it was a day ago. Nairu, I'll go and kill Frieza first. I still have 2 wishes to make when I come back. Ling Xian disappeared in an instant, leaving only Nei Lu and the dumbfounded Bolungia in the sky. Ha ha ha. In the middle of the sky, Monkey King clenched his fists, watching the changes in Namek. He couldn't help being stunned. Wasn't Namek hit by Frieza's planetary bomb and would explode in 5 minutes? How could this be? Sun Wukong. Why is this happening? On the ground, Frieza's tail was broken, his body was covered with bruises, and he was dying. Sun Wukong naturally knew what Frieza meant, but he didn't know why Namek recovered. Going to kill Frieza. This time, sh sound. Ling Xian teleported and appeared in front of Frieza. In the sky. Monkey King recognized Ling Xian. Lewis, why are you here? Monkey King descended from the sky and came to Ling Xian. Ling Xian turned his head and looked at the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Blonde. Super Saiyan status. The strength has 2 million combat power. I've been here all this time just to watch you transform into a Super Saiyan. You've been here all the time. Sun Wukong grabbed his shoulder and said angrily, since you are here, why don't you make a move? With your strength, you should be able to kill Frieza easily. He had already known Ling Xian's strength and identity through Vegeta's mouth in the universe. There are not many people who could be Ling Xian's opponents. I'll explain this to you later. Ling Xian pointed to the dying Frisia on the ground. Kakarot, are you letting this guy go? Sun Wukong looked at Frisia and gritted his teeth. No, I will not let him go. He killed my father and Vegeta. I must kill him. Ling Xian was taken aback for a moment. He actually wanted to kill Frisia. Didn't Monkey King in the anime give Frisia a gas at the last moment? It seems to be affected by the butterfly effect. Let me kill him. Ling Xian waved his hand, raised his hand, and condensed a piece of destructive energy. Hum. Earthquake. Frisia on the ground was vomiting blood all the time. Seeing Ling Xian, the alternate god of destruction, was speechless. But it could be clearly seen that Frisia is full of hatred for Ling Xian. If eyes can kill, Ling Xian has been killed by Frisia countless times. Ling Xian raised his hand, but the destructive energy in his hand didn't blast out, so he paused for a while. Never mind. Ling Xian shook his head, and after canceling the destructive energy, he turned to use Qigong waves to blow Frisia into ashes. Although Frisia is very hateful, he may be useful in the future, just like the power conference in anime. That's why Ling Xian didn't destroy Frisia. After Frisia was killed, Monkey King was very depressed. Lewis, if you take action, my father and Vegeta will not die. Ling Xian turned his head to look at Sun Wukong, and said with a smile, can't you be resurrected after death? Did you forget about Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. He grabbed Ling Xian and shook him back and forth. Almost forgot. It's great. Now my father and Vegeta can be resurrected. Go. I've already summoned the dragon. Come with me. Ling Xian used teleportation to leave here with Monkey King. Soon returned to the great elder village. A green western dragon hovered in the sky. The dragon was very strange. He was sweating all over his body, as if he was holding back his bowels. Still, do you have any wishes? Besides, I can't hold it any longer. With a sound of schwa, Ling Xian appeared here with Monkey King. Monkey King was startled when he saw the waves in the sky. This is the Namek dragon. It can bring your father back to life. Don't worry. Ling Xian turned his head away. Porna, bring Bardock back to life. Seeing Ling Xian coming back, Nailu hurriedly said in Namekian language, in the sky. Belungia's body became more and more transparent. Alternate god of destruction. I'm sorry, but because Bardock's body has been damaged, this wish cannot be granted. Hearing this, Monkey King turned pale. Lewis, that's too bad. When I was fighting Frisia, lava is spewed out from the ground, swallowing my father and Vegeta's bodies. They can't be revived. Is that so? Ling Xian frowned and said, Porna, restore the body of Frisia's murderous scion on Namek. Sun Wukong was taken aback for a moment, then grabbed Ling Xian's shoulder, shook it back and forth, and laughed loudly. Lewis, you are so smart. Since Namek Shenlong said that he has no body and cannot resurrect the dead, isn't it possible to restore Bardock and their bodies first, and then revive them? Alternate god of destruction, your wish has come true. As soon as Bolunjiao finished speaking, 5 corpses appeared on the ground. Bardock, Vegeta, King Vegeta, Bibbert, and Theodore. Lewis, their bodies have recovered. Monkey King is very happy, but suddenly. Don't talk yet. Ling Xian suddenly had an ominous premonition. Sensing something, his pupils shrank sharply. He then soared into the air, and after flying into the air, he turned around and shouted at Neil, Nairu, make a wish that everyone on Namek, including these 5 corpses, be transferred to Earth. Hurry up. Ling Xian yelled out directly. His voice was very anxious. Nair was taken aback. He didn't know what happened, but he did it anyway. But before Neil's wish was finished, a destructive energy bomb with a diameter of 1,000 meters suddenly appeared in the sky. This destructive energy is like a purple sun falling from the sky. Boom dash, the void was shattered, turning into pieces of space and falling down. And the hole in the void quickly healed back if this destructive energy falls on Namek. The star field with a radius of 1,000,000 miles will probably collapse. Ling Xian can run. It can take away Monkey King and any Lu. But the Namekians are absolutely dead. Ling Xian was already ashamed of the Namek if he let the Namek die in front of his eyes. Ling Xian is unwilling to say anything. May Katra, you wait. If Ling Xian didn't feel wrong, it should be Quitella's fault that a cloud of golden arrogance suddenly erupted from his body, and his hair turned golden in an instant. Super Scion. Then he teleported and appeared under the falling destructive energy bomb. Hold it up. Boom. The destructive aura emanating from the destructive energy squeezed out a vacuum in the sky. Immunity all negative effects were applied to Ling Xian, and they were cleared by immunity in seconds. Ling Xian didn't receive any damage. But with his current strength, he couldn't withstand the falling destructive energy bombs at all. Being pressed down, Ling Xian's body quickly fell to the ground of Namek. Rubbing the air, fire appeared on Ling Xian's body, and the speed of descent became faster and faster. When it was about to touch the ground, the body of Belunka disappeared in an instant, and then everyone on Namek, including the 5 corpses on the ground, disappeared. Hum. The Namek planet was hit by the destructive energy, and the star field with a radius of 1,000,000 miles collapsed instantly, from a black hole of nothingness a 1,000,000 miles outside the star field. Master Katra, are you really not afraid that Beerus will trouble you by doing this? The angel Conic hovered in the starry sky, holding a staff, and looked at Katron next to him. Quitella looked at the black hole of nothingness and said coldly, so what if Beerus knows the king has an order, and the gods of destruction are not allowed to fight? Beerus didn't dare to fight with me, otherwise his majesty the king would definitely wipe him out. Besides, that kid, and I've already had a grudge, I can't let go of such a talented genius. Otherwise he will definitely come to trouble me in the future. He was deeply impressed by the scene of Ling Xian and the alternate god of destruction comparison. Around the age of 20, he broke through to the dimension of the gods. Also comprehend the destructive energy, the free realm of angel level. Quitella turned to look at Conic. Didn't you ask Weiss about that kid? Conic narrowed his eyes and said, Wes said that this is Lewis's innate skill, which can ignore all damage. Ignore all harm. Quitella chuckled. Then do you think that kid Louise can escape from the destructive energy I just had? Conic remained silent. He felt that Louise could really escape, but he was afraid that Katra would be unhappy if he said it. He still remembers what his elder sister said when she left the 7th universe. That boy Lewis is very special. I can't see through it, and the sacred aura that swept the universe of the king back then, and the mysterious earth. After his eldest sister finished speaking, she went to the king's palace to find his father and ask him clearly, and other angels followed. Only he can't get away, because Quitella is going to lurk in the 7th universe and destroy the hope of the 7th universe. Let's go, or Beerus is coming. Katra said lightly. Yes. Conic waved his staff and took Katra away from here. Next second, there really were 2 figures appearing here. Quitla, you're doing great. Beerus was furious, and the coercion that erupted made the entire northern galaxy tremble. Wes, restore this place. Yes. Weiss waved and found that the surrounding nihilistic black holes suddenly recovered, and the destroyed Namek planet also recovered. Let's go. That kid Lewis should be back on Earth. The 2 disappeared. On Earth, Dongdu Plain. Ling Xian, Monkey King, and all the Namekians were all teleported here. The great elder sat on the ground, looked at the unfamiliar environment around him, and asked in a daze, Master Alternate God of Destruction, what happened? Monkey King swallowed his saliva. What kind of attack was that just now? It's terrifying. Neil wiped the sweat off his face. It really scared me to death. The other Namekians who moved here were also afraid. Great elder, I'm sorry. I'm the one who caused you trouble. Ling Xian gritted his teeth. He broke through to the dimension of gods and spirits, and could already sense the existence of gods and spirits. The destructive energy bomb was thrown by Quitla. Mad? No wonder Beerus hates that dead mouse so much. It's really insidious. You wait here. I will find someone to recover your Namek, and then take you back. Things that are bombarded by destructive energy cannot be recovered by ordinary dragons. The only ones who can achieve this step, except for the super dragon, are the back in time of the angels. Before 2 minutes had passed, Ling Xian disappeared with a schwa. Soon, Ling Xian found Weiss, who had just returned from the vicinity of the Namek star field. Ling Xian asked Weiss to help him recover Namek, but Weiss said it had been recovered. Ling Xian returned to the Great Elder's side. Nai Lu hurriedly asked, Master Alternate God of Destruction, how is it? Your Namek has recovered. Ling Xian smiled and looked at the Great Elder. Great Elder, I will send you back now. Okay, I'll trouble you, Lord Destroyer candidate. The Great Elder was held hands with the Namek people, and Ling Xian used the instant movement to bring everyone back to the Namek planet. To T first glance, Namek was not damaged in the slightest. The Namekians who came back here were dumbfounded. Could it be that the alternate God of Destruction used Dragon Balls again? Great Elder, in order to express my apology to you, I will give you something. Ling Xian took out 3 universal capsules from his pocket and opened one of them. Bang! A 200-cubic warehouse appeared on the ground, filled with gray-blue fruits. The Great Elder asked suspiciously, Master Alternate God of Destruction, what is this? These fruits are called spiritual fruits, which belong to the fruits eaten by the gods. They can increase a person's lifespan. In fact, in addition to increasing lifespan, spiritual fruits can also skyrocket people's strength. It's just that the power of skyrocketing is limited compared to Show Yuan. This power is nothing. Ling Xian apologized all over his face. I didn't do what I promised you before, so take this as my apology. The spiritual fruit is the fruit eaten by the gods. It grows in the place where the gods live, and it destroys the gods more often. Ling Xian has grown up since childhood. Useless. The Great Elder was slightly frightened. Alternate God of Destruction, please take it back. This is impossible. Ling Xian said lightly. Okay, I will not take back what I sent out. In the anime, the Great Elder passed away after the explosion of Namek because his lifespan was exhausted. The Great Elder was amiable and friendly to others, and Ling Xian was favored by him. Ling Xian could not turn a blind eye to this. Besides, these spiritual fruits are really nothing to Ling Xian. Nailu, you have to remember to let the Great Elder eat these spiritual fruits. After eating the spiritual fruits in this warehouse, you should be able to increase your lifespan by several hundred years. What? Nera froze for a moment. Then ecstatically, the other Namekians were equally excited. The Great Elder is their father, and the Great Elder is very old. To put it bluntly, he may pass away at any time. In fact, they have Dragon Balls, and as long as they make a wish, they can restore the Elder's youth. But this is against nature. The Great Elder will definitely not allow them to do this, that if eating these fruits can increase lifespan, it is different from making a wish with Dragon Balls, and the Great Elder will definitely accept it. Ling Xianliang left the 2 universal capsules to Neilu, and then left Namek, Earth, the backyard of Tai-Sai's house. Bulma looked at Vegeta's body lying on the ground, heartbroken. You. How did you die, Vegeta? Bulma tugged at son Wukong's collar. Wukong, who killed Vegeta? Why didn't you protect him? Bulma, I'm sorry, son Wukong, gritted his teeth. I didn't protect him well, but don't worry, we can use Dragon Balls to revive Vegeta and my father. Yes, we still have Dragon Balls. Only then did Bulma think of Dragon Ball. At this moment, she was going to get Dragon Ball radar. Shoo sound. Ling Xian suddenly appeared here. Tai-Sai, who was on the side, hurried over, groped up and down, and found that Ling Xian was not hurt. She couldn't help but sigh. Where have you been this month? You scared me to death. Don't worry, don't you know my physique? Ling Xian held Tai-Sai in his arms, feeling the temperature of her body and the beating of her heart. I haven't seen Tai-Sai for a month, but I miss him badly. Ate tea this time. Brother-in-law, you want to avenge Vegeta? Bulma came over. Ling Xian let go of Tai-Sai and comforted him. Don't worry, Vegeta will be fine, and I've already killed the murderer of Vegeta. Ling Xian looked at Weiss lying on the beach chair. Wes, help me revive these 5 people so I don't have to look for Dragon Balls. Wes can't. Bulma was taken aback. Even Tais was puzzled. She knew that Weiss knew a lot and was very strong. But could he revive a person? You really bother me with everything. Weiss stood up on the beach chair and waved his staff. Hum. A ray of holy light streaked across the 5 corpses on the ground. Suddenly. Ugh. Where's this place? Where's Frisia? The 5 corpses slowly opened their eyes. Bulma cried with joy, holding Vegeta on the ground. Vegeta, Monkey King, and Tai-Sai next to him were stunned. They really didn't need to summon a dragon to revive a person. Ling Xian smiled slightly. Resurrecting a person with a dead body is nothing to the end of the Tournament of Power in the anime. Weiss directly resurrected Frisia in the soul state. Lewis, after dealing with your matter, come back and destroy God Realm. After Weiss finished speaking, he disappeared. Ling Xian saw the disappearance of Weiss, but did not see Beerus. What about Beerus? Could it be that he went back to destroy the God Realm? Bulma, on the ground. Vegeta woke up a little confused, looking at Bulma, who was holding him. Am I dead? Brother-in-law asked Wes to bring you back to life. Bulma was lying on top of him. Eyes are ate tea this time. Hiss. Bardock, King Vegeta, Bibbert, and Theodore next to him also woke up. We're not dead. No, I remember that both me and Bibbert were smashed by Frisia. Suddenly, King Vegeta saw Ling Xian's figure, and his pupils shrank sharply. Lewis, did you save us? King Vegeta shook his head again. No, you said that you don't care about the Scions. How can we be saved by you? King Vegeta, who is he? Up to now, Bardock and Bibbert are still not confident that they will be resurrected. Just who is this person in front of me? King Vegeta walked up to Ling Xian and kept looking at Ling Xian without turning his head. Bardock, I told you before that we Scions actually have a strong man, but that strong man has never cared about us. Yes, you did. Bardock looked at King Vegeta's back, nodded, and suddenly his body shook. Could it be that King Vegeta saw this person as the strong man, and many more? He has a tail and is really a Scion. Bibbert and Theodore said, King Vegeta, is this the strong man you mentioned? Why have we never seen it before? Vegeta said, you have seen it. Don't you forget that there was a senior fighter in our Scion family called Luis more than 10 years ago? The 3 of Bibbert suddenly realized that there really was a superior fighter named Luis. It's just that King Vegeta said that Luis was sacrificed during the mission. Actually, he didn't die. He left planet Vegeta early. He was accepted as a disciple by the most powerful god in the universe. Now that he appears here, we are very likely to be saved by him. Hearing this, Bardock, Theodore, and Bibbert breathed a sigh of relief. Accepted as a disciple by the most powerful god in the universe. Then he has such status. Why didn't he come to help them Science? Tai-Sai, Bulma, and Monkey King next to him also found out that Zhang Lingxuan's previous experience was like this. Hearing this, Vegeta's face was weird, and Lewis didn't ignore the Science. Didn't he have Dr. Breeze help Monkey King create a gravity chamber? Also take him and Monkey King to learn teleportation from the King of the North Realm? Ling Xian stood in front of everyone and was watched by everyone, but he didn't speak. His face was calm. I know you have a lot of doubts, so I'll tell you why I don't care about Science. Frisia is the spokesperson of Master Beerus. During the time when Master Beerus is asleep, Frisia will destroy the planet. Just because of your existence, the Frisia Legion has become more and more arrogant. Its power has spread faster and faster, and more planets have been destroyed. This had a huge impact on the stability of the universe, so you offended Master Beerus very early on. Master Beerus is also looking at my face, so he didn't destroy you. As for the reason why I don't care about you, Ling Xian paused and said, I am the alternate god of destruction. The voice was very flat, but it sounded like thunder to everyone's ears. Right, the alternate god of destruction is the successor of the god of destruction, and the will of the god of destruction must be obeyed by the alternate god of destruction. Also, the gods are ruthless, and Lewis must not interfere too much with the development of the world. King Vegeta was ashamed. He blamed Luis wrongly. Now that they can be resurrected, it must be the help of Lewis, and they will definitely be blamed by Beerus. Baddock and others heard that Lewis was a strong scion, and he was also a member of the race, but he didn't care about the scions, which made them very angry. But now after listening to the explanation, his face became hot, and he felt ashamed. It's not that others don't care about scions, but that others have to stick to their duties as gods. Ling Xian had no idea what everyone was thinking. If you know, you will definitely laugh out loud. Although what he just said is true. What's more, Ling Xian simply doesn't want to care about them. But regardless of what they were in the past, scions are not the same these days. Ling Xian said, okay, since you are all resurrected, I have to go back to the god of destruction realm first. Weiss didn't see Beerus when he left. Ling Xian guessed that Beerus might have gone to the fourth universe. He has to go back and have a look. King Vegeta hurriedly asked, Lewis, how are our other scions doing now? Just ask Kakarot about these. After speaking, Ling Xian disappeared with Taisai. Everyone looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong told everything about Namek. He turned into a super scion. The scion was sent back to the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol by Ling Xian. Frisia was killed by Ling Xian. They were resurrected by Wes. After hearing everything, several scions swallowed their saliva one after another. Super scion. Kakarot, is what you said true? Did you really transform into a super scion? No wonder everyone is so excited. You know, Super Scion is the legend of the Scion family. Frisia was concerned about the appearance of Scion legends, so he would attack Scions. Hearing this news now, there's no Scion who cannot be excited. And also, that if this is true, does that mean they can also transform into Super Scions? Everyone's faces were almost on his own. Monkey King was a little uncomfortable and took a step back. Sun Wukong touched his head and said with a silly smile, Lewis is in that state called Super Scion. I don't know if it is. Seeing him so stupid, everyone was speechless. Vegeta yelled, Kakarot, show us your transformation. Hurry up. He remembered that he seemed to see a blonde figure before he died. Bardock endured the excitement in his heart. Yes, Kakarot. Let us see if you transform. Okay, step aside, let me try. Monkey King stepped aside. King Vegeta and the others quickly made way. Bulma is also very interested in this so-called Super Saiyan. For a moment, all eyes were on Monkey King, but after a while, Sun Wukong still hasn't changed at all. Kakarot, what's wrong with you? I can't seem to change. Sun Wukong looked over with a strange expression on his face. Vegeta said, haven't you changed? Why can't you change? Vegeta said kingly. Are you too nervous? Can you try again? Bardock and Bibbert nodded to Monkey King, asking him to try again. Okay, I'll try again. Monkey King tried again, but it still didn't work. This time, even he was stunned. Seeing his father being killed on Namek, he was so angry that he transformed successfully. Why is it not working now? Bardock asked. You won't be lying to us, are you? King Vegeta and Theodore all looked at Monkey King suspiciously. Sun Wukong frowned and said, I didn't lie to you. I still defeated Frisia. Bardock couldn't believe it. You still defeated Frisia? Yeah, don't you believe me? Sun Wukong was a little anxious. Everyone seems to be suspicious of him. But when he transformed, everyone died. He couldn't transform now. And Ling Xian left in such a hurry. He really couldn't explain IT this time. Vegeta stepped forward and said seriously, Kakarot, I believe you. He paused for a moment and continued. I saw a golden figure before I died. I must not be mistaken. When Vegeta said this, the others were taken aback for a moment and then jumped up excitedly. Developed. Bardock was already hugging King Vegeta, his face full of excitement. Scion legends are true. Then they will definitely be able to transform in the future. Destroy the gods. With a sound of schwa, two figures appeared by the lake. Taisai jumped off Ling Xian and asked in confusion, Lewis, why are you here again? I'm back to find Master Beerus. Ling Xian walked towards the ruined palace and found no one inside. Could it be that he really went to the fourth universe to find trouble for Katra? Wes. Ling Xian raised his head and shouted. The palace echoed his voice. When the voice disappeared, Weiss did not respond to him. Master Beerus, don't mess around. Ling Xian looked anxious. Now he confirmed that Beerus must have asked Weiss to take him to the fourth universe. Katra attacked him, and Beerus must have wanted to avenge him. Quan Wong stipulated that the gods of destruction cannot fight each other. Once Beerus and Katra fight against each other, it will be a felony. No, I must stop him. Ling Xian hurriedly walked up and down the palace. Beerus was always impatient with him, but Ling Xian knew that Beerus actually cared about him. He was really moved to stand up for him this time. Lewis, what's wrong with you? I'm thinking about how to get to the fourth universe. It is actually not that simple to leave the seventh universe and go to the fourth universe. There are barriers between the universe itself, and it is almost impossible for mortals to break through. Ling Xian's current strength, although his realm has broken through to the level of God, but his strength has not yet reached the realm of AGOD, that IT is really difficult to break the cosmic barrier. Other universes, Taisai has been in the God of Destruction realm for so long, and she already knew the structure of the universe. IT turns out that there's not only one universe in the world, but 11 more. Lewis, why don't you go and ask the old world king god? Taisai remembered that Ling Xian had told her that there was an ancient Kai Wangshan in universe, and that old Kai Wangshan must know a lot. Maybe the old king god knows how to leave the seventh universe. Yes, Ling Xian was ecstatic, hugged Taisai, and kissed her ruddy mouth forcefully. Taisai, you wait for me here, I will go to the realm of the king of God, and I will be back soon. Ling Xian put Taiyas down, and then disappeared. Then come back quickly. Taisai yelled into the air, and then walked out of the palace helplessly. She didn't know what happened, but judging from Ling Xian's anxious expression, there must be something urgent that I hope he can solve it smoothly. Realm of the king of gods. Green lawns, tall trees. The breeze was blowing, and the leaves were rustling. There are 3 people sitting under the big tree. Ashen, do you understand the profession of the king of the world? Old ancestor, I understand. Then are you still afraid of Majin Buu? Don't be afraid. Asin looked at the old Kai Wangshan and said with a grin, IT turns out that the universe still has the post of God of destruction, so there's no need to be afraid of Majin Buu from now on. Sudden, there was a sound of schwa. Next to it, and a figure appeared. Seeing this man, Jebet next to Exine shrank his neck and couldn't help but tremble. Ling Xian naturally saw Jebet, but he has no time to pay attention to this guy now. Old King God, I have something urgent to see you. Lewis, why are you here? The old world king god was taken aback. Ling Xian briefly talked about the previous discussion and finally told about Beerus going to the fourth universe. What? Quit'll attack you. The old world king god is furious. Asin was taken aback by the loud voice of the old king of the world, but he couldn't help but feel worried when he heard that Ling Xian was attacked. Lewis, you're not hurt. I'm fine. Ling Xian looked at the old Kai Wangshan and hurriedly asked, Old Kai Wangshan, how can I go to the fourth universe? If I don't stop Beerus-sama, something will happen. Don't worry, that skinny rib knows the consequences of fighting God of destruction. He's not that stupid. The old king of the world gritted his teeth. That dead mouse is really deceiving. This time Beerus did a good job. Old king god, you can scold me later. Ling Xian smiled wryly. Is there a way for you to let me leave the seventh universe? Ling Xian was really touched by the fact that old Kai Wangshan and Beerus cared about him so much. For the first time, he had a sense of belonging to the seventh universe. There are 2 ways to leave the seventh universe. The old king of the world calmed down a little. The first is to use powerful force to break through the barriers of the universe. But if you want to do this, you need to have the power of the realm of gods. With your current strength, you probably can't do it. The second is to use the space shuttle cube. Cosmic shuttle cube. Ling Xian and Axan were stunned. Soon, Ling Xian thought of something and said, "You mean the shuttle cube in Weiss's hand?" The old realm king looked at Ling Xian with a strange expression on his face. "I didn't expect Weiss to tell you this. Yes, it's the shuttle cube." Ling Xian clicked his tongue, but Weiss never told him about it. He remembered the anime in his previous life, where Weiss used the cosmic shuttle cube to take everyone to the power conference. Old King God, Weiss is not here, and we don't have shuttle cubes either. Ling Xian shook his head. The old king of the world raised his head arrogantly. "Did I say I didn't? You have." Ling Xian was ecstatic. "Why do you have a space shuttle cube? Why do you care so much as long as I have it? Do you want it or not?" Old World King God blushed. "He has a shuttle cube. In fact, he went to ask Weiss in order to find a girl to date in other universes. I want it, Lord King of the Old Realm. Please lend it to me. I'll give it to you." With a wave of the old King God's hand, the space of another dimension was opened, and a purple square flew out from it. "Fortunately, your dimension has broken through to the level of the gods. You use the power of the gods to infuse the shuttle cube so that you can exert the maximum speed of the shuttle cube." The old realm king God paused and said, "Forget it, I'll go with you." This damn dead mouse actually attacked the alternate god of destruction in his universe, and it made people angry just thinking about it. He also wants to go there. He can't beat the god of destruction. Can he still beat the Kai Wangshan over there? It's great that you come along too. Ling Xian is still worried about breaking the cosmic barrier. How will he go to the fourth universe? There's no need to worry if the old world king God is following. Ashen, keep watching Universe 7. We'll be back soon. Yes. Asin nodded. Soon, Ling Xian and the old Kai Wangshan disappeared in the Kai Wangshan realm by traveling through the universe. Inside the box, Ling Xian felt a little irritable. Old Kai Wangshan noticed his expression. "Lewis, don't worry too much. That skinny rib is smart. He won't mess around." "Ah." Ling Xian nodded. He was too anxious before and forgot what Beerus' character was. Beerus would certainly not be so easily fooled by Katra. That's not why he's upset. He remembered what he said to Tais when he left God of Destruction realm. He said he would be back soon. Go to another universe now. I don't know how long it'll take. I hope to be done quickly. Otherwise, Taisai will be very worried. Ready to shuttle through the barrier. Pay attention. The voice of the old world king God reached his ears. Ling Xian came back to his senses and looked ahead, only to see a film of light blocking the front. He increased the output of the power of the gods. Swish. The cosmic shuttle cube turned into a purple ray and immediately shuttled through the light film. Soon came a dark space. Looking around, I saw 11 huge spheres floating in front of me. Ling Xian turned around, and it turned out that the seventh universe was also a similar sphere. The third sphere on the left is the fourth universe. Just move in that direction. It is good. Ding. Release the mission. Please sign in the fourth universe. Reward. Erase prototype. The universe's shuttle block suddenly stopped moving. "Lewis, what's wrong with you?" "No, I'm leaving now." Fourth universe, the ray of light passed through the barrier. Ding. The sign-in task is completed. Reward. Erase prototype. Hum. Inside the square, Ling Xian's body trembled, and a rule that erased everything grew in his body. The old world king God next to him was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Ling Xian was stunned. "My lord, old world king, what's wrong with you?" The old king of the world was trembling when he spoke. "You. What was your aura just now?" If he sensed correctly just now, there was a trace of erasing power emanating from Ling Xian just now. "Gollum." The old king of the world swallowed hard. "Erasing the power. That is the move of the great priest and the king. Why this kid? I do not know either." Ling Xian really couldn't explain it, so he could only pretend to be stupid. The old king of the world stood up tremblingly, staring at Ling Xian. His eyes became more and more strange. Ignore. Erase. Perfect and comfortable state. This kid, no wonder Weiss would say that this kid is very special. He has so many secrets. The old Kai Wangshan remembered the sacred aura that Weiss mentioned a few years ago. He could be sure that it must be related to the kid in front of him. "Lewis, you." The old world king God opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't ask anything. Ling Xian heaved a sigh of relief seeing that the old world king God didn't speak. Fortunately, the old Kai Wangshan didn't ask anything. Otherwise it would be hard to explain. "Old king God, let's go to Beerus-sama." "Okay, Beerus should be in the god of destruction realm in the fourth universe." The old king looked up. "Wes." Whoa. A holy light appeared inside the block. When Weiss came here he was slightly stunned. "Lewis, didn't I ask you to return to the god of destruction realm? Why are you here?" Ling Xian rolled his eyes. "If I don't come, will Mr. Beerus have a fight with Ketla?" The old world king God asked. "Wes, that skinny rib shouldn't be messing around, right?" Ling Xian held his breath, afraid of hearing the news that Beerus and Quatella had a fight. Weiss shook his head and said with a smile, "Master Beerus is usually very arrogant, but you're not unaware of his fear of death, Mr. Old World King God." Hearing this, Beerus sealed him for tens of millions of years because he was afraid of death. The Old World King God couldn't help but twitched his mouth slightly. Then what is Master Beerus doing now? Ling Xian was puzzled. Didn't Beerus come help him? "Ah, you will know when you go to the god of destruction realm in the fourth universe. King's palace, except for Konik and Weiss. All the other angels gathered here. The angel of the 10th universe, Kaisai, looked at the great priest and said respectfully, "Father, do you know about the 7th universe?" The great priest looked at his children and said with a smile, "What's wrong?" The angel of the 6th universe, Bados, said, "More than 10 years ago, there was an extremely sacred aura in the 7th universe. We went to the 7th universe a few days ago to investigate this matter. As a result, we found that the alternate god of destruction in universe Dash is very special. He has comprehended the rules of destruction in more than 10 years. The angel of the 5th universe, Kukatel answered. In addition, he has realized the realm of perfection and freedom. The most important point, he can ignore any attack." As soon as these words came out, all the angels on the scene held their breaths. The atmosphere is very solemn. The angels doubted Ling Xian's identity. No matter how talented an ordinary person was, it was impossible for him to do this. "You must know, among the angels present, which of the angels can comprehend the perfect state of freedom in just over 10 years. This is impossible. Every angel has to go through many tribulations before he can achieve a positive result. If it is insisted that it is a natural talent, it is fine to comprehend the realm of perfection and freedom. But that ignore can't be explained by talent. So you want to ask about the identity of that, Lewis?" The great priest laughed. Kaisai frowned. "Father, with your expression, do you know his identity?" The other angels watched the high priest closely. The great priest took 2 steps forward with both hands and sighed in his voice. "Actually, when a sacred breath appeared more than 10 years ago, I also investigated this matter. That's right, that aura erupted from the alternate god of destruction of Universe 7. Whoa. The angels were in an uproar and were extremely shocked. Back then, that sacred aura swept across the entire Quanwan universe, and it could be sensed in any corner. That breath is like the breath of heaven and earth, pure, bright and holy. In the eyes of all the angels, only their father, or the king, can explode. Unexpectedly, it was the alternate god of destruction of Universe Dash who broke out. What you say is ignoring attacks, but I actually tried it myself. How's it going?" All the angels swallowed. Each of them clenched their fists, their palms were covered with sweat. They want to know the answer, but they already have the answer in their hearts. The great priest personally tried to test it more than 10 years ago. In the end, they led the alternate gods of destruction in this universe to compete with Lewis, which means Lewis is fine. In other words, Lewis survived the temptation of the great priest. "Don't you have an answer?" The great priest said with a smile. "Yes, he survived my temptation. He can indeed ignore any attack." Boom Dash, shocked. All the angels were stunned. Although they had been mentally prepared, they were still shocked when they heard the great priest's affirmative answer. Their father is number 1 under all kings. "Father, do you know his identity?" Kaisai asked hurriedly. "That's right. He won't be from the dark demon realm, right?" Campari asked. "That young man doesn't have a dark aura on him. so he can't be from the Dark Demon Realm. Yes, if it's really a member of the Dark Demon Realm, Weiss will definitely find out, and he won't be accepted as an alternate god of destruction. Angels, you speak to me. All right. The Great Priest waved his hand. Actually, I have some guesses, and I've also interviewed Master Quan Wong's tone. The Great Priest was silent and did not speak again. But the expression of the Great Priest told the angels that their father probably guessed the identity of Lewis, and he was also related to the king. All the angels looked at each other, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. No matter what he does, don't worry about it. The Great Priest looked at the angels and said solemnly, "Did you hear me clearly?" The hearts of the angels tightened, and they quickly responded, "Yes." Suddenly, a weak breath of erasing came from the fourth universe. None of the other angels responded, but Kei-Sai's pupils narrowed sharply. She turned her head to look deep into King Quan's palace, and then looked at her father. "Father, okay, don't worry about it." At this time, the Great Priest looked in the direction of the fourth universe, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The other angels were puzzled. What happened to their eldest sister and father? The fourth universe, destroying the god realm. The environment here is similar to the world of God of Destruction in the seventh universe. Lakes, forests, mountains, the ground is also the same purple. Dead mouse, haven't you eaten yet? Work harder. By the lake, Biorus was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Katra, who was behind him, gritted his teeth and tightened the hand that Biorus pinched his shoulder. Hiss. Beerus jumped up and cursed. "Do you have a problem with me for using so much force or what?" Crack. Quitla clenched her fists. Her chest was filled with anger, and her chest kept rising and falling. "Skinny cat, fight me if you can. Fight." Beerus laughed loudly. "Fighting is not something gentle people like me do." Quitella gritted his teeth. Troy next to him didn't dare to move, and he didn't dare to breathe, for fear that because of his breathing louder, the two great gods would notice him. This time, a colorful streamer descended from the sky. The old king of the world quickly came to Beerus, looked up and down. "Beerus, you are not messing around." The eyes of the old king of the world moved up and down, and Beerus felt uncomfortable. "Old guy, if you look at me like that again, believe it or not, I will seal you again." The old world king god immediately looked away. However, he found that Beerus was in very good condition, and there was no trace of fighting at all. Ling Xian came to Beerus and said gratefully, "Master Beerus, thank you." Not finished yet. Beerus punched Ling Xian on the chest. With a bang, the world shook. Naturally, Ling Xian was fine, and the eyelids of Quitella next to him twitched violently. Damn, this kid really didn't die. Also, is his body made of iron? The power of the fifth level of the god realm hit him. Nothing happened. Seeing this, Conic swallowed his saliva. It seems that what Weiss said about ignoring is indeed true. "Okay, big man, why are you so sentimental?" Ignoring Quitella and the others, Beerus patted Ling Xian's chest and said seriously, "You are my heir. Without my permission, no one will touch you." Beerus knew why Ling Xian showed such an expression, but isn't it only natural for him to stand up for his disciple? "If anyone dares to touch you, I will make that person feel bad." Saying that, Beerus glanced at Ketla with murderous eyes. "Beerus, you're never finished. Didn't I just sneak attack your apprentice? I've done everything you asked me to do these 2 days. What else do you want?" Quitla clenched his fists and roared. Ling Xian and Old World King God looked at each other and couldn't help being taken aback. What did Bruce do? Why is this dead mouse so angry? The corners of Weiss's mouth curled up slightly, and he told the ears of Old World King God and Ling Xian what Beerus had done the past 2 days. It turned out that Beerus was so angry when he found out that Katra had attacked Ling Xian. He almost couldn't help but want to kill the fourth universe. But Beerus has always been afraid of death, so he did it. Didn't he fall into Ketla's arms? So Beerus is cheap. Didn't you come my seventh universe to sneak attack on my heir? Well, I'll fight back. After Beerus asked Weiss to bring him to the fourth universe, he also attacked the fourth universe's candidate for destruction, Troy. That is to say, the angel Conic arrived in time and used time to turn back the time to restore Troy. Otherwise, Troy would have died long ago. After Troy recovered, Beerus would naturally not stop, and he hid near the god of destruction realm in the fourth universe. As long as Troy dared to come out once, he would kill Troy once. This is not finished. Beerus also destroys a star field in the fourth universe from time to time. That he concluded that even if Quitella was very angry, he would not dare to fight him. It would be even better if Ketla really couldn't resist fighting him. After all, it was reasonable for him to make a fuss in front of Quan Wong. It was you, Katra, who attacked my disciple, so it is not too much for me to destroy your universe. So within 2 days, Beerus directly destroyed one of the galaxies in the fourth universe and paralyzed. After that, Beerus moved his gaze to another galaxy in the fourth universe. This time, Quitella finally couldn't stand it anymore, and it was impossible to fight Beerus. After all, whoever strikes first will die. Quitla knew he was in the wrong, so he could only ask Beerus how he could let him go. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Beerus offered to be his servant for 3 days. Quitella felt extremely ashamed, but he could only do this, otherwise his universe would be missed by Beerus all the time. Then there was the scene that Ling Xian saw when he came to the fourth universe. Ha ha ha. Ling Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old Kai Wangshan also covered his mouth, but he didn't want Ling Xian to laugh so boldly. Too much deceit. Quitella's ears were hot, and Ling Xian's laughter nailed him to the wall of shame. Was an alternate god of destruction qualified to taunt him? Too deceiving. Ling Xian's eyes were sharp. Come forward, face to face with Ketla. The two are only 10 centimeters apart. Eye to eye, can see each other's killing intent. Are you jealous of my talent? Ling Xian sneered. What? You don't have a genius like me in your universe, so you just want to carry out a sneak attack. Do you know who you're talking to? Quitella's face darkened. The people in Universe Dash are all so hateful. Looking at the face of this kid in front of him, I couldn't help but want to kill him. Who are you talking to? Hearing this, Beerus' whole body was filled with an aura of destruction. He took a step forward, and the entire fourth universe trembled. Weiss and Conic straightened their bodies, ready to shoot. The damage caused by the two gods of destruction is really exaggerated. Master Beerus, let me do this. Ling Xian waved his hand lightly. Beerus glanced at Ling Xian and finally dissipated the destructive aura from his body. I know you won't kill me very much. After all, if you kill me, the future hope of the seventh universe will be cut off, but Ling Xian smiled charmingly. You can't kill me. I can ignore any harm in the world. Boom dash, old Kai, Quitera, Conic and Troy trembled, and their minds were violently shocked. Even though they had heard about this earlier, they were still shocked when they heard the positive answer from Ling Xian himself. Someone really can ignore any attack. I just learned a new move. I want to try it with you. Ling Xian grinned at Quitella. This smile was extremely weird. Hands up. Erase. Hum. A white light appeared in Ling Xian's hand. The incomparable power seems to be able to erase all matter in the world. Except for the two angels, everyone else was limp on the ground. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths were wide open, their faces were pale, and their whole bodies were trembling unconsciously. It was like seeing a ghost. Panic, uneasiness, panic, bewildered. The expressions of Weiss and Conic were also exaggerated. They were dumbfounded and their hearts were beating wildly. Erase, erase. This is the move of the great priest and the king. Why did Ling Xian do this? Quitella lay limp on the ground, with cold sweat streaming down her back, trembling even as she spoke. You. How do you know the moves of Master Quan Wong? This trick is too familiar to Keitra. Long ago, there were originally 18 universes in the Quan Wong universe, but now there are only 12 universes left. The 8 missing universes were erased by this trick. Familiar picture, familiar breath. Quitella saw this like a mouse meeting a cat. Fear, despair. No one can escape from erasure. Weiss was dumbfounded. Lewis, when did you learn this trick? Weiss knew that Ling Xian's talent was very strong, and he had comprehended the rules of destruction at the level of a god of destruction and the realm of perfect freedom at the level of an angel in more than 10 years. But erasing is not an ordinary move. Do not. Erase is not a move, but a collection of rules. Destruction, time, space, light, darkness, a law that integrates various rules into one. This kind of law is only qualified to comprehend by people above the priest level. Ling Xian actually made it this far? Old Kai Wanshan sat on the ground without speaking, and looked closely at Ling Xian. It turned out that he was not mistaken before. That breath really erased. The breath! Ling Xian didn't look at Weiss, but looked down at Ketla, who was limp on the ground, and said with a sneer, Master Ketla, do you know who you were talking to? Quitella and Ling Xian said the same thing before, and Ling Xian returned it verbatim. Quitella was confronted by the white halo. His scalp was numb, and he was speechless with fear. Murderous aura overflowing. The god of destruction realm is like a 1,000-layer ice house, icy cold. Beerus was also frightened by this scene, so he hurriedly said, Lewis, don't mess around. Ling Xian's move is really unbelievable. The supreme erasure. Once Ling Xian makes a move, Katra will completely disappear in this world. Perhaps only the legendary super dragon can revive Katra. The karma of killing a god of destruction was too great. Although he hated the dead mouse, no matter how much he hated it, he didn't dare to kill a god of destruction. Don't say that Beerus can't kill Katra. It's really easy for Beerus to kill this dead mouse. You must know that Beerus' title of the first god of destruction in the universe is not for nothing. Weiss stepped in front of Ling Xian and advised, Lewis, don't mess around. Konik is still shocked. How could anyone do this trick? Mr. Lewis, show mercy. Konik came back to his senses and hurriedly said he should have dissuaded Quitella early on and told him not to do anything to Ling Xian. But he still had some doubts in his heart. How could anyone in the world ignore any harm? Besides, it's just a sneak attack on a candidate god of destruction. No matter how angry Beerus is, he won't act recklessly. Konik guessed right. Beerus really didn't dare to mess around, but the alternate god of destruction of universe, Dash, is going to mess around, kicked, to the steel plate. For a while, everyone including the old world king god was persuading Ling Xian. Ling Xian raised his right hand, unmoved, and looked at Ketla jokingly. Even the great priest can't kill me. How dare you threaten me? Are you ready to die? As soon as these words came out, the murderous aura at the scene seemed to freeze. No, do not want. Quitla's pupils shrank sharply. Everyone else was terrified. Ling Xian really wanted to kill Ketla. Lewis, don't. Under the hesitant eyes of everyone, Ling Xian waved his right hand. The world shook, white light bloomed in an instant, and the entire sky was like daylight, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. This time, okay, Mr. Lewis, please spare the life of Lord Katra. A clear and pleasant voice spread throughout the god of destruction realm. An angel in the shape of a little girl appeared in the air. She waved her magic staff, and the white light that erupted from Ling Xian suddenly dissipated. Only, the little girl's little hand holding the staff was trembling, and it calmed down after a while. Suddenly, Ling Xian half kneeled on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Ketla, who was limp on the ground, had a murderous look in his eyes. Good chance. In the next second, the killing intent quickly disappeared. Quitla knew that Ling Xian could ignore any attack, so he definitely couldn't kill Ling Xian. Lewis, what's wrong with you? Beerus and old Kai Wangshan hurried to Ling Xian and helped him up. The two looked anxious. Can't you ignore any attack? Ling Xian's whole body was like an eggplant beaten by frost, wilting. Sister, what did you do to Lewis? Weiss asked hurriedly, looking at the girl in the sky. The person who came was none other than Keisai, the eldest daughter of the great priest. Keisai frowned. I didn't do anything to Mr. Lewis. His ignoring physique shouldn't be hurt. After speaking, Keisai waved her staff, and a healing technique shot at Ling Xian. Look, Keisai's face was solemn. She released a healing technique, but Ling Xian hadn't recovered yet. After releasing it 10 times in a row, Ling Xian's face returned to normal. I'm all right. Ling Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and got rid of the support of the old world king god and Beerus. The old king god really wanted to ask about erasure, but he still cared. Lewis, aren't you immune to harm? Beerus hurriedly said. Could it be that Miss Keisai hurt you? Kes, I said I didn't do anything to him. Okay. Ling Xian looked at Keisai in the sky, shook his head and said, I didn't get hurt by Miss Keisai. Then why do you? Weiss wanted to ask, then why did you get hurt? Ling Xian directly interrupted Weiss' inquiry and said lightly, Wes, let's go back to the 7th universe. He didn't say anything, and the murderous look on his body disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Didn't you say you were to kill Katra just now? Why are you all right all of a sudden? Quite, who was limp on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief and finally survived. And many more. Keisai in the sky looked closely at Ling Xian. Mr. Lewis, what's your relationship with Lord Quan Wang? Keisai didn't ask this question openly, but transmitted it secretly. Ling Xian frowned. Why did Keisai ask such a question? Suddenly a light flashed in my mind. Isn't erase the Quan Wang's move? Keisai probably thought of this before asking this question. Ling Xian didn't speak, but shook his head, meaning that I have nothing to do with King Quan. Seeing this, Keisai frowned and said via voice transmission. Why? My father clearly said. Before finishing speaking, Keisai interrupted the sound transmission, took a deep look at Ling Xian, and then disappeared. The great priest said that Ling Xian didn't have to worry about anything, but killing a god of destruction was a bit serious. She came here because the great priest asked her to stop Ling Xian. Now that Ling Xian has been successfully stopped, she has completed the task. Keisai disappeared, and Ling Xian was stunned. Just now Keisai seemed to be talking about the great priest. It seems that the great priest knows his true identity, but isn't his identity just an ordinary scion? Ling Xian is not confident anymore. System, am I related to Quan Wang? Ling Xian felt itchy in his heart. This was the first time he asked the system on his own initiative. An electronic voice came from my mind, frowny face. No, you're just an ordinary scion. You have nothing to do with the king. The person the priest said was actually someone else, not you. Others? Who? The system fell silent. The corner of Ling Xian's mouth twitched violently, drawing out other people's curiosity, and then hanging on, right? Well, you badass system. Ling Xian didn't ask any more questions. He didn't expect that the system would answer him this time. Fortunately, the system's answer allowed him to confirm that he has nothing to do with Quan Wang. Only then did Ling Xian's frown relax a bit. Finally, under the leadership of Weiss, Ling Xian left the 4th universe. The 4th universe destroys God's realm, leaving only Quitella, Troy, and Konik. Quitla stood up on the ground. He clenched his fists. His face was gloomy. He just kept looking at the place where Ling Xian disappeared, without saying a word. Lord Quitella, find an opportunity to apologize to Mr. Lewis. Konik said he has too many doubts. His brothers and sisters went to the Quan Wang palace before, but he didn't go. Something must have happened. Otherwise, his elder sister wouldn't have come so fast. Moreover, his eldest sister's attitude towards Lewis is also very strange, especially the expression of leaving at the end. It is good. Katra clenched his fists, his knuckles creaking. Konik naturally noticed Quitra's expression, but he didn't care. Quitella has indeed been insulted a bit more in the past 2 days. First, he was blocked at home by Beerus. Then he was bullied and became Beerus' servant for 2 days. Now, he's trampled on the soles of his feet and rubbed against by an alternate god of destruction. If it was him, Konik couldn't stand it. He also ignored Quitella's expression and let him vent. Master Quitra, I'll go find my eldest sister. You have to vent a little bit. Konik suddenly disappeared. Konik walked for a while, but Quitella still stood still staring at the place where Ling Xian had disappeared before. I want you to die. Inside the cosmic shuttle box. The expression of that dead mouse just now made me laugh so hard. Ha ha. Beerus danced happily with a smile on his face. Ha. Let that dead mouse sneak up on our alternate god of destruction. The old king of the world looked at Beerus. Skinny ribs, you did a good job this time. Huh, skinny ribs? Beerus stared at the old Kai Wangshan, his nasal voice raised. Fuck. The old world king god covered his mouth and accidentally said the name of Beerus in his heart. Beerus snorted. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. The old king of the world patted his chest and looked at Ling Xian. Lewis, when did you learn to race? As soon as these words came out, Beerus and Weiss looked at Ling Xian one after another. The atmosphere inside the cosmic shuttle cube is a bit dignified. Ling Xian touched his nose and said, I just learned it not long ago. Just learned it not long ago. Weiss shook his head. Erasure is not a move, but a collection of rules, which are named rules by the priest. If a person wants to use it, he has to comprehend various rules and finally integrate them. Weiss looked at Ling Xian and said, even if we are angels, many of us will not be able to do this in our entire lives. Do you understand? Ling Xian looked at Weiss and wanted to speak, but he didn't know how to explain it. All right. Beerus stood in front of Ling Xian, then turned around and looked at Ling Xian. Lewis, will you endanger Universe 7? Beerus' voice was extremely serious, and his expression was very serious. The old king of the world had never seen Beerus like this. The 7th universe is my home. Ling Xian didn't hesitate and just blurted out. Hear this. Beerus laughed. The old world king god also laughed. And Weiss was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed they got an answer, and they're happy with it. Beerus was in a good mood and asked, by the way, Lewis, why did you vomit blood just now? The old world king god was also very puzzled. Can't you ignore any harm? How could you vomit blood? Do you think I can support erasure with my current strength? Ling Xian said, speechlessly, I'm trying to be brave, and I was forced to vomit blood by myself. Even the power of the realm of gods can't reach it, and it really can't support erasure. Weiss nodded. He finally figured out the key. Obviously, Ling Xian suffered backlash, and it was not someone else who hurt him all. No wonder you vomit so much blood. No wonder his elder sister used more than a dozen healing spells in a row to recover this kid. Beerus and old Kai also figured it out, covered their mouths with a smile and said, you just want to kill Ketla. You've been scaring him, right? They were taken aback by the murderous aura exuded by Ling Xian before, and they all believed it, thinking that Ling Xian really wanted to kill Quitla. You know what you're talking about? Ling Xian rolled his eyes, wanting to kill a god of destruction who touched the 5th level of the realm of gods. How could it be that simple? But what Beerus said was wrong. Ling Xian had murderous intentions towards Katra from the beginning to the end, that he's not scaring Katra either. If Kasai hadn't come out to stop him, he could have killed that dead mouse just now. Hearing Ling Xian's answer, everyone laughed. The atmosphere inside the cube becomes cheerful. Soon, the universe shuttle cube will return to the 7th universe, 8T this time. Wes, has your eldest sister reached the level of a priest? Division of power, the 5th level of the god realm, the 3rd level of the angel realm, the priest realm, and the king realm. What Ling Xian knew was that all the alternate gods of destruction were on the 2nd level of the god realm, 8S for the gods of destruction, except for Beerus, who's on the 5th floor of the realm of gods. The other gods of destruction are on the 4th floor of the realm of gods, 8S for the angels. Ling Xian still doesn't know what level they are. Ling Xian looked closely at Weiss. The old Kai Wangshan and Beerus also looked at Weiss, and the atmosphere in the shuttle box was a bit subtle. The main reason is that Kasai caught Ling Xian's erasure with bare hands before. This scene is too shocking. Why are you asking this? Weiss was looked at by the 3 of them, feeling a little helpless. I feel that Miss Kasai's power is not simple. Others didn't know what was going on, but Ling Xian knew that the erasing he had just condensed was enough to kill Quitella. Even the angels might not be able to bear that force, and Kasai's ability to interrupt him is enough to show that she is not simple. Weiss was silent. The atmosphere inside the cube becomes subtle. Seeing that Weiss did not speak, Beerus swallowed his saliva. Wes, does your eldest sister really have the power of a priest? The old world king god also knows how strong the power of the priest level is. If this is true, then the universe of the king will be developed. Do not know. After a while, Weiss finally said, don't look at me like that. I really don't know. Weiss didn't look at the 3 of them, but looked at the dark space outside the cube, and said, I only know that my eldest sister is the strongest existence among all brothers and sisters. I can no longer sense her current strength. Perhaps she has already reached that level. Boom! This news is too shocking. What happened today was really shocking. Beerus and old Kaiohami were stunned. Ling Xian was also shocked. That little doubting must have reached the level of a priest. No wonder he was able to stop him from making a move. Back in Universe 10, Kasai sneezed suddenly. She didn't know that someone was calling her Zaya doubting behind her back. At this time, she saw Kana come in her side. The shuttle cube flew into the 7th universe. Weiss first took the old Kai Wangshan back to the Kaiwan god realm, and then went back to destroy the god realm. Back in the old world, Wang Shun was chased by Asin and asked how things were going. Asin is very anxious. Now his name is linked with Beerus. If Beerus acts recklessly and the king blames Beerus, then he will not be able to escape. The old Kai Wangshan finally talked slowly about what happened in the 4th universe. After hearing this, Asin fell into a state of excitement. Ling Xian turned out to be so strong. Ling Xian is the alternate god of destruction of the 7th universe. The stronger Ling Xian is, the more beneficial it is to the 7th universe. Destroy the gods. It's been almost a day. Why hasn't Lewis come back? Taisai dragged her cheeks and sat by the lake in a daze. When Ling Xian left, his expression was very anxious. Something must have happened to cause this. Sure. A voice sounded, followed by a familiar voice. Taisai, I'm back. Taisai turned her head abruptly and said joyfully, Lewis. Ling Xian suddenly appeared in front of Taisai, hugging her tightly with his strong arms. Is everything resolved? Well, it's solved. Ling Xian rubbed Taisai's little head, smelling her faint body fragrance. He couldn't help but feel at ease. That's good. Taisai smiled foolishly. Ling Xian's chest is strong, and she feels at ease being hugged, which is something she has never experienced before in space travel. Suddenly, he saw Billis Weiss staring at her intently. Taisai's face turned red suddenly. Her ears became hot, and her whole head was stuffed into Ling Xian's arms. Ling Xian noticed Taisai's actions, and couldn't help looking at Beerus and the 2, and couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching. Okay, looking at my daughter-in-law like this. She's getting shy. Please leave as soon as you have nothing to do. TCH, who wants to see you flirting with each other? Taisai, I'm hungry. Beerus looked at Taisai pitifully. He hadn't eaten Taisai's dishes for 2 or 3 days. He was so greedy. Weiss nodded frantically at the side. Tais, I'm hungry too. Taisai got out of Ling Xian's arms. Her little face was still red, like a ripe apple. I'll make it for you to eat. Taisai left here, shyly, looking at Tai's shy appearance. Ling Xian felt very happy at the moment. Master Beerus, you won't go to the earth to eat. You'd be ashamed to let Taisai cook for you every day. You're my disciple, so why not be embarrassed? Beerus chuckled. I didn't expect you kid to really take Taisai down. Weiss snickered from the side. I've already said that they have problems. Beerus curled his lips and snorted. Doesn't know. Ling Xian drew 2 black lines across the door. These 2 big groups, I could tea this time. Beerus suddenly spoke again, and his tone changed. Lewis, you should be careful recently. Quitella is not a loser. He's likely to find trouble with you secretly. This time he made Quitella a servant for 2 days and insulted Quitella severely, but Quitella didn't fight back. That's why he reasoned. Beerus and Katra are old rivals. What kind of character is Quitella? And Beerus has a great say. Beerus himself was ready to be troubled. Just him. Ling Xian didn't take it seriously. With my physique and my ability to erase, maybe the dead mouse would be scared stupid by my erasure. How dare he come to trouble me? That's what you said. Beerus nodded, deeply appreciative that if Ling Xian had used erase on him at that time, he would definitely have pissed off on the spot, and he wouldn't dare to trouble Ling Xian afterwards. Everyone returned to the God of Destruction realm, and the God of Destruction realm became lively again. In the following days, Beerus' daily life changed a little. Beerus eats and drinks every day and disappears with Weiss at other times. Ling Xian and Taisai felt very strange about this and asked Beerus what he was doing. Beerus said that, Lewis, you are not afraid of Katra, but I am afraid that Katra will retaliate against me in the 7th universe. After all, Beerus is still afraid that Quatella will come to the 7th universe to make trouble. Oh, he patrols the universe with Wes every day. Ling Xian thought about it. And it was true, he's not afraid to wear shoes on bare feet. No, it should be said to be confident that in one can hurt him. So Ling Xian naturally needn't be afraid, but the 7th universe is different. The 7th universe is so vast, and once someone makes trouble, Beerus and Weiss are not the same as they can arrive in time. Beerus knew this too, but he really had no other choice but to do so. Seeing this, Ling Xian couldn't bear it. He asked Beerus if he should go to the 4th universe to destroy Ketla, so that you don't have to work so hard, Mr. Beerus. Beerus and Weiss were taken aback, and they quickly refused. They no longer doubted Ling Xian's strength, although Ling Xian said in his previous explanation that he was trying to be brave. But who knows if he really can't use a race? If Ling Xian can use this move, then Quatella will definitely die. If the god of destruction is dead, the king of Kai will die too. The god of destruction and Kai Shin are the foundation of the universe, and if they die, it will have a huge impact on the universe. It's not that the alternate god of destruction cannot inherit the post of god of destruction. With a new god of destruction, but without a new Kai Wangshin, it's still useless. You must know that the 4th universe has no candidate Kai Wangshin. Without Kai Wangshin, the 4th universe will fall into a situation that has not been created for tens of millions of years. In this way, the 4th universe will be completely abolished. Once the 4th universe is abolished, the Quanwang universe will lose another universe. Therefore, even if there is enmity between the gods of destruction, they cannot kill the killer. What's more, the Quanwang already had an order, and the masters of the god of destruction level cannot fight each other. It can be said that the death of the god of destruction is directly related to the pattern of the universe of the king. Only the Quanwang is qualified to divide the structure of the Quanwang universe. And no one else can participate. This is also the reason why Keisai went to prevent Ling Xian from erasing Katra. Ling Xian finally knew the truth, and now he can't help Beerus. Earth, time passed, and just 2 months passed. It has been 2 months since Bardock, King Vegeta, Amberbert, and Theodore came to Earth from Namek. Ling Xian did not appear again, and they did not leave Earth. After all, it is very inconvenient to go back to the galaxy headquarters by spaceship. It is estimated that it will take a year to go back. Western Wasteland. Boom dash. The entire wasteland was covered by 2 terrifying forces. 2 crimson figures interspersed in the sky, colliding with each other from time to time, making earth-shattering resonance sounds. Fortunately, both of them kept their beatings away. Although the ground of the wasteland was full of bumps, the Earth was not seriously damaged. Kakarot, punch me. A crimson figure turned into a red dragon and roared towards Monkey King in the sky. Vegeta, come on. In the sky, Sun Wukong grinned, and when he fought against Vegeta, he was full of passion and blood. Clenched fist, he punched the oncoming Vegeta. Boom. The air squeezed together, making a terrifying sonic boom. The powerful force shook Vegeta back hundreds of meters. Sun Wukong also stepped back more than 10 meters. Looking at his fist, the soreness was spreading to the nerve center, a little uncomfortable. I didn't expect you to be so powerful after being resurrected from the dead state. Sun Wukong laughed, and he moved quickly, flashing in the sky. In an instant, countless phantoms appeared in the void. Stop mocking people. Vegeta gritted his teeth, flew into the sky, and smashed Monkey King's clone with one punch. And no wonder Vegeta was so angry. Vegeta was resurrected from the dead state, and his power broke through to 350 million combat power. Now the Kaiwan fist has been increased by 10 times, and its strength has broken through to 3,500 million. Despite this, Vegeta still couldn't beat Monkey King, who also increased the 10th Realm King fist, because Sun Wukong's normal strength is 500 million, and the increase of 10 Realm King fist has 5,000 million combat power. It's not that they can't fight at all. With 3,500 million combat power against 5,000 million combat power, there's still a possibility of battle. But Sun Wukong's fighting is very strange. Every punch and every kick is very natural. Described in 2 words, smart. There's a gap in strength, and there's also a gap in fighting style. Vegeta is a bit difficult to parry. Hateful. Vegeta shattered a clone of Monkey King again. Suddenly, there's an ominous premonition. Turned around sharply. Sun Wukong smiled and hovered behind him. When Vegeta's pupils narrowed sharply. It's not a good habit to be distracted in battle. Monkey King raised his foot and swept across, hitting Vegeta's abdomen. Under the powerful impact, Vegeta let out a cry of pain, and his whole body went straight into the sky. Sun Wukong tensed his body and flew towards the sky. Boom dash. After a little distraction, Vegeta was in a passive situation, and the sound of collisions and Vegeta's shouts kept coming from the sky down the ground. There were 4 figures standing still, looking up at the sky. King Vegeta said in disbelief, Bardock, your son is too powerful. Bardock was in a good mood. Haha, Prince Vegeta is not bad either. Bibbert and Theodore wiped the sweat off their faces. These 2 young masters are too terrifying. Imagine if Vegeta or Goku had a punch on them. Excitement. Bibbert and the 2 trembled suddenly, thinking about it or forgetting about it. Bardock, it turns out that when we Scions are resurrected from the dead, their strength will also be greatly improved. King Vegeta sighed. Not only Vegeta, but also you, Bibbert, and Theodore. Bardock looked at the 2 fighting in the sky above, and nodded. Yes, we Scions have undergone too many changes in the past 10 years. Back from the dead this time. Vegeta broke through to 350 million combat power. King Vegeta broke through to 100 million combat power. Bardock broke through to 200 million combat power. Bibbert and Theodore broke through to 60 combat power. King Vegeta, should we fight too? Bardock looked at the sky, and his blood boiled a little. Isn't it just looking for abuse by beating me with you? King Vegeta pouted. He didn't like being abused like a son. Don't wait for his father and son to be hanged and beaten by the other father and son. That would be funny. Cut, it's boring. Bardock soared in the sky and flew back towards Shidu. I have no interest in the result of the next battle between Monkey King and Vegeta, and his son will definitely win this time. Thus suddenly, a terrifying coercion came from above. The golden light is shining, and the clouds are dyed golden cotton candy. Boom dash. Vegeta turned into a cannonball and slammed down to the ground. Boom dash. The ground is torn apart. Bardock, who was about to leave, hurriedly stopped and looked up at the sky. I saw golden figure descending from the sky. Blonde. The arrogance is golden. The powerful momentum is overwhelming. Seeing this, King Vegeta, Bibbert, and Theodore were dumbfounded. Super Saiyan. King Vegeta is a Super Saiyan. Theodore and Bibbert grabbed King Vegeta's collar and shook it wildly. I saw it. King Vegeta was shaken dizzily. At this time, a distressed figure climbed up from the deep pit on the ground. I knew the legend of the Super Saiyan was true, but I'm so angry. Vegeta was lying on the ground, looking at the golden figure in the sky. His heart felt slightly bitter. Obviously, he's the Saiyan Prince. Why is it that a low-level fighter can transform into a Saiyan legend? Bardock in midair quickly flew back and flew to Monkey King. Kakarot, are you a Super Saiyan in this state? Bardock stuttered, too excited. The 3 King Vegeta also flew to the side, looking at Monkey King eagerly. Monkey King hovered in the void, unmoved, and his whole body was full of evil spirits. His cold eyes scanned the crowd. Gollum. Everyone slid their throats, and Monkey King's strong sense of oppression made everyone take a few steps back. Why does Sun Wukong seem to be a different person? This is the Super Saiyan that Lewis said. I don't know, can you take a look? Son Goku had been trying to transform into a Super Saiyan before he fought Vegeta, 0.2 months of nonstop trying. Still no success. Today, I was discussing with Vegeta, and the idea came together, and the transformation was inexplicably successful. Turns out that Monkey King is the same as in the anime. After the first transformation, he can no longer transform. Wasn't until after a period of practice that he was able to transform successfully. Follow Sun Wukong with a chuckle. This smile instantly dispelled the evil spirit on his body. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, mainly because Monkey King's cold eyes just now were too evil, making one's scalp tingle. Right. Vegeta Wong Fei was beside Monkey King, looking up and down. The more excited he looked. That's right, that's the state. Bardock stepped forward and groped his son blonde. Ha ha, Kakarot, you are not lying. Bardock was so excited. Who would have thought that the legends circulating in the clan would come true on his son? This time, Vegeta flew up from the ground and hurriedly asked, Kakarot, how strong are you now? He was hit by a punch just now, and the terrifying power almost made him belch on the spot, but fortunately Monkey King finally took off the power. I feel that it is about 10 times stronger than using the 10 Realm King fist. Sun Wukong touched his head and said with a silly smile that IT is 10 times stronger than the Kaiwang fist with an increase of 10. My darling. The crowd widened their eyes. Kakarot, teach me how to transform. Vegeta could no longer care about the pride in his heart. He lowered his face and begged Monkey King. Suddenly, the air was deadly still. When did Bardock and the others see Vegeta show such a gesture? He is the arrogant Prince Vegeta. Especially King Vegeta. He has a special understanding of his son's character. Now, in order to transform into a Super Saiyan, he bowed his knees when everyone seemed to see a ghost. What are you guys saying? At this time, a voice came. Everyone turned their heads abruptly. I saw a man in the costume of a god of destruction, who appeared next to him holding a woman. Lewis, you're back. Sun Wukong was very excited and came to Ling Xian. Look, I can finally transform into a Super Saiyan again. Ling Xian hugged Taisai and understood what Monkey King meant. Not bad. I have mastered the skill of transformation in only 2 months. I have to say that Sun Wukong is very talented. If he didn't have the system, if it were him, the time he mastered Super Saiyan might not be as good as Sun Wukong. Hearing Ling Xian's words, Bardock was thoughtful and weakly said, Lewis, can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Ling Xian had never transformed into a Super Saiyan in front of everyone. Sun Wukong and others couldn't help but stare closely at Ling Xian. Yes, you can. Whoa, Ling Xian's hair instantly turned golden yellow, and his whole body became as evil and awe-inspiring as Monkey King. Taisai, who was in his arm, saw this. Her eyes lit up immediately. Same hair color as hers. So handsome. You can too. Vegeta opened his mouth wide. He knew that Ling Xian must be very powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to be the alternate god of destruction. But the Super Saiyan is the legend of the Saiyan family. There has never been a Super Saiyan before. Why is it all of a sudden now? Fortunately, Ling Xian is a superior fighter and an alternate god of destruction. Ling Xian can transform, and Vegeta can accept it. But Sun Wukong, a low-level fighter, why can he transform? Really angry. Everyone was shocked by Ling Xian's move. Lewis, please teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta said. As soon as Vegeta spoke, Bardock and the others also reacted. Lewis, please teach us how to transform into a Super Saiyan. If they can also surpass Super Saiyans, then the Saiyans will be unrivaled in the universe. King Vegeta Badak understands this very well. Kakarot can teach you, you just need to find him. I don't have that much time. Ling Xian looked at King Vegeta and the others. You've also left the Galactic Patrol headquarters for a long time, and the clansmen are waiting for you, and you're almost back. Right, they've been on Earth for 2 months, including the time to go to Namek. It has been almost half a year. Then let's go back about the Super Saiyan. At that time, Kakarot can teleport like me, and he can go to you at any time. Ling Xian glanced at King Vegeta and said calmly, Frieza is dead, and his subordinates are no longer to be feared. It's still the same sentence. I don't care about the Saiyans. How you develop into has nothing to do with me. I am an alternate god of destruction. Ling Xian's voice was a little cold, but he didn't feel disgusted when he heard it. They already know the cause and effect. Ling Xian is an alternate god of destruction. The real god of destruction originally wanted to kill the Saiyan family, but because of Ling Xian's face, the Saiyan survived. The alternate god of destruction has to follow the will of the real god of destruction. Ling Xian can't interfere too much in mortal affairs, and he can't be blamed for this. The universe Emperor Frieza died at the hands of us Saiyans. It's a bit dreamy to think about it. King Vegeta's voice said emotionally. Who would have thought that the legend of our Saiyans is true? Bardock nodded. We have indeed been away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters for a long time, and it's time to go back. Okay, I'll send you back now. And when Kakarot learns teleportation, he can go find you. Ling Xian was going to take them back. Bardock did not give up and asked, Lewis, do we have a chance to transform into a Super Saiyan? Bibbert and Theodore pricked up their ears. Vegeta and his son also moved closer. Ling Xian was silent. Everyone held their breath, feeling very nervous. Obviously, they also wanted to transform. You should all have a chance. Ling Xian observed the crowd and spoke slowly. Transform into a Super Saiyan. You need to activate enough S cells in your body. Second, you must have certain basic combat power. Vegeta can definitely transform into a Super Saiyan. There's no doubt about it. The power of King Vegeta and Bardock broke through to more than 1,000,000 combat power. Both Bibbert and Theodore also have a combat power of 60. Generally speaking, the talents are very good. Even if they can't transform for the time being, they will definitely be able to transform after their strength reaches the standard. Real. Bardock said happily. King Vegeta clenched his fists and said nervously, Can we do it too? Yes, everything's fine. Ling Xian smiled. Bibbert and Theodore hugged each other and laughed. The corner of Vegeta's mouth raised slightly, and he glanced arrogantly at Monkey King next to him. IT seems to be saying, just wait, when I successfully transform, I will beat you hard. Sun Wukong bared his teeth all the time, turning a blind. I got Vegeta's face turned black. This big fool. Okay, I'll take you back first. Finally, Ling Xian brought King Vegeta and others back to the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol. As for Vegeta, he and Bulma are already on good terms, and the Earth is his new home, so he's not returned to the group. Heavenly Temple. After Ling Xian took King Vegeta and the others back, he took Taisai back home and came here alone. The Celestial God was observing the lower realm from the edge of the Heavenly Realm. When he saw Ling Xian, he stepped forward and respectfully said, I have seen the alternate god of destruction. Bobo next to him saluted. Ling Xian hadn't seen the mysterious Bobo in the heavens several times before, and this was the first time he saw him. Let alone other things, Bobo is really black, like a piece of black charcoal. Bobo touched his face and said calmly, Master alternate god of destruction, is there something on my face? No. The corner of Ling Xian's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Tianqian again. God, I want to borrow your spiritual time room again. No problem. I'll let Bobo take you there. God nodded. In fact, he has a doubt. That is, Ling Xian has entered the spiritual time room once before and has stayed in it for more than 10 years. Why isn't Ling Xian trapped inside? Under the doubtful eyes of the gods, Ling Xian had already followed Bobo into the temple. Walk on the promenade. Looking at Bobo's back, Ling Xian couldn't help but ask, Bobo, do you know the great priest? Do not know. Bobo didn't look back and continued to walk forward without any stagnation in his body movements. If telling the truth. Gujing Wubwa was brought into full play by Bobo. Ling Xian shook his head. He didn't believe that Bobo didn't know the great priest. IT was very chaotic, and when we came to the front of the spiritual time room, Ling Xian walked in. Bobo looked at Ling Xian's back, nodded, and then left. Inside the spirit time room, the vast expanse of whiteness is still a familiar environment. The last time Ling Xian came here was to break through to the divine dimension. A result. After practicing in it for more Then 10 years, he only missed the door, but still failed to break through. Finally, relying on the system's check-in tasks, Ling Xian broke through to the dimension of the gods. This time, Ling Xian came here to practice erasure. Ling Xian's strength is still too weak. What he has to face now is not a little Karami like Frisia. Rather, they're gods of destruction or even angel-level characters, especially the dead mouse that got offended recently. Even Beerus was on guard against him all day long, and Ling Xian was also a little afraid of being shot in the cold. Although with immunity, Ling Xian can be fearless, but being beaten is not his style. Erasure is his strongest whole card so far. The last time he performed it almost killed him. It was obvious that his strength was too weak to support the use of erase, not even a prototype. Ling Xian's entry into the spiritual time room this time is to cultivate his power, so that his power can break through to the realm of gods, so as to support erasure in addition. Ling Xian has another purpose in coming to the spiritual time room, that he seems to have sensed other rules from erasing. Weiss said before that erasure is not a move, but a collection of various rules of destruction, creation, time, space, light, darkness. The system's check-in task allows him to obtain erasure in one step, and he can perform erasure without comprehending various rules. It's good now. He seems to have been fed back, and he can sense other rules from erasure. Ling Xian is now like an exam. You can get full marks directly without learning the basics, then be fed back and understand the basic knowledge from the full score state. Go against it. Very exaggerated. Then let's start cultivating on strength first. After cultivating strength, I'm comprehending other rules. When I get out of the test, I'll find trouble in other universes. Ling Xian put on the weight suit that Weiss gave him and started to practice. Another space in the Quanwon universe. The sky here is gray, the black forest, the frozen lake. It looks depressing that a purple light flashed in the black forest. He was wearing a black cloak and a mask up by the lake. There's already a figure standing here. You came. Demicula, how about it? My conditions should be very sincere. You killed the alternate god of destruction of universe dash for you, and then you helped us collect the super Dragon Balls. It sounds really sincere. By the lake, Demicula looked at the strangely dressed figure in front of him and jokingly said, however, with your strength, you should be able to kill him easily. Now let's do it. With Beerus protecting him, I can't make a move. Beerus. Demigula frowned. This is indeed a tricky guy. Tell me, how is this deal? Okay, I promise you. Demigula said coldly. I'll help you get rid of the alternate god of destruction in universe dash, and you will help me collect super Dragon Balls. If you dare to break your promise, you will regret it. I will do what I say. Don't worry. This is the information of the candidate god of destruction, and there are ways to deal with him. Please be careful not to capsize in the gutter. After speaking, the black figure threw a letter to Demicula, and then disappeared. In the next second, a woman with a voluptuous figure appeared beside Demicula. Tova covered her mouth and said with a chuckle, Master Demicula, why do you think Ketla is wearing such a strange dress? I really think others can't recognize him. Who knows? Demigula's face was covered with black lines. Tova finished laughing, and then said sternly, can you believe Ketla's words? He didn't dare to lie to us. I've given you the letter. Remember to make things more beautiful. Yes. The fourth universe, destroying the god realm. The angel Kana came back from the 10th universe. His face was shocked, mainly because what his elder sister said to him was too shocking. From the 10th universe all the way back to the 4th universe. I couldn't calm down my emotions. Suddenly saw Kitra falling from the sky. Master Katra, where are you going? To destroy a few planets. Quitla said lightly with his hands behind his back. Konik nodded. Quitella was greatly insulted, and it was normal to vent. But Konik looked at Kitra seriously. Master Kitra, let's just forget about you and the alternate god of destruction in Universe 7. Never mind. Quitella frowned. Didn't you go to your eldest sister? To Miss Kasai, say something. He was so shamed and humiliated that he let him forget it? Impossible. He had been lying on his stomach in front of Ling Xian before, observing closely, and had already discovered that the erasing performed by Ling Xian was not a real erasing. Although the breath is very similar, the real erasure is definitely not something that a person who can't even reach the power of the gods can perform. That kid probably just realized a little bit. That is, that little bit of fur the kid almost lost. Half his life when he used it, that if you want revenge, you must do it before he grows up. And he also thought of a countermeasure, and handed over the method of dealing with Ling Xian to Demigula. Master Katra, please listen to my advice. He is really not what you can. Konik wasn't done yet. Understood. Quitella pursed his lips and left with his hands. Looking at Quitra's back, Konik shook his head. According to his elder sister, Ling Xian is likely to have a relationship with Quan Wong. No one knows about Katra and Demicula's plot. Since the last discussion incident, the gods of destruction in the universe of all kings have suddenly quieted down. The gods of destruction didn't dare to ridicule the 7th universe anymore, and even became a little afraid of the 7th universe. After all, Ling Xian said, you come to trouble me in the 7th universe, and then wait for me to trouble you. Ling Xian's talent is obvious to all, and it's a little uncomfortable to be missed by such a person. The gods of destruction are now training their alternate gods of destruction every day, in order not to wait until Ling Xian really came. Their heirs would be humiliated if they couldn't last 2 rounds AS for the 7th universe. Beerus still patrols the universe every day, but he is preventing Ketla from coming to the 7th universe to make trouble. As a result, after patrolling for 2 months, Quitla did not move at all. For this reason, Beerus also made a special trip to the 4th universe. When Quitella and Beerus met, they thought it would be another bloody collision. As a result, Quitera was not angry at all when facing Beerus, and was even very happy to invite Beerus to eat delicious food. This made Beerus' scalp tingle. When did this dead mouse become so kind? There must be a conspiracy. After observing for a long time, Beerus didn't find any inappropriate actions by Quitella at all that, in the end, Beerus had to come back to Universe 7. Inside the spirit time room, 0.5 years past, a handsome figure was doing push-ups. He was wearing a bulky gravity suit, and his clothes were soaked in sweat. 999998, 999999, 100000. Ling Xian gritted his teeth, finished the last push-up, and completely fell to the ground. The strenuous exercise left him exhausted and his body cramping. Ling Xian endured great pain, but the effect of hard training is also leveraged. Boom dash. The potential in the body was activated, and waves of power gushed out from the depths of the body like a flood. After resting for half a day, the tired cells were relieved, and the severe pain in the body was relieved a little. Ling Xian could finally move. Again, feeling the strength in his body. Drink. He clenched his fists and shouted loudly. Whoa. The golden flames tumbling, with Ling Xian at the center, spread out like a tidal wave. A golden light flashed past. Super Scion. The power of the gods is amplified by the Super Scion state, becoming 50 times stronger. Crack. A cracking sound sounded, breaking through the shackles. The power reaches the realm of God. Boom dash. As if a volcano erupted, the entire spiritual time house world trembled. Ling Xian is like an ancient god of war, with a golden light all over his body, and his aura is overwhelming. Incomparable power is squeezing in the void, forming a vacuum. Ha ha ha. Ling Xian quit the Super Scion state, panting heavily. The power has finally broken through to the first level of the god realm. Practice for 5 years, just to cultivate strength to the realm of gods. At this moment, if Ling Xian meets the previous group of alternate gods of destruction, he finally won't have to be beaten. He is even qualified to wrestle with the god of destruction. Ling Xian originally wanted to continue to practice, because he only achieved one goal when he entered the spiritual time room. Another goal of realizing the power of other rules has not yet been acted upon. But one thing came to mind that he told King Vegeta and the others before that Sun Wukong would teach them how to transform into a Super Saiyan AS. For how Monkey King went to the Galaxy Patrol, he had to learn teleportation first. According to the development of the Dragon Ball plot, after the Namek Star exploded, Monkey King would also learn teleportation on the Outer Star, but because of his interference, Sun Wukong only transformed into a Super Saiyan, but he couldn't learn teleportation. This will not work. Ling Xian had no choice but to temporarily stop comprehending other rules and go out from the spiritual time room. Open it for me. Ling Xian roared. The powerful sound wave opened a hole in the spiritual time room, and he jumped in. Outside the Temple of Heaven, Tianxin and Bobo stood beside Tinjia Square, looking at the two people in the center of the square. Bobo, what are Son Goku and Vegeta doing? Sun Wukong is teaching Vegeta to transform into a Super Saiyan. Bobo said lightly, Super Saiyan? Is that the blonde state? When the god was puzzled, a figure suddenly walked out of the temple. The god stepped forward and said respectfully, Master Alternate God of Destruction, you have come out. Ling Xian nodded, looked at the two people in the middle of the square, and asked in confusion, what are they doing? Tenshin said, Bobo said that Monkey King is teaching Vegeta to transform into a Super Saiyan. Bobo said. Ling Xian turned his head and looked at Bobo beside the square. Bobo still had a calm expression without any emotional fluctuations. Shaking his head, Ling Xian walked towards the center of the square. Vegeta, it takes anger to transform into a Super Saiyan. I was very angry at the beginning, and I broke through all of a sudden. Angry? I'm already very angry, but why can't I change my body? Kakarot, you won't lie to me. Why am I lying to you? Think about something that can make you angry. See if you can break through. The two are talking. Seeing Ling Xian coming out, Monkey King said happily, Lewis, you're coming out. Sun Wukong pulled Vegeta and walked up to Ling Xian. Lewis, I said that it takes anger to become a Super Saiyan, but Vegeta doesn't believe me. Vegeta looked at Ling Xian, frowned and said, is what Kakarot said true? Yes, it takes extreme anger to become a Super Saiyan. Extreme anger? But I've thought about everything that can make me angry, and I can't change it. Vegeta was helpless. During Ling Xian's cultivation, he had been taught by Sun Wukong. He also let anger stimulate himself according to what Sun Wukong said, but the result didn't work. You can't enter the state of extreme anger. Ling Xian was thoughtful, then looked at Vegeta jokingly. Let me try. Swearing at people should be cool. Especially scolding this arrogant Millennium second child. Can you help me enter extreme anger? Then try it. Vegeta really had no choice. Hearing this, Ling Xian smiled happily, as if thinking of something that made people happy. That's what you said. Suddenly, Ling Xian straightened his face. Vegeta and Monkey King were taken aback by Ling Xian's serious expression. Ling Xian didn't speak, neither did Vegeta and Monkey King. The heavens are so quiet. The atmosphere is a bit weird. Ling Xian kept staring at Vegeta for a long time, and finally uttered two words. Waste. Waste? Vegeta was sensitive to these two, and for a split second, his chest heaved in anger. But he knew that Ling Xian was provoking him, and with mental preparation, the anger disappeared again. Sun Wukong noticed this and shook his head. It did cause Vegeta's mood swings at first, but it was still a little bit short. Vegeta, you're a piece of shit. As Prince Vegeta, you can't even protect your own planet. Where were you when Frieza destroyed your planet? You were being hunted down by Frieza's army. The proud Scion Prince has been hunted down for more than 10 years, and you have to rely on Kakarot to have the chance to meet Frieza. You're not trash, what are you? The more Ling Xian talked, the more energetic he was. Scolding the 1,000-year-old second child was really exciting, and he couldn't stop at all that a series of insults got in his ears, and Vegeta was so angry that his forehead bulged. Shut up. You can say anything, but when it comes to relying on Monkey King to have a chance to meet Frieza, this is a bit unbearable. That Vegeta's eyes were red, and his knuckles squeaked. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Ling Xian to have a trick. From the looks of it, Vegeta has a good chance of successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, Vegeta's anger was slowly dissipating, because he was hinting that Ling Xian was provoking him on purpose. Seeing this, Monkey King looked anxious, and wanted to ask Ling Xian to continue. The corners of Ling Xian's mouth raised slightly. What's the hurry? The real Wang Jia hasn't started yet. He yelled in front of Vegeta, you are not a waste. What are you? After you came to Earth, have you surpassed Kakarot once? In terms of combat power, Kakarot is always stronger than you. Kakarot can learn vitality bombs, can you? As a low-level fighter, Kakarot can transform into a Super Saiyan. Can you do it? Boom dash. The sense of shame eroded Vegeta's whole body. His whole face was flushed red, and his whole body was shaking. Shut up. I tell you to shut up. Shut up. Ling Xian pointed at Vegeta's chest. You, a Scion Prince, can't even compare to a low-level fighter. You trash. It's not over yet. The corners of Ling Xian's mouth curled up slightly, and he said, you trash. You are only worthy of being the second child of 1,000 years. Millennium number 2. Vegeta blushed. His ears were hot, and this sense of shame made him ashamed. Shame. Boom dash. Now Vegeta couldn't bear it anymore, and was furious. A powerful force erupted on him. Heaven and earth lose color. The white gas flames began to carry a trace of golden streamer. Monkey King and Ling Xian jumped to the side, and Monkey King saw at a glance that Vegeta was about to transform into a Super Saiyan rhythm. Lewis, Vegeta was really stimulated by you to transform. You are too powerful. It's trivial. Ling Xian smiled. Ling Xian knew what Vegeta cared about. Sun Wukong is his old enemy in his life. He longs to surpass Sun Wukong, but he never does it once. It is also an anime, so it is called the second in 1,000 years by others. Ling Xian directly put this matter on the table, not to mention that Vegeta couldn't bear it. If he was Vegeta, his reaction would only be more exaggerated than Vegeta. Not to mention, it's really cool to scold this 1,000-year-old second child. Boom dash. The violent force is overflowing, and the sky is thundering. The heavens are trembling. Vegeta's hair starts to flicker, one gold and one black. The frequency is getting faster. It's gonna be done. Following Monkey King's exclamation, a golden light erupted on Vegeta's body, flashing past. Super Saiyan. The third Super Saiyan of the Saiyan family has finally appeared. Whoa. Whoa. Vegeta stared at Ling Xian, and he moved it, disappeared instantly. Ling Xian chuckled. He just transformed and thought he could fight me. The second child of the Millennium is inflated. Ling Xian also dodged and disappeared in place. Monkey King clenched his fists, but he didn't expect there to be a good show. Boom. Boom. There was a collision sound in the void. Then came Vegeta's painful cry. Ah. Next second, Vegeta suddenly appeared from the void and fell to the ground in embarrassment like a dead dog. Vegeta, don't mess with me, haha. Ling Xian hovered in the air, smiling happily. Vegeta, who was lying on the ground, felt extremely aggrieved. He obviously transformed into a Super Saiyan, but he still couldn't beat Ling Xian. But others are alternate gods of destruction, so it's normal if they can't beat them. It's just being insulted and beaten up by Fatty. I'm really angry. Seeing this, Monkey King stood aside and laughed. I don't know why, but seeing Vegeta being beaten, he felt very happy that a farce is over. Ling Xian finally proposed to Monkey King to let him learn teleportation. Hearing this, Vegeta also quickly got up from the ground, saying that he would also like to learn. Ling Xian naturally has no objection. Teleportation is a very useful secret skill, whether it's escaping or fighting. I just don't know if Vegeta can learn it. After all, in the anime, Vegeta can't do this trick. Ding, release the mission. Please sign in front of Tova. Reward. Super Saiyan full power. On the Temple of Heaven, Ling Xian was slightly taken aback. Monkey King asked, Lewis, what's wrong with you? Vegeta also looked at Ling Xian suspiciously. It's nothing. Ling Xian shook his head. Tova, the system just released a check-in task, asking him to check in front of Tova, which surprised him a bit. But the rewards are not bad. Super Saiyan full power. It is different from ordinary Super Saiyan. Its consumption is smaller. When he transformed into a Super Saiyan before and broke through to the first level of the God realm, that state was really exhausting. Fortunately, Ling Xian's dimension has broken through to the level of gods, and the power of gods has been generated in his body, which can nourish the body well. This makes it easy for him to maintain his Super Saiyan state. But the consumption is still huge. There is no problem in single-handedly fighting with others. If he fights against 10 alternate gods of destruction again, although he can counterattack, he will definitely not be able to fight for a long time, but if it enters the full power state, it will be different. Ling Xian recalled the scene of the duel between Monkey King and his son in Cell in the anime. The consumption was really LOW.AT that time. With this state, I will definitely be able to have fun in other universes. The reward is good, but how to find Tawa? Let's go to Yadrit. Ling Xian couldn't think of a way for the time being, so he could only let nature take its course. He took the two of them and disappeared into the heaven. Dark Demon Realm. Dark Forest. Tova, the alternate god of destruction of universe has appeared. Let's go. Yes, the cosmic starry sky is very beautiful, and there's a purple planet in the same galaxy as Namek. This planet is none other than Yadrit. From the outside, Yadrit star seems to be covered with purple clouds, which is unreal that in the anime. Sun Wukong happened to escape here on the spaceship of the Jinwoo team at the last moment of the Namek explosion. Today, 3 uninvited guests came to Yadrit. Sun Wukong walked on the town of Yadrit, looking at the surrounding environment. Lewis, is this the Yadrit you mentioned? Vegeta frowned slightly. According to the rumors, planet Yadrit, like planet Namek, is a very mysterious planet. Yes, there's a secret technique here called teleportation, which is similar to the one I just brought you here. Ling Xian said as he walked. Both of you can transform into Super Saiyans. When you learn this trick, you can go to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to teach your tribe to transform. Goku and Vegeta nodded. They have experienced the power of Super Saiyans. Once Saiyans can transform, the Saiyans will be the most powerful race in the universe. Especially Vegeta. As a Saiyan prince, he really hopes to see his own race have this day. Come on, let's find a leader here. Soon, Ling Xian brought the two of them to the center of the town, and also found Supa, the leader of planet Yadrat. In the room. Supa bent down and said respectfully, I've seen the alternate god of destruction. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback. The leader of Star Yadrat actually knew Ling Xian. Ling Xian glanced at Husu, who was next to Supa. Husu is a wise man for planet Yadrit. Supa knew his identity, and it should be because of him. Ling Xian ignored these and cut straight to the point. Boss Supa, I wonder if you can let the two of them learn teleportation. Monkey King and Vegeta straightened their waists slightly, watching Supa closely. There's nothing wrong with that. Supa nodded. Husu next to him tugged at the corner of Supa's clothes, as if to remind him of something. Supa looked at Ling Xian, hesitant to speak. Just tell me what you have. Since you have helped me, how can I help you? I will definitely help you. Ling Xian noticed Supa's expression and Husu's small movements next to him. Supa panicked. I dare not instruct the alternate god of destruction, but this matter is related to the alternate god of destruction. It has something to do with me. Ling Xian frowned and glanced at Sun Wukong. If it was related to this kid. After all, in the anime, he escaped here and learned teleportation. Master alternate god of destruction. I'm the wise man of planet Yadrit. Husu finally spoke. I predicted that there would be a catastrophe on my planet Yadrit, and finally a blonde warrior would descend from the sky to save our planet Yadrit. Hearing this, Ling Xian couldn't help but be a little surprised. The wise men of planet Yadrit are as powerful as the great elders of planet Namek. If history hadn't changed, the blonde warrior Husu was talking about would be Sun Wukong. Husu continued with a heavy tone. Just over 2 months ago, the prophecy suddenly changed. The catastrophe disappeared, and the blonde warrior also disappeared. Wouldn't it be nice if your catastrophe disappeared? Vegeta interrupted suddenly. Sun Wukong nodded. Leader Supa said, no, the catastrophe predicted by the wise man disappeared, but the wise man predicted a more terrifying disaster. The atmosphere in the room froze. Ling Xian was thoughtful. So this new catastrophe is related to me? Yes, if we don't handle it properly, not only our planet Yadrit will be in danger, but the entire northern galaxy will suffer. Husu looked at Ling Xian and said solemnly, Master alternate god of destruction, I predicted that this new catastrophe will come from the dark demon realm. No one dares to instruct the alternate god of destruction to do things, but this disaster is really terrible. The new catastrophe, just now, is related to Ling Xian. Husu and Supa had no choice but to ask Ling Xian to help at the risk of being destroyed. Dark Demon Realm. Ling Xian's pupils shrank sharply. Soon he remembered the system sign-in task and asked him to sign in front of Tova. Based on his understanding of the system, it seems that every time he signs in, he can just complete it. Yes, definitely Tova. She's going to come to the 7th universe to do something. Ling Xian sat up in the chair with a gloomy expression. Lewis, what's the matter? Vegeta was taken aback by Ling Xian's expression. Could it be that the Dark Demon Realm is very powerful? Sun Wukong asked hastily. Ling Xian is an alternate god of destruction, and if he can be so panicked, it must not be an easy matter. Supa said weakly. Alternate god of destruction. This disaster. Ling Xian shook his head, then pointed at the two Sun Wukongs. Just take them to learn teleportation, and leave the Dark Demon world to me. No wonder Supa and Husu would rather risk being destroyed than ask him to help. Don't say it has anything to do with him. Even if it has nothing to do with people from the Dark Demon Realm appearing in the universe, he'll have to do it. After all, the Quan Wong universe and the Dark Demon Realm are opposing forces. Yes. Finally, Ling Xian left Yadrit. Ling Xian left Yadrit Star and came to a barren, starry sky nearby. According to the tasks released by the system, combined with Husu's prophecy, Tova must have come to trouble him. In other words, the catastrophe that would occur on Yadrit was due to his involvement. As long as you leave Yadrit, then Yadrit should be fine. Why did Tova come to trouble me? Ling Xian hovered in the starry sky, looking around, but there was no movement around. Unable to figure it out, Ling Xian had to stay in this barren starry sky. Don't lure Tova to other places because of him running around at that time, and it will cause a catastrophe, and it will be over. Time passed slowly. 3 days passed. There was still no movement in the barren starry sky. Strange. Ling Xian frowned. IT stands to reason that the system's sign-in task will be completed within a week. It's been 3 days, and Tova hasn't shown up yet. The task was not completed yet, so Ling Xian could only continue to wait in the barren starry sky. Little did he know that there was a bewitching eye staring at him in the dark, but Ling Xian didn't notice it at all. Secretly, Tova has observed Ling Xian here for 3 days. The dimension has reached the level of gods, and the power has not even reached the realm of gods. This is Tova's first impression of Ling Xian. What Tawa didn't know was that Ling Xian was still in a normal state at this time, and only by transforming into a Super Saiyan could his power reach the state of God on the surface. Ling Xian looked so ordinary that Tova couldn't figure it out. According to the letter given her by Quitla, the alternate god of destruction in the 7th universe is very weird and can ignore attacks. If you want to deal with him, you can only use the technique of sealing. Is it necessary to be so grand when dealing with a small candidate god of destruction? Tova complained inwardly. After observing for so long, the time is almost up. Tova is ready to fight. Sudden. Reminds me of that scene in the dark forest. Remember not to overturn the boat in the gutter. Quitella said before leaving. Tova pursed her lips. For some reason, she actually had an ominous premonition. Forget it. Let's use the sealing technique. In the dark, Tova stretched out her right hand, and a staff flew out from a different dimension. Hold it in your hand. Aim at Ling Xian in the barren starry sky, and draw the curse seal in the sky, saying the sealing spell. *# $%. The The star field in the main film suddenly vibrated, and Ling Xian in the barren starry sky suddenly opened his eyes. Coming. I saw a woman with an enchanting figure appearing in the sky. She was wearing a red magic costume. She looked very charming. Ding successfully signed in front of Tova. Reward. Super Scion full power. A warm current flowed through Ling Xian's body, and he grasped this state instantly. This time, a six-star mantra fell from the sky, striking with endless coercion, as if it wanted to crush the starry sky of the universe. Immunity. Ling Xian's body shook for a while, and then returned to normal. Tova, who was drawing the sealing spell, was shocked. How can it be? This is a sealing technique that can seal the power below the third level of the realm of gods, as long as the strength does not break. Through to the fourth level of the god realm, it will definitely not even be able to stand firmly in front of such a sealing technique. No wonder Ketla said, "Don't capsize in the gutter." Tova suddenly realized that this time, Tova, Dapper's younger sister, Demigella's subordinate. Ling Xian raised his head and sneered, "I don't know if I'm right." Tova, the ominous premonition in her heart became more and more intense, and the sealing spell engraved on her hand became faster and faster. See this? No, it's a sealing technique. Ling Xian's scalp was numb, and he knew his weakness just after he got immunity. He could ignore all harm in the world, but he has nothing to do with the seal, because the seal will not harm him, it will only trap him, and his immunity will not take effect. Damn it, Tova, who instructed you? Ling Xian clenched his fists, and his hair instantly turned golden yellow. Unlike in the past, this time his Super Saiyan state looks very calm, without a hint of rage. This is Super Saiyan at full power. In terms of strength, it is still increased by 50 times, but in terms of physical exertion and physical burden, it can obviously be felt that it has been reduced by more than half. Coupled with the nourishment of the power of the gods in the body, it just makes up for the physical burden brought by the full power of the Super Saiyan. In other words, Ling Xian no longer has the problem of physical burden at this moment. He can maintain the full power state of Super Saiyan all the time, until the strength is exhausted. Death to me. Ling Xian turned into a golden light and soared into the sky. The power of the first layer of God's realm exploded in the universe, and all the surrounding planets were blasted to pieces. The next second appeared in front of Tova. Want to seal me? Ling Xian looked at Tawa and sneered. If you want to die, then I will help you. Boom dash. Taking advantage of Tawa's seal, Ling Xian aimed at her and condensed a piece of purple energy. Destroy. Hum. The starry sky vibrated, and even the Namekians on the other side of the galaxy could feel this terrifying coercion. Needless to say, the people from Yadrit all raised their heads and stared at the starry sky of the universe. The catastrophe is coming. On Yadrit, Supa and Husu raised their heads, showing worried expressions. The purple destructive energy cut through the void and appeared in front of Tova instantly. Tova was very anxious, and when the destructive energy was about to hit her, she stopped chanting the spell. He, the alternate god of destruction of the seventh universe. You are almost there. Tawa breathed a sigh of relief and smiled beautifully at Ling Xian. What? Ling Xian turned pale with shock. Hum. The six-star spell seal was formed instantly, and the main star field was sealed. The destructive energy blasted by Ling Xian hit the six-star spell seal, but nothing happened. The seal is done. Even the destructive energy cannot be crushed. The star field with a radius of 10,000 miles was shrouded in the six-star mantra and began to shrink towards Ling Xian. Tova pulls out a jar. When the six-star mantra shrinks to the size of a fingernail, Ling Xian can be put into the jar, and Ling Xian will be sealed forever. Tova, who told you to seal me? Ling Xian looked at the six-star mantra seals around him shrinking, expressionless. Is it so important who pointed out? Outside the seal of the six-star mantra, Tova looked at Ling Xian's calm expression inside, covered her mouth, and said with a smile, Mr. Lewis is so calm. Is it a compromise? Inside the six-star mantra seal, Ling Xian folded his hands and looked at Tawa outside. It's Quitla. I just finished discussing with alternate gods of destruction from other universes 3 months ago. First, I met Quitra's sneak attack, and now I'm sealed. Can think of the technique of sealing, plus those who have hatred against him. Besides Quitella, Ling Xian couldn't think of anyone else. Tova put away her staff and squinted her eyes. It doesn't seem to matter who it is if you don't resist. Are you waiting to die? Wait to die. Ling Xian showed a strange smile and looked at Tova. If you're wiped out, I wonder if your master Demigella will find Super Dragon Balls to revive you. The six-star mantra is engraved in the dark cosmic starry sky, with Lewis as the center, and the golden six-star ring is shrinking. Lewis hovered in the void, with his arms folded and a weird smile on his face. Erase. Outside the six-star curse seal, Tova frowned and looked at Lewis inside with a puzzled expression. She has no idea what erasing means in Tova's cognition. The most powerful existence is her master Demigella AS for the erasure of Quan Wong and the Great Priest. Tova had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. For some reason, the ominous premonition in her heart is getting stronger and stronger. Hum. The temperature of the cosmic starry sky suddenly dropped. The power of the first layer of God realm began to accumulate, and Lewis's momentum became more and more powerful. The surrounding space is trembling. Is this about to start resistance? Although she was very disturbed, Tova still didn't think that Lewis could break through a six-star seal. This is a sealing technique that can seal the third level of power in the realm of gods. He only has the first level of power in the realm of gods, so how could he not be able to seal it? Suddenly, inside the six-star mantra, Lewis said again, Do you know why Quitella dare not do it himself? Why? Tova asked subconsciously. Lewis didn't speak and laughed wildly, pointing 2 black lines across Tao's forehead. He must be a fool. Lewis stared at Tova and said with an evil smile, That's because he's afraid of death. His purpose of cultivating strength in the spiritual time room is to support the display of erasure. Now, he has cultivated his power to the first level of power in the realm of gods, and he can finally support the display of erasing. He wouldn't be seriously injured before erase was activated. Also at this moment, the sealing technique has no effect on him anymore, unless it is done by master above the priest level. Now Lewis is almost invincible, and he exploded with strength. The golden arrogance on his body soared into the sky. The golden light shone like a newborn sun, illuminating this dark star field brightly, as if it had entered daytime. Quitla afraid of death. Tova's heartbeat stopped for a moment, and she felt the breath of death on the strength that Lewis erupted. How can it be? Quitla is the god of destruction who has touched the power of the fifth layer of the god realm. Will he be afraid of you, a small candidate god of destruction? This kid is crazy. However, six-star sealing technique is a fart. Break it for me. Erase. Inside the six-star spell seal, Lewis raised his right hand, and the power in his body was like a flood, condensing towards his right hand. Boom dash. The endless starry sky was shaking, and the golden six-star mantra became dim. Lewis swung hard. The white halo covered the entire six-star mantra seal, as if Pangu opened the sky, and everything it passed was wiped out. Tova's scalp was numb, and she no longer thought that the six-star sealing technique could seal Lewis. Mate, what this kid said is true. Quitella, you lied to me. Escape. Tova waved her staff, and a space crack appeared in the starry sky. When a white halo touched the six-star spell seal, Tova jumped in. Before leaving, Tova looked back. Soul trembles. I saw that white ray of light touch the six-star curse seal, and the curse seal disintegrated in an instant, and the white light continued to charge. Tova didn't dare to look back anymore, accelerated suddenly, and left this space. It was escape, damn it. Seeing Tova leave the space, Lewis exploded in anger. This time, Lewis, why did you cast a race again? Weiss is here. Lewis was overjoyed. Wes, help me regain my strength. After performing a race, the strength in his body has been drained, and now he only has the strength to speak. Weiss froze for a moment, then waved his staff. A silver light enveloped Lewis, and Lewis instantly revived with full blood. Wes, go. Take me to the Dark Demon Realm. Lewis gritted his teeth. Am Ada being teased by a little girl? I really can't swallow this breath. Why go to the Dark Demon Realm? Weiss frowned. The Dark Demon Realm is not something ordinary people can enter, and there are many masters inside, even priest-level masters. If he goes in, he doesn't even know if he can get out of it completely. I'm going to kill someone. Lewis was so angry that he couldn't calm down. Weiss looked at Lewis quietly and nodded after 3 seconds. It is good. He really wanted to persuade Lewis, but Lewis was obviously dazzled by anger, and he would not listen to anything he said. It's better to take him to the Dark Demon Realm for a stroll. Anyway, with his physique, no one can hurt him. Even people below the priest level dare not mess with him. Maybe we'll have to be protected by this kid at that time. After all, which hand to race is no joke. Come on, I'll take you to the Dark Demon Realm. Weiss took Lewis and disappeared in place. Dark Demon Realm. Dark Forest. Quitla. Tova's already gone to deal with the alternate god of destruction in universe. Where's the Super Dragon Ball you said? Wait until you seal that kid. Seal? Demigella mocked. Isn't it just a small candidate for the god of destruction? Still need to use the technique of sealing. Quitella was not annoyed by his ridicule. If he hadn't seen Lewis's ignore, he wouldn't have believed that someone could really ignore any harm. When Quetta was about to speak, suddenly, there was a hole in the sky above the Dark Forest, and Tova got out. Her movements were extremely embarrassing. Katra, you lied to me. When Tova returned to the Dark Demon Realm, she saw Ketla's figure, and she came to Quitera with an angry face and asked loudly. It's all lies to say that you can't do anything with Beerus around. Being questioned loudly by Tova, Quitla's eyes flashed coldly. Creatures in the Dark Demon Realm are dirty street rats. How dare they be so rude to him? Demigella noticed Ketla's eyes, and a killing intent rose in his heart. But he still looked at Tova, wondering, what's wrong? Master Demigella, it's a lie that Quitella didn't dare to do it himself. He's afraid of death. Fear death. Demigella was taken aback for a moment. Just as he was about to continue asking, that a bright aura appeared in the sky above the Dark Demon world, which is the unique aura of the universe angels of the king. There are angels who dare to come to the Dark Demon Realm. Demigella smiled strangely. Quitella trembled violently and hurriedly said, Demigella, I'm going first. If the angels know that I'm coming to the Dark Demon Realm, it's over. After finishing speaking, Quitla hit her breath and left the Dark Forest quickly. Tova looked at Quitra's back. Her face was very anxious. Master Demigella, Quitra's lying to us. Tell me what he lied to us. Demigella looked at the sky, and there were already other strong men flying towards the direction where the All-King Cosmic Angel appeared. Is such that a hole appeared in the sky above the Dark Demon Realm, and 2 figures emerged from it. Is Weiss here the Dark Demon Realm? Lewis looked around. The environment in the Dark Demon Realm is extremely dark. Take a look. Black clouds, black land. From time to time, there's a strange wind, accompanied by a dark breath. The whole world looks depressing. Correct. Weiss nodded. He hadn't been here for a long time. Someone is coming. Be careful. After Weiss finished speaking, he couldn't help but shook his head. He was the one to be careful. Lewis sensed a strong pressure flying towards him that next second. The figure of Anna appeared. She looked like a girl, wearing tights, with green hair, and holding a staff. The surrounding space suddenly trembled. Obviously, the strength of the Comer is extremely strong. Then 12 figures flew from a distance, and each figure was very powerful. Putin said, Isn't this Mr. Weiss from the universe of all kings? Why are you here in the Dark Demon Realm? Other visitors stood behind Putin without making sound. I've seen Miss Putin. I came here with someone when I was here. Weiss looked calm, but he was actually ready to fight that he is not in the Quanwan universe. So he can do whatever he wants. Putin. Lewis on the side was slightly stunned. He remembered that there was such a magister in the Dragon Ball Extra chapter. Putin was a great magister in the ancient world of heaven. Later, he betrayed the heaven together with Uribe and Demicula, and took refuge in Mech Capra, the lord of the Dark Demon world. Accompanying him, Putin shifted his gaze to Lewis. Blonde hair, brown tail. The dimension is at the level of gods and spirits, and the power has reached the first level of the realm of gods. And many more. Destroy breath. Mr. Weiss, this kid can't be the alternate god of destruction of Universe 7. Putin smiled. Her smile was so sweet that Lewis got goosebumps that, oh my god, a great magister that existed in ancient times. What kind of girl is this kind of old witch pretending to be? Yes, he's an apprentice accepted by Master Beerus more than 10 years ago. The talent is not bad. Putin and Weiss are talking like 2 old friends at tea this time. Weiss also secretly sent a voice transmission to Lewis, introducing Putin's origins to him. The origin of Putin is basically the same as what Lewis knows, but in terms of strength, Lewis is not very clear. Under Weiss' introduction, he realized how powerful the old witch in front of him was. That it turns out that Putin, as the great magister of the heavens in ancient times, has always been very powerful. After rebelling to the Dark Demon Realm, she accepted the power of the demon god bestowed by the lord of the Dark Demon Realm, Mechi Capra, and her power broke through to the level of an angel. But so what about the power at the angel level? Stop talking nonsense, Putin. Let me ask you, where did Tova go? Lewis finally spoke. Yeah, as soon as Lewis opened his mouth, the air was silent for a moment. Wes couldn't help swallowing. This kid is so bold. Wes, are you here to find Tova? It's just that your attitude in finding someone is very rude. Putin smiled sweetly. When you come to the Dark Demon Realm, you dare to be so arrogant. You are either a fool, or you are confident. Glancing at Lewis, she continued to laugh and said, This candidate god of destruction, you don't think that with Weiss protecting you, you could be fearless. Weiss next to him was a little embarrassed. Putin was right. It would be difficult for him to get out of the Dark Demon Realm, let alone protect an alternate god of destruction. But Lewis is no ordinary alternate god of destruction. Stop laughing all the time, okay? Lewis looked at Putin, frowned, and said, You're not as good looking as my ties. It's really disgusting to keep smiling. She was already irritated by Tawa, but the old witch was still laughing. She really thought that she had the power of an angel. So awesome. Weiss covered his mouth but still laughed out loud. This guy Lewis has such a vicious mouth. You want to die. Putin's chest was filled with anger. His face was ferocious, and the lady's posture disappeared instantly. And now he really looks like an old witch. Kill this kid for me. Putin stared at Weiss closely, not letting him make a move. Yes. The 12 figures circling around suddenly exploded with power. Hum, hum. 12 black breaths shot up in the sky, and the powerful momentum came to oppress Lewis. The power of the 4th layer of the realm of gods. The corner of Lewis's mouth twitched slightly. The power of these people was about the same as that of the all-king universe god of destruction. This is too much to think highly of him. Wes, who are they? It's the 12 demon kings of the Dark Demon Realm, and they just correspond to the gods of destruction in the universe of all kings. Weiss on the side was explaining. Weiss remained motionless, as if he had no intention of helping Lewis, which made Putin puzzled for a while. I guess this gonna give up on this kid. Boom dash. 12 demons attacked Lewis at such a speed that Lewis couldn't react at all. Boom. Boom. Lewis was hit and instantly fell into the downwind. Dark Forest. Master Demicula, the alternate god of destruction of universe dash, is really terrifying. What kind of erasing move does he know? What? Demicula was shocked. Erase. This is a law that only priests are qualified to comprehend. How could that kid comprehend it? Master Demicula, in front of the erasure, my sealing technique collapsed in an instant. It was Quitella who lied to us. Quitella was afraid of death, so he let us do it. I see. Demigella narrowed his eyes, and it was impossible for Tova to tell a lie. Well, it is. Quetta is so cool. Dare to deceive him. In addition to being angry, Demicula couldn't help being puzzled. Why is the power of the 1st layer of God realm, the alternate destruction god of the 7th universe, able to comprehend erasure? Moreover, the handbook given by Kettler recorded Lewis's information, saying that he could ignore any attack. But if you want to deal with that kid, you can only use the technique of sealing. What the hell is this? Don't worry, when the time comes, I will make Quitella too hungry to walk around. Demicula raised his head and looked at the distant sky. AT this time. There was a collision sound in the sky. Come on, let's go and see what's going on. Demicula disappeared in place. Tova followed, but her heartbeat joined inexplicably, as if something bad was about to happen. Horizon. Boom dash. All kinds of energy light waves splashed in all directions, and when they hit the ground, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The ground is full of potholes and barbarians. Suddenly, swish, a figure fell from the sky to the ground, creating a deep pit with a diameter of dash meters. Cough cough. The god of destruction costume on Lewis was torn. He patted his chest, and the dust raised made him cough twice. Duh was beaten by the group again. This group of demon kings are really unqualified. Last time he was beaten by 10 alternate gods of destruction, but this time he was beaten by 12 demon kings from the dark demon realm. Lewis was a little aggrieved, but he was aggrieved, and some people were even more unbelievable. There were 12 black figures hovering in the sky, and the void was dead silent. All the demon kings seemed to be seeing a ghost, and everyone was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Is this kid all right? Our power is the power of the fourth layer of God's realm. In the universe of all kings, this level of power is already at the level of a god of destruction. Why? Why can a piece of garbage whose strength can't even reach the realm of God survive from the hands of our 12 demon kings? He is still fine. How is this possible? In the void next to him, Weiss, who was watching a play, smiled. Not to mention you 12 demon kings. Even if Demicula comes in person, there's nothing he can do about Lewis. Wes, what's the matter with this kid? Putin glanced at Lewis on the ground, turned his head, and said coldly. Naturally, Weiss would not tell Lewis's specialness, and said with a smile, Miss Putin, why don't you tell me where Tova is, or something big will happen later? Something happened. Putin laughed loudly. Just because you're an angel on the second level of the angel realm? The power of the angel realm is divided into 3 levels, and Weiss is currently on the second level. But there's only one second level of angel realm who wants to make big things happen in the dark demon realm. I'm afraid it's crazy. Weiss shook his head. Oh, why don't you listen to persuasion? Lewis's power had broken through to the first level of the god realm, and he had only performed a race once before. Obviously, Lewis has been able to support the use of erasure in his feeling, although Lewis's erase was not as strong as Xuan Wang's, but he still felt death threats on Lewis's erasure. If these devil kings force Lewis to use erase, then these guys will all die. Weiss smiled bitterly and persuaded again. Miss Putin, why don't you let Tova come out? Or it's really Putin, interrupted his speech and said coldly, Humph, after talking so much, are you trying to find a way to help your family's alternate god of destruction? She holds a staff in her hand and stares at Weiss intently. Once Weiss makes any move, she will be destroyed by her. Oh, good words are hard to persuade, damn it. Weiss also stopped talking, but he was ready to fight and shake people. If you don't shake people, he and Lewis may not be able to get out of the dark demon realm. After all, the dark demon realm even has priest-level masters. Seeing that Weiss hadn't moved, Putin turned her gaze to Lewis on the ground. Maid, you are too deceitful. Lewis was raped by a little girl and was beaten again by the group. I can't take it anymore. Whoa. Golden lights soared into the sky. Super Scion full power. The power broke through to the first level of the realm of gods. What the hell? How did this kid's strength break through to the realm of gods? I just said, how can a candidate god of destruction not even reach the power of God realm? Stop talking nonsense. Fuck him and kill him. The dark aura on the 12 demon kings suddenly rose, twisted their bodies, and disappeared instantly. A dozen vague black shadows flashed across the void and appeared around Lewis in the next second. Now it's my turn. Lewis looked at the demon king around him, raised his hand, and countless shockwaves shot out. The purple energy streaks across the void, which is absolutely beautiful. All the demon kings raised their hands to block. All the destructive energy bombarded them, as if scratching an itch. For a while, the smoke filled the air. What about people? When the smoke dissipated, all the demon kings were taken aback. Next second. What? One of the demon kings screamed in pain, then turned into a cannonball and flung it straight back. Boom dash. Blast one mountain after another. Damn it. Give it to me. All the demon kings became angry with embarrassment, and 12 of them ganged up on one person, but the opponent still had a chance to fight back. Shame. All the demon kings found Lewis and appeared beside him. Punch. Kick straight. Energy bombing. The attack of the 11 demon kings was like a violent storm. Very terrifying. The demon king who was repulsed also returned here and joined the group fight. From the sky to the ground. The space is trembling, and the ground is bursting. The violent force aroused. The magnetic field of the heaven and the earth, and an endless gale was raised, blowing towards the surroundings, and the creatures in the dark demon world were frightened. Boom. In midair, Lewis was hit in the face, and his head shook. Immunity, no harm was done. You punch me too. Lewis gave up resisting from behind, and threw his fist at the demon king. The first layer of power in the realm of gods poured into the air, making a sonic boom. What? The demon king didn't react, his face hurt, and he flew out instantly at the same time. Lewis was also seized by the remaining 11 demon kings, and Lewis was attacked frantically from behind. Boom dash. Boom dash. Lewis was bombarded endlessly. The entire sky was about to shatter, and the picture was extremely terrifying. This scene fell into Putin's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. She didn't believe that this kid could survive. Putin withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Weiss. Wes, your alternate god of destruction is finished, and you are ready to follow suit. Since Weiss came to the dark demon realm alone, such a good opportunity must not be let go. Is it? Weiss' voice fell, but a silver radiance suddenly flashed at the location where the sky was bombed. Whoa. The realm of perfection and freedom. Shapeshift. Lewis flew out from the bombing area. The god of destruction costume, his upper body had disappeared, revealing a strong body. But at first glance, Lewis didn't have any injuries. Impossible. Perfect and comfortable state. How did he do it without any harm? Putin was dumbfounded. She was dumbfounded. This is a joint attack by 12 demon kings. How could this kid not be hurt? Also, he actually comprehended the realm of perfection and freedom. Why? Has the world changed? The 12 demon kings were as shocked as Putin. They found something wrong with Lewis from the very beginning. They thought it was a protective measure Wes gave this kid, and it could only withstand one round. Now they find out that they were wrong, and very wrong. I don't believe it. Let me try him. Putin disappeared from Weiss, and Weiss did not stop him. But Weiss knew that something big was about to happen, so he quickly waved his staff. Shake people. Swish, a silver light drilled out of the dark demon realm. Putin noticed Wes's movement behind him, but she didn't stop her either. After all, the dark demon realm is her domain. As long as the King Quan is not dispatched, no matter how many people come, it will be useless. Putin came to the front of Lewis, surrounded by 12 devils close. Behind Putin, the 13 people looked at Lewis opposite in unison. I'll say it again, let Tova come out. Lewis was shirtless, hovering in a void. He was beaten by gangs twice, but he was not an opponent both times. But compared with the group of alternate gods of destruction last time, the 12 demon kings this time are stronger. Okay, fortunately, his strength has been cultivated to the first level of the god realm, and the Super Scion has also broken through to the full power state. Because of the dimension of the gods, the power of the gods in his body nourishes the body, and the consumption and burden of the full power of the Super Scion are very small. That's why he was able to survive for so long, and he still had a chance to fight back against the demon king of the fourth level of power in the realm of gods. Compared with last time, it has improved a lot. If you don't let Tova come out, you will die. Lewis suffocated fire in his heart, and he didn't plan to continue fighting, because he knew that even if he used the perfect freedom realm, he still couldn't kill the demon kings in front of him. With immunity, at most it will be dash until his physical strength is exhausted. This is the same as the result of the last discussion with the alternate god of destruction. meaningless. All the demon kings were still immersed in the shocking world, but some people can ignore the damage. But the next second was amused by Lewis's words. Boy, you were crazy, let us die. Although we don't know how you managed to ignore the harm. You're probably crazy if you want us to die. To shut up, Putin raised her hand, and the demon kings behind her fell silent instantly. After being attacked by 12 demon kings, nothing happened. I want to see if you can really ignore the damage. Putin looked closely at Lewis. This kid is too weird. She moved. Time and space appeared to stagnate for a moment. She crossed time and space and appeared in front of Lewis in an instant. He punched Lewis in the chest. Like Weiss, her power is also the second level of angel realm power. When she exploded with all her strength, the sky shattered violently, and the entire dark demon realm trembled. This time he must die. Next moment, hiss. Putin gasped, her fist still resting on Lewis's chest. The other party is fine. Can really ignore the damage. You, how'd you do it? Putin impaled T this moment. She didn't look like an angel-level master at all, but like a weak woman who was deeply frightened by Lewis. Don't let Tova come out, right? You asked for it yourself. The silver light on Lewis's body disappeared instantly, and he exited the state of perfect ease. He raised his right hand, aiming at Putin. Erase. The white light suddenly lit up. Erase? Putin's pupils shrank sharply. Isn't this a law that only priests are qualified to comprehend? Why would this kid? And she also felt that this power was not fake. It was really erasure. No, do not want. The body of Demicula, who was flying this way, trembled. It turned out to be erased. Is the great priest coming? Or the Quan King? Demicula was in such a hurry that he stepped forward. Instantly appeared in front of Putin that I saw a shirtless man launch a race at Putin. Demigula breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not the great priest or the king, he waved his hand. A black demonic power formed sharp sword and slashed at their race, blasted by Lewis. Boom dash. The two supreme attacks collided, as if the end of the world had come, and the endless residual power swept the entire dark demon world. For a while, the dark demon realm instantly turned into a hell on earth. Demigula waved again, and the dark demon realm returned to its original state. I could see this time. Putin was sweating profusely. His blue hair was messed up, and he really looked like an old witch. Duh. Demicula, he will erase. I see. Demicula looked closely at Lewis. The residual power that erupted just now didn't hurt him. Ignore the damage. Thinking of Quitra's handwritten message, the person in front of him should be the alternate god of destruction of universe dash. This time, Tova was late, and the moment she saw Lewis, her face was pale, and she was stuttering. Master duh. Demicula, it's Luis. He's chasing him. She really didn't expect that Lewis would chase after him to the dark demon realm. It would be terrible if he caught him. Weiss also came to Lewis's side. Seeing how Lewis was trying his best, he waved his staff and let Lewis regain his strength. The two confronted 15 people across from them. Demicula glanced at Lewis, then shifted his gaze to Weiss. Wes, long time no see. Weiss forced a smile. Long time no see. Demigula said lightly. Are you nervous? Weiss, it's not unreasonable for him to be nervous, because Demigula is a priest-level master in the dark demon world. Why don't you try standing in front of my father? See if you're nervous. Weiss said lightly. After saying this, the tension suddenly disappeared. The corner of Demigula's mouth twitched slightly, in front of the high priest. Forget it. The power of the great priest is far beyond the level of the priest. Demigula looked at Lewis and asked, Wes, what's the matter with this kid? Do you think I'll tell you? Weiss shook his head. He naturally knew what Demigula wanted to ask. I just wanted to ask Lewis about his background. But he didn't know. In his observation, Lewis was just an ordinary scion. Demigula has been observing Lewis, and the more he observes, the more he finds that something is wrong with Lewis. Destroy breath, free taste, erase, ignore. At such a young age, he has actually comprehended so much power. How did he do it? Demicula was puzzled. The two sides fell silent, and the atmosphere was very dignified. Lewis recovered, looked at Tova, and finally said, Are you running? Why don't you run? His opening broke the deadlock. Tova's body trembled. Is this guy a devil? He actually chased him from the Quanwan universe to the dark demon realm. In the dark demon realm, you dare to say such a thing. You are really not afraid of death. Demicula took a step forward. Fear death. Lewis sneered. If I hadn't erased it with his hand, I would have been sealed long ago. Seal? Weiss next to him was taken aback, and he flew into a rage. Lewis, what's going on? He knew that Lewis could ignore damage, but the weakness of ignore was also obvious, and that was the seal. Before Tawa attacked me in the starfield near Yadrit, I asked you to bring me to the dark demon realm. There is such a thing. Weiss suddenly realized that Lewis was so angry before, he thought something happened, but Weiss looked at Demicula in front of him. Tell me, who told you to attack Lewis? From Lewis's dictation, he knew that this matter was not simple, because so far, Lewis has only cast ignore in the universe of all kings. The seal is the weakness of ignore. How did the dark demon realm discover it? Obviously, someone is playing tricks behind the scenes. Seeing that everyone is not used to the double name of the protagonist, I have changed it, and the protagonist will only have the name of Lewis in the future. Above the dim sky, the two sides are confronting each other. Wes, like what you just said, do you think I'll tell you? Demigula said with an evil smile. The usually gentle Wes showed a rare anger. The main reason is that Lewis was ordered by the great priest to teach him well, and Lewis is the hope of the seventh universe. Someone is planning on Lewis, and they're joining forces with the dark demon realm to do it together. Doesn't matter if you don't get angry. Wes, I know who did it. Lewis stood up, looked at Tova, and said with a sneer, Only the gods in the universe know that I can't ignore the damage, and as my candidate god of destruction, I'm afraid I'm not qualified to enter your eyes. No one knows of my existence, yet you've sneaked up on me and even used the technique of sealing. It just so happens that the sealing technique still restrains me. Is everything such a coincidence? Lewis shook his head. I really can't think of anyone else who would inform me except Ketla, who has a grudge against me. In the distance, Tova fell into silence. How could this kid be so smart? Lewis, is it really Ketla? Weiss next to him frowned. The dark demon realm and the universe of all kings are opposing forces, if it is true that Quitella informs. Ketra is undoubtedly betraying the universe of all kings. If my guess is right, it's definitely him. Lewis glanced at Weiss and clenched his fists. Trouble me again and again. After returning from his trip to the dark demon realm, it will be the time of Quitra's death. At this time. Ha ha ha. I have to say, kid Lewis, you have a very rich imagination. Although Ketla lied to him, Demicula still kept the deal between them secret. After all, Ketra still owes him 7 Super Dragon Balls. Perfect and comfortable realm, breaking the rules, the dimension of gods in their 20s. It can even ignore damage and can perform erasure. Demigula narrowed his eyes. Almost every kind of power is unbelievable. Why isn't a genius like you being targeted by us? The Quanwan universe and our dark demon realm are deadly enemies. Isn't it normal to get rid of a genius like you? Demigula turned his head and looked at Putin and the demon kings. Putin nodded. She had just almost died in Lewis's erasure. It really startled her. This kind of genius must not be let go. Looking at Demigula's back, Lewis was taken aback. What this guy said seemed to make sense. Isn't it really Kitra? Suddenly, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, and then Demigula's icy voice came. Okay, although I don't know how your kid comprehended these powers, but these are not important anymore. Demicula turned around and stared at Lewis in front of the void. What? You want to kill me? That old witch Putin can't kill me. So you think you can? Lewis sneered. Yuvanadi. Putin was so angry that this guy even called her an old witch. Very aggrieved. But there's no way. She can't kill the other party. Looking for death? If you want to kill me then, come here. Huh, sharp teeth, sharp mouth. Can't kill you, can't seal you. This kid has nothing to do with Ketla. The moment Demicula saw Luis, he knew he couldn't be kept. Otherwise, the balance between the universe of all kings and the dark demon realm will definitely be disrupted. Murderous aura overflowed. The sky seemed to be freezing. The atmosphere became more and more dignified, and all the demon kings felt it was difficult to breathe. This is the coercion emanating from the priest level. Wes, be careful. In the sky, Lewis stood in front of Weiss, and he faced Demicula alone, and all the powerful coercion that Demicula erupted was blocked by him. Weiss felt warm in his heart. He didn't expect that one day he would have to rely on Lewis. Use erase boldly. I can help you recover your strength, and I've already shaken you. Just hold on. To be honest, Weiss was implicated by Lewis, but he didn't care. On the contrary, it feels a little hot-blooded. Haha, then I'm relieved. Lewis burst out with golden flames and entered the full power state of Super Saiyan again. The first level of power in the realm of gods surged wildly. Luis and Demicula confront each other, eye in the void. The golden arrogance confronted the dark aura. This scene in the sky is incredible. A little Karami, whose strength is only the first level of the realm of gods, is actually fighting against the demon god Demigula with the power of the priest level. But the other demon kings ran far away, and even Putin, who had the power of an angel, ran far away, not daring to approach this battlefield at all. It's not that they don't help Demigula, but they've tried it before. Except for the sealing technique, other powers had no effect on Lewis at all. And Lewis can also erase, and ordinary sealing techniques have no effect on him. Except for Demicula, a priest-level master, who was not affected by erasing. No one else could do anything. Naturally, Weiss couldn't help it, but he didn't hide, because he still had to restore Lewis's strength at 8T this time. Weiss is like gasoline, and Lewis is like an engine. The engine is out of power, and Weiss will add energy to Lewis. Although I know you can ignore the damage, I still want to try again. At this time, Demigula in the sky moved. A dark breath erupted from him, covering the entire sky, as if Rosenhell. The picture is extremely scary. Ignoring space and time, Demicula appeared above Lewis and waved his hand. Endless mighty power rolls up a space storm. Destruction, a large space burst, forming pieces of white transparent sharp blades. Flying towards Lewis, that priest-level master seldom used pure Qigong waves as an attack method, but Demigula used the rules of space and time in this move. Lewis couldn't react at all, and was hit instantly. However, immunity white light appeared on Lewis. Ding, ding, ding. The white light on Lewis intercepted it, and these space fragments made harsh noises like nails hitting steel plates. Ha ha, don't say it to you. Even if Mechi Capra comes, I can't help you. Lewis looked up at the figure in the sky, and let the space debris hit him, laughing loudly. His smile was bright, but if Taisai was here, she would definitely find that Lewis was forcing a smile. The main reason is that the strength difference between the two is too great. It's not that Lewis didn't think about counterattacking, but if he doesn't use erase, he will burst out with the strongest power, and he can't even kill the 12 demon kings, and it's really a bit out of reach. So Lewis could only be beaten passively. Anyway, he was not the first to be beaten, so it doesn't matter if he gets beaten again. It's just so aggrieved. The tone is so crazy. Demicula narrowed his eyes. Who is Mechi Capra? That is an existence at the same level as the Quan Wong. Then seal you, and forget it. Demicula was mentally prepared, but he was still shocked by Lewis's ignored. Don't keep him. Dark sealing technique. Demigula's hands were forming a seal quickly, and the black breath formed a spell seal, and the surrounding space suddenly froze. Want to seal me? Then try it. Lewis looked up at the figure in the sky and smiled evilly at the same time. He raised his hand, condensing a white halo. Erase. Lewis did not release it at Demicula, but aimed at the ground of the dark demon realm. Weiss laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Lewis is so treacherous. He knew that his erasing had no effect on Demigula, so he turned his idea to the dark demon realm. Lewis's erasing power is not yet at the level of the king, but can also threaten the existence of angels. Once Lewis's erasing bombards the dark demon realm, most of the map of the dark demon realm will disappear. At this time, Demicula will definitely stop it, but then he has to give up the seal on Lewis. What a mean boy. Demigula noticed Lewis's intentions, so he naturally wouldn't let most of the dark demon realm disappear. As Demicula had no choice but to give up the seal on Lewis, and chose to block Lewis's erasing. White light suddenly exploded in Lewis's hands. Demicula uses the power of the demon god. The two attacks are terrifying. Boom dash. They collided together, making a devastating sound. The power Demigula used was just right. Lewis's erasure was offset, and the dark demon realm was not damaged. This is too scary. This kid is only the power of the first layer of God realm. Why is it so outrageous? If this erasure hits me, I will definitely not die or be half disabled. Be confident. You won't survive at all. The demon kings swallowed fiercely, watching the battle in the distance with a look of shock. Seeing this, Putin gritted her teeth. She is a majestic angelic master, but she was insulted by a little Karami one after another. I'm so frustrated today. Ha-ho. Oh. Lewis gasped for breath. He only had strength left to speak. Ha-ha. With your physical strength, it seems that you can only perform erasure once. Now let's see how you die. On the opposite side, Demicula saw the state of Lewis. Humph. Lewis ignored it and yelled at Weiss behind him. Hurry up, Weiss. Coming. Weiss waved his staff, and a silver light enveloped Lewis, and Lewis instantly revived with full blood. Demicula, come again. Lewis laughed loudly, and he shot directly, still aiming at the ground. Erase. Wes. Demicula was furious, and hastily blocked the blow, and then glanced at Lewis, who was revived again with full blood. He looked at Weiss behind Lewis again. Put the perpetual motion machine bug on this card, right? Get rid of Weiss. Let me see how you can recover your strength. Oops. Lewis's expression changed. He himself was not afraid of priest-level attacks, but Weiss was. Looking up at Demicula, he found that Demicula had disappeared. Lewis shrank his pupils sharply, turned his head and shouted at Weiss behind him. Run. Demicula appeared in front of Weiss. Go to hell. Yu Sen's demon god's power is shrouded in his fist, and he charged straight. Don't want. Wes, run. Lewis's eyes are tearing apart. Weiss is his master and his friend. Originally, Weiss was doing well in the universe of all kings, but he was instigated by him to come to the dark demon realm. Everything is his fault. If there's an accident with Weiss, I will definitely break through your dark demon world. Louis yells when Weiss was about to be hit by Demicula. The time in the dark demon realm seemed to be frozen, and suddenly stood still in the void. Demicula's fist was only a millimeter away from Weiss' head. Crack! A powerful force erupted from Demicula's body, and the frozen time was instantly broken, returning to normal again. His fist continued to rush forward. The sky suddenly exploded. Only the figure of Weiss has disappeared. Lord Demicula is good at it. A young and clear girl's voice came from above. Lewis looked up suddenly and saw Keisai's little bean bun. I saw Weiss next to Zaidubo again. Wes, you are not dead. Great. Lewis's eyes became hot, and he almost got Weiss involved. Okay. Fortunately, the person from Weiss' shake finally came. Brat, you really want me to die? Weiss saw that his eldest sister was coming, so he didn't have to worry about Demicula anymore. He came to Lewis and touched Lewis's head. This guy's been taken by him since he was 6 years old and has been brought to the present. Now that he can face off against the priest-level Demigula, Weiss is very pleased at the other side. When did you reach this point? Demigula's pupils narrowed sharply, and he looked at the girl above in disbelief. It's been a while. Keisai laughed while shaking her little head. Demicula swallowed and fell silent. That priest-level power! Is the eldest daughter of the great priest so terrible? Lewis glanced at Kess, and he also noticed Demigula's shocked expression. Obviously, Keisai's strength has broken through to the level of a priest, and her strength and talent have shocked even Demigula's. It's no wonder that among all the angels, the power of Zaidubo is exclusive. Zaidubo's talent is really strong. Kasai didn't know what Lewis was thinking at all and flew to Demicula and said angrily, Master, Demicula seems to want to kill my brother. You go. Demigella shook his head and spoke directly. He thought that the great priest would come to the Dark Demon realm, but he didn't expect that it would be Kasai. Kasai's power has also broken through to the level of a priest, and other demon gods in the Dark Demon world are still sleeping as for Metcapra. He faced Kess alone, and he had no chance to attack Weiss again, so he might as well let them go, lest a great war breaks out, and the Dark Demon realm is destroyed by the burst of power. Just let us go. Kesming's stupid eyes flashed a bright light. The power of the demon god emerged from Demigella's body, and he said coldly, If you don't leave, I will regret it. He, Lord Demicula, is so generous. Kasai snorted, Wes, then let's go, and many more. Lewis spoke. Everyone turned their attention to Lewis. Hand over Tova. Lewis wasn't done yet. You and I, go away. Weiss dragged Lewis and disappeared directly into the Dark Demon realm. Kasai smiled, and then disappeared. Demigella was the only one left in the void of the Dark Demon realm, and he kept his face sullen the whole time. Tova, Putin, and all the demon kings in the distance returned here. Tova asked weakly, Master Demigella, what about the kid? Demigella was still staring at the position where Lewis left, without saying a word to as if in hindsight. Seems to be thinking about something. Putin glanced at Tova and said, They were rescued by Kasai. Tell me, what did you do? Why did others come to you? She was called an old witch by others today, and she was about to explode. Putin's flaming eyes seemed to burn up the space, and Tova shrank her neck, ready to explain. Demigella looked over and waved his hands. Okay, Putin stays, you all leave. Yes, Tova, as if receiving amnesty, left here quickly. All the demon kings were very curious about Lewis, but Demigella dared not disobey the order, and they all disappeared. Sealing that kid was a deal I made with Katra. Only Putin and Demicula remained in the void, and Demicula spoke out about his deal with Katra. That dead mouse lied to us. Putin was so angry that his chest heaved up and down after hearing everything. After a while, she calmed down a little. But it's also fortunate that Quatella made a deal with us. Otherwise, we would not know that there is such a genius in the universe of kings. Putin looked at Demicula. By the way, it's just Kasai. Why did you let that kid go? Kess' power has broken through to the level of a priest. Demigella's voice was very flat, but to Putin's ears, it sounded like a thunderclap. What? Priest-level power? Putin was dumbfounded. When he defected from the ancient heaven to the Dark Demon world, Putin's power was at the 5th level of the realm of gods at that time. Kasai's power was only at the 5th level of the realm of gods. Later, under the influence of the power of the demon god, Putin broke through to the 2nd layer of the angel realm in one fell swoop. What Putin didn't expect was that other people's power had also broken through, and even broke through to the priest level. Our other demon gods are still sleeping, and Metcapra-sama is still sealed. Putin suppressed the shock in his heart and said, You are the only one supporting the Dark Demon realm at the moment. No wonder you let that boy Lewis go. She also thought of Demigella's concerns before. After all, the battlefield is in the Dark Demon realm. Once 2 priest-level masters fight, the movement will be devastating. Maybe even the Dark Demon realm will explode. That's not why I asked you to stay. Demigella looked at Putin solemnly. Have you noticed that Lewis's physique is very similar to that of a person? Much like a person. Putin frowned. What does Demicula mean? Suddenly, a light flashed in my mind. Boom dash. Complete. To shut up. Demicula shouted loudly, then looked around tightly, afraid that the walls had ears. Putin covered his mouth with both hands and dared not speak anymore. It's just that her pupils were full of shock. For an angel-level expert to show such an expression, it is obvious. Lewis's identity had a huge impact on her. After a while. Ignore harm. Can erase. Can be comfortable. Putin swallowed. Demicula, Lewis can have such power at this age. He really may be the one. After sealing off the space around him, Demigera nodded. The Lord must have been reincarnated after he disappeared, and I suspect that Lewis is him. Hateful. The people of the All-King universe must have discovered the identity of Master Lewis, so they will let him be the alternate god of destruction. Putin seemed to have completely forgotten Lewis's insult to her before, and the anger in his heart also disappeared. Be respectful instead. It's a good thing Lewis isn't here, otherwise she would definitely be given a big fight. A disgusting old witch. Putin's fingers holding the staff were creaking, and his beautiful face was covered with frost. They definitely want to take advantage of Master Lewis's awakening, and pull them into the All-King cosmic camp ahead of time. Demicula, we must bring Lord Lewis back to the Dark Demon realm. At the end of Putin's speech, he almost roared out. Demicula shook his head. It's not urgent. What I said just now is just my guess. I'll go to the seal place of Lord Metcapra to ask first. Demicula confronted Louise at first, but he hadn't reacted yet. Now that he has reacted, he understands Putin's reaction very well. The powerhouses in the Dark Demon realm and the All-King universe are about the same. In other words, the Dark Demon realm is stronger, but Kasai's power broke through to the priest level as for the power of the other angels. They haven't been exposed. Where Kasai is not the only one whose power has broken through to the priest level. As a result, the situation in the Dark Demon realm has become very passive. If Lewis is really the one, and bring him back to the Dark Demon realm, then the current situation will be reversed. That's why Putin is so excited. Demicula, then go quickly. It is good. The 7th universe, destroying the god realm point, 2 colorful streamers descended from the sky, and the 3 of them appeared by the lake. Weiss tugged on Lewis's ear and said angrily, Others have let us go, yet you still dare to make demands. You kid is really not afraid of death. Pain. Lewis was being pulled, tiptoeing and making fake yells. Weiss rolled his eyes and said angrily, Stinky boy, what a pain. Still he let go. Hee. I knew Weiss that you were not willing to beat me up. Lewis lay on the ground, looking up at the sky and giggling. Weiss pursed his lips. Although it was his fool who tricked him. But he remembered that this kid stood in front of him before and finally said those nasty words. He was so touched in his heart. It's not in vain he taught this kid for so many years that AT this time. Little guy, why did you let Weiss take you to the Dark Demon realm? Kasai squatted next to Lewis. I'm a little guy. Lewis lay on the lawn, looking at Zaidubo's cute expression. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I am not young. Ask me, Sister Taisai, but I have to say this little bean bun is really strong to force out the demon god Demicula with one person. If I'm not mistaken, it must be Quitra's secret. Lewis sat up on the lawn. His face was gloomy, and he said everything. Weiss listened to Lewis's detailed speculation and said coldly, He and Lord Beerus have always had an enmity, but they didn't fight because of the order of Lord Quanwan. Pause. Weiss looked at Lewis and continued to speak. Quitla's character has always been dark, where you must get revenge. He sneaked up on you before, and you went to the 4th universe to insult him once again. The hatred of Beerus and your hatred are all enough to make him do this kind of thing. Weiss looked at Kasai and said solemnly, Sister, Ketla probably betrayed the universe of kings. Hearing this, Kasai said calmly, I stopped you from erasing Katra before. I thought your grievances were over, but I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen to you again. Kasai frowned and stood up from the lawn. Then go and kill Ketla. What? Lewis jumped up from the lawn, frightened. Weiss on the side was also taken aback. In a universe, there are 2 priesthoods that are indispensable. That is Kai Wangshan and Destruction God. 1 for creation and 1 for destruction. Just the right balance. Both are indispensable. Now Kasai actually said to kill Katra. What about the 4th universe? But don't forget that the 4th universe is alternate gods of destruction, but no alternate king gods. Kill Katra, and the 4th universe is finished. Miss, these are just my guesses. Are you really going to kill Katra? Lewis swallowed. He was full of murderous intentions for Katra, and when he came back, he planned to raise Katra. He was also ready to defy Kess. After all, Kess had prevented him from erasing Katra before Keisai's words made Lewis a little unconfident. Miss you, Weiss wanted to ask something. Keisai interrupted him. Okay, betraying the universe is an unforgivable sin. Then she took a deep look at Lewis. Let's go then. Lewis didn't notice Kess's expression, excited to be able to erase Katra. Come and trouble me over and over again, right? Kill you. Lewis didn't notice Keisai's expression, but Weiss noticed it, was very puzzled, and wanted to speak. Keisai shook her head at him and waved her hand directly, leading Lewis and Weiss into a colorful streamer, soaring into the sky by the lake. Beerus, who was eating instant noodles in the distance, was stunned and shouted, Where are you two going? Go and catch a mouse for you to eat. Lewis's laughter echoed over the god of destruction realm, and as people had disappeared, Beerus was taken aback. Catching mice for me to eat? What do you mean? Beerus was in a daze, and the instant noodles in his hand fell to the ground without realizing it. After the catastrophe, event on Yadrit, Son Goku and Vegeta began to understand teleportation. The Scions at the Galactic Patrol headquarters waited until the return of King Vegeta, and also verified the authenticity of the Super Scions.A. Group of Scions continued to practice hard, only to transform into a Super Scion one day. Everything in the 7th universe is developing normally, but at this time, Katra in the 4th universe is uneasy. In the 4th universe, in the palace of the god of destruction, Konik watched Ketla walking back and forth in the palace, and asked in confusion, Master Ketla, what's wrong with you? Troy on the side has been depressed since he was hit by Lewis last time, and he's not interested in Quitra's strange behavior now. Just act as a little transparent. Fine. Quitella shook his head. Katra said it was okay, but his uneasy expression told Konik that something must have happened that made Katra so disturbed. Really okay. It's alright, you guys go out, don't worry about me. Quitella waved his back to the two of them. Okay, remember to tell me if you have anything to say. Konik and Troy walk out of the palace of the god of destruction. After the two went out, Quitella's expression darkened instantly. His heart has been beating wildly since he came back from the dark demon realm. Anxiety, restlessness, all kinds of negative emotions affect him. Why is that? Quitla clutched her chest, the sense of foreboding getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that Weiss sensed him when he went to the dark demon realm? Impossible. He obviously hit his breath. Suddenly, Dead Mouse, come out and die. A voice full of killing intent echoed throughout the god of destruction realm. Quitella's pupil shrank sharply. He was really discovered. Outside the palace of the god of destruction. Konik and Troy had just walked out of the palace when they were startled by the sudden sound. The two looked up. I saw a thick, colorful streamer descending from the sky. The light dissipated, and the three of Lewis appeared in front of the two of Konik. Sister Weiss, why are you here? Konik looked at Lewis again, frowning. And what did this Mr. Lewis mean just now? K-Terra died? Is this coming to kill Ketla? Keisai held a short staff, stared at Yuan's eyes, and said, Konik, don't worry about K-Tra later. Sister, you. Okay, big sister will explain to you later. Quitella is dead. Weiss stood up. Hearing this, Konik's body trembled. What happened? The elder sister actually agreed with Louise to take action against Quitella. This time, Katra came out from the palace of the god of destruction. Meet Miss Kess. Hey, isn't this Mr. Weiss and Mr. Lewis? Since the last fight, our grievances have been settled. Why are you here again? Quitla's expression did not change, and his tone of voice was the same as usual. Master Katra, what have you done? Konik wanted to step forward to ask for clarification, but Weiss held him back, and Konik saw Keisai shaking his head again, and his heart sank. Seeing this, Quitella's eyes froze. Soon he looked at Lewis and the others and smiled. What's wrong with you? No one spoke or moved. Lewis moved. He went forward, faced Quitella, and said coldly, During the sparring, you let Troy kill me. Later, I'm ambushed on Namek and attacked me again. Damn Mouse, you should be glad that Miss Kess stopped me from erasing you last time. Lewis slammed his face in front of his mouse's head, full of killing intent. Quitella's face fell. It's my fault. I shouldn't have put the hatred of Beerus on you, but our grievances were also settled last time. What else do you want? Quitella yelled directly. Don't you still refuse to let me go? Quitella seemed to have suffered endless grievances, and his pitiful expression made Konik a little moved. When had Konik ever seen Ketla make such an expression? Mr. Lewis, Master Quitra has already realized his mistake. Why don't you forget it? Never mind. Lewis shook his head. I tried to kill me many times, but failed. Now, this dead mouse is pretending to be a victim again. That's all for now. But the collusion with the dark demon realm can't just be left alone. Lewis moved his face close to Ketla's face and said word by word, Master Ketla, you say yes, right? Lewis's voice fell. The entire god of destruction realm fell into dead silence. Only the sound of cold wind blowing could be heard by the lake. A small fish jumped out of the water, creating waves. Also at this moment, the atmosphere in the god of destruction realm in the 4th universe became chilling. Konik on the side was shocked, and he hurried over, grabbing Quitra's shoulder. Master Katra, is what Mr. Lewis said true? Are you really colluding with the dark demon realm? No. Quitella shook his head and said firmly that it wasn't until this moment that he knew that others had really discovered his dealings with the dark demon realm, but admitting it at this time is absolutely dead. Quitella glanced at Keisai next to him, and then at Konik in front of him. If he doesn't admit it, with Konik around, he might still have a chance of surviving. Mr. Lewis, Master Katra has said so. Do you have evidence? Konik hurriedly turned his head and asked. This matter is too serious. Once confirmed, Quitla will surely die. Although angels are generally not swayed by emotions, after spending so many years with Ketla, Konik really didn't want Ketla to die like this. I have no evidence. All of this is Lewis's guesswork, but the facts are almost indistinguishable. Looking at Konik, Lewis frowned, but Keisai didn't stop him. So is Konik going to stop him? How can there be no evidence? Konik wasn't done yet. Keisai on the side said directly, Lewis, don't say so much, just kill him. Keisai transferred Quitra's divinity to Troy, who had not spoken. This scene fell into Konik's eyes. Boom, dash, as if to say, really want to do it? Can you kill a god of destruction casually without evidence? Lewis and Weiss were equally shocked, but Lewis shot directly without any hesitation when he heard this. Erase. Fearing that X would back it off, Lois went into full power as a Super Saiyan. Under the blessing of the first level of power in the realm of gods, strands of white light emerged from his hands, and the light lingered, forming a terrifying ray of light. Void shock. No, do not want. I really didn't collude with the dark demon realm. I was wrong. Forgive me. Quitla smelled death and let out a desperate sea wide at 8T this moment. Quitella felt endless regret. Regret why the hatred of Beerus should be exerted on Lewis. Regret why I wanted to Micula. Stop. Konik's face changed, and he was shocked by Lewis's erasure. Seeing that Lewis made a move, Konik wanted to stop him, but Cox waved his little hand, and Konik was stuck in place, unable to move. The white halo flashed past. Heaven and earth lose color. After the light disappeared, Quitella disappeared completely, and Quitella, who had touched the 5th level of power in the realm of gods, died just like that. Before the universe was destroyed, the god of destruction died first. This is the first time such a thing has happened in the universe of kings, and one spoke in the world of god of destruction in the 4th universe, and fell into dead silence again. After a while, it's over. After erasing Katra, Louise fell to the ground with all his strength, unable to shout. Weiss was taken aback, walked over and asked, What's wrong with you, kid? He quickly recovered Lewis's physical strength. Lewis killed Katra, in a good mood, got up from the ground and said with a smirk, When I left the 7th universe, I said that I caught a mouse and gave it to Mr. Beerus, but there was no bones left of Katra. Weiss, Kess, you deceive people too much. Konik became furious. The god of destruction he had served for so many years was erased by Lewis, and now he insulted the dead Ketla. Just don't overdo it. Lewis looked over coldly. Why? Do you have an opinion? Hearing this, Konik shuddered as he recalled the scene of Katra being erased. All right. Keith waved his hand, She passed Lewis's previous guesses and Lewis's identity directly into Konnick's mind. Konnick, please train Troy well. Leaving only such a sentence, he took Lewis and Weiss and left the fourth universe, leaving only Konnick and Troy in place. The two were silent for a long time. Troy looked at the shocked Konnick. Mr. Konnick, what should we do now? Konnick didn't speak. He was already shocked by the information Cass sent him. It turns out that Lewis's identity is full. Ugh. Only then did Konnick know why his eldest sister asked Lewis to erase Katra without asking for evidence. It turned out that they wanted to lure Lewis into the Quan Wan universe camp before he awakened. Troy, practice hard. I will teach you in the future. Remember not to mess with people from the seventh universe. Yes. A figure hovered at the barrier of the Quan Wan universe, and he looked closely at the fourth light sphere of the Quan Wan universe. Quitla is dead. It's a pity. I died before I got the Super Dragon Ball, but I was killed by Master Lewis, and I can't help it. This figure was none other than Demicula, who had returned from the sealed place of Mechkapra. Demicula got verification from Mechkapra that Lewis and that person have exactly the same power, and Lewis is basically the reincarnation of that person. In the end, Demigula left from the All-King Cosmic Barrier and returned to the Dark Demon Realm, the seventh universe, destroying the God Realm. After killing Ketla, Lewis finally breathed a sigh of relief, and he no longer has to worry about the dead mouse messing up things that he and Wes were brought back by Keisai, and Keisai also left here. Before Keisai left, Lewis finally asked him a question. Since he directly agreed to erase Katra without evidence just now, why did he stop him before? Keisai just smiled, didn't say anything, left Lewis a meaningful smile and disappeared. Regarding Lewis's doubts, Weiss was also very confused that it seemed that his eldest sister knew everything, and even other brothers and sisters knew everything, but they didn't tell him. The two fools in the God of Destruction realm looked at each other in the dark. Your eldest sister, how would I know? Wes rolled his eyes at this moment. A ray of purple light flew towards this side. Lewis, what are you talking about, mice? Byrus threw the instant noodles in his hand into the lake, slit his throat, and looked closely at Lewis. Beerus had an expression on his face, as if he really wanted to eat a mouse. With black lines all over Louise's face, he said weakly, Master Beerus, you really want to eat rats? It's normal for cats to eat mice, but Byrus is already a god of destruction, and he just said it casually. Why does Byrus like to eat it? Seeing Byrus' silent face, Lewis sighed. Since Mr. Byrus likes to eat mice so much, I'll get a duck neck later, bah. I'll get you a dead mouse to eat, okay? Duck neck? What the hell is a duck neck? The corner of Beerus' mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Lewis. Don't talk about other things. Did you go to the fourth universe? A ridiculous guess suddenly popped up in his mind. Did Lewis kill? Lewis was silent, took 2 steps forward, then turned around and said, yes, I killed Katra. Boom dash. Byrus' pupils shrank sharply, and his mind was greatly shocked. Some time ago, he was still insulting Katra, but he didn't expect that Lewis would really kill Katra today. Master Beerus is blaming me? Seeing Beerus' unbelievable expression, Lewis frowned. Not right. Didn't the dead rat have a grudge against him? He killed Katra. The cat should be very happy. Sudden. Ha ha ha. Blame you? Why should I blame you? Ha ha ha. I wanted to kill that dead mouse a long time ago, but I didn't expect you to kill him for me. Lewis, good job. Beerus danced around the lake like a snake maniac. Weiss, Lewis, the two looked at each other. Wes, is Master Beerus crazy? I think should not be. Then why does he do these ugly moves? Master Beerus must be crazy. The picture of destroying the world of gods is too hot for the eyes. A purple cat is dancing a disgusting dance that in the end, Lewis and Weiss couldn't stand it anymore, and they left the God of Destruction realm directly and went to Earth. King's Palace. Father, I'm back. Keisai walked into the palace of the Quan Wong, but the Quan Wong was still not here. The great priest was at the bottom of the palace, looking at Keisai who walked in. Well, just come back. Father, why did you ask me to stop Lewis before? Not to mention that Lewis was puzzled. Even Keisai herself was also puzzled. Cough, cough, cough. The old priest blushed and coughed twice. I just wanted Ketla to practice for Lewis. I didn't expect Ketla to be so ignorant that he would collude with the Dark Demon realm. Isn't it good to be an experienced bag? In the end, the great priest shook his head and added another sentence. Keisai was dumbfounded. The truth turned out to be like this. Then I'll let Lewis kill Ketla, my lord. This is the order of his majesty the king. Earth. Weiss and Lewis couldn't stand Billis's snake spirit, so they came back here. Brother-in-law. In the yard, Bulma was holding Ties on her arm. When she saw Lewis coming back, she pulled Ties over and hurriedly said, Brother-in-law, where did Vegeta and Goku go? Yeah, where did they go? During the time Taisai returned to Earth, she was quite familiar with Z-fighters. I'm gonna learn a magical, secret technique. Lewis walked up to Ties and hugged her tightly. Bulma rolled her eyes, showing affection again, right? But after getting the news from Vegeta, she was finally relieved and left the yard at AS for Weiss. He came here and ran to Taisai's restaurant early. What happened to you? Sensing that something was wrong with Lewis's mood, Ties stretched out her jade hand and gently smoothed his frowning brows. It's okay, it's just that a dead mouse has offended me, and I'm just a little tired. Lewis leaned his head on Taisai's fragrant shoulder, smelling the fragrance she exuded, and his heart became calm. Taisai patted the big boy on the back, shook her head, and said with a smile, You're an alternate god of destruction. If someone provokes you, why don't you just kill him? Mainly because I felt distressed seeing Lewis's irritable expression. Hearing what Taisai said, Lewis raised his head, held her delicate face in both hands, and kissed her. Isn't it okay to kill? Lewis looked into her beautiful eyes and said with a chuckle, I didn't expect my sister Taisai to be so murderous. Whenever someone provoked you, didn't you directly destroy others? Taisai and Lewis looked at each other, angrily and funny. After following you for so many years, my long-term heart is stronger than a knife that kills fish it's freezing. As long as you can be happy. Taisai patted his head, but Lewis's heart was beating wildly, and what Taisai said was too foul. Hey, Sister Ties, I'm so touched. Lewis slipped into Ties' arms. Get out of here. Ties was speechless for a moment. She was really a big boy who couldn't grow up. Okay. Lewis pretended to be sad and got out of Taisai's arms the next second. Let you go, you really go, come back to me. Taisai pushed Lewis's head back in her soft place and hugged him tightly. In the yard. The two hugged each other like this, as if time stood still at this moment that Lewis's heart was at peace like never before. After a while. By the way, there's a girl who came to Kakarot. Taisai sang and said, whatever Lewis called Monkey King, she would call him Monkey King. Who? Lewis released Taisai and hugged her, and the two of them sat on the beach chair and lay down. It seems to be called Kiki. Kiki? Lewis ejected from the beach chair, grabbed Taisai's fragrant shoulders, and hurriedly asked, Taisai, is the 23rd Taisai Aibudo tournament on Earth over? Tell me about the martial arts tournament last year. Their fight was not good at all. The Namek was the champion in the end. Taisai has been to the Namek planet, so she has seen what the Namek people looked like that last year. Lewis finally remembered the timeline of Dragon Ball. Correct. It was last year when Sun Wukong was supposed to participate in the 23rd World No-Dash Martial Art Conference after finishing his training in the Heaven Realm. Monkey King and Kiki will meet at the Budo tournament. In the final, Monkey King will meet Piccolo, and then Monkey King will win the championship. But in fact, Sun Wukong did not participate in the 23rd World No-Dash Martial Arts Conference, but was brought by him to the King of the North Realm to practice Jiwan Quan and Yuan Chi Bullet. Sun Wukong was taken to Namek by the second child of the millennium this year. Sun Wukong also successfully broke through to the Super Saiyan state because of Bardock's death. I didn't expect Kakarot's lost love to come here by himself. Lewis murmured inwardly. After getting Kiki's news, Lewis naturally won't let Monkey King's foolish love disappear just like that. After all, the strongest warrior in Dragon Ball has not yet been born. In the end, Lewis asks Ties to let Kiki stay in the manor, and asks Ties to tell Kiki some common sense about the universe. Lewis is trying to change Kiki's idea that reading is the way out. Let's see if Sun Wukong can successfully become the strongest single fighter. Tai naturally followed what Lewis said, that I in the following time. Sun Wukong and Vegeta practiced teleportation on Yadrit, and Kiki and Bulma were waiting for them at home. Tai finds opportunities every day, finds Kiki whenever she has time, and tells Kiki about the danger she encountered in the universe before. Only strong force can survive from danger. In addition, Tai also popularized the common sense of gods in the universe to Chi-Chi. Angels, gods of destruction, alternate gods of destruction. Tell Kiki all about these priesthoods. The above mentioned gods want to destroy the planet, and mortals do not have strong power and cannot resist it at all. Chi-Chi trembled when she heard it, and she finally realized that reading books was useless. In the end, Chi-Chi made up her mind that she must train the child born to Monkey King well in the future. Not to mention training her children to be able to protect her and Monkey King, but at least let her children have the power to protect themselves. After Lewis knew what Chi-Chi was thinking, he hugged Tai and kissed her madly for half an hour, and directly kissed his sister Tai until her mouth was swollen. There's hope for the strongest monomer to appear. Kiki's mind changed, and Lewis finally left Tai's manor. He came to heaven again. God, old rules, borrow your spiritual time room. Under the respectful gaze of the god, Lewis walked into the temple, walked down the promenade, entered the spiritual time room. It's back here again. Lewis sighed that he practiced here for 5 years last time and successfully broke through to the first level of the god realm AT that time. He was able to successfully perform erasure. Fortunately, I have cultivated enough strength to support the erasure performance. Otherwise, the journey to the Dark Demon realm will be bad. The impression of the Dark Demon realm on Lewis is still too deep, and he will never forget a Point 12 Demon King's gang fight. The old witch is shot, and Demigella has murderous intent on Weiss. Especially the last one. He almost killed Weiss, which Lewis couldn't bear. Now that he's back here, Lewis wants to become stronger, just to destroy Demigella one day. This time, in addition to cultivating strength, he also needs to continue to complete the goals that he did not complete here last time. That is to comprehend other rules through erasing. For example, time, space, light, darkness, and other rules. Then let's start to comprehend from the rules of time. The rules of time are mysterious and unpredictable, which is the best choice for Lewis to make a big improvement in a short period of time. Time can be fast-forwarded, paused, and reversed. Of course, this is just the most basic use of time. Lewis recalled the fantasy novel he read in his previous life, which said, cross the long river of time and return to the most primitive time to kill evil. If he is proficient in the rules of time, maybe he can do this too. Lewis finally began to practice. First, gather the power of erasing in the palm of your hand. As soon as this power appears, the entire spiritual time room trembles quickly. Strands of invisible and intangible rules leak from the erase on the palm. Lewis closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Time flies, and a month has passed in the spiritual time room. What is time? The erasing power in Lewis's palm dissipated, and the invisible and intangible rules around him also disappeared. Because of the condensed erasure, Lewis tried his best to lie on the ground. After comprehending it for a month, he couldn't even recognize the rules of time. How can I understand this? Lewis looked at the sky and couldn't help complaining. Isn't his talent too weak? Come to think of it, it seems every time he practiced, every time he made a breakthrough, it was because of the system. Immunity, the prototype of the realm of freedom, Super Saiyan, erase. These are all because of the system. He can't have them. System, isn't my talent very good? Lewis stretched out his hand, facing the white sky, as if the system was in the sky. After a while, hey, it really is that my talent is too good, and the system ignores me. No, what? Lewis froze for a moment. He finally heard the electronic sound again. Host, if your talent is weak, no one will be stronger than your talent. Immunity originally belongs to your physique, and erasure is also your power. Your power can break through, which is also the reason why you've been practicing. I just help you break through when you reach the bottleneck. Not that I directly let you have this kind of power. What? Lewis regained some strength a little, got up on the ground, dumbfounded. What immunity is my constitution? What erasure is my power? System, what do you mean by that? The system fell silent and did not speak again. I can have this kind of power. Do I really have anything to do with Quan Wong? No, I said that person is not you. You have nothing to do with Quan Wong. You are nobody. You are you. This time the system finally spoke again. Lewis was angry and shook his hand at the sky. What do you mean by that? After a long time, the system did not speak again. Lewis swung his arm harder this time. Suddenly, there was a flash of inspiration in his mind. He watched the movement of his arms point one left and one right. What has been done cannot be reversed. It's like time has passed and can't come back. Understood? Lewis no longer cared about the systematic riddles, sat up cross-legged, and began to meditate. When Lewis fell into deep meditation, strands of transparent rules began to emerge. You can understand the rules of time in a month. How can this be weak? The system muttered. Another year has passed. Lewis has been practicing in the spiritual time room for more than a year and a month, which is a little more than a day in the outside world. The transparent rules hovering over Lewis gradually solidified, changing from quantitative to qualitative. The silver light soared into the sky. The entire spiritual time room was trembling, and time disorder occurred in the area where Lewis was. Next second. Stop it for me. The silver radiance on Lewis's body exploded suddenly. Whoa. The time of the riot was affected by the breath of time on Lewis, and he calmed down instantly. Gollum. Lewis swallowed. I really understand the rules of time from erasure. Ha ha ha. The rules of space. Can I also comprehend it? Lewis smiled broadly. Speaking of space rules, as far as Lewis knows, there seem to be very few people who are proficient in the rules of space in the king of all universes. That if there is Kaiohami that Lewis knows. Kai Wangshan can travel freely in this universe, and can even go directly to Quan Wong Palace. It's just that you can't travel to other universes. In addition, Lewis also knows a god who is proficient in space. No, it should be said that he is very proficient in time and space, the legendary king god of time. If we say that king god of the realm of time is proficient in time and space, it would be better to say that she directly controls time and space. Only, Lewis came to travel to the Dragon Ball world. He had never seen this god, and he had never even heard the name of the king god of the realm of time. After training this time, he wants to go out and ask Weiss if there's such a god in the Dragon Ball world. Lewis continued to practice. It has only been more than a year since he entered the spiritual time room. Now that it comes to the rules of space, Lewis naturally wants to comprehend it. Once you understand the rules of space, you might be able to fuse them with the rules of time to form the rules of time and space. Then he will be another person who understands the rules of time and space after the King of Time. Northern Galaxy headquarters. It's been a year since Frisia died, that during the year, the Scions obey King Vegeta's orders, except for the daily execution of the orders of the Galaxy Patrol. The rest of the time will be spent practicing in the gravity room. They asked the Galaxy Patrol to help create, just to be able to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan one day, especially King Vegeta, Bibbert, Theodore, and Raditz, and Nappa. They're all high-level fighters, and they perform devil training every day. After King Vegeta was resurrected by Weiss, his power broke through to 100 million combat power, and now a year later, it has directly soared to 200 million combat power. The strength of Bibbert and Theodore is similar, and the combat power of the original 60 has broken through to 100 million. Raditz and Nappa didn't come back from the brink of death, although they were also doing devil training, but their improvement is not great. Raditz, 60 combat power. Nappa, 70 fighting power AS for Bardock. In addition to Monkey King and Vegeta, Bardock is the #1 warrior of the Scion family, except for Broly, of course. During this year, Bardock directly broke through from the original 200 million combat power to 400 million combat power. The skyrocketing rate is very exaggerated. The rest of the Scions all have more than 10 fighting power. Scions can have such a change. It is obvious that the S cells have begun to awaken. This day, Jake hurried into the lobby of the Galactic Patrol headquarters to the top office. Added panic. Galaxy King, it's not good. The Gula forces of the East Galaxy are attacking our North Galaxy. Hearing Jake's words, the big octopus trembled on the chair. What? Gula. The Galaxy King stood up abruptly, staring at Jacques. To say that the strongest boss in the 7th universe in the early stage, in addition to Frisia, there's actually Frisia's elder brother. Gura is stronger than Frisia. In the theatrical version of the anime, when Gula invaded the Earth, he transformed into the ultimate state with a combat power of more than 4 million. It's over. Gula must know that Frisia was killed, so he came here to grab the territory. How to do? The Galaxy King walked up and down anxiously. According to the investigation, in fact, the entire Frozen clan has been in disharmony. So King Kurd, the patriarch of the Frozen clan, separated Frisia and Gula early on. Frisia is in charge of the Northern Galaxy. Gula is in charge of the East Galaxy. The Kurdish King is in charge of the Southern Galaxy. One person in charge of a galaxy. Now that Frisia is gone in Northern Galaxy, Gula must be eyeing here. Galaxy King, don't we still have the Scion family? Since they defeated Frisia, their strength has become stronger, and they can definitely repel Gura. Jack said excitedly. Maybe he can kill Gula. Jack, you have been staying in the Northern Galaxy, and you don't even know how powerful Gula is. The Galaxy King looked at Jake, shook his head, and said, Gula is Frisia's big brother, and his strength is not comparable to Frisia's. Don't let the Super Scion who killed Frisia take action. Even if there are a few more Super Scions like that, they will definitely not be Gura's opponent. No way. Isn't it rumored that the Super Scion is the nemesis of the Frozen clan? Jake was dumbfounded. I don't know whether the nemesis is the nemesis or not. Anyway, I know that Gula's power is very terrifying. Maybe the alternate god of destruction must take action. Having said that, the Galaxy King shook his head again. The alternate god of destruction is in charge of destruction. How could such a god be in charge of everything in the universe? Now the North Galaxy has finally stabilized, and it can't be contaminated by the Frozen people anymore. The Galaxy King looked closely at Jacques and said, Mears is not here. Now we have no other choice but the Scions go. Tell King Vegeta about this. Yes. After Jacques left the Galactic Patrol, the news soon spread throughout the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The Galactic Patrol headquarters suddenly fell into panic. Fortunately, there are still Scions. King Vegeta got the news and immediately let Bardock lead the high-end combat power of Scions to set off. The other Galactic Patrolmen felt a sense of relief seeing this scene. The Scion family is already the strongest combat force of the Galaxy Patrol. I believe that with their participation, they will surely return triumphantly. King of the North. It's over. It's over. Frisia's death has alarmed Gula, and now the Northern Galaxy is over. No, you have to inform Son Goku and Vegeta quickly. Realm of the King of Gods. It's not good, old ancestor. Come and see. Something's gonna happen in our universe. What happened? The Frozen clan is about to go to war with the Scion clan. The average human level index in our universe has finally risen by 1 place. Do you want me to stop them? Shut up. You could be so panic-stricken over such a trivial matter. You will lose the face of King Kai. But what a fart. Our kings and gods are in charge of creation. We can't interfere too much in mortal affairs and let it develop naturally. Sometimes fighting is not the destruction of civilization, but the reproduction of civilization. Besides, the development of civilization, if the direction is wrong, there will be a god of destruction to make a move. When is it your turn to make a move? Old ancestor. I know. The undercurrent of the northern Milky Way is surging, and at this time the Earth is on the ground in tie-size manner. A purple cat sits cross-legged on the lawn. There's a strong breath of time all around. With the purple cat as the center, it is surrounded by a transparent square space within 10 meters. From a distance, it looks like a house. There are 2 other people beside the transparent cube house. They lie on the beach chairs and take a sip of drink from time to time. I didn't expect you to comprehend the rules of time and space. Weiss said lightly. Lewis disappeared for a month a year ago, and when he returned, his body was filled with the breath of time and space. Lewis entered the full power state of Super Scion, and his power even broke through to the 2nd level of the God Realm. This shocked Weiss. Why did Lewis's power soar so much in less than a month? The soaring power is not the key. The key is when did Lewis comprehend the rules of time and space again. At that time, Weiss was shocked for 2.5 days and really couldn't figure it out, but thinking that Lewis will erase and be able to ignore any damage. It seems that there's no need to be shocked. It's like seeing ghosts often, and one day, seeing ghosts again. How can you still be shocked? Lewis's abnormality did not happen in a day or two, and in the end, Weiss chose to face all this calmly. Ha! Isn't the time room I created okay? Lewis said with a chuckle that he entered the spiritual time room for more than a month and came out. The first time he came back, he created a room similar to the spiritual time room in a manner. Just as Beerus came all the way from the God of Destruction realm to Earth, Lewis asked Beerus to try it out. Why did Beerus come all the way from God of Destruction realm? This is to talk about what happened a year ago, because of Quitella's death. Beerus danced a disgusting dance for 3 days and 3 nights with joy. It's like suffering from snake spirit disease. Lewis and Weiss really didn't want to watch it anymore, so they simply left Beerus in the destruction of the God realm and ignored him. After the 2 came to the Earth, Beerus realized it later. He called Weiss, but Weiss didn't bird him at all in a fit of anger. Beerus flew all the way from God of Destruction realm to Earth that I wanted to yell, but was called by Lewis into the transparent cube room to try. 1 day outside is equivalent to half a year inside. It's really amazing. Looking at the transparent cube room, Weiss nodded. You have comprehended the rules of time and space and created this kind of time room. It seems that you have a good grasp of the rules of time and space. Then how do I compare with Lord King of Time Realm? Lewis looked over. Weiss was dumbfounded. I didn't tell you about the King of the Time Realm. How did you know? After finishing speaking, Weiss shook his head. This kid seems to know a lot of things all the time. For example, he also knew that the old Kai Wang Shen was sealed in the Kai Wang Excalibur. Not surprising. I can only turn time back by 2 minutes at most, but you can speed up time by half a year. Speeding up and going backwards are not the same concept. Speeding up time is more complicated than going back in time. Obviously, your control of time has surpassed mine, and your control of space is naturally better than mine. Weiss said lightly. But the space-time rules you control now cannot be compared with the King God of Time Realm. It's really the King of the Realm of Time. Lewis murmured inwardly, and then said, when Lewis wanted to ask him how far he was from the King of Time Realm, a silver light suddenly flashed in the transparent box room next to him. I saw that the purple cat inside exuded a natural smell. The realm of freedom. Weiss smiled. Master Beerus has finally realized the realm of freedom. A long time ago, Beerus touched the realm of freedom, but he never broke through to this point. Unexpectedly, he finally stepped into the realm of freedom in the time room created by Lewis this time. The 5th level of power in the realm of gods exploded on Beerus. The cube house suddenly shattered. Beerus' whole body was filled with a silver light, and his appearance was exactly the same as that of Lewis when he entered the free state. Lewis, come here and give me a beat. I just told Weiss to leave you alone. Why are you so angry? Stop chattering. Beerus disappeared directly in place. Lewis smiled. His whole body was shrouded in silver light, and he was ejected directly from the beach chair. The 2 quickly fought against each other in the sky, and the silver light kept flickering, as if countless fireworks were blooming. Ambilight, after a few seconds. Skinny ribs, you slapped me in the face. Watch how I kill you. Get out. Why did you use the time roll? Ah. After hundreds of rounds, the two descended from the sky, and Lewis's God of Destruction costume turned into a strip of cloth, hanging on his body like a beggar. Compared with Lewis, Beerus looked more embarrassed. Although he was not hurt, his clothes turned into cloth strips. Especially there's a big hole in the crotch. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Weiss clutched his stomach and tossed, and turned on the beach chair, unable to stop at all. Smile, get my clothes back quickly. Beerus held his crotch and cursed. Ha ha ha. Wes was still laughing. Almost convulsively, Beerus' face was getting darker and darker. Let me come. Lewis smiled, raised his hand, and condensed the touch of time rules a big wave. The clothes on him and Beerus instantly returned to their original appearance. Lewis, this is going backwards in time for a single object. You kid. Beerus swallowed in the fight just now. The two entered a free state at the same time. There's no doubt that Lewis is not his opponent at all. After all, if Lewis does not transform into a Super Saiyan, no matter in terms of strength or speed, he cannot compare with him. But in the back, as long as Lewis is hit, he will directly use the time rule to reverse the time. All of his attacks were seen through by Lewis, who truly became a prophet of the unknown. This made him fall into a passive position. Master Beerus, you will no longer be my opponent. Lewis smiled happily. Weiss, who was on the beach chair, came over and patted Beerus on the shoulder. Master Beerus, you don't have to be downcast. After all, Ketla died in the hands of Luis, and it's normal for you to lose to Luis. Beerus' mouth twitched slightly. What Weiss said seems to be quite reasonable, but why does it sound so helpless? Okay, Master Beerus, it's time for us to play in other universes. Lewis still remembered the previous discussion, which was the first time he was beaten by group. After that, he was beaten by the Dark Demon Realm for the second time. It's maddening to think about it. Now that his strength has skyrocketed, he has to bully him for everything he says. Okay, I have realized the realm of freedom, and I have to show it off. Beerus' eyes lit up. Suddenly a voice came. Lewis, Vegeta, and I learned to teleport. Super 4 is the ultimate sublimation of Scion blood. It is different from Super 1, Super 2, and Super 3. The first three states will maintain the unique rage factor of Scions. This is why the more angry you are, the stronger your Super Saiyan power will be. But when it comes to Super 4, the Super 4 state can perfectly solve this. Super 4 belongs to the ultimate sublimation of blood, where Super 4 is another normal state of Scions, reaching the point of returning to nature and no longer affected by violent emotions. The shortcomings that burden the body will also disappear completely. Okay, don't talk about this. Even if we say it, you won't listen. Beerus knew what kind of character Lewis was, and he would definitely not turn back if he didn't hit the south wall dot. But with the strength in Lewis, even if he indulges in the wrong way of transformation, it seems that there's no problem. After all, Quintella died at his hands. If he continues to practice, who else will be his opponent? Go to the beach chair and lie down. Beerus took a sip of his drink. Now tell me about your space-time rules. Wes looked over. Why are you looking at me like that? I can even erase. Isn't it normal to know the rules of time and space? Lewis came to the beach chair next to Beerus and lay down. The three old men were all lying on the beach chair, drinking drinks, and the days were very comfortable. This reason is so strong that it seems that there's really no way to refute it. Especially Weiss, he knows what erasing means. Erasure is a collection of various rules, and only those who understand the various rules are qualified to comprehend erasure. Time and space are also two rules of erasing. So there seems to be no problem with Lewis being able to comprehend the rules of time and space. Master Beerus, you still have to thank me. If I hadn't created this time room, you wouldn't be able to break through to the realm of comfort. Lewis said again, where's this your credit? Without your time room, I can break through in the recent period. Beerus pursed his lips. He had never seen such a shameless person, just as shameless as that fat pig in the 6th universe. Crossing the river and tearing down the bridge. I didn't mention you. I was talking about a purple cat. Lewis said lightly. Weiss, who was drinking a drink next to him, slammed the drink out of his mouth with a poof. Didn't say Beerus, but isn't the purple cat Beerus? Beerus was angry and funny when he heard this. Lewis was so cute when he was a child. Why did he become so irritating now? Master Beerus, I have comprehended the rules of time. Even if I don't need to erase it, you will not be my opponent in the future. Lewis strikes again. Boom, dash. Angry, Beerus stood up from the beach chair and yelled, Stinky boy, I want to fight you one-on-one. Weiss looked over and laughed loudly. Master Beerus, don't single out. After all, K-Trod died in the hands of Lewis. It's normal that you can't beat Lewis. Beerus' mouth twitched slightly. What Weiss said seems to be quite reasonable, but why does it sound so helpless? Beerus jumped up and down in anger, and Lewis was very happy. The three talked a lot. Speaking of the average level of human beings in the 7th universe, the Scions became stronger and stronger. The 7th universe first rose from the 2nd to last to the 3rd to last, up to now. The 7th universe has risen to number 4 from the bottom. This made Beerus happy. Okay, Master Beerus, it's time for us to play in other universes. Lewis still remembered the previous discussion, which was the first time he was beaten by group. After that, he was beaten by the Dark Demon Realm for the second time. It's maddening to think about it. Now that his strength has skyrocketed, he has to bully him for everything he says. Okay, the average human level index of the 7th universe has skyrocketed so much, I have realized the realm of freedom again, but I have to show it off. Beerus' eyes lit up, and he licked his mouth, especially going to the 6th universe. Thinking of that fat pig's surprised expression, he couldn't help being excited. Beerus' face was flushed with excitement, seeing the two of them laughing for a while. These two brothers Beerus are so wonderful when the three of them were about to leave. Lewis, Vegeta, and I learned to teleport. Suddenly a voice came that I saw 5 people walking outside the yard. Bulma, Taisai, Vegeta, Son Goku, and Kiki. Monkey King hurried to the front of Lewis, followed by a beautiful woman in a Cheongsam. Wukong, don't run so fast. Chi-Chi came up and hugged Son Wukong's arm tightly. Lewis was taken aback. Kakarot, when did you come back? Just came back. Son Wukong rubbed his head. Vegeta and I've been studying for a year and finally learned teleportation, but we can't sense your energy, so we went back to the Earth and came here again. Lewis nodded that a year ago, he took Son Wukong to the Yadred Star. After a year, Son Wukong should also learn to teleport. This is about the same time as it takes in the anime. Also, it's normal for Son Wukong to say that he can't feel his breath. Ordinary people can't feel the breath of gods, unless Monkey King breaks through to Super Saiyan God. Vegeta also learned. Luis looked at Vegeta, and Vegeta was annoyed by the look in his eyes. Vegeta cursed. What eyes do you have? Can't I learn it? It shouldn't be. Lewis frowned. With your talent, you shouldn't be able to learn it. Vegeta in the anime didn't learn this trick. Boom, dash. Vegeta blew up. Didn't Lewis mean to say that his talent is worse than Monkey King? Shame. Naked shame. Lewis, I want to fight you one-on-one. As soon as these words came out, the corners of the mouths of Weiss and Beerus next to them twitched slightly. Another person whose defense was broken by Lewis. Vegeta, shut up. Why are you talking to your brother-in-law? Bulma came over and shouted loudly, tugging at Vegeta's ear. Vegeta froze instantly. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, everyone laughed. The proud Prince Vegeta was so afraid of Bulma. Lewis saw Monkey King laughing loudly and took another look at Kiki next to him. I muttered in my heart. Kakarot, don't worry, you'll be afraid of Chi-Chi soon. He glanced at Taisai next to Bulma again. Fortunately his sister Taisai is not so fierce. Since you were back, you should also go to the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol to teach Bardock and them how to transform. Lewis said, okay, I'll go back with Kakarot in 2 days. Vegeta nodded, and as soon as his words fell, a familiar voice came from above. Goku, Vegeta, something big happened. Beerus next to him frowned. Why is this voice so familiar? Lord King of the Northern Realm, is something wrong? Monkey King raised his head. Vegeta suddenly had a sense of foreboding. Others looked up one after another. When Beerus heard this, he suddenly realized he thought whose voice it was. It turned out to be the short wax gourd of the king of the North Realm. There was no sound from the sky suddenly. Gollum. It was the voice of the king of the Northern Realm swallowing his saliva. And then, see, I have seen Master Beerus, the North Realm king's voice stuttered, sounding very nervous. The corners of Lewis's mouth curled up slightly. Can you not be nervous? After all, Beerus was the one who blew up his king star with one punch. Beerus said coldly. King of the Northern Realm. What did you say? I want to go to other universes, but was disturbed by the short winter melon, very angry. That say, yes. Gula from the Eastern Galaxy is calling from the Northern Galaxy. Who is Gula? Except for Lewis, everyone present was slightly taken aback. Even Beerus was taken aback. Soon, Beerus reacted, isn't Gula the older brother of Frisia? Frisia's entire frozen clan is serving him. Call me if you want, as long as the earth is not destroyed. The rest is none of my business. Beerus ignored the words of the king of the Northern Realm and looked at Weiss and Lewis. Let's go to the 6th universe now, and many more. Lewis stopped Beerus and said with a smile, Master Beerus, do you want to see the average human level index of universe skyrocket again? Beerus' eyes lit up. What do you mean by that? Others couldn't understand the conversation between the two, but Monkey King only knew that something serious had happened. Especially Vegeta. He knows exactly what Gura means. If Frisia is the emperor of the universe, then Gula is his elder brother. Listening to Jun's words is like Zhuang Zhou's purification. Naturally, Lewis didn't know what Vegeta was thinking, looked at Beerus, and said with a smile, Master Beerus, if all of us Scions transform into Super Scions, you say that the average human in our 7th universe, how far can the level index skyrocket? Hiss. Beerus gasped. He knows that Super Scions can increase their normal strength by 50 times. If only every Scion could transform. Boom dash. Thinking of this, Beerus was trembling with excitement, clutching Lewis's arm tightly. Lewis, can you really do it? No wonder Beerus was so excited. The human average level index is related to the ranking of the universe. If what Lewis said is true, then the ranking of the 7th universe will definitely be able to improve again to IT and might even rise to the middle of the ranking. It is unbelievable to say that such a feat can be achieved in just over 10 years. Also, isn't this going to other universes to pretend to be awesome? This feat just comes in handy. The last time Kakarot successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan was because of Frisia, and then Vegeta also succeeded in breaking through under my stimulation. Lewis pointed to Son Wukong and Vegeta, and then said, as for turning the entire Saiyan family into Super Saions, it is definitely not possible now, and it should be fine in more than 10 years. What? A lot of things come step by step. This time Gula is eyeing the North Galaxy. Maybe someone from our Scion family has transformed again. Yes, there's no rush to go to other universes. If any of you Scions can transform, then our 7th universe will be developed. Beerus was breathing heavily. Fine. Fortunately, for the sake of Lewis, he didn't destroy the Scion family. It turns out that the talent of the Scion race is so high. Then let's see what Gura wants to do. Lewis looked at Son Wukong and Vegeta again. You two go together. Without you, Bardock and the others might die, without a whole body, dead without a corpse. Monkey King trembled and hurriedly said, is Gula very strong? Everyone in Bulma looked closely at Lewis, and they were all shocked by what Lewis said. Lewis waved his hand. You will know when you fight him. You have learned teleportation. Go quickly. If it is later, maybe something happened to Bardock and the others. It is good. Son Wukong was in a hurry. He looked at Chi-Chi beside him. Chi-Chi, I will marry you again when I come back. Vegeta also looked at Bulma. Bulma, you wait for me at home. I will definitely come back safely. Kiki and Bulma nodded vigorously. In the end, both Son Wukong and Son Wukong disappeared in an instant. When Lewis was about to leave, Bulma hurriedly said, Brother-in-law, can you protect Vegeta when he is in danger? Do not worry. Lewis waved his hand. In fact, even if Vegeta and Monkey King were in danger, Lewis didn't plan to make a move at all, because Monkey King has learned to teleport, unless Monkey King and Vegeta want to die, or meet super strong. Otherwise, no one can kill them. Lewis also left here with Beerus and Weiss. There were only Tai-Sai and the other 3 women left, and Tai-Sai comforted her. Chi-Chi, Bulma, don't worry. Lewis is here. Ugh. The two had already known Lewis's identity, so they were not worried. AT this time. By the way, Kiki, how did you get Wukong to agree to marry you? Bulma looked at Kiki, who was wearing Chong Sam, and smiled. Tai-Sai was also curious. Chi-Chi covered her small face and said shyly, I said that there would be a big meal for marriage, and then he agreed. Bulma, Tai-Sai, realm of the king of gods. Asin squatted on the lawn, looking at the crystal ball that old Kaiohami placed on the ground. Old ancestor, that's great. Lords Lewis and Beerus are heading to the edge of the northern Milky Way. With them, this battle will definitely be stopped. Sudden, hey, old ancestor, what are you doing? Exine covered his head, squatted on the ground, and screamed in pain. You know shit, the old king of the world said angrily. Do you think that Skinny Ribs and Lewis will take action to stop this big battle when they go there? Skinny Ribs? It's a good thing that Beerus isn't here, otherwise the old king god would have to be beaten again. Isn't it? Asin said weakly, shrinking his neck. Seeing Ixine's expression, the old king of the world hated iron and said, didn't I tell you before that sometimes war is not the extinction of civilization, but the reproduction of civilization? Only the strong can win. This is survival of the fittest. The old king of the world said lightly, look, although the Scion race is a very talented race, if they can't beat the frozen race, neither the Skinny Ribs nor Lewis will make a move. This is the god of destruction. Lewis said, old world king god, don't take me with you if you brag. It's fine if the Scion family was exterminated before. Now I'm really being exterminated. You can see if I can't do anything, it's over. Junior, you still have a lot to learn. The old king of the world turned his back to Exine and finally said with a smile, perhaps after this war, our 7th universe will take off completely. Located at the junction of the northern Milky Way and the eastern Milky Way, a huge battleship flew in the forefront, followed by countless spaceships. It's like locusts passing through. In the dark cosmic starry sky, it looks extremely depressing. Inside that huge battleship, a cosmic being sitting in a baby car, he has a round head, blood-red eyes, black lips. With him, as the center, a strong sense of oppression pervades all around. This person is none other than Frisia's big brother Gula. Da-da. Gula's fingers tapped on the baby carriage, making harsh sounds. The sound echoed throughout the ship hall. This time, King Gula, you have entered the northern galaxy. Gula Mecha Troop Captain Shawiza said respectfully. Shawiza, do you think Super Saions are really strong? Gula turned his head and looked at the yellow-haired Shawiza. Being able to kill King Frisia should have some strength, but no matter how strong it is, it must not be stronger than King Gula. Shawiza flattered. Yes, King Gula is invincible. The other 2 members of the Gula mech unit echoed loudly. Is it just a little strength? Gula looked out of the transparent glass, muttering inwardly. He shook his head and said in a cold voice, speed up and attack. I want to see how strong those Scion monkeys are. The voice fell. 10 small spaceships appeared 1 kilometer in front of the huge battleship. The mighty Gula cosmic army suddenly stopped flying, and a voice came from the battleship control room. Report to King Gula. An unknown spaceship has been detected ahead. Oh, who is so bold to stop me, Gula? In the ship hall, Gula showed a strange smile. Blast them to pieces. Yes. The control room received Gula's order and issued an attack instruction to in the cosmic starry sky. The mighty army of spaceships are all gathering energy cannons. In mission. Thousands of spaceships fired energy cannon attacks. Boom. Boom. All of a sudden, thousands of energy bombs hit the dozens of small spaceships in front, and the rays of light made the dark cosmic starry sky look like daytime. Go ahead. Gula ordered in the ship hall. The entire Gula cosmic army is ready to fly forward. Suddenly, when the smoke cleared from the bomb place, more than a dozen figures appeared. With their tails hanging from their waists, they just hovered in the cosmic starry sky. Report to King Gula. It's a scion. A voice came from the control room. What? Gula's eyes widened. He controlled the baby car to the transparent window and stared at the dozens of figures 1 kilometer away. Scion. King Gula. When will Scion survive in the universe? Shuiza asked, startled. The other 2 members of the mecha unit, Nez and Dre, also stared wide-eyed. Didn't it mean that Scions cannot survive in the universe? Stop talking nonsense. You guys bring an oxygen device and let me kill them. Gula frowned, but in fact he was also very puzzled. But he hasn't gone to the Scions yet, but the Scions come to die by themselves. So let them be fulfilled. The 3 of Shuiza put on the oxygen device, flew out of the battleship, and killed a dozen or so figures 1 kilometer away. There are 15 figures hovering here. Bardock, Raditz, Nappa, Bibbert, and Theodore, and 10 other Scions. The high-end combat power of the Scion clan is basically gathered here. In the words of King Vegeta, if the dozen or so people like Bardock can't beat Gura, then no matter how many Scions go there, they will die. That's why only 15 Scions appear here. In addition, King Vegeta is also working hard to contact Sun Wukong on Earth at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. If the Super Scions of the Scion family don't come, then Bardock and the others will be dead. But even so, Bardock and the others did not back down. I didn't expect us Scions to survive in the universe. Raditz transmitted sound with his breath. It was Lewis who made a wish to the dragon. A year ago, Bardock was brought back to the Galactic headquarters by Lewis to tell him about IT. At the first he thought Lewis was joking, but he tried once, and Scions could really survive in the universe at AT this time. They are coming. Nappa said that I saw the 3 of Shuiza attacking here with an oxygen device. Seeing this, Bardock sneered. These 3 were too weak. He stayed on Earth for 2 years and has already learned the Earth's chi induction in his induction. The strongest is the guy with green skin, whose strength is less than 1/10 of his. Red eyes, you go and kill them. Yes. Raditz nodded and instantly burst into white flames, helping the 3 of Shuiza to fly away. At this time, a group of people suddenly appeared in the distance. Luis, Beerus, Weiss, Son Goku, and Vegeta. I saw the picture of Raditz and Shuiza entangled together. Call. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the real battle hasn't started yet. Vegeta nodded, and he looked around to see that his father wasn't here. Little did they know that King Vegeta was sending them a message at the Galactic headquarters. Lewis looked at the scene of Raditz and Shuiza fighting and asked, Master Beerus, what do you think of us Scions? You don't need to say much about your talent, but the talents of others don't matter. Beerus crossed his hands and glanced at Monkey King and Vegeta next to him. Of course, these 2 are also very good. During the time on Beerus Earth, he knew all the Z fighters on Earth. Sun Wukong can beat Frieza. His talent is really not BADAS for Vegeta. He is weaker than Goku, but has a strong desire to fight. That only he can see that Vegeta's martial arts foundation is not as good as Monkey King, and in terms of mood, he is not as good as Monkey King. Just good. Lewis laughed that in the Dragon Ball world, the talents of these 2 protagonists are only good, so there will be no people with strong talents in this world. Is not it? Beerus took another serious look at Monkey King and Vegeta next to him. Weiss also observed the 2 of them, and soon fell into deep thought. 2 sharp eyes fell on the 2 of them. Monkey King and Vegeta trembled. What's wrong? Didn't you mess with them? They won't be destroyed, will it? Lewis shook his head and said with a smile, Master Beerus sometimes can't look at the surface of things. Oh, Beerus frowned. Lewis said flatly, isn't there a Jillian in the 11th universe? In my opinion, Jillian is not as good as the 2 of them. The voice was very low, but it surprised Beerus and Weiss. Are you sure you're not joking? Beerus had heard of Jillian's name a long time ago, and heard that Jillian was a mortal powerhouse who could be compared with a god of destruction. This time, I went to other universes with Lewis, and I plan to go to the 11th universe to meet Nadrin. Am I joking? You will know later. Also, the Scion family may seem to you to have poor talent, but in fact, the talent of the Scion family is one of the best in the universe of kings. At first, Lewis thought that the Scions were inherently evil. If this is the case, the S cells in the Scion's body will be suppressed by the berserk factor in the body, and they will never be able to awaken. This is also the reason why Lewis didn't control the Scions in front of him, because this kind of Scion with garbage power and violent personality is not worth protecting at all. Later, Lewis found out he was wrong. That it turns out that the Scions are not an inherently evil race, but the environment has affected the Scions. Once all the S factors in the Scion body are awakened, all Scions have the possibility to become Super Scions. 1 can imagine the following pictures. Every 6 Scions can be combined into a Super Scion god. There's also the technique of fusion. Every 2 Scions form a fusion warrior. What is this concept? Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. This time, Master Beerus. Weiss withdrew his gaze from Sun Wukong and Vegeta. His voice was solemn. Lewis is right. We may underestimate the Scions. Beerus' pupils narrowed sharply. He turned his head and stared at Weiss. He glanced at Monkey King and Vegeta next to him. Beside, Monkey King and Vegeta listened to the speech of the 3, a little confused. Especially Vegeta. He thinks that the Scions are very talented, but is it really as scary as Lewis said? Suddenly, boom boom boom. There was a violent collision sound in the distance. A Scion with waist-length hair is fighting 3 aliens. Countless waves of light radiate, and the dark starry sky is illuminated, as if the dawn is approaching. Soon, the 3 members of Gula's mecha unit were bombarded by Raditz. When did my elder brother become so strong? Sun Wukong swallowed. Not bad. Vegeta can sense it, and the strength of the 3 of Shuiza is very good. If it was Raditz from before, he would definitely not be able to beat these 3. It seems that this kid has not been lazy this year. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, a figure flew out from the huge battleship in the cosmic starry sky. The figure was in a baby carriage. I asked Frieza to kill your Scion family back then, but unfortunately, he just didn't listen. Originally, sound could not be transmitted in a vacuum, but the moment Gula came out, his icy voice echoed in the dark starry sky. No, he is so strong. Monkey King hurriedly yelled, Vegeta, let's go there. Goku and Vegeta turned into 2 rays of light and flew towards the distance. There are only 3 people left in the original position, Lewis, Sviss, and Beerus. Looking at the backs of Monkey King and Vegeta, Beerus said, Wes, what do you mean by that? If I'm not mistaken, the violent breath in Scion's body is slowly disappearing. Maybe this is the reason why they become stronger. And I also found that the less violent aura in their bodies becomes, the stronger they are. Of course, the violent aura in their bodies doesn't really disappear, but when they become Super Scions, they will burst out the disappearing violent aura and turn into a powerful force. Master Beerus, the talent of the Scions may be higher than that of the Frozen clan. Weiss turned his head, looked at Lewis with deep eyes, and asked, am I right? These years, he's been with Beerus and Lewis, and has never really observed the Scions, and he didn't realize this until this moment when he saw the dozen or so Scions and Bardock in the distance. Haha. Lewis smiled and didn't explain much. The Scion talent is stronger than the Frozen clan. It has to be said which Scion or which Frozen clan. If you compare Sun Wukong's talent with the Frozen clan, it is naturally Sun Wukong's talent is higher. But if you compare those little Karamis of Raditz with the Frozen clan, then of course they can't compare. Beerus looked at Lewis, short of breath. He let the Frozen clan be his agent, which naturally recognized the talent of the Frozen clan. Now Weiss said that the talent of Siren is higher than that of Frozen clan. Is this true? If this is true, Beerus also thought that the entire Scion family has more than 2,000 people, and each Scion after turning into a Super Scion is stronger than Frieza, Gula, and King Kurd. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. You'll know about these things about Master Beerus in the future. Now, let's watch the show. Lewis ended the topic and turned his gaze to the distance. Beerus nodded. He knew Lewis was special. Lewis actually said that. Plus Weiss' explanation. The talent of the Scions is stronger than that of the Frozen Clan. Developed, the three looked into the distance. In the dark cosmic starry sky, a cosmic man sitting in a stroller hovered in front of a huge space battleship. Gula glanced at the pieces of minced meat floating in the universe with icy eyes. These are all Shawiza's fragments. Looking at the dozen or so Scions ahead, I didn't expect all the members of my mech unit to die at the hands of a Scion. No wonder you were able to kill Frisia. It seems that you really have some strength. Gula laughed loudly while sitting on the baby car and didn't feel a little sad because of the death of the three of Shawiza and the others. The Frozen Clan is indifference and ruthlessness, the spokespersons of these words. I asked Frisia to kill you Scions a long time ago, but he didn't listen. However, no matter what, Frisia is also a member of the Frozen Clan, so you just died for me. I just can take over his territory. Gula didn't intend to let his subordinates take action again. After all, the three of Shawiza and the others died, and the others went up to send them off in the starry sky. Gula's aura is getting more and more terrifying. Under normal circumstances, his combat power is 6,000 million. Bang. Exploding with all its strength, the baby car that Gula was sitting on suddenly burst. A terrifying aura permeated the entire starry sky. The magnetic field was chaotic, and countless ions gathered together to form silver dragons. Affected by this force, the army of spaceships behind Gula swayed here and there, and Gula's subordinates quickly retreated. Be careful. In front, Bardock looked at Gula with a solemn face. Gula's aura was terrifying, like a prehistoric beast. Endless coercion is coming here. I didn't expect Gula to be so powerful. According to Bardock's induction, the power of Gula's state is similar to that of Frisia's ultimate state. Get ready to condense the artificial moon. King Vegeta is already contacting Kakarot. Let's see if Kakarot can come over in time. Gula's aura is very terrifying. Bardock's current strength only has 400 million combat power. If he fights with Gula normally, he will definitely die without a whole body. Although the low-level fighters in the form of giant apes will lose their minds, Bardock can't care so much at this moment. Yes, feeling the power erupted by Gula, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of Bibbert and other Scions, and they quickly suppressed this fear suddenly. Father, here I come. A voice came, and then two rays of light flew towards this side. It's Kakarot. Kakarot is here. And Vegeta. Vegeta is here too. All the Scions were ecstatic. If these two people didn't come, they would be dead. Ugh. In the distance, Gula saw these two people froze for a moment. There are still people who come to die. Then you'll be fulfilled. Gula turned into a ray of purple light, attacking Bardock. Void shock. Back. On Monkey King's side, he saw Gula attacking, and quickly told everyone to back off. Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan. It is good. The voice fell. Bright golden light bloomed on both Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, like two newborn suns, extremely dazzling. The overwhelming momentum spread towards the surroundings, causing the starry sky in a vacuum state to make a loud bang. After the transformation was completed, the two flew towards Gula in an instant. No way. Blonde status. Prince Vegeta. B. When will Prince Vegeta be able to transform into a Super Saiyan? Isn't it better to be able to transform? Haha, Gula is dead now. Seeing this, the retreating Scions were overjoyed. Seeing this scene, Gula, who was attacking this way, couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Blonde. It is exactly the same as the legend passed down by the Frozen Clan. Super Saiyan. Is this the Super Saiyan who killed Frisia? I want to see if Super Saions are really that strong. Gula was accelerating, and the next second, he was wrestling with Sun Wukong. You retreat. I'm going to have to help them too. The retreating Bartok stopped suddenly. He learned how to sense chi on Earth, and he can clearly sense it. Gula in this state has no worse chi than Frisia in his ultimate state. But don't forget that Frisia can transform, so naturally Nagura should too. If Gula transforms again, his power. Baddock's heart trembled. Couldn't even a Super Saiyan compare to Gura. Bardock flew forward sharply. Father, Raditz yelled. Red Eyes, we can't help. Let's go first. Bardock will be fine. Nabala held Raditz that a group of Scions are retreating, and Monkey King and Vegeta have already fought against Gula. Boom dash. Boom dash. The force erupted from the collision, set off a storm in the starry sky. The stars shake. Boom. Gula was hit by Sun Wukong's punch and flung straight towards the universe starry sky just suddenly. A golden light chased forward, and Vegeta caught up with Gura in an instant. Vegeta gathers his hands together to form a sledgehammer. Infuse the power of thunder. Hammer it. Gula's head sank a few centimeters abruptly. He let out a heart-piercing cry of pain and flew towards Monkey King again. Bardock also joined the battle, and the battle became intense for a time. The entire starry sky boiled. Far away. 2 Super Scions yet. Beerus laughed when he saw this. The more Super Scions there are, the higher his universe rank will be. Lewis looked over. Master Beerus, how strong is Gula's real power? You have to ask Weiss about that. Using the combat power of the 7th universe to measure, Gula's ultimate state has 7,000 million combat power. Weiss said, lightly 0.7,000 million. Lewis shook his head. He could clearly sense that the strength of Monkey King and Vegeta is not very strong, and should not exceed -million in that case. The two Sun Wukongs can't beat Gula. What is the current combat effectiveness of Weiss and the others? Sun Wukong's power is 3 million combat power, and Vegeta's power is 2.5 million combat power. Weiss said that in other words, Monkey King's normal combat power is 600 million, and Vegeta's normal combat power is 500 million. Compared with before, the improvement of the two is actually not that big. Both of them have only increased their combat power by about 100 million. This is why the two of them learned to teleport. Lewis knew this, of course, and he didn't think it was a problem to waste a year learning teleportation. After all, teleportation is a life-saving skill. Even if it takes 10 years, it is worth it. According to Weiss, the two of them, Monkey King, can't beat Gula. Beerus looked at the battle ahead. There are many factors that affect the outcome of the battle. It doesn't mean that the higher the combat effectiveness, the final victory. Beerus, as the god of destruction, has fought countless times in his life, so he naturally knows this. But judging from the current situation, with the strength exposed by Monkey King and Vegeta, it is still a bit difficult for the two of them to defeat Gura. After all, the entire Frozen Clan is serving him, and Beerus knows the power of Gula's ultimate state. Lewis smiled. It may be difficult for 2 Super Scions to defeat Gura, but what if there's one more Super Saiyan? One more Super Saiyan? Beerus and Weiss froze for a moment. Didn't attack go up and get beaten? With his current conditions, as long as he is angry enough, it is enough to turn him into a Super Saiyan. Lewis kept watching the battle ahead, and said calmly, Weiss, wait a moment. You control Kakarot and Vegeta, and let them be seriously injured by Gura. Bardock will definitely be very angry when his son is injured, so he will definitely be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Lewis gave a wicked smile. Hearing this, Beerus shook violently. Such an insidious bastard. Even Weiss's scalp is numb. Others didn't offend him. They are all so miserable. If they offend him, the last person who offended him has been wiped out. Starry sky ahead. Boom dash. All kinds of energy bombs full of endless power roared wantonly across the starry sky of the universe, hitting planets one by one. A series of explosions occurred. The power generated by the explosion swept across the entire star field, and the cosmic starry sky was filled with all kinds of violent energy. The magnetic field in the starry sky is extremely chaotic. Whoa. 2 golden rays of light are like golden dragons, interspersed in the starry sky, and there's a cosmic man with a blue face and a swollen nose in the center of the intersection. Under normal conditions, Gura only has 6,000 million combat power. Goku, who has turned into a Super Saiyan with 3 million fighting power, and Vegeta, who has 2.5 million fighting power, are no opponents at all. Gula kept being hit, making a heart-piercing cry of pain on the other side. Bardock was looking for an opportunity to hit Gula from time to time. Damn, hateful Saiyan monkey. Gula was hit by a punch, followed the rebound force, and soared above the starry sky. This scene was seen by Lewis from a distance, and he couldn't help but lament that the Frozen clan is really tough. Gula, who has only 6,000 million combat power, is still alive and well after being fucked for so long. Above the starry sky, Gula stabilized his figure, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "This is the power of your Super Saiyans. I have to say that they are really strong. No wonder you can kill Frieza. However, if you only have this power, then next year today will be your death day." Gula laughed wildly. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him, and the entire star field was shrouded in an icy, murderous aura, as if the Nine Nether Ice Cave was icy cold. No, Gula is going to transform. Stop him now. Seeing this, Bardock, who ran away after a sneak attack, couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Monkey King and Vegeta above the starry sky also remembered the scene on Namco, and oh, Gula cannot be successfully transformed. The three moved quickly. Monkey King flew to the side, with his hands gathered around his waist. A dark blue rice grain suddenly appeared in his palm. Vegeta didn't move in the middle, put his hands together, pressed against his chest, and a golden shock wave appeared in the palm of his hand. Bardock flew to the other side, doing the same posture as Sun Wukong. His palms were condensing Qigong waves. The three of them form a triangle. Turtle School, Qigong wave. The ultimate flash cannon. Shiny shockwave. Boom! The three attacks shot towards Gula above the starry sky at the same time, and overwhelming momentum swept across the entire starry sky. This moment, it's like opening up. Boom dash. The three attacks hit Gula steadily. For a while, gunpowder smoke filled the air, and Gula's position completely blurred his vision. The scene of Gula being bombarded was watched by the three of Lewis. Lewis, you Scions are giving me more and more surprises. Beerus folded his hands and said in a concentrated voice, in addition to Monkey King and Vegeta, that Scion named Bardock is also very talented. Weiss nodded and said, "It's really good. No wonder you said that Lewis can also become a Super Saiyan." Lewis smiled and said, "Nothing. As the father of the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Bardock is naturally very talented. Gula is about to enter the ultimate state. Weiss, please pay attention." Lewis smiled cheaply again. "When necessary, you control Kakarot and Vegeta for me, and don't let them escape with teleportation." Bulma asks her brother-in-law to protect Vegeta, but Luis asks Wes to play tricks. It's a good thing Bulma isn't here, otherwise he would definitely trouble Lewis. In order to turn Bardock into a Super Saiyan, you will do whatever you can. Weiss rolled his eyes, and then said, "Don't worry, I will control them." Starry sky, ahead. Boom dash. Purple light soared in the sky. The majestic momentum swept away the cloud of gunpowder smoke. I see. A dwarf who is very similar to Frieza's ultimate state steps in the void. Unlock the transformation 4 times. The 5th form. The combat power is 4.7 million. It's your honor to die in my ultimate state. Gula stepped into the void, looking at the three of Monkey King with cold eyes at this moment. Gula is like a demon of the Nine Netherworld. The powerful aura on his body distorts the space. Gula's incomparable power made the three of Monkey King tremble slightly. Bardock is in shock. Vegeta is fear. Monkey King is excited. All three reacted differently. Be careful. When the three of them were in a daze, Monkey King found that Gula had disappeared. So he yelled, "Whoa." A purple light danced in the starry sky. Monkey King and Vegeta responded and quickly wrestled with Gura. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, soon, the two Sun Wukongs found that they couldn't stop Gula. His physical strength was declining rapidly, and his body suffered more and more injuries on the other hand. Gula, his momentum is getting stronger and stronger. There's also a gap of 1.7 million combat power between the strongest Monkey King and the ultimate Gula. After all, the difference in power is too great. How could this be? Looking at Gura in the sky, Vegeta spat out another mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth. We Scions are not the opponents of the Frozen clan. In the sky, Gura glanced at Vegeta, and then at Bardock on the other side. There's another fish that slipped through the net. Gula laughed loudly. He turned into lightning and attacked Bardock. The speed was so fast that Bardock couldn't react at all. In an instant. Bardock vomited blood suddenly, and the blood sprayed in the starry sky. Without the influence of gravity, the blood contracted to form blood beads. Bardock spat out another mouthful of blood, was seriously injured, and he was speechless. Bardock only had 400 million combat power, and it was his limit that he didn't turn into minced meat when he was hit by Gula with 4.7 million combat power. "Father!" Sun Wukong yelled hurriedly. He teleported to appear beside Bardock, took out a fairy bean, and stuffed it into Bardock's mouth at the same time. He and Vegeta also ate one that the three of them came back to life with full blood. Far away, Beerus was stunned for a moment. "Hey, what kind of bean is this? It can make people recover from serious injuries with full blood." Maintaining a frown, "This is the fairy bean. I remember it is extinct." Hearing this, Lewis was taken aback. "Wes, you know these beans. This is the former great priest." Before he finished speaking, Weiss' body trembled suddenly. What do you think of when he was on the Earth? He felt that the style of the tower in the north of the Earth was very familiar. It turned out that Lewis frowned. He didn't expect Bobo's background to be the former priest. He was really an angel. "Wes, come. Control Kakarot and Vegeta for me." Lewis didn't ask about Shindo. He shouted quickly as he watched the battle ahead. Ahead, the three Monkey Kings seemed to see that the situation was not right, and were about to use teleportation to escape. Weiss came back to his senses. He quickly waved his staff, and a silver light enveloped Monkey King and Vegeta. In front, Gula's aura in the sky is getting more and more terrifying. "If we can't beat it, let's withdraw first." Monkey King said if he was the only one here, he would definitely not back down so easily. But his father is here. He can't help it. Very helpless. It is good. Vegeta gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. They turned into Super Saiyans, and they were no match for Gura. So frustrating. Monkey King is going to use teleportation to take away Bardock on the other side. Suddenly, he and Vegeta froze, as if time had stopped. "What happened to you guys?" On the other side, Bardock shouted hurriedly when he saw the strange behavior of the two Sun Wukongs. "Want to escape?" Sun Wukong had just used teleportation to save Bardock, and Gula had noticed it long ago in this battle. He saw the horror of the Scions, and he could not let the Scions go in the air. Gula raised his hands high, and an energy ball with a diameter of 3 meters popped out his hands. The orange radiance is radiant, like a newborn sun, and the scorching heat emitted seems to boil the universe. "Give me death." Gula pushed down hard. "Kakarot, run away! Hurry up!" Seeing this, Bardock let out a heart-piercing cry. His back was burning, but he didn't know it. Boom dash, a stream of air was inexplicably generated in the cosmic starry sky, and the air pressure in the surrounding area was skyrocketing, and a terrifying aura swept up. It's like the end of the universe. Very horrible. Far away, Beerus loosened his arms, and the scene in front of him actually made him a little nervous. Bardock should be able to transform. Mainly the more Super Saions there are, the higher his universe ranking will be. Do not know. Lewis frowned, and he was starting to get nervous too. You all seem to be very nervous. Weiss looked over and smiled. However, the two of Lewis did not speak and stared straight ahead. Weiss rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, no surprises. Bardock is going to transform successfully." "How do you know?" Lewis and the two hurriedly looked over. "Lewis, I found that when you transformed into a Super Saiyan before, a powerful force surged from your back. Weiss said lightly. But attack is like this now. A powerful force is gathered on his back, and his reaction is exactly the same as yours. If there is no accident, he should be transformed successfully. Although he doesn't have the terrifying physique of Lewis, he can't use a race either. But as the master of the god of destruction, his eyesight is unmatched by ordinary people, and he can see through the power of attacks back at a glance. Master Beerus, let's start watching the moment when the three Super Saions are killing each other. Lewis clenched his fists and laughed. Two Super Saions can't beat Gura. So three together. Cosmic Starry Sky. The speed at which the huge orange energy bomb descended became faster and faster. Do not. Kakarot, Vegeta, hide away. Bardock's eyes were tearing apart, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. The surrounding chaotic magnetic fields became even more chaotic. Hide away. Bardock saw that Monkey King and the two were still not moving, and his emotions became more and more violent. Hair starts to shimmer. One gold and one black. Hum, hum, hum. Various energy media filled the cosmic starry sky, and Bardock's body erupted with deafening roars. Boom dash, like a volcanic eruption. Bardock's powerful eruption caught Gula's attention in the sky. Seeing Bardock's flickering hair, Gula couldn't help trembling in his heart. Another Super Saiyan. You are going to die for me, too. Gula shouted, raised his hand, condensed another giant energy bomb, and threw it towards Bardock to see. Lewis shouted in the distance. Weiss let Kakarot and the two of them go. Weiss did. After resuming their actions, Sun Wukong and the two looked at the brigade superstar energy bomb stuck to their faces and wanted to yell dot, but the two still used teleportation and left the place first. In the next second, the two giant energy bombs thrown by Gula suddenly exploded. Boom dash. Suddenly, two mushroom clouds with a radius of dash meters appeared in the cosmic starry sky. The violent force that erupted made the universe starry sky crackle, as if it was about to shatter. This star field is illuminated brightly. Ha ha ha. In the sky, when Gulagong and Sun Wukong were confronted by the other two, they'd been using all their strength, and just now, they threw two giant energy bombs in a row, which almost made him fall down from exhaustion. It's time to die. Gula looked at the two mushroom clouds and gritted his teeth. Entering the northern galaxy this time, we must wipe out the entire Scion race. Gula regained his strength slightly, turned around, and prepared to go back into a space battleship. Suddenly, whoa, whoa, whoa. In this vacuum filled with various energy media, there were three sounds of gas flames swishing. Gula's pupil shrank, and he turned his head suddenly, staring at the two mushroom clouds in front of him. Suddenly, one of the mushroom clouds suddenly spread out. Three figures shining with golden light were revealed. Three Super Saions. No, impossible. Gula was trembling all over. The two blows just now were already my full strength. Why did you survive? It turned out that when the two giant energy bombs thrown by Gura exploded, Monkey King and Vegeta teleported to appear beside Bardock, and the three of them blocked one of them together. In front, Bardock was covered with golden light, looked at Gula, and said coldly, two Super Saions can't beat you. What about the three? Gula suffers. Son Goku and Vegeta drink together, and then kill Gura far away. The moment the three of them saw Bardock braving the golden light, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, no accident. Gula is dead. Lewis looked at Beerus and said with a smile, Master Beerus, my people killed another agent of yours. Are you okay? He kept smiling while covering his mouth. Beerus said speechlessly, if you kill it, kill it. Can I refuse what your kid wants to do? Not to mention killing Frisia and Gula. Even killing the Kurdish king together. He has no objection. After all, with Lewis as the alternate god of destruction, what kind of agent is needed? That's what I said. Didn't I stand here with you all the time? I didn't make a move. How can I say it's what I want to do? I don't know who made Weiss shot. Beerus' face was full of black lines. Lewis put his hand on Beerus' shoulder and said with a mischievous smile, I said it, but I didn't do it myself. How can you say that I wanted to kill Gula? Beerus, how shameless. The battle ahead is fierce. Monkey King 3 million combat power. Vegeta's combat power is 2.5 million. Bardock turned into a Super Saiyan, breaking through to 2 million combat power. Gula in the ultimate state has a combat power of 4.7 million. When facing two Super Saiyans before, Gura was still able to make a crushing gesture. But he also used all his strength to do this. And when he was fighting with Monkey King, he also consumed almost the same amount of strength in his body. Gula released two giant energy bombs, and he was basically exhausted. Now, three Super Saiyans are besieging Gura. As Louis said, Gula was overwhelmed. Quickly, Vegeta finds the right time to break Gura's limbs. Sun Wukong punches a big hole in Gula's belly. When Bardock saw Gula's appearance in his ultimate state, he remembered the scene where he was blown by Frisia in his ultimate state. Then, Bardock treated him in the same way as he did. Frisia died, so take revenge on your elder brother. He condensed an energy bomb and stuffed it into Gula's mouth. Gula's entire head exploded in an instant. Brain matter and blood mixed together and splashed everywhere. His brother, the Emperor of the universe of the Northern Galaxy, had just stepped into the edge of the Northern Galaxy, and before he had time to occupy the territory, he was completely killed. The three Monkey Kings turned into a golden light again and rushed towards the edge of the Northern Milky Way, killing all Gula's subordinates. AT this time. The three of Lewis flew here. Lewis, Vegeta, and I couldn't move just now. What's going on? Monkey King asked. Vegeta also looked at Lewis. I don't know either. Lewis smiled, and his smile was very mean. Vegeta glanced at Monkey King, then at Bardock, thoughtful. It seems I was on Namek before. Suddenly, Lewis glared at him, and Vegeta shivered violently. He wanted to speak, but quickly shut his mouth. Lewis withdrew his stare at Vegeta, looked at the blonde Bardock, and said with a smile, Bardock, how about the power of the Super Saiyan? Bardock looked at his hands and blinked his evil eyes. It's too strong. This power is really too strong. In the past, he thought that he was very strong with a combat power of dash, but now his combat power can break through to dash million. Haha, you will be stronger in the future. Lewis smiled. After all, the three of Bardock are just beyond the state now, and there are Super 2 and Super 3. At this time, Weiss looked at Sun Wukong, frowned, and asked, Mr. Wukong, do you still have the bean from before? Weiss asked Shindo why. Everyone was a little confused, but Beerus was shocked because Weiss leaked the word before that this bean was related to the former great priest. When will there be another former high priest? Unlike Beerus, Lewis had already guessed Bobo's identity as an angel. He really didn't expect Bobo to be a former priest. Beans? Hearing what Weiss said, Sun Wukong was also taken aback, and then took out a fairy bean from his pocket. Mr. Weiss, you said this. What's the matter? That's right, it's it. Weiss took the fairy bean in his hand, observed it carefully, and then shook his head. Unfortunately, it only works on mortals now. Lewis shook his head. In fact, when he first came to this world, he planned to collect the fairy beans. However, after awakening the system, he was accepted by Beerus as the alternate god of destruction. And there is Wes again. He is not so attached to Shindo. Now that it only works on mortals, Lewis is even less interested because he is now a god in the end. Weiss returned the fairy beans to Monkey King. Weiss' strange behavior made the three of Monkey King very puzzled. But they didn't ask too much. Kakarot. How many fairy beans are there on Earth? Lewis said. There are many more. A lot of. Lewis was a little dumbfounded. He thought that all the fairy beans on the Earth had been eaten up by Yakirob. That's right. These fairy beans were originally occupied by Yakino, but when Vegeta came to Earth, Vegeta snatched them all up. Sun Wukong rubbed his head and said with a silly smile that it was so. Lewis looked at Vegeta with an appreciative look. For Z fighters, whether in the early stage or in the late stage, fairy beans are extremely important healing products. The Z fighters in the middle and late stages of the anime can't wait to break a fairy bean into 10 parts to eat. Unexpectedly, Vegeta has changed the situation now. Noticing Louis' appreciative gaze, Vegeta raised his chin slightly, showing a proud look that he definitely wouldn't let that fat man spoil this kind of miraculous beans. In the cosmic starry sky, fragments of spaceships and debris from planetary explosions can be seen everywhere. The three golden flames are particularly conspicuous in the dark cosmic starry sky. Speaking of fairy beans, Lewis thought of the physique of a Scion again. You should find that when we Scions recover from the brink of death, their strength will skyrocket. Lewis looked at the three of Vegeta and smiled. Maybe you can use Shindo, seriously injure yourself, and then use the fairy beans to recover. A flash of light flashed through Vegeta and Bardock's minds. Since the last time they recovered from death, they found this physique of Scions. Since there are fairy beans, so why not take advantage of the fairy beans? Excitement, ecstasy. Even Sun Wukong thought of this, excitedly said, Lewis, you are so smart. That's right, that's half as smart as me. Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. Bardock, this kid Vegeta is probably crazy. Lewis didn't even like Vegeta and waved his hand. Well, I actually don't recommend this method. There are no shortcuts in cultivation. Such a way of suddenly gaining great strength must have its disadvantages. Just like himself, the system only helped him break the shackles when he reached the bottleneck in his cultivation to AS for erasing those. Didn't the system say that it was originally his power? These do not count, system. Lewis paused for a moment, then continued. You went to Star Yadrit to learn teleportation. You haven't practiced strength for a year. Maybe you can try this method. If Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong practice normally, perhaps their current normal combat power has broken through to about 700 million combat power. Of course, it's better for you to use less of this method. Lewis finally said. In the next period of time, I will leave the 7th universe, and the Earth and the Scions will be guarded by you. At this time, Beerus next to him also spoke and said lightly, it doesn't matter if your Scion family is extinct, but just don't let my Earth be destroyed. In Beerus' mind, even the entire galaxy is not as important as the Earth. After all, the food on Earth is so delicious. Weiss nodded, he thought so too. Seeing the reaction of the two of Beerus, Lewis rolled his eyes. I'm still here. Is it really okay to say that? Lewis, where are you going? The three Monkey King originally wanted to ask why they couldn't use this method of cultivation more often. Don't worry about my affairs. Remember to practice hard, otherwise, with your current strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect the Earth. Lewis didn't say anything about Sha Lu, but his tone caught the three of Monkey King by surprise. That can't protect the Earth? Is the Earth in danger? Just want to ask. By the way, Bardock, you should know that what you need to become a Super Scion is extreme anger, and then you can go back to the galactic headquarters to teach your tribe. After speaking, the three of Lewis disappeared, in the dark cosmic starry sky. Only Monkey King and the other three were left. They looked at each other, and they all saw doubts in each other's eyes. At this time, more than a dozen figures flew from a distance. It was Raditz and the others. Everyone saw Bardock's blonde hair. Bardock, your hair! You turned into a Super Scion too. Father, have you also turned into a Super Scion? King of the North. Facing three Super Scions attacking at the same time, Gura can't resist at all. Too strong. The Scion clan is so strong. Seeing Gula being blown in the mouth, the King of the North realm was so excited that he danced on the spot. Realm of the King of Gods. Asin squatted on the ground, looked at the picture on the crystal ball, and shouted excitedly, Old ancestor, there's another Super Scion. Take it easy. Although the old King God said so, his trembling body betrayed him. Seeing Bardock's blonde hair in the crystal ball, the old Kai Wangshan was also very excited. One or two Super Scions may not be able to explain the talent of the race of Scions, but it would be different with 4 Super Scions. In particular, one of the Super Scions is also an alternate god of destruction in Universe Dash. Belonging to the race of alternate gods of destruction, how bad can their talents be? With the Scions there are alternate gods of destruction to perform the task of destroying the planet. The 7th universe will definitely develop better and better. The average human level index of the 7th universe may rise to the first place in the universe. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. The face of the old Kai Wangshan was covered with red tides, which stunned Xing next to him. Didn't he say to calm down? In this battle at the edge of the Northern Galaxy, not only the old kings and gods were excited, but Beerus was equally excited. He's the highest god in the 7th universe, although he's always been lazy and hardly manages the 7th universe. But he still hopes that his universe can become better, especially after watching this battle. He saw the talent of the Scion race. One can imagine what it would be like if more than 2,000 Super Scions hovered together. That picture is simply not too dazzling. At this time, Lewis, who left from the edge of the Northern Galaxy, returned to Earth at AS for Beerus and Weiss. They didn't follow. They were waiting for Lewis to take Taisai back in the God of Destruction realm. Earth, West Capital. Tai's room, IT was the afternoon, and the bright sunlight poured into the room through the windows. The atmosphere is a little lazy. A stunningly beautiful woman was lying on the bed. Her big golden waves fell on the pillow. Her body was half frustrated. Her beautiful eyes were tightly closed. The vermilion lips parted slightly, appealing slightly, like Sleeping Beauty, full of endless temptations. Sound. Lewis appeared here, and when he saw the enchanting woman on the bed, there was a trace of tenderness in his eyes. Lewis came to the bed, lay down, and kept looking at Tai's, who was sleeping soundly. Taisai's small mouth opened and closed. Very cute. This scene made Lewis's heart melt. Heartbeat. He stretched out his finger and tapped lightly on Taisai's small mouth. So warm. So soft. The warmth that belonged to Taisai spread to Lewis's heart through her fingertips. Sister Taisai is so cute. Lewis rested his head on one hand and stared closely at the sleeping Tais that can't bear it anymore. Bow your head. Gently kissed her red lips. So sweet. So waxy. As if feeling something. Taisai slowly opened her eyes and saw her big boy. Her eyebrows were bent in crescents. Taisai closed her eyes again, catering to her. After 10 minutes, Taisai touched her small mouth and then showed a sweet smile. Why are you back? Did you defeat Gula? Well, Kakarot and the others have already defeated Gura. Lewis nodded, hesitant to speak. Taisai asked, what's the matter? Do you have anything else to say? I just want to ask you. Do you want to play in other universes? Are you going to? Yes, I will go with Beerus and Weiss. Then I'm definitely going to. After finishing speaking, Taisai added another sentence. I will go wherever you are. Boom dash. What his sister Tais said was too foul. Okay. Can't take it all. There was an impulse in Lewis's body, and he rushed over. After half a day, the man and woman left the room and disappeared on Earth. There was only a strange smell left in the room. In the space tunnel leading to the 6th universe, a block is moving rapidly, and there are 4 people standing inside. Lewis, why are you going to other universes? Taisai took Lewis's arm. Do you still remember the troubles that the group of alternate gods of destruction came to us a few years ago? Now it's up to us to trouble them. Lewis explained. He was beaten twice by the group, and he had to find his way back if he said anything. Go fight, okay. Taisai's eyes were shining, and since she followed Lewis, she has also been infected by Lewis's violence. Then I can find a lot of novel material again. Taisai smiled. She had a lot of inspiration from the Namek trip with Lewis before. For example, Dragon Ball and the story of the Scion family. These are all good materials but as Lewis's wife, she naturally knew what to write and what not to write at Namek Dragon Ball just can't be written in the novel. Otherwise, the 7th universe, which is finally stabilized, will fall into endless disputes again. By the way, Master Beerus, why did you ask Lewis to find me before? Tai looked at Beerus again. Only now did Tai know that Beerus meant that Lewis went to Earth to find her. He and Wes want you to cook for them. Lewis snorted angrily. I don't care about the two of them. Just let them eat those instant noodles that are full of additives. Come on, it's okay to let Mr. Beerus eat instant noodles, but I want to eat the dishes made by Tai. Why showed a sad face? Ha ha ha. Luis and Tais burst out laughing. The atmosphere inside the shuttle cube was very pleasant, and everyone just chatted like this. After a while, there's still a distance to go to the sixth universe. Lewis remembered something, and then looked at Weiss. By the way, Weiss, the former priest you mentioned earlier. Sudden, the atmosphere inside the shuttle box has become a little subtle. Beerus looked at Weiss with doubts in his eyes. Tai looked up at Lewis and then at Beerus. The reaction of the two was a bit strange. She asked curiously, what's the matter with you? Tai's inquiry was not answered, and the shuttle box fell silent. The atmosphere is a bit dignified. Tai also sensed that something was wrong, and hugged Lewis's arm tightly, but didn't make a sound after a while. Just know what to say next. Don't spread it. Weiss' voice was very serious. He paused for a moment, and then spoke again. You should know that the All-King universe and the Dark Demon realm are hostile, right? No. Lewis and Beerus nodded. The Tai's eyes are wide open. She looks cute and stupid. I don't know. However, she knew it was not the time to talk, so she didn't ask. Weiss continued. Actually, there were only 3 spaces in this world at the beginning. The universe of all kings, the realm of dragons, and the nest of time. In other words, the Dark Demon realm didn't exist in the first place. However, a long time ago, a strong man in the universe of the king suddenly fell into the devil's way. He left the universe of the king and opened up a new world outside. Weiss said this. Lewis blurted out. You mean the king of the Dark Demon realm? Mechi Capra. Why do you say this? Does Met Capra have anything to do with the former great priest? You know Messi Capra? Weiss shook his head. He knew that Lewis was special, so he didn't ask any more questions and continued. I'm not talking about him. Met Capra is just his agent. Wes, the person you're talking about is not Messi Capra. So who is he? What is his relationship with the former high priest? Beerus looked at Weiss, and he had never heard Weiss say this secret. I don't know the identity of that strong man. I only know that he seems to have some relationship with Lord Quan Wang. Weiss narrowed his eyes, and his voice was very serious. As for the relationship between the former great priest and that strong man, Weiss paused and said, the person served by the former great priest is, yes, him. Boom dash. Weiss' words were like a thunderbolt piercing the sky. Shocking. This information is shocking. The two of Lewis were shocked, and Weiss was not shocked. He also knew this kind of secret from his elder sister. He didn't expect the former great priest to live on the earth. Lewis swallowed, and he had a guess in his heart, the identity of the person who could be served by the former great priest. Beerus also thought of this, and he was dumbfounded. Those who could be served by angels are either gods of destruction or kings. The person who was served by the former great priest, the shocked look of the crowd made Tai beside her slightly taken aback. She had no idea what Wes's words meant. At this time, the universe shuttle cube entered the 6th universe. Okay, remember not to spread this matter. We have reached the 6th universe. Wes came back to his senses and spoke. Only then did Beerus wake up from the shocked world, and then Weiss put away the universe shuttle cube and took them to the world of god of destruction in the 6th universe. The 6th universe destroys the god realm, but a purple animal resembling a pig runs on a treadmill. Bado's enough time? I'm almost exhausted. Master Champa, there's not enough time. There's still 10 minutes left. If you stop now, the weight loss effect will be greatly reduced. The royal sister, Bados, was dangling in front of the treadmill with her long legs. Suddenly, Bados raised his head and smiled. Why are they here? Who's here? Champa leaned on the treadmill, panting heavily. Lord Champa, don't be lazy. Bados turned his head. The air suddenly became cold. Champa shrank his neck, and he continued to run on the treadmill, not daring to rest at all. The main reason is that his serving angel is too black-bellied. Right now, a colorful stream of light appeared in the sky and suddenly landed in front of him. Skinny ribs? Champa was taken aback, and regardless of Bados' reaction, he jumped off the treadmill and said coldly, why are you here? He glanced at the crowd, and when he saw Lewis's figure, his eyelids twitched violently. Why is this kid here? Champa had received the news that Katra had been erased before it was the kid in front of me. Who did it? Champa suddenly had an ominous premonition. Suddenly, Lewis, who is he? He looks like Lord Beerus, but he's a little fatter. Tai chuckled. Beerus, Lewis, just getting fatter. Champa has always been at odds with Beerus. Ever since Beerus called him a dead fat pig. Others have followed him and called him a dead fat pig, a big fat man. Sometimes even Bardas said he was fat. Naturally, Champa couldn't bear it, and he proposed to fight Bados, the kind that distinguishes between life and death, but also between superiors and inferiors. Then, there's also the scene of running on the treadmill at the beginning. Therefore, what Champa hates most in his life is when others say he is fat. Who is this woman? How dare you say he is fat? Uncle can bear it. Fat man can't bear it. A cold, murderous intent appeared in the air. Tais shivered suddenly and hugged Lewis's arm tightly. Champa looked at Tai and said coldly, you dare to be so disrespectful to the god of destruction. You are tired of your life. Lewis stood in front of Tai, protected her behind, and said indifferently, Master Champa, what's wrong? Why don't you tell me you're fat? When Champa saw Lewis stand up for her, the murderous intent on his body suddenly disappeared. But Lewis is also saying that he's fat and can't take it anymore. Champa yelled, what's wrong with me being fat? I'm fat and I'm proud. It's better than Beerus' skinny ribs. Beerus next to him turned black. I don't care if you say anything else, but I can't take it anymore when you mention skinny ribs. A vast destructive aura spewed out, and the world of the god of destruction in the 6th universe trembled violently. Beerus stared at Champa, and the two just looked at each other, as if there was a flash of fire in the air. Boom dash, 2 destructive auras were fighting against each other, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Weiss and Bados looked at each other and covered their faces. There was never a time when these two brothers met without doing nothing. The couple Lewis and his wife, who were the first to cause trouble, ran to the other side to watch the show. Tai held melon seeds in her hand and knocked one. Lewis, who is this big fat pig? Why does he look so much like Lord Beerus? My sister Tai, you still say it's okay to keep your voice down, and you think the fire is not strong enough. Lewis grabbed a handful of melon seed from her hand and said, I told you before that the 6th universe and the 7th universe are actually twin universes, and it just so happens that the god of destruction in the 6th universe is also Lord Beerus' brother. Brother? Yes, twin universes. Brothers. One big fat man, one skinny ribs. Tai's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, this material is good. I want to write it in my novel. Suddenly, you dare. Beerus and Champa turned their heads abruptly and shouted towards Tai. The two roars startled Tai and threw all the melon seeds in her hand on Lewis's head, and Lewis wanted to cry immediately. Stop talking nonsense. Who is this woman? What do you want to do here? Champa looked at Beerus and the others. His voice was extremely cold. Dare to say that he's a big fat man. If this woman had nothing to do with Beerus, he would definitely destroy her. Beerus folded his hands and said jokingly, he is Lewis's wife. Destroy her if you have the ability. The air suddenly became quiet. Champa opened and closed his mouth, trying to say something, but the words in his heart came to his throat and were swallowed again. Since it's Lewis's wife, I'll give Lewis a face. Compa shrank his neck. The main reason is that Lewis will erase it. The last person who offended Lewis has disappeared, and Xiampako doesn't want to be the next person to be erased. Then what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Have you forgotten the gang beating on Lewis a few years ago? Xiampa swallowed and took a few steps back. When it comes to the group beating of Lewis a few years ago, he gets angry. At that time, 10 alternate gods of destruction beat Lewis in a group. They thought they would be sure, and they would be able to taunt Beerus afterward. I want you to find a kid to be the alternate god of destruction. Result, the 10 alternate gods of destruction went together, but they couldn't help Lewis, and in the end they were taunted back by Beerus. What a shame. I lost it to my grandma's house. So you're bringing Lewis to trouble me now. Beerus, can you be a human being? I'm your brother. K-Tri's been erased by him. What if he erases me? Finally, Xiampa roared out directly. As a person, Beerus picked his nostrils and said with a hanging look, sorry, I'm a cat, not a human. Also, you said we were brothers when you called me skinny ribs. Did you ever think that I am your brother? At this moment, Beerus gave Lewis a look. However, on Lewis's side, Tai-Sai was helping him remove the seeds from his head. Lewis turned his head and was taken aback. Ah, what's wrong? Compa, Beerus. Soon, Lewis realized that he burst out with a destructive breath, destroying the melon seeds on his head. He straightened his face and walked towards Xiampa. Da-da-da. The sound of Lewis's footsteps echoed in the quiet god of destruction world. Every footstep made Xiampa's heart twitch, terrified, disturbed. It will not be erased. Xiampa's face was pale, and he became more and more nervous. You want to get back on the field? I'll let my universe's alternate god of destruction give you a good beat up. Beerus laughed out loud at Xiampa's frightened look. Bados next to him also covered his face. How embarrassing. You are Beerus' brother, with a relationship between Lewis and Beerus. How could he really attack you? I really want to beat him up. Xiampa saw Lewis getting closer, and he saw Bados' murderous eyes again. Done. Now he's really a cute fat guy who doesn't love grandma and uncle. Xiampa clenched his fists and yelled at Lewis. Don't come here. Lewis suppressed a smile, tried not to raise the corners of his mouth, and said with a suppressed smile, I'm not interested in your alternate bad god now, Mr. Xiampa. Please fight with me. After the fight, I will never trouble you again. Fight with me. Xiampa was taken aback, then said weakly, you won't take the opportunity to erase me, will you? Lewis shook his head and said, based on your relationship with Lord Beerus, you should know that I won't do anything to you. I'm here mainly to compete with a master of the god of destruction level. Recovering the field is one purpose, and competing with other gods of destruction is another purpose of Lewis. Wise said that if you want to become strong, you don't have to keep practicing. If you keep practicing, your strength will certainly increase, but if you don't fight against other masters, you will also lack combat experience and skills. Normally, with Lewis's erasure, he can ignore this, but what if he meets an opponent of the same level or stronger than him? Others can ignore his erasing. Then it's time to pay attention to combat experience and skills that I in this regard. Beerus deeply believes that he has fought countless battles from childhood to adulthood, and his combat experience and skills are beyond the reach of ordinary gods of destruction. This is why Beerus can be called the strongest god of destruction. During this finding a place trip, Beerus asked Lewis not to use erase. Let Lewis and the other gods of destruction have a real battle, starting from the 6th universe. We have been fighting all 11 universes in order to accumulate combat experience and skills. It would be great if you were my alternate god of destruction in the 6th universe. Hearing Lewis's request, Xiampa shook his head. Beerus was unhappy and came up and pulled Xiampa's neckline. Angrily said, why? You still have a crush on my 7th universe's alternate god of destruction, right? Let me go. Compa broke away from Beerus' hand. Lewis looked at Xiampa and said with a smile, so, Mr. Xiampa, okay, that's it. I'll fight with you. That's the end of the group beating you last time. Xiampa was still a little flustered. Although Lewis said that he would not do anything to him, he was still afraid that Lewis would give him a racing. Soon, Xiampa suddenly realized Beerus' intention. Bados, go. Bring Kyle over here. Kyle, in the 6th universe, has the highest talent besides Hit, and was accepted by Xiampa as an alternate god of destruction more than 10 years ago. Beerus definitely wanted Lewis to compete with him in order to increase his combat experience and skills. That being the case, he also has to let his alternate bad god come here to watch the battle of the 4th level masters of the realm of gods. Yes, Bados disappeared for a while, and soon reappeared, bringing back a cosmic man with a purple cat's head, like the elephant. Kyle's a cat breed. Also, the two are equally fat, and Kyle has perfectly inherited all the advantages of Xiampa. Lewis. When Kyle saw Lewis, his body trembled suddenly, mainly because the gang fight a few years ago made him unforgettable to this day. Kyle, long time no see. Lewis nodded to Kyle. This guy was the last time he was beaten by gang. The power of this guy is the same as that of the alternate gods of destruction in other universes. It is also the 2nd level of power in the realm of gods, and the dimension is at the level of Hades. But Lewis's current goal is not Kyle, but Xiampa, whose power has reached the 4th level of the realm of gods. Under the arrangement of Bados and Weiss, a void battlefield appeared 10,000 meters above the sky. Lewis and Xiampa moved their bodies, and they entered the void battlefield at the same time. Weiss took Tai-Sai to the side of the void battlefield. Bados, Beerus, and Kyle followed. Closely behind, inside the void battlefield, Xiampa said, I have to say that Beerus' luck is really good. It would be great if you were my alternate god of destruction in the 6th universe. Xiampa said this sentence twice, which showed how envious he was of Lewis. Haha, Kyle's talent is also very strong. Lord Xiampa need not say that. Lewis moved his hands and feet on the void battlefield, looked at Xiampa, and said with a smile, Lord Xiampa, if there's nothing else, let's start. And many more. What happened? Lewis stopped moving his hands and feet, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Okay, you're not allowed to use erase. Lewis was speechless for a while. I used erase on you, and Beerus had to turn against me. Do not worry. Okay, let's get started. As soon as Xiampa finished speaking, a destructive aura filled the two of them at the same time. Two destructive auras are fighting. The space suddenly distorted. The edge of the void battlefield. Seeing this, Bados frowned. Master Beerus, your alternate god of destruction in the universe has become stronger again. In the discussion a few years ago, Lewis did not break through to the realm of God with all his strength. Bados knew that Lewis would transform, and now Lewis's normal power has almost caught up with the power after the previous transformation. Haha, it's okay. Beerus smiled happily in fact, he was shocked too. Lewis only went to the earth and heaven twice, and after returning, his power in the heyday state broke through to the 2nd layer of God's diameter. It's incredible. Tai-Sai looked at the two people in the void battlefield and asked, Wes, can Lewis win? She naturally hoped her big boy would win. However, Lewis's opponent is the long-established god of destruction, so I don't know if he can win Xiampa. Weiss said lightly. Without erasing or other means, it will be very difficult for Lewis to win Lord Xiampa. If Lewis uses erase, naturally there's no problem in wanting to win Xiampa, as for other means, such as time, space rules. If you use these methods, you may not win, but you will definitely gain the upper hand. Just like Beerus had just entered the free zone before. Just like when he was fighting with Lewis, Beerus was directly beaten by Lewis. What? Tai-Sai opened her mouth wide. If Lewis loses, he won't be very sad. Inside the void battlefield. The void battlefield has been covered by the breath of destruction, and a powerful force squeezes the space to make a click sound. Xiampa and Lewis just confronted each other like this, and the breath on their bodies became more and more dignified. Thus suddenly, Lewis moved. Seeing this, Xiampa, who was confronting him, shook his head, but the young man was still impatient. I saw Xiampa turn into a stream of light, flying towards behind, clenched his fists, and rushed forward with one punch. Space burst. A black shadow suddenly emerged from the void, and then fell backward in just one round. Lewis fell into a passive situation. But it's normal. In power. Xianpa has the 4th level of power in the realm of God, and Xianpa also knows that Lewis can ignore any damage, so he uses all his strength. And Lewis is not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan. His normal power can only touch the 1st layer of the God realm, and he can't even reach the 2nd layer of the God realm. The speed possessed by this kind of power is not as good as that of Xianpa. Xianpa can easily capture Lewis's actions down on combat experience. If you shoot first, you'll fall into a disadvantage. As soon as Lewis made a shot, Xianpa sensed Lewis's intentions, so it was easy to counterattack. But after all, no matter how fat Xianpa is, he is also a god of destruction. He has also fought countless battles, and his combat experience is not comparable to that of Lewis. So strong. Lewis smashed hard on the void battlefield, and the carp jumped up, twisting its neck and limbs. The joints creaked. Lewis looked at the fat figure in the sky, and after just one round, he noticed the gap between the two sides. As expected of a god of destruction, drink. With a loud shout, a golden light appeared on Lewis's body. His hair turned golden yellow in an instant, and the purple destructive aura was wrapped around the outermost part. Gold and purple intersect. The endless light is dazzling. Super Saiyan, full power. Dimension, God dimension, power. The 2nd layer of the realm of gods. This is the power he cultivated while practicing the rules of time and space in the spiritual time room. The normal power touches the realm of the gods, transforms into a Super Saiyan with full power, and the power directly breaks through to the 2nd layer of the realm of the gods. If you are still hiding from Master of the God of Destruction level, you are a fool. Lewis broke out with all his strength, turned into a streamer, flashed through the void, and attacked Xianpa. Lewis's voice echoed in the void battlefield. Lord Xianpa, be careful. Have you tried your best? Ah, come on. In the sky, Xianpa licked his mouth, and he was a little excited to fight this kind of invincible Xiaoqiang coming. A destructive energy bomb bombarded, and the surrounding space suddenly became chaotic. Bang sound. Xianpa raised his hand and punched out, and the purple energy bomb was instantly shattered like a firework, turning into streamers of light and falling from the ceiling. The picture is beautiful, but crash sound. Lewis appeared behind Xianpa, lifted his legs and swept across, and the powerful force drove the endless gale in the void. Xianpa blocks quickly. Boom! As if hit by a nuclear bomb, the 2nd level of power in the realm of gods exploded. Xianpa's face changed slightly, and he moved back several hundred meters abruptly. Good boy. Just when Xianpa was in a daze, Lewis disappeared again. But Lewis, who only has the 2nd level of power in the realm of gods, his speed is still too slow after all. Xianpa can react even if he is distracted during the battle. Xianpa twisted his body and disappeared immediately. Boom! Boom! For a while, 2 clusters of light twined in the sky. In just a split second, the two fought against each other countless times, and the sound of the collision was deafening. Endless rays of light bloomed, making people unable to open their eyes. 2 phantoms hit the ground from the sky, and the energy aftermath from the battle spread like a flood, spreading towards the surroundings. Space warp. The magnetic field is chaotic. 10 minutes passed. The more Xianpa hit, the more frightened he became. In these 10 minutes, Lewis was like a sponge, sucking up the seawater. Lewis's combat experience and skills were rapidly increasing. It's not that Weiss hasn't cultivated Lewis's fighting skills before. The main reason is that Lewis's previous strength was too weak. The previous Lewis only had 750 billion combat power, which was still at the mortal level. That Weiss training and fighting skill for Lewis is also limited to the level of the alternate God of Destruction. Because of the God of Destruction level of fighting skills, for Lewis, the leap is too big. Who would have thought? In the next few years, Lewis only went to the heaven twice, and his power soared to the 2nd level of the realm of gods. This caught Weiss off guard. The edge of the void battlefield. The two are still fighting, and Lewis's growth can be seen with the naked eye. Seeing this, Kyle swallowed. Oh my god, this kid is still human. Not only was Kyle shocked, but Vados' knuckles were also turning white when he hit the staff's hand. In fact, a few years ago, Vados and other angels went to the palace of the king to meet the great priest, and she also knew that Lewis had a special identity and even had a relationship with the king. But only a few years later, Lewis's power broke through to the 2nd level of the god realm. Akati has only been more than 10 minutes since he fought against Xianpa, and his fighting skills and experience are almost catching up with Xianpa himself. Wes, your Lewis is too fierce. Vados opened his small mouth wide. Hearing this, Taisai pursed her mouth. Whether my Lewis is aggressive or not is none of your business. Ha ha, this kid has always been so perverted. I'm used to it. Weiss smiled. SOSO. Billis folded his hands and hummed a ditty in a very good mood. No one ever asked you how you are. The corners of Weiss and Vados' mouths twitched slightly. Soon, everyone's eyes moved to the void battlefield again. Inside the void battlefield, the damaged clothing on Lewis's body has been broken, revealing his muscular muscles. There was no damage to Xianpa. It can be seen from this that Lewis was unilaterally crushed. Above, the two looked at each other and entangled again. Boom. A fist at Lewis in the face, and Lewis flew backwards. A ray of purple light pierced the sky and quickly caught up with Lewis, only to see a fat figure beating Lewis frantically. While being beaten, Lewis found a chance and punched Comp in the face. Boom dash. Xianpa's face twisted instantly, and a cat's tooth flew out of his mouth. Lean eyes. Xianpa was furious and chased Lewis frantically. Boom dash. The purple destructive aura was tumbling wildly, like waves in the ocean, wave after wave crazily beating against the barriers of the void battlefield. Another 10 minutes passed. Lewis's fighting thinking has been able to keep up with his long-established god of destruction. After Xianpa finally knocked Lewis into the air again, his heart was beating wildly. What a freak. Ha ha ha, happy. Lord Xianpa is back. Lewis is actually weaker than Compa. The power of the 2nd layer of God's realm is compared with the 4th layer of God's realm. Although the span is still huge, after all, in the realm of God, every level of power is world apart. But the 2nd level power in the realm of God already belongs to the category of the candidate god of destruction level, and is already qualified to comprehend the fighting skills of the god of destruction level. The main thing is that sentence, if other alternate gods of destruction fight against Xianpa, they will only be destroyed by Xianpa on the spot. But this man is Lewis. Lewis can ignore any damage, and being beaten can improve his fighting skills. Lewis was knocked in the air. He put his hands together, and a purple light began to flash. The surrounding air pressure soared rapidly, and the entire void battlefield was like a pressure cooker. Destroy. Whoa, the sky is full of purple light, gorgeous and dazzling. Good boy, Compa grinned, but one of the cat's teeth had disappeared. The momentum on his body suddenly soared. He raised one hand, and his mouth moved slightly. Destroy. Hum. Between the heavens and the earth, two breaking rules are facing each other. The overwhelming destructive atmosphere spread out, as if it was going to explode the void battlefield. Next second, two breaking rules collide together. A white ray of light is produced at the center of the collision, like chaos and shattering, where the white ray passes, everything is wiped out. Right boom. Xianpa's destruction rules are very terrifying, and the two Lewis's destruction rules are directly crushed back. Suddenly, Lord Xianpa, I can't beat you. Lewis laughed, his eyeballs moved, and he gave up the rules of confronting Xianpa. Seeing the broken rules crushed up, Lewis didn't change his face. Want to take advantage of this blow by ignoring any damage. This was the first thought of Xianpa and Kyle and Vados on the sidelines, but Beerus and Weiss at the side of the void battlefield covered their mouths and laughed. Vados Lou frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "No, I just thought of something funny." After Weiss finished speaking, he laughed again. Beerus laughed too. Seeing that Vados, Kyle, and Ties were puzzled for a while, Vados was about to continue asking questions as suddenly, a voice sounded in the void battlefield. Back in time, hum, the vast time rule spewed out from Lewis, covering the entire void battlefield. The rules of destruction that Xianpa blasted out were regressing, and the air pressure in the void battlefield suddenly subsided. See the scene? How is this possible? Outside the void battlefield, Bados was dumbfounded. Kyle was short of breath, and his pupils were full of disbelief. When did Lewis understand the rules of time? What is this? There will be more exaggerated things later. Byra's tone was full of jokes. He had been egged out under Lewis's time rules before. I get angry every time I think about it. But this bastard Lewis is also going to start with a handkerchief. It's really exciting. He will not be the only one who will be poached in the future. At this time, inside the void battlefield. Space shuttle. Time went back to when the two hadn't broken the rules against each other. Lewis waved his hand, drawing a space crack in space. And he jumped in. In the next second, he appeared in front of Xianpa on the opposite side. Beach explosion. Lewis lowered his hand, condensed an energy bullet, and pressed it under Xianpa. Ayoyoyoa. Xianpa clutched his crotch and made a heart-piercing sound. Then, like a kite that has been disconnected, the Xianpa is falling straight down. Xianpa fell on the void battlefield, foaming at the mouth, and his body twitched, eye in the sky. Lewis gasped for breath, saw Xianpa's miserable state, and grinned. You just kept beating me. In fact, the reason why Lewis's fighting skills have skyrocketed to this level is because he's been beaten by Xianpa all the time. After all, compared with the power of the second layer of God's realm and the fourth layer of God's realm, there's still too much difference. It was because of Lewis's immune physique that he was able to survive the elephant handkerchief. This sparring ended with such a farce that ASY said before. If Lewis does not use a razor or other means, he will not be able to defeat Xianpa at all that in the end. Lewis used the time and space rules to reverse the situation in an instant. After half a day, in front of the palace of the god of destruction, there are all kinds of food, drinks, fruits. Taisai is cooking a big meal, and Lewis is helping tea the dining table next to him. Xianpa sat on a chair, looking at Lewis's back with a resentful expression. Xianpa gritted his teeth and said, "Skinny pork ribs, this bastard. When did you understand the rules of time and space?" Lewis attacked his peach by relying on these two rules, which made him embarrassing. What a shame. Bados and Kyle next to each other covered their mouths and sniggered, but when they heard Xianpa's question, they quickly pricked up their ears. Fat pig, please don't call me skinny ribs. Byras didn't even look at Xianpa. He picked up a cup of pudding from the dining table and poured it in his mouth. It was just a while ago. Then Lewis, can he combine these two forces? Bardos blurted out. After the fusion of time and space rules, it is the time-space rules. Okay. Weiss glanced at Byras while eating the ice cream and said with a smile, Master Byras has made a new breakthrough because of Lewis's space-time rules. When Lewis returned from the heaven, he used the rules of time and space to create a time room, and Beerus broke through to the realm of freedom and IT. As soon as Weiss finished speaking, there was a deadly silence in the air. Xianpa turned his head abruptly, staring at Byras. With a new breakthrough? What do you mean? Could it be that he broke through to the angel realm from the fifth level of the power god realm? Bados also looked at Byras, observed for a while, and finally found something. Bados swallowed. Master Beerus, you isn't just a small realm of freedom? Even Lewis can do it. Why can't I do it? Beerus waved his hand. Beerus looked calm on the surface, but the raised corners of his mouth and the high tail behind it betrayed him. Obviously, Beerus is also very proud of being able to comprehend the state of freedom. Very proud. Impossible. Xianpa's pupils narrowed sharply, pointing at Byras. I don't believe you must be lying to me. The realm of freedom. That is the realm of angels. He would rather believe that Byras likes to eat shit than believe that Byras can realize the state of freedom. If it was true, it would be worse than killing him. Seeing Xianpa's unbelievable expression, Beerus grinned happily in addition to regaining his reputation. He came to the sixth universe, mainly to show off in front of the dead fat pig. Now Beerus is fluttering all over. So cool that he exploded. Don't believe me. Silver radiance bloomed from Beerus' body. His whole body became agile, and he disappeared from his seat in an instant. The next moment, he appeared next to Xianpa and knocked him hard on the head. Do you believe it now? Ouch. Xianpa covered his head. His eyes were blazing. Skinny ribs, I want to fight you one-on-one. Master Xianpa finishes the big meal first, and we will fight each other later. At this time, Lewis and Taisai came over with the prepared food. Before anyone arrived, the tempting aroma from the food had already spread to this side. The noses of Xianpa and Beerus twitched wildly. The two brothers were like puppies, with their eyes squinted and their tails wagging. Lewis brought the tempura, sushi, and octopus balls prepared by Taisai to the table. Beerus turned into a silver light, left Xianpa, and returned to his original position in an instant. After Taisai brought the last dish, the two Byras brothers exhausted all their strength to quickly pick up the dishes on the table. Oh, I can finally eat the delicacies of the earth again. Too delicious. Why don't I have this kind of food in Universe 6? I ate it once, and I can't forget it until now. Without it, what will I do in the future? Xianpa burst into tears as he ate and ate. It looked as pitiful as it could be. Free environment, time rules, space rules, erasure. Why? Xianpa kept stuffing food into his mouth and glanced at Kyle next to him. It's fine if my candidate god of destruction doesn't have Louise Chong. Both twin universes, my sixth universe, doesn't have Earth yet. The most hateful thing is that this skinny rib has also comprehended the state of freedom. Xianpa became angrier as he talked, and stuffed a few small octopus balls into his mouth, angrily said, why are all the good things being taken up by this thin ribs? Taisai, your cooking is so delicious. Or, if I abolish Kyle, you can stay in my sixth universe as a backup god of destruction. Xianpa turned his head again and looked pitifully at Tais next to Lewis. Kyle, who was eating next to him, rolled his eyes. I'm still here. Is it really okay to say that? Lord Xianpa, shut up. Bados said unhappily, it is really unlucky to have such a god of destruction. That I was just joking. Xianpa shrank his neck. This tigress is so fierce. Xianpa remembered something and hurriedly asked, by the way, Taisai, do you still have instant noodles? Instant noodles were the best thing he had ever eaten. At the dining table, everyone's faces were covered with black lines. This fat man never stopped. Finally, Beerus couldn't take it anymore, and directly threw Xianpa a universal capsule, which was full of instant noodles given to him by Lewis. The big fat man finally showed a satisfied smile and tea this time. Bados looked at Lewis. Lewis, why did you do anything to Ketla? For a moment, the atmosphere at the table became delicate. The two fat men, Xianpa and Kyle, stared at Lewis closely. They received news some time ago that the fourth universe had changed to a god of destruction and was still killed by Lewis using erase. Erase. That is the supreme law. Only the priest level is qualified to comprehend this power. I didn't expect Lewis to learn it. But why did Louise kill Ketra? This point is very puzzled by Pa and Kyle. Lewis picked up a napkin, wiped the corners of his mouth, glanced at Xianpa and the others, and then glanced at Beerus next to him. Beerus nodded. The meaning is obvious. That is to say, the big fat man is one of his own, so there's no need to worry about anything. Lewis felt relieved. Also don't. Look at Beerus and Xianpa arguing every day. In fact, the brotherhood of these two guys is deeper than anyone else. After that sparring, after Ketra attacked me, he colluded with the dark demon realm. Lewis spoke slowly at the dinner table. Everyone held their breath and listened to Lewis's narration. Lewis says it all. Hearing Taisai's heart beating crazily, she didn't expect her Lewis to encounter so many things. This dead mouse actually attacked you. Xianpa stood up in the chair, his eyes turned cold and said, but it's true, with the insidious character of that dead mouse, he will not tolerate a genius like you appearing in the seventh universe. After all, Beerus has always had an enmity with him. In fact, it's not just Beerus who has enmity with Ketra. He and Ketra also have a lot of small frictions. Cat and mouse, what to deal with? Xianpa sat down on the stool and looked at Lewis. I didn't expect you to go to the dark demon realm. Glancing at Weiss, Xianpa continued. You are lucky to be able to escape from the dark demon realm. Good luck. Without Demigula, the dark demon realm is nothing. I have a race in hand, and Weiss gives me milk. Whoever comes and who dies, okay. Lewis rolled his eyes. Besides, Miss Kasai came to rescue us. These words are not bragging. With Weiss around, he is a perpetual motion machine. Even an angel-level master can't stop his erasure. Lewis, you underestimate the dark demon realm. Bados shook his head. Even without Demigula, you really caused a big commotion in the dark demon realm. My eldest sister has gone, and it will be difficult for you to get out of it safely. The dark demon realm has always been the enemy of the universe. The dark demon realm knows how many strong people there are in the entire network universe. And the Quanwon universe also knows how many strong people there are in the dark demon realm. Besides Demigula, there are 4 other demon gods. The power of each demon god has a priest level. In addition, with Putin, there are 11 other angel-level masters. Yes, Lewis, you still underestimate the dark demon realm. Beerus took a sip of his drink and looked at Lewis. I haven't told you about the dark demon realm before, because I didn't want you to get in touch with it too early. I didn't expect you and Weiss to go into the dark demon realm. After speaking, Beerus glared at Weiss. Weiss stuck out his tongue. He thought that Lewis would kill someone and leave. Who would have thought that Lewis would make such a big commotion? Hearing what Beerus and Bados said, Lewis was taken aback and looked at Weiss. Wes, is it true? Master Beerus and my sister are right. We were able to leave the dark demon realm safely before. It must be something happened in the dark demon realm. Weiss nodded. He told all the masters of the dark demon world, and finally said, it is likely that other demon gods have fallen asleep, so my eldest sister went, so we have a chance to escape. Weiss guessed right. The other demon gods in the dark demon world just fell into a deep sleep. Gollum. Lewis swallowed. His back was already wet with sweat. There are actually 4 other demon gods in the dark demon realm, and each demon god has the power of a priest. Unlike the angel level, masters at the priest level have been able to ignore his prototype and erase him and conceal him permanently. Be afraid now. Don't be so reckless in the future. Weiss smiled. In fact, he was scaring Lewis. It's not that those masters in the dark demon realm are fake, but that even without his elder sister, they can escape from the dark demon realm. Because the person he shook at that time was his father, but his father did not come. But his eldest sister came. Now that his father knew about it, they'd be fine. You must know that his father's power is far beyond the priest level. After you came back from the dark demon realm, I originally planned to let you quickly cultivate your strength to the realm of God, and then polish your fighting skills. After all, the dark demon realm has already set their sights on you. Weiss looked at Lewis with deep eyes, who knew that you went to the heaven twice, and your power broke through to the second layer of the realm of God, Skyline. Everyone is very puzzled. What is the heaven? Xiangpa and the others don't know what the heaven is, but Beerus has already learned about the former great priest from Shindo. The former great priest lives in heaven. With everyone's puzzled eyes, Weiss changed the subject. Lewis, your strength is broken through to the second level of the realm of God, and you're being targeted by the dark demon realm again. This time, you and Lord Beerus propose a challenge trip to the universe of the king, and I agree with it very much. You and Lord Kampa just fought one battle, and your fighting skills and experience have greatly improved. If you finish challenging the remaining 9 universes, you will definitely improve in all aspects. Normally, the god of destruction and the alternate god of destruction cannot leave their original universe for too long without the order of the All-King. First, this is to avoid the absence of the god of destruction, so that the Kaiwan god in the universe has an accident. In this case, the god of destruction will suddenly die suddenly. The second is to avoid conflicts between the gods of destruction of the 2 universes. After all, if they can become gods of destruction, their tempers will not be very good. Lewis's situation is different now, and his eldest sister and the great priest did not stop him. That's why Weiss agreed to Lewis's challenge trip this time. And many more. Xiangpa spoke and could see the dining table. Everyone turned to look at Xiangpa. Lewis asked, what happened to Mr. Kampa? Xiangpa took a sip of his drink and looked at Lewis with resentment. Going on a journey to challenge the universe of the king. Why are you the first to challenge me in the 6th universe? Also, are you taking me as your experience back? Thinking of something, Xiangpa covered his crotch again, where it still hurts till now. Lewis shrank his neck. This big fat man was a little cute, and he couldn't bear to say it was true. Lewis could only wink, glancing at Beerus out of the corner of his EY. IT means that Master Beerus asked me to do this. Xiangpa noticed the look in Lewis's eyes, and he was stunned for a moment. When he realized it, he suddenly became furious. Well, you skinny ribs, it's fine if I don't have a turn for good things. And now let your Lewis bully me first. Kampa disappeared from the table. In an instant. He appeared in front of Beerus and grabbed his neck. Still angry, Xiangpa showed his teeth that were shining coldly and bit down on Beerus' ear. Fat pig, you are crazy. Next second, boom, boom, boom. The 2 cats were fighting at the dining table, and everyone else knew how weird the 2 brothers were getting along, so they turned a blind eye to it. Everyone chatted a lot, most of which were about Lewis asking for advice on cultivation as the alternate god of destruction of the 6th universe. Kyle listened and asked from time to time. There are 2 angels here, and they both answered Lewis and Kyle one by one. At the level of the god of destruction, the power used is the power of the gods. Lewis has done a good job in this. Kyle's dimension is only at the level of Hades, and it is still far from the realm king's dimension. If you want to make a qualitative breakthrough, you must first cultivate the dimension to the level of the king of the world, which is the so-called dimension of the gods. Having said that, Bados looked at Lewis again. Kyle's question is finished. Then it's your turn. Lewis, when you fought Lord Xiangpa just now, you should have discovered the gap between yourself and the real god of destruction, right? Lewis nodded, about to speak. Bados continued. The god of destruction is not only powerful in combat skills and experience. You and Lord Kampa only fought once, and you can quickly learn so much from it. Your talent can be said to be the best in the world. At the dining table, Kyle, who was immersed in eating, glanced at Lewis when he heard this, and then shook his head. Maybe he was still a little bit unconvinced before, but it is no longer enough to be unconvinced now. After all, others can kill even the god of destruction, but what about him? The god of destruction is stronger than the 2 most important points. Bados' voice was very soft. Pure power and mastery of the rules. You can ignore any damage. If it weren't for this, you wouldn't even be able to catch Lord Xiangpa's punch with your 2nd level power in the god realm. This is pure power. As for the rules, if Lord Kampa's rules of destruction are like a vast ocean, the rules of destruction you master can only be regarded as a small stream at best. You must have discovered this when you were fighting Mr. Xiang, I'm afraid. What I want to say is that in addition to breaking the rules, your time rules and space rules are not strong enough. Bados' narration is very reasonable, but when it comes to the time rules and space rules are not strong enough, Lewis frowned. Weiss noticed Lewis's expression and said, Lewis, you don't really think that your time rules and space rules are already strong? Lewis wondered. You said before that I have a better grasp of the rules of time and space than you. When I was fighting with Mr. Xiangpa and Mr. Beerus, I still gained the upper hand by relying on these 2 tricks. Isn't that strong? On Earth, he relied on these 2 rules to sneak attack on Beerus EGG. In the fight just now, he also relied on these 2 rules to sneak attack on Xiangpa's egg. Your grasp of the rules of time and space is indeed better than mine. This is true. Weiss glanced at Lewis and said lightly, but do you dare to say that you can beat me with only these 2 rules? How is it possible to defeat a 2nd-tier expert in the angel realm with only the rules of time and space? It's sure to be unbeatable. Lewis shook his head. The only thing he can threaten Angel now is to erase that move. That's not right. Weiss picked up a napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth. In fact, you were able to gain the upper hand when you competed with Master Beerus before. It was because of the unexpected effect. It's the same when you fight Lord Xiangpa. There are many factors that affect the outcome of a battle, besides strength combat skills. There are also surprises, which can also affect the outcome of the battle. To put it bluntly, you only managed to turn the situation around in the sparring just now by sneak attacking Mr. Xiangpa. Weiss spoke mercilessly. Bados smiled. Weiss is right. If Mr. Xiangpa knows that you know the rules of time and space, then you'll be in trouble. Why? Lewis had two question marks in his eyes at the dining table. The two brothers were still fighting, and Kyle and Taisai also looked at Bados. Here we have to talk about the issue of strength again. There's a saying that is very correct. One force breaks all laws. Bados glanced at Xiangpa, who was fighting with Beerus, shook his head, and said, in fact, the power of the fourth layer of the God Realm can already interfere with your time rules. That is to say, if Master Xiangpa knows that you know these rules in advance, you will not be able to reverse Master Xiangpa's time at all. Bados paused for a moment, and then said lightly, unless Mr. Xiangpa doesn't resist. What? Lewis was taken aback, and looked at Weiss. Wes, is this true? Weiss nodded. Yes, with the strongest power, let alone the time rules, even if you break the rules, or even erase what you know, others can ignore it. Hearing this, Lewis swallowed. He also remembered the plot in the Super anime. Frieza was hit by the destructive energy, but broke free from the destructive energy with great strength. Let me try. Lewis didn't believe in evil, and waved his hand at Weiss that a time rule acts on Weiss, making his time go backwards. Weiss smiled, and the power of the second layer of the angel realm trembled slightly. Click, it was like glass falling to the ground with a crisp crackling sound. That silver radiance suddenly disappeared. Lewis's pupils shrank sharply, and he could feel his time rules being burst by a powerful force. It really can't be reversed. Afterwards, Lewis had to stare at Beerus, who was fighting Xiangpa. It turns out that Master Beerus and I were sparring with each other before. Lewis was a little moved. When he sparred with Beerus before, he used the time rule more than once. He used the time rule to sneak attack once, so Beerus must be vigilant afterwards. But Beerus didn't interrupt him to cast the time rule. Lewis thought again that the time room he created was blown up by Beerus. Obviously, his space-time rules can't threaten Beerus yet. Beerus is taking care of his emotions. Lewis looked bitter. Kill Ketla, and turn the world over in the Dark Demon realm. He always thought that he was already very strong. It is only now that Lewis realizes that besides erasing, other powers are simply not on the table at this time. Ha ha ha. Beerus finally finished the fight. He gasped heavily, got up from the ground, saw Lewis's eyes, and was taken aback. Why are your eyes so disgusting? Lewis was quite touched at first, but when he heard Beerus' words, he rolled his eyes. The others burst out laughing. Hey, this moment, Xiangpa got up from the bottom of the table. He looked at Beerus with a bruised face and roared angrily. Damn skinny ribs, don't be so comfortable. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched violently. Fighting like a child, and still using state of ease. That's no one. The dinner party is over soon. Lewis and the others stayed in the 6th universe for another month. During this month, Lewis and Kyle have sparred a few times. In all aspects, Lewis may not be as good as the real God of Destruction. But compared to a substitute God of Destruction like Kyle, Lewis has been able to completely crush. If he fights against those 10 alternate gods of destruction again, he will definitely not lose. After discussing with Kyle, Lewis also discussed with Bados later. While he was sparring with Bados, Bados taught him various fighting skills. What she said at the dinner table before, she also proved it with her actions in the end. Bados said that no matter how much she said, it was useless. 4 combat skills, as well as the mastery of strength and the application of rules, he needed to understand them in actual combat. After discussing with Bados, Lewis and the others finally proposed to leave. The next universe they're going to is the 1st universe. Fat pig, save some of the instant noodles I gave you. Beerus stood in front of the palace and looked at Xiangpa. Stop rambling, get out of here. Xiangpa pouted, but his eyes were full of smiles. Lord Xiangpa, Miss Bados, Kyle, thank you for your guidance. We will meet later. Goodbye everyone. Come to the 7th universe to play when you have time. Lewis and Taisai waved to the 3 of Bados. Weiss waved his staff, and before leaving, he sent a message to Bados, and then they turned into a colorful streamer and soared into the sky. After receiving the information, Bados' pupils shrank sharply. The former great priest is in the 7th universe. Inside the space tunnel, a shuttle cube is flying fast. Beerus looked at Lewis and said with a smile, Lewis, how do you feel about this competition? Lewis shook his head. I underestimated the experts on the 4th floor of the realm of gods before. Huh, do you think that you're very powerful because you can kill Ketla? Wes looked over. Lewis was helpless, but nodded anyway. You can kill Katra because you can erase it. In fact, every existence that can become a god of destruction should not be underestimated. Weiss smiled. Lewis, you still have a long way to go. Lewis nodded. During that month in Universe 6, he knew his own shortcomings that, in addition to not being proficient in fighting skills, he also has a poor grasp of the rules of course. The rules are naturally the rules of time and space, as for the rules of destruction. He has a good grasp, better than all the alternate gods of destruction. But his time and space rules are a bit insufficient, that if the rules are divided into 10 layers, then Lewis is breaking rules on the 5th layer, just reaching the pass line. And his time and space rules are only 2 layers at most, in the words of Bardos, that if you want to use the rules of time and space in a battle, you must first practice these 2 rules to the same level as the rules of destruction. Okay, let's go to the 1st universe now. Start from the 1st universe, hit the number 11 universe. Weiss said, I believe that after the end of this challenge trip, you will definitely improve a lot. 7th universe. It has been half a year since Lewis left the Earth. During these 6 months, Monkey King and Chi-Chi got married. According to the normal timeline of Dragon Ball, the 2 married 3 years later, but fortunately, Chi-Chi and Monkey King became pregnant shortly after they got married. Earth is changing, and the Northern Galaxy is changing as well. The previous Gur's invasion had thrown the Northern Galaxy into a state of panic, but as Bardock successfully broke through into a Super Saiyan, Bardock, Monkey King, and Vegeta joined forces to defeat the Ancients, and the Northern Galaxy regained its stability. Also after this time, Scions were recognized by more and more people in particular. The legend of the Super Scion spread throughout the Northern Galaxy, and even spread to other galaxies. Scions are members of the Galaxy Patrol, so the prestige of the Galaxy Patrol has skyrocketed to an unprecedented state in addition, the Scions also ushered in good news that the Scion has one more Super Scion. The person who broke through is none other than King Vegeta. King Vegeta's strength was originally only 200 million combat power, but with Bardock's transformation, King Vegeta was severely stimulated in the past 6 months. He practiced desperately, and finally raised his normal combat power to 300 million after that. Under the stimulation of Bardock, he entered a state of extreme anger, and King Vegeta successfully transformed into the 5th Super Scion of the Scion family. The breakthrough of Bardock and King Vegeta gave all Scions hope. After Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, he said that 2 conditions are required to transform into a Super Saiyan. First, have a certain basic combat effectiveness. Second, extreme anger is required. The successful transformation of King Vegeta made the Scion family discover that what Bardock said was true. As long as these 2 conditions are met, they can break through and become a Super Saiyan. In fact, what the Scions don't know is that, in addition to these 2 conditions, there's a 3rd condition. That is the need to activate enough S-cells. So far, apart from Bardock, King Vegeta, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Lewis, the S-cells and other Scions have not been activated enough in other words, in a short period of time, there will be no new Super Scions in the Scion family. But Scions don't know this at all. They practice hard and desperately want to increase their combat power to more than 300 million, because King Vegeta's combat power when he broke through to Super Saiyan is 300 million combat power at this day. Earth, Bowsy Mountain. Sun Wukong is with Kiki, who is pregnant, and Bardock and John are also here. Suddenly a voice came from above. Wukong, something is wrong. Monkey King was taken aback. Isn't this voice the voice of the King of the Northern Realm? Lord King of the Northern Realm, what happened? The last time the King of the Northern Realm spoke in this tone, Galai appeared. Their new enemy this time. Goku, Bojack has appeared. The voice of the Northern Realm King was anxious. Who's Bojack? On Bowsy Mountain, Sun Wukong frowned and looked up. Does Bojack have Gula Chong? Oh, these two people are not at the same level at all. Soon, the King of the North revealed Bojack's identity. Bojack is a thug who sabotages and attempts to destroy the 4 major galaxies. Many years ago, the 4 kings of the realm joined forces to seal Bojack and his men. Bojack and Gula are not at the same level at all. If you really want to compare these two people, 100 Gulas can't compare to 1 Bojack. The Northern Realm King said anxiously that if Lewis heard the words of the King of the North here, he would definitely not question the King of the North in the anime. Bojack and his 4 minions were originally well sealed, as a result, in a Shalu incident, because Sun Wukong brought Shalu to the King of the Northern Realm. He killed the King of the Northern Realm together. The life of the King of the North is closely related to Bojack's seal, and once the King of the North dies, Bojack's seal will have no effect. In the end, he was able to defeat Bojack, thanks to Son Gohan's breakthrough to the state of Super Saiyan 2. Only the state of Super Saiyan 100 can defeat Bojack. Using Gula as a metaphor, there's really no problem at all. What? 100 Gula is not as good as 1 Bojack? Bardock and Monkey King were dumbfounded. Gula was killed by them and Vegeta. They knew how strong Gula was. If it weren't for Bardock's breakthrough at the last critical moment, Monkey King and Vegeta would definitely not be able to beat Gura and could only use teleportation to escape in a hurry. Lord King of the North, is Bojack really that strong? Sun Wukong swallowed. It was too shocking, so he asked again, real? In order to seal Bojack, I and the other 3 kings almost died in their hands. I know their power very well. The voice of the King of the Northern Realm continued. I don't know why, but the seal was suddenly broken. After the 5 of them broke through the seal, they have already started killing in the North Galaxy. Wukong, this time the Northern Galaxy. The King of the North Realm originally wanted to say, this time the North Galaxy depends on you. But thinking of the power gap between Monkey King and Bojack, the King of the North didn't say anything. The main reason is that Bojack is really too strong. If he still let Monkey King take action, it would be to let Monkey King die in vain. The Northern Realm King was silent. Sun Wukong was very surprised why the King of the North Realm didn't speak suddenly, so he put his finger on the center of his eyebrows and felt it. There's an evil aura on the edge of the Northern Galaxy, and the aura is very powerful. Good, so powerful, so evil. Bojack's breath scared Monkey King back 2 steps. What happened to Kakarot? Bardock asked hastily. Father, Lord King of the Northern Realm is right. That Bojack is so strong. There was a look of fanaticism in Sun Wukong's eyes. Bardock noticed Sun Wukong's expression and couldn't help but froze for a moment, then shook his head. In the past 2 years of getting along, he has long known that Sun Wukong's mind is very simple. Sun Wukong loves his family very much, and also loves fighting. He will never back down when he encounters a strong enemy. It can be said that he is a pure martial idiot. Monkey King will only show this expression when he encounters a strong enemy. It seems that this new enemy is really strong. At this time, Wukong, don't worry about Jack this time. I'll try to seal him with the other kings of the world. You must not go to Bojack. The King of the North Territory ended the call after speaking. Although the King of the Northern Realm said so, the fanatic look in Sun Wukong's eyes still did not dissipate. On the contrary, it is getting stronger and stronger. Father, what, you want to fight Bojack? Bardock smiled. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. You have teleportation. As long as you want to leave, no one can keep you. You go. Just pay attention to safety. Bardock knew the character of his second son. Sun Wukong looked at Chi-Chi, who was next to her with a big belly. Chi-Chi touched Sun Wukong's face. Go. Just pay attention to safety. Sun Wukong was overjoyed. Then I'll go find Vegeta now. Sun Wukong was about to use teleportation when suddenly he stopped. Chi-Chi, you still have a few months to give birth. I will pay attention to safety. After speaking, Sun Wukong disappeared in place. Looking at the position where Monkey King disappeared, Chi-Chi pursed her lips. If it was before, she would never allow Sun Wukong to go to Bojack. But Tais had told her about the potential dangers of the universe, that in many cases, it is not possible to escape if you want to. Only being strong can protect the people around her. This sentence will be the criterion she will teach the children born in the future. Dark Demon Realm. My lord, why are we doing this? In the dark forest by the lake, Tova blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Demigula. Didn't we say we were going to bring Lord Lewis back? Why did you suddenly release Bojack? Demigula glanced at Tova without any emotion in his eyes. The icy breath he emitted seemed to freeze the entire lake. Tova quickly lowered her head. In the dark lake, 2 figures stood by the lake, and a gloomy light fell on the lake, sparkling with silver light for a moment. And one spoke, and the environment was deadly silent. After a while, Demigula looked up at the sky and said lightly, Lord Lewis has been accepted by the people of the universe of the king as the alternate god of destruction. Before he awakens, except for us demon gods who take action in person, who can take him away from the universe of the king? Tova nodded. Obviously, Lewis still doesn't know his identity, and he now belongs to the All-King Universe camp. The Quan Wan Universe and the Dark Demon Realm are originally hostile forces. If they want to take Lewis away, other masters of the King Universe will definitely stop them. Even Lewis himself would fight back. Lewis can ignore damage and erase, therefore, except for the demon god, there was no way for anyone else to bring Lewis back. However, it is impossible for the 5 demon gods like Demigula to enter the universe of all kings, because there are great priests staring at them. Then Tova nodded, trying to speak. Demigula looked down at Tova and smiled evilly. We can't take Mr. Lewis away with normal methods, so we can use abnormal methods. Any solution? Just let Master Lewis awaken. Demigula opened his hands and laughed loudly. Our Dark Demon Realm was originally created by Lord Lewis. As long as he awakens again, he will definitely remember the past. When the time comes, we Lord Lewis will definitely return to the Dark Demon Realm by ourselves. Hearing this, Tova said happily, Master Demigula, how can we awaken Lord Lewis? Demigula turned his head, his smile was evil. It's not easy to awaken the Lord of the Dark Demon Realm. Just blacken Master Lewis. Blackening? Unblock Bojack. Tova was taken aback. Soon, she combined the 2 things, widened her eyes and said, Master Demigula, do you want Bojack to destroy the Scion family? To anger Lord Lewis and drive him into a state of madness. Haha, that's right. It is impossible to blacken a candidate god of destruction by normal methods, because the alternate god of destruction himself is the spokesperson for the word ruthless. It can be said that almost nothing can affect the emotions of the alternate god of destruction, but no one is perfect in the world. Even the real god of destruction has weaknesses, just like Ketla. Narrow-mindedness is his weakness. He can't see that Beerus is better than him and better than him. That's why there was a sneak attack on Lewis later. According to Demigula's investigation, Lewis is now a scion of the 7th universe, and he laughed. Taking shots at other people in the 7th universe may not make Lewis black. But I found that Lord Lewis attaches great importance to the Scion family. If we attack the Scion family, Lord Lewis will be very angry. If this doesn't make that guy Lewis black, I have other ways. According to my investigation, Sir Lewis also married a wife. His wife must be his weakness. Go, find someone to do something to the people around Taisai. Northern Galactic Edge, the star field within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers is full of wailing, and the people are dying. On a certain planet, there are ruins everywhere. Zunya stepped on the ruins and looked at Bojack. Boss, do we want to hear what Tova has to say? Gugaya, Buchin, and Baidu all pricked up their ears. Bojack stretched out his finger, and a piece of black energy condensed from the fingertip. The surrounding space suddenly shook. The magnetic fields of heaven and earth are chaotic. Thunder rolling. Ha ha ha. Bojack looked at the black energy on his finger and said with an evil smile, "You can get such a powerful power by listening to her. Why don't you listen? Don't you think this force is very strong?" Bojack squinted his eyes and turned to look at Gogoya and the four of them. Powerful. A black aura erupted from the four of Zanjia's bodies, like a galaxy explosion, and the unparalleled power directly collapsed half of the planet. Boom. Let's go find the Scion family. Bojack grinned in satisfaction. Soon, the Bojack 5 took the spaceship and flew in the direction of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. When their spaceship flew over a barren planet, there was a strong young man on the barren planet, and he stared at the sky. And the name of this barren planet is Wampa King of the North. A short winter melon stood in front of the house, and the two antennas on his head were shaking wildly. King of the Eastern Realm, King of the Western Realm, and King of the Southern Realm. What happened to the King of the Northern Realm? At this time, three other voices came from the sky. The big thing is bad. The King of the Northern Realm said anxiously. The seal of Bojack and the others has been broken. What? Who? Bojack. Aren't they sealed by us? Short Wax Gourd, please speak clearly. The other three realm kings hurriedly asked via sound transmission. The King of the Northern Realm was sweating profusely, shook his head and said, "I don't know what's going on. They broke the seal all of a sudden, and now they're heading towards the center of the Northern Galaxy." King of the East, we're not dead. Bojack, how could they break through the seal? King of the Western Realm, King of the Northern Realm, as the King of the Northern Galaxy, you don't even know why Bojack broke through the seal. You, the King of the Realm, have really failed. Hearing this, the King of the Northern Realm was furious. You think I don't know they broke the seal, and there's no sign at all? Well, now is not the time to talk about this. The voice of the King of the Southern Realm came. Bojack and the others have broken the seal. As for why they broke the seal, we will explore this later. Now we have to find a way to deal with Bojack and the others. Many years ago, Bojack and his group had fought against them, and they knew the strength of Bojack and his group. If there's no way to stop Bojack, the universe will be destroyed. The King of the Southern Realm is right. We have to find a way to stop Bojack and the others. Seal them again. The King of the East Realm and the King of the West Realm came over via sound transmission. Seal them again. The King of the Northern Realm shook his head. We had 4 seals back then. They had consumed half of our strength, and we haven't recovered yet. Do you think we can seal them? As the voice of the King of the Northern Realm fell, the sky suddenly became quiet. Soon, the King of the Southern Realm thought of something, and he heard a voice. By the way, didn't you, King of the North, have a few super scions in the Northern Galaxy? Just let them stop Bojack. The voice of the King of the Southern Realm was full of envy. After all, in his Southern Galaxy, there's no such strong man. Yes, yes. The other 2 realm kings also remembered the legend of the super scion, and they all echoed. It can't be stopped. The King of the North shook his head. Those super scions are only a little stronger than Frisia. Let them fight Bojack. It's better to let us 4 old guys seal them again. The King of the Northern Realm was only in a moment of panic before, so he approached Monkey King immediately. Calm down now. If Sun Wukong is asked to stop Bojack again, there's no doubt that this is asking Monkey King to die. No matter what, the King of the Northern Realm can't do such a thing. Just a little stronger than Frisia, then they can't stop Bojack. How to do? With our current strength, it is impossible to seal them again. The voices of the other 3 realm kings were very anxious. The Northern Realm King thought for a moment, then raised his head. Let's go find the Great Realm King. The sky suddenly became quiet quickly. All right, we can only find the Great Realm King. The 7th universe is Undercurrent. Half a year later, Lewis has challenged the 9th universe on the God of Destruction realm of the 9th universe. Lewis was shirtless, and his whole body was emitting a purple destructive aura. Even if he leaks a little bit of power, will shake the space. The power is terrifying. On the opposite side, the God of Destruction of the 9th universe, Sidala lay on the ground, clutching his crotch, his face pale and his body twitching nonstop. Ha ha ha, Master Sidala, we will meet later. After finishing speaking, Lewis and the others disappeared from the Destruction God realm of the 9th universe. Mojito, the serving angel of the 9th universe, was left in place. He waved his staff and released a healing spell on Sidala. Sidala instantly revived with full blood. He got up from the ground, looked at the place where Lewis disappeared, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What a scary boy. In just half a year, he has fought from the 1st universe to the 9th universe, and his power is about to break through the 3rd layer of the realm of gods. Other than that, his fighting skills are no less than mine. I guess even Beerus can't compare to him. Can ignore any damage, can erase, can be comfortable, and can understand the rules of time and space. It seems that Quitella died in his hands, not without reason. How can there be such a freak in the world? When Sidala sighed in the God of Destruction realm of the 9th universe, a shuttle cube was flying fast in the space tunnel in the direction of the 10th universe. Shuttle inside the box. Weiss looked at Lewis and said in a strange tone, "Why do you like to use the rules of time and space to sneak up on other people's crotch?" As soon as the voice fell, the air inside the shuttle cube was deadly silent. The atmosphere is very dignified. Beerus remembered what happened on Earth before. His crotch was chilly, and he couldn't help clamping his legs. You don't have any weird hobbies, do you? Lewis, you. Tai-Sai swallowed her saliva and couldn't help taking a few steps back. From the 1st universe to the 9th universe, none of the gods of destruction could escape from Lewis, and all of them were blasted as peaches. She didn't realize that her big boy had such a habit before. How could this be? What are you talking about? Lewis doesn't care about other people's eyes, but he cares about Tai-Sai's eyes. Why did his sister Tai-Sai run so far? I really thought he was that kind of person. Lewis rolled his eyes at Weiss. Aren't I thinking of Lord Beerus? Beerus looked puzzled. What does this have to do with me? Tai-Sai and Weiss looked at Louis one after another, with 2 big question marks in their eyes. Didn't I sneak attack Lord Beerus before? If this matter is revealed, it will make Lord Beerus' enemies laugh to death. Lewis grinned and said, "Look, if I blast all the other enemies of Mr. Beerus, then they won't be able to say anything about each other in the future." Hiss. Weiss and Tais gasped. There's also this kind of operation, really scratching the butt with a knife eye-opening. Then I have to thank you very much. Beerus on the side was funny and funny. He found that Lewis was getting more and more cheap. Tais came back to Louise, covering her mouth and giggling, as long as her older boy didn't have that quirky quirk. Okay, half a year has passed. Lewis, you have fought from the 1st universe to the 9th universe. Weiss said lightly, you have made a qualitative leap in all aspects, especially your fighting skills. If you are of the same strength, even if you face Lord Beerus, you will not lose to him. Billis was speechless for a while. To say it. Why do you want to involve me? But in the past 6 months, he has witnessed the growth of Lewis to the beginning. If there's no erasure, free state, time and space rules, etc., Lewis is a weak chicken in battle. But half a year later, Lewis has grown his height. This kid is so perverted. In addition to these, Lewis, your power has already touched the 3rd layer of the realm of God. This is very good. My sister told you before that the ultimate power can ignore everything. That is to say, break all laws with one force. Only one's own strength is truly powerful. Of course, it's not that breaking the rules is useless, but that pure power is the foundation that supports all of this. With strong, pure power, everything is possible. As for the rules, it is an extra power for leapfrog battles. It's like your previous strength was only the 1st level of God's realm. If you don't count, ignore, and you only use pure power, you can only compete with God at the 1st and 2nd level of God's realm layers of people fight. It's not impossible to even fight against the masters of the 3rd level of the God realm. But it is absolutely impossible to fight against people on the 4th floor of the realm of gods. But once you use a race, no one else can resist it except for experts above the priest level. This is a leapfrog battle. The cosmic shuttle cube is flying, and Weiss is giving a long lecture to Lewis. Lewis kept nodding. Beerus nodded from time to time, and he also learned a lot from Weiss. The 2 are as big as elementary school students, listening to Weiss teaching. Tai Sai on the side saw this and covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Her Lewis is really cute. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is the 10th universe. Weiss summed up what Lewis had gained some time ago, and then said, Lewis, you have entered the full power of the Super Scion, and your power has reached the bottleneck of the second layer of the God Realm. Maybe you can break through to the third layer of the God Realm during this period of time in the 10th universe. Is it the third layer of power in the realm of God? Lewis clenched his fists and muttered inwardly. Finally, he shook his head and he knows that he has reached a bottleneck, but the bottleneck is not so easy to break through. Compared with breaking through the power to the third level of the realm of gods, he is more interested in the candidate king god of the 10th universe. The shuttle cube continued to fly, and, at the same time, the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol in the 7th universe. Boom dash. The entire Galactic Patrol building was blown to pieces. Galaxy King, where is Myers? Let him come back for reinforcements. Boom dash. Another energy bomb fell near the collapsed Galactic Patrol building, making an earth-shattering explosion. The powerful air wave knocked Galaxy King and Jake to the ground. Boom dash. Various energies continued to explode. Jake spit out the sand in his mouth and quickly helped King Galaxy get up from the ground, and the two fled towards the distance. Myers is guarding the Galaxy prison. We can't count on him. Galaxy King said while running away. Myers is guarding the Galaxy prison. Jaka led the Galaxy King to avoid an energy bomb and said bitterly, then we are finished. This time, haha, the Scion family is indeed here. Give me death. In the sky, Bojack and the Five came here from the edge of the northern galaxy. The five of them hovered in midair, bombarding the galactic headquarters. As long as they saw life, no matter it was a Scion or not, they would not let it go. As soon as Scion finally died in the attack of the Bojack Five. Isn't Bojack sealed by Lord Kai and the others? How to do? Seeing this, the fleeing Galaxy King was at a loss. Suddenly, whoa, a golden light flew from afar. Jake turned his head and said excitedly, King Galaxy, it's King Vegeta. Both Gura and Frieza died at the hands of Super Scions, and King Vegeta was also able to transform into a Super Scion. We are saved, however. They can't stop them. Let's escape first. Galaxy King has sat in this position for so long, he knows many secrets, and he also knows the five thugs like Bojack very well. Back then, in order to seal the five of them, the four kings of the four realms almost died in their hands. Bojack, and the five of them are not something King Vegeta can stop. No way. Even Super Scions are their opponents. Escape first, and then we'll find a way to notify Myers. We can only rely on Myers. Over the sky, I saw a golden light flying towards me. Bojack and the others stopped attacking, and looked forward with a playful look. Zanjia smiled and said, Boss, his strength seems to be pretty good. Is this the Super Scion? Why is this power being targeted by Tawa? Bojack looked at King Vegeta and he shook his head. Who are you? King Vegeta saw many Scion corpses on the ground, and the anger in his heart could hardly be contained. However, he's been on Earth for 2 months, and he's already learned the induction of breath. But he sensed the power of Bojack and the five people. It was too powerful. The power of the five people on the opposite side was so powerful that they would only die if they rushed up. In fact, King Vegeta's induction did not make a mistake. He turned into a Super Scion, and his combat power increased by 50 times, but only 1.5 million combat power. Not to mention the strongest Bojack. Just talk about Bojack and his four subordinates. Gogoya's combat power is 10 billion combat power. Bukin's combat effectiveness is 9 million combat effectiveness. Baida's combat power is 12 billion combat power. As for Zanja, Bojack's most trusted subordinate, her fighting power is 17 billion fighting power. The Double Knives are not at the same level at all. Boss, let me kill him. Zanya ignored King Vegeta's question, and she stood up with a slightly excited voice. I really don't know why such a rubbish race would be targeted by Tawa. Go ahead and kill him, and then we will destroy the entire Scion race. Yes. A bloodthirsty look flashed across Zenjia's beautiful eyes. She licked her mouth and disappeared from the sky in an instant. The atmosphere in the sky suddenly became chilling, but a strong sense of crisis emerged spontaneously. King Vegeta's scalp was numb while hovering in midair, and he couldn't see Zenga's movements at all. Whoa. The graceful figure just flickered in the sky, and King Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed it hard to the ground. Boom dash. Suddenly a deep pit appeared on the ground. In the deep pit, King Vegeta clutched his abdomen, spitting out blood. I'm a Super Saiyan. How is this possible? So frustrating. He was stimulated by Bardock and managed to become a Super Saiyan. Just one move. He can't even take a single move from others. I'm not reconciled. King Vegeta lay on the ground, spat out another mouthful of blood, and his pupils began to dissipate. King of the North. It's over. I can't contact the Great Realm King. Without the help of the Great Realm King, we have nothing to do with Bojack and the others. I'm afraid the universe will suffer. The voices of the East, West, and South Realm Kings were very anxious. Wait, King Vegeta is going to stop Bojack and the others. The King of the North Realm suddenly yelled, and the two antennas on his forehead vibrated wildly. A Super Saiyan. Sure, Waxgord. How are you doing now? The three kings of the world have nothing to do now. They can only pin their hopes on King Vegeta, who the King of the North said, quickly. The Arctic King shook his head and said bitterly, sure enough, it's still too far away. What? King Vegeta can't even catch Zeng's move. Hearing the words of the King of the Northern Realm, the voices of the other three kings of the realm were full of disbelief. Is the gap really that big? But thinking of the previous scene of fighting against Bojack and the others, the three kings fell silent again. They are well aware of the strength of the five Bojacks. Apart from Bojack, the strongest is Zanja. It's normal that the so-called Super Saiyan is not Zeng's opponent, 8T this time. The antenna on the head of the King of the Northern Realm suddenly shook wildly, and his eyes widened. Sun Wukong, you idiot, didn't I tell you not to go? Why didn't you listen to me? Galactic headquarters. When the breath of King Vegeta is about to disappear completely, suddenly, two figures appeared out of nowhere in the sky. The two were blonde and blue-eyed. They didn't emit any arrogance from their bodies, and their aura was very stable. The person who came was none other than Monkey King and Vegeta. Father, Vegeta saw the dying King Vegeta in the deep pit. His eyes were tearing apart. He quickly used teleportation to appear beside King Vegeta, crushed a fairy bean, and stuffed it into King Vegeta's mouth. At the same time, Sun Wukong has already fought with Zenji. Two figures wrestled together in the sky. Boom. Boom. The airwaves that erupted from the collision were like the impact of wild beasts, smashing the dilapidated Galactic Patrol headquarters to pieces again. Eye in the distance. Bojack narrowed his eyes. This Super Saiyan seems to be stronger than the one just now. Gao Bia smiled disdainfully. It's just a little bit stronger. If you make a move, boss, you can kill him without the dark power given by Tawa. Okay, don't look at it anymore. Do it for me, and completely destroy the Scion family for me. In the sky, Bojack gave an evil laugh and waved his hand. Gao Bia, Buchin, and Biden nodded one after another and moved towards the surviving Scion below. Whoa. The three figures turned into harvesters with one punch and one kick. Boom, boom. The Scions exploded instantly like fireworks. As time goes by, even Bibber and Gracie died at the hands of the three of them. As for Raditz and Theodore, they were not here. They went out to carry out their mission and escape the disaster. More and more Scions died at the hands of the demon Gobia. Hateful. In the sky, Sun Wukong pushed his hands horizontally and pushed Zanja away hundreds of meters. He saw more and more people from his tribe died. Want to stop it? Heck, you want to get rid of me? No way. A charming voice sounded in Sun Wukong's ear. When Sun Wukong's pupils shrank sharply, and then the side of his face was hit by a hard fist. His face was instantly distorted, and it turned into a cannonball, which fell straight to the ground on the other side. After eating the fairy beans, King Vegeta recovered. He stood up on the ground and saw that all the Scions were dead suddenly angry. Vegeta, go save someone. When Vegeta saw the shocking scene in front of him, his heart twitched. They were all his people. Unforgivable. Whoa, a golden light shot up into the sky and then disappeared in place. King Vegeta also turned into a golden light and quickly killed the three of Gobia in the sky. Monkey King got rid of Zenji's entanglement, and seeing Vegeta's shot, he calmed down a little. Who are you? Some time ago, he sensed this breath on the earth, and the King of the North Realm asked him not to participate in this matter. But it was not easy for him to meet such strong men, and if he didn't compete with these strong men, he would feel uncomfortable all over. Of course. Although he is stupid, he is not stupid. Sun Wukong is aware of his own strength, and rushing to the edge of the Northern Milky Way is not to compete, but to be beaten. So he hooked up Vegeta, took Vegeta into the Spirit Time room, and stayed there for 2 years. Who would have thought that after 2 days, Bojack and the others came to the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol? Key boy, your strength is not bad. You can hold on to me for so long. Zanja hovered in the air, looking at Monkey King with a little fear in his eyes. This Super Saiyan is different from the Super Saiyan just now. The power of this Super Saiyan in front of him is a bit scary. Kakarot, the clansmen are almost killed by them. You are still talking nonsense. Kill them for me. At this time, Vegeta and Gobia on the ground fought, and the three of them were seriously injured in a few rounds. He yelled at Monkey King in the sky, "I in the sky." Monkey King looked down at Vegeta, and King Vegeta, and a powerful force suddenly burst out from him. That boom! The overwhelming momentum shook the sky, trembling. Zenji was taken aback. Your power. You are the second person to see me at full power. Go to hell with me. The first one is naturally Vegeta. It turned out that after defeating Gula, half a year later, Monkey King's normal power broke through to 1,000 million combat power. He only has -million combat power when he transforms into a Super Saiyan, which is still too far behind the Bojack 5 people mentioned by the King of the North of SO. He took Vegeta into the Spirit Time room and stayed there for 2 years. He and Vegeta used fairy beans to recover from the brink of death. In 2 years, his strength broke through to 5,000 million combat power. Transforming into a Super Saiyan increases combat power by 50 times, which is 25 billion AS for Vegeta. His fighting power to become a Super Saiyan is only 24 billion. After all, he is still the second child of the millennium. In addition to that, the two of them have also successfully entered a very stable Super Saiyan state. Monkey King is named Super Saiyan Full Power State, Sun Wukong, who has entered the full power state of Super Saiyan, is not the same person as the normal Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong is evil and awe-inspiring, and his eyes are extremely cold. He disappeared from the sky in an instant. In the next second, he appeared behind Zanja. When Zenja's scalp was numb, she turned around. The result ushered an iron fist. Boom! The abdomen was hit, and a mouthful of acid water poured from her stomach in her mouth and spurted out violently. Severe pain filled the whole body. Boom! Boom! Within a few seconds, Zanja was attacked hundreds of times by Monkey King, but he was completely unable to return it on the ground. Vegeta was also attacking Gobia, and the three of them. The two friends rubbed against Bojack's men directly. King of the North. The King of the Northern Realm was still scolding Sun Wukong for being a big idiot, but when he saw this scene, he was stunned. The voices of the three Realm Kings came. Short Wax Gourd, what's wrong? How? What's the battle now? Will Bojack destroy your Northern Galaxy? Destroy? The King of the Northern Realm was so excited that he started a small dance on the spot. Haha! How could it be destroyed? My Northern Galaxy has been saved. According to his understanding of Monkey King and Vegeta, these two people are at best better than Frieza. The two of them fought against Gura before, and they couldn't even beat Gura. It wasn't until Bardock also transformed into a Super Saiyan that the three Super Saiyans joined forces to kill Gura. This is also the reason why he told Monkey King not to participate in Bojack's matter before. Who would have thought that Monkey King and Vegeta would become so powerful in just half a year? Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Boom dash. There were explosions in the sky. The ground is also intertwined with several figures. Sun Wukong is rubbing against Bojack's 4 men, and King Vegeta is saving those Saiyans who have been seriously injured. Sky. Bojack, who was watching the play, frowned when he saw this. How could these two Super Saiyans be so powerful? In his observation, the state of Sun Wukong and Vegeto is very strange that, in addition to being stronger than King Vegeta, the aura of Monkey King and Vegeta is very peaceful, not as violent as the aura of King Vegeta at all. Unbeknownst to Bojack, this is Super Saiyan at full power. Although this state still imposes a burden on the body, it is much smaller than that caused by normal Super Saiyan. Moreover, in this state, the violent breath in the body will also be greatly reduced. This is also the reason why Sun Wukong looks so calm. This time, boss, I can't take it anymore. In the sky, Zanja broke free from Monkey King and flew to the other side. She stared at Monkey King in front of her. I didn't expect this Super Saiyan to be so powerful. Zanja gritted her teeth. She wished she could tear Sun Wukong into pieces. If it was in the past, she would not have dared to fight against a master with such power, but she was rescued by Tawa and endowed with a dark power. This is different. Boom dash. A black aura began to pervade Zanja's body at the same time. The three of them, who were being beaten by Galbia, were also emitting a black aura. The temperature of the entire battlefield dropped extremely rapidly. The evil breath is spreading to the earth. The Z fighters on the earth suddenly raised their heads. IT spread to the entire northern Milky Way. As if in the 9 nether hells, the river was icy cold. The Northern Realm King and the other 4 Realm Kings trembled when they saw this. Realm of the King of Gods. Under a big tree, Asin was reporting to the old King God how many planets he had created recently. Old Ancestor, I created another 103 planets. Isn't that too much? How can there be so many? With the little planet you created, the skinny ribs can blow them all up with a single sneeze. The old Kai Wangshin sat on the ground and looked at little Huangshu. His eyes were shining. Asin's face was full of black lines. What kind of ancestor is this? Even the little Emperor Uncle looked at him, and he lost the face of the King of the world. Suddenly, the crystal ball on the ground suddenly lit up, and then a picture appeared. The whole picture is extremely dark, like Rosen's hell. Then the screen changed, and 2 blonde Scions were being crazily beaten by 4 black men. Old Ancestor. Ashin yelled anxiously. What's wrong? Old Kai Wangshan was startled, jumped up from the ground, and accidentally stepped on his little Emperor Uncle, and he was about to yell at him. Asin pointed the crystal ball on the ground and shouted, Old Ancestor, look quickly. The old King of the world was taken aback. What is this kid going crazy? He bowed his head. Dark breath, my mother. The old Realm King God was taken aback again, and the little Emperor Uncle on the ground was stepped on again. Old Ancestor, what is the dark breath? Didn't I tell you before? The dark breath is only possessed by the dark demon world. The old King of the world squatted on the ground and looked at the crystal ball, frowning. The strength of these 2 Super Saions is not bad, and the state is also very stable. But facing the 4 people full of dark aura, they are still far behind. Already, the scene of Monkey King and Vegeta being beaten has been playing on the crystal ball. You know, Sun Wukong has entered the full power state of Super Saiyan, and his combat power is 25 billion. Vegeta also has a combat power of 24 billion. Old Ancestor, aren't these 2 members of Lewis's tribe? It's over, they're gonna be killed. Asin's voice fell. In the picture of the crystal ball, Sun Wukong's right hand was broken, and Vegeta's abdomen was blasted out a hole by an energy bomb. The 2 vomited blood, and when they were about to be killed in the next second, they put their fingers between their eyebrows and disappeared instantly. It turns out that the teleportation of the planet Yadrit. Old World King God patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they can move instantly, otherwise they will die. Xian pointed at the crystal ball and shouted, Old ancestors, they are back. On the crystal ball, Monkey King and Vegeta returned to their full strength, returned to the battlefield, and continued to fight against Zanja and the others. What? The old world king was taken aback for a moment. Why did these two people suddenly recover? And the power is stronger than before. But what's the use of recovering? The old king of the world shook his head. Being endowed with dark power, the power of those four people will be more than 10 times stronger than before. The difference in power between the two sides is visible to the naked eye. These two super scions can't beat them. Before using the dark power, praise their power. Gogoy's fighting power is 10 billion fighting power, Bukin's combat power is 9 million, Dabai's combat power is 12 billion, Zanja's fighting power is 17 billion fighting power. According to the old Kai Wangshan, with the use of dark power, the combat power of the four of them all broke through to more than 100 billion. What should I do then? Asin clenched his fists. Zanjia and the others were too powerful. Not only that, but their aura is extremely evil. Asin saw the figure of Majin Buu on Zinja and the others and couldn't help becoming nervous. Ixin, did you notice that the guy who's been watching the show is the strongest person in it? Seeing Bojack's figure, the old king god frowned. These two super scions can't even beat those four garbage, let alone that guy who was watching the show. What should I do? Asin was so anxious that he was about to cry. Master Beerus and Lewis have both left Universe 7. This is the end. The old Kai Wangshan was also anxiously walking around in the Kai Wangshan realm. When he came out of the Kai Wang Excalibur, he found that the 7th universe was ranked second to last in the universe on the entire network. It can be said that there is no strong person in the Earth universe. In the past 10 years, with his assistance and Lewis's destruction, the 7th universe has developed better and better. But there are still not many strong people in the 7th universe, the strongest mortals that the old world king god has ever seen are the two super scions on the crystal ball screen. Without Lewis and Beerus, the 7th universe will definitely be destroyed by those people full of darkness. Old Kai Wangshan's expression became more and more anxious, and his walking speed became faster and faster. Suddenly, ding! The bell next to the old king god's ear rang, and his eyes lit up suddenly. On the crystal ball, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were severely injured by Zanjia and the others. Fortunately, the two of them can teleport, and every time they live and die, Monkey King and Vegeta will use teleportation to leave the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The two recovered and came back here to fight Zanjia and the others. There's absolutely no way to go on like this. The atmosphere in the realm of the King of the Realm became more and more tense, and Ixin was so anxious that he was about to cry. Old ancestor, Master Beerus and Lewis are not here. Our 7th universe is finished. Damn it, I'm still here. Old Kai Wangshan lowered his head, staring intently at the picture on the crystal ball. Asin turned his head, looked at the old Kai Wangshan with strange eyes, touched his head and said, Old ancestor, you have thin arms and thin legs. Can you beat those 5 guys? The look in Asin's eyes made old Kai Wangshan speechless for a while. He jumped up violently and slammed on Asin's head. Hey grandpa, what are you doing? Did I say I was coming? The old king of the world lowered his head again, looked closely at the two figures on the crystal ball, touched the bell earrings around his ears. His eyes became brighter and brighter. What a seedling, what? Asin looked at the old realm king god with resentment on his face. What time is it? Luckily Meowsy, the good seed in your mouth is still being rubbed on the ground by others. Junior, do you want to see Fusion Warrior? Old ancestor, what is a fusion fighter? Fusion Warrior. The old king of the world looked up at the sky at 45 degrees. His face was full of bitterness, and he seemed to recall some unbearable scenes. He used to be a beautiful boy, and he was that damned old hag. Stop talking nonsense. Call Jebet over here. The old king of the world shook his head and yelled at Exin. Ashen shrank his neck suddenly. Although his ancestor looked at Little Emperor all day long and looked very unreliable, after getting along with him for this period of time, he knew that his ancestor was actually a very capable king of the realm. God. Now that the situation is urgent, his ancestor must have thought of something, so he hurried to find that it wasn't long before Jabba came here. As long as there is me in the 7th universe, it will not be finished. The old king took 2 earrings from his ears and handed them to Jabba. Jebet, you give these 2 earrings to the 2 super scions, and they must each wear one. Okay, Lord King of the old world. Jebet didn't ask any more questions. He was already aware of the seriousness of the matter. He took 2 earrings and disappeared in place in an instant. After Jebet left, Asin took off the Patera earrings from his ears. Old ancestor, what are these 2 earrings for? Can they save Universe 7? Didn't I just say fusion fighters? The old king of the world smiled. These 2 earrings can allow 2 people to fuse together to form a brand new powerful warrior. The power of this kind of fusion warrior will be terrifying. If the 2 super scions on the crystal ball are fused together, they might even be able to fight against Lewis. Lewis is the alternate god of destruction in Universe Dash, and besides Beerus, he is the strongest. The old world king god said that the warrior fused with 2 Patera earrings can even fight against Lewis. Exine was short of breath, and his little face was flushed red. Old ancestor, then our 7th universe is saved. Don't worry, as long as they can merge smoothly, those 5 trash will definitely not be opponents of fusion fighters, even with dark power. The old realm king god took the Patera earrings from Exine, put them back on, and solemnly said, 2 mortals use Patera earrings, and they can maintain a fusion state for an hour. But Kaishin is different from mortals. Once 2 Kai Wangshan wear it at the same time, they will be fused together forever. The old Kai Wangshan touched Exine's little head and sighed. Junior, remember, the Kai Wangshan's earrings must not be taken off easily. Speaking of this, he thought of that damn witch again. What a pissed off old man. Will it be together forever? Asin thought of the picture of merging with other people. His body trembled violently. But why is his ancestor's tone so strange? Has he experienced this before? The waves of the 7th universe are still surging, and at this time, a colorful streamer appears in the God of Destruction realm of the 10th universe, in front of the palace of the God of Destruction. For people suddenly appeared on the purple grass. These people were none other than Lewis and the others. When Lewis landed on the ground, he saw Ramsey, Abraham, alternate God of Destruction, Jivas, Zamas, and Kasai waiting here. I've seen Lord Rumsey. I've seen Lord Gervis. I've seen Miss Kess. Lewis stepped forward and saluted, and Taisifu followed suit and saluted. Kasai nodded, showing 2 dimples, and said with a smile, it seems that this challenge trip has improved you a lot in all aspects. According to her observation, Lewis's power is about to break through to the realm of God, much stronger than before. She knew that Lewis could transform, and if he transformed, his power might break through to the 3rd level of the realm of gods. In fact, Lewis's strength has not yet broken through to the 3rd level of the god realm, but he has also reached the bottleneck. And the next step is to break through to this level. In addition, Kasai also found that Lewis's behavior was extremely natural and full of temptation, and it seemed that there was a weakness all the time. Kasai knew that Lewis had integrated his fighting consciousness and skills in his body, becoming a part of his body's instincts. This is a bit like the free zone, but not as exaggerated as the free zone. Put simply, this is a simplified version of freedom. Compared with the real freedom, the simplified version will not consume a lot of energy. This kind of combat state, before that, only Beerus can achieve it. Half a year later, I didn't expect Lewis to reach this step. Haha, okay. Lewis touched his head, feeling a little naive, this time. Rumsey looked at Lewis and said indifferently, after all, I come to my 10th universe. After Lewis killed Ketla, he started to fight all the way from the 1st universe to the 9th universe. No universe could stop his footsteps, and they all became Lewis's stepping stones. Now it's his turn. Rumsey turned his head to look at Beerus, clenched his fists. It's fine if you don't challenge me. You cross my 10th universe and go directly to the 10th universe to challenge. There's a mortal who has cultivated his strength to the extreme. Wouldn't it be better for you to find that Jiren to compete? The other gods of destruction have become stepping stones for Lewis, and Rumsey really doesn't want to let himself be this kid's experience bag that Rumsey's tone stuns Zamison next to him. Isn't he just accepting the challenge from universe dash? This alternate god of destruction. How do you make it look like your parents are dead? But, according to rumors, the alternate god of destruction of the 7th universe was able to perform erasing and kill Kitra of the 4th universe that I don't know if it's true or not. Thomas kept looking at Lewis, who just happened to look over. Zamasu? What an interesting alternate Kai Wangshan. Lewis smiled inwardly that in the super anime. Zamasu is the alternate world king god, but he can't cultivate a state of mind where he is born to be anti-human. This guy Zamasu wanted to destroy all mankind, and in the end the king used a race to clean him up. I just don't know if he had that kind of thought at this time. While Lewis was observing Zamasu, the god of destruction world in the 10th universe suddenly became as noisy as a vegetable market. Skinny ribs? In addition to that dead fat pig in the 6th universe, and that old guy in my universe who dares to call me that. You dare to call me that. You want to die. Whether you want to die or not, I will talk about it later. I will ask you if you can cross my 10th universe and directly challenge the 10th universe. If you want to call me skinny ribs, I won't. You. Rumsey pointed at Beerus, his eyes glowing, his chest heaving up and down. This skinny rib is still so annoying. Seeing that Beerus and Ramsey were about to make a move, Gervis hurriedly stood up. Lord Rumsey, calm down. Didn't he just accept Lewis's challenge? Just agree to him. What does it matter? Rumsey couldn't help but roll his eyes at Gervis's words. If you were to become a stepping stone for Lewis, would you still say that? But, come on then. Ramsey knew the challenge was inescapable. After all the gods of destruction before him were beaten by Lewis. Master Rummus, please. Lewis smiled, and he gave Wes a look. Weiss nodded. He was going to look at Kess. Kess also nodded. The two siblings were about to fly into the sky to set up a void battlefield. Suddenly, the staff in Weiss' hand suddenly lit up. The power of the second layer of the realm of gods. Weiss blurted out with his pupils shrinking sharply. Wes, what's wrong? Everyone was stunned. What is the power of the second layer of the realm of gods? And also, isn't it the power of the second layer of the realm of gods? Is it necessary to be so surprised? The two alternate gods of destruction present all have this level of power, not to mention the two real gods of destruction, Beerus and Rummus. Master Beerus, there is a candidate for a god of destruction master in our 7th universe. Weiss checked with his staff and said hastily, what? Beerus was taken aback. When did his universe have such a master? Not only Beerus was taken aback, but even Lewis was taken aback. Lewis himself is in the second level of power in the realm of gods, and he knows what the second level of power in the realm of gods is. According to the plot of Dragon Ball, such a master should not appear in this time period. Could it be that something major happened to the Earth and the universe? Soon, Beerus also thought of this, that he and Lewis have both left the 7th universe, and this kind of master appeared in the 7th universe. If it's those guys who destroy the universe, then the old Kai Wangshan and Asin are dead. Once the old Kai Wangshan and Oxen died, he would die too. Beerus yelled, Lewis, let's go back. Okay, let's go back. Lewis nodded, and he turned his head to look at Rumsey. Master Rumsey, something happened to us in the 7th universe. Next time we have a chance to discuss, I will withdraw first. After speaking, Lewis pulled Taisai, Beerus, and Weiss, and directly used teleportation to disappear in place. Rumsey was dumbfounded at the speed at which Lewis and the others disappeared. Didn't you say you want to learn from each other? Didn't you say you want to use me as a stepping stone? Why did you run away suddenly? Wrong. The master of the 3rd layer of the realm of gods. Another master of the level of the god of destruction has appeared in the 7th universe. Impossible. Namzi is envious, jealous, and hateful. And Zamison next to him turned a blind eye to Rumsey's expression. He kept looking at the place where Lewis disappeared. I also want to ask you what you think of human beings. Zamison muttered in his heart, then shook his head slightly, and returned to the calm posture that belongs to the king of the world. As for Kaisai, she felt a little strange. She found that Wes had been hesitant to speak since he came to the 10th universe. He seemed to want to say something, but he couldn't speak. The 7th universe, the realm of kings and gods. The picture played on a crystal ball. The 4 black figures frantically attacked Monkey King and Vegeta. 4 masters with a combat power of tens of billions beat Monkey King and the 2, and they couldn't bear it all. Under the impact of powerful forces, the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol had a violent explosion and completely collapsed. Fortunately, Lewis once made a wish to Shenlong so that Scions can survive in the sky, as Monkey King and Vegeta can survive in the cosmic starry sky. They were seriously injured by the 4 of Zanjia, and the 2 took King Vegeta away and returned to the original battlefield after eating the fairy beans and continued to fight. The strength of Monkey King and Sun Wukong also began to skyrocket after each serious injury. Monkey King's strength has skyrocketed from 25 billion to 30 billion. Vegeta's power soared from 24 billion combat power to 28. However, after all, the 2 still can't defeat the 4 of Zanjia. After all, others have tens of billions of fighting power and squatted on the ground. Looking at the picture on the crystal ball, he clenched his 2 small fists tightly. Lewis knows the teleportation at the level of the king of the world, and he took everyone to appear directly at the barrier of the universe, breaking the barrier of the universe in a circle. After jumping out of the 10th universe, he moved to the 7th universe, and the Northern Galaxy Patrol Galaxy headquarters. 4 people with tens of billions of combat power. The planet where the Galaxy Patrol headquarters is located has collapsed. Jacques, Galaxy King. All the creatures above are dead. The whole starfield was filled with the smell of blood, and all kinds of violent energy filled it, like the domain of killing gods, which made people's scalp tingle. That dark place. Tova is holding a staff and observing all this outside. I originally wanted to sell my test product, but I didn't expect that the 5 of them, Bojack, still have some strength. Seeing Sun Wukong being beaten up by the 4 of Zanjia, Tawa showed a slight smile. The purpose of her coming here is to kill the Scion family, and then go to the Earth to bring Taisai and Lewis back to tea that time. Demigula and the 4 great demon gods of the Dark Demon world will do it themselves. If they can't take Lewis away, can't they kill a little mortal? As long as the Scion family is completely killed, and then Taisai is killed, their mission will be completed. Did I end this way? Lewis will definitely be blackened by anger. Once Lewis is blackened, he will awaken his previous memories, and he will definitely return to the camp of the Dark Demon realm. Tawa looked at the outside world. Although Monkey King and Vegeta kept disappearing and recovering, the strength of these 2 people is still improving, but compared with Zanjia and the others who use the dark power, they are still far behind. These 2 are destined to fail to save the Scion family, and they will also die in the hands of Zanjia and the others. Soon, Toba sees that Bojack is about to start working again. Lord Lewis, don't blame me. I am also thinking about your Dark Demon world. In the dark, Tova covered her rosy mouth and let out a charming laugh. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the outside world. He handed the 2 earrings to Monkey King and Vegeta, said something to them, and then disappeared. Next up, Sun Wukong both wore earrings at the same time. A stream of colorful light shot up into the sky, and the vast power swept across the entire star field and spread to every corner of the 7th universe. All the Z fighters on the Earth looked up. It was the breath of Vegeta and Monkey King on the Northern King planet. The Northern King, who fell from surprise to despair, saw the scene of the Galaxy headquarters, and his body trembled. This power, a power that belongs to the level of an alternate god of destruction. Dwarf waxed bored. What's going on with this power? Could it be that the great Realm King made a move? Hurry up and talk. The other 3 Realm Kings shouted anxiously. It was Lord Kai Wangshan who made the move. Our universe is saved. Dwarf Wintermelon clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement. The 3 Realm Kings were startled for a while. and after thinking for a long time, they suddenly shouted excitedly, Master Realm King God, the legendary king of the world. Dwarf waxed gourd, you won't lie to me. This power is so strong. It must be the legendary king of the world who can have such a powerful power. At the same time, in the shadows of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Tova was dumbfounded. How? How is it possible? These two mortals can explode with such a powerful force. It's over the extinction plan of the Scion family. Just when Tova was disappointed, she suddenly saw four figures appearing outside. They were Lewis, Ties, Beerus, and Weiss. Haha, they are really back. Tova's originally disappointed expression suddenly became pleasantly surprised. She thought she had to go to Earth and kill all Tai-Sai's relatives on Earth in order to lure Lewis over. As a result, before the latter plan was implemented, Lewis was lured back. It seemed that her lord Lewis really valued the Scions. Surprises are surprises, but Tova didn't dare to stay here for too long. After all, Wes and Beerus are backed up, as Tova waved her staff, opened a crack in space, and quickly escaped here. And then it was the turn of the five demon gods to appear. Outside the original location of the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, the four of Lewis suddenly appeared in the starry sky, and they were watching a handsome match just after they came out. Vegetto. Lewis looked closely at Vegetto in front of him. Vegetto wears Patera earrings in both ears, and is wearing an orange short-sleeve vest with a dark blue Kamehadu jacket on top. Especially his confident smile is exactly the same as Vegetto in the anime. Colorful streamer, gorgeous, so handsome. This handsome man is as handsome as me. Lewis was very excited. Tears could not help but flow from the corner of his mouth. Tai-Sai next to her was taken aback. What's wrong with her, Lewis? This expression is strange and frightening. Beerus and Weiss are also a little confused. Isn't it just a piece of garbage with a second level of power in the realm of gods? Is it necessary to be so excited? Everyone had no idea what status Vegetto had in Lewis's heart. This is Vegetto. In the anime, every time it's time for life and death, once Vegetto or Gogeta comes out, they can quickly turn the situation around. As for whether you can finally kill your opponent by combining. As for whether the character is turbulent or not, these Luis don't care so much. After all, being handsome is a lifetime thing. Vegetto is really handsome, okay? Lewis, what's the matter with this kid? Why does he look so familiar? Beerus looked at Vegetto and said, A T first. This new second-tier master in the realm of God really surprised him. The power of the second layer of the realm of gods wants to destroy the universe, and it is already capable of doing so. If the seventh universe is really gone, then the old Kai Wangshan and Asin are absolutely dead. The lives of the Kai Wangshan and the god of destruction are linked together, and he will definitely not be able to escape. Fortunately, the seventh universe has not been destroyed. Back here, he naturally saw those five people full of dark aura. He didn't rush to make a move, mainly because he felt that Vegetto looked familiar. Hearing Beerus' words, Lewis suppressed the excitement in his heart. Didn't you notice the earring in Vegetto's ear? Vegetto. Earrings? Beerus was taken aback for a moment, and soon he found the earring next to Vegetto's ear. Patera earrings. Fusion warrior. Beerus naturally knew the function of the Patera earrings. In the old days, the old king of the world was fused with that old, which because of the Patera earrings. What's going on here? Who are the two people who merged? Why do they have earrings of Kai Wangshan? Beerus was furious. Doesn't the possession of Patera earrings mean that those two people have a contact with Kaishin? If these two people have evil thoughts in their hearts, wouldn't the king of the world be dead? Realm King God is doomed. So he is also doomed. The more Beerus thought about it, the more frightened he became. A burst of purple power emerged from him, and the destructive aura swept across the entire seventh universe. Do you still need to think about it? It must be the idea of the old world King God. Lewis folded his hands, kept looking ahead, and said calmly, Didn't you see the dark aura of those five people? We've been away from the seventh universe for so long. If we don't make it back, then the seventh universe will be finished. Without us, the old Kai Wangshan could only make such a bad move. Didn't you see how strong that fusion fighter is? With Vegetto here, Bojack and the five of them are nothing to worry about. Also, you also know the two people who merged. Lewis also recognized Bojack and the others. He didn't expect these five people to appear here before the Shero episode was staged. Hearing this, Beerus nodded. The fact is the same. This is probably the masterpiece of that old guy. The anger in Beerus' heart disappeared immediately, but he also knew the two people who were fused and asked puzzledly. I also know. Who are they? Lewis said unhappily. It's Kakarot and Vegeta. Vegetto. The name is so special, and his handsome appearance combines the characteristics of Kakarot and Vegeta. I didn't notice this. And there was no one else. The two of them. Beerus was dumbfounded. Sun Wukong and Vegeta are members of Luis tribe. During the time he stayed on the Earth, he also knew that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had good talents. The Gula was killed by the two of them half a year ago. I didn't expect that when combined, their power would soar to the second level of power in the realm of gods, which is the power of an alternate god of destruction. Okay, Vegetto is going to do it. Lewis crossed his hands and kept looking forward. To be honest, he was looking forward to the performance of the coach Bivget. Whoa, whoa. In the pitch-black cosmic starry sky, Vegetto was emitting golden flames. Super Saiyan 1 status. Power. The second layer of the realm of gods. It's so powerful. Vegetto was floating in the starry sky. He clenched his fists, and the power of destroying heaven and earth rolled in his body. So charming. Vegetto glanced around again. The Galactic Patrol headquarters had already disappeared, and the Scions also died in this battle. Murderous. You, what's the matter with you? Why can the two of you fuse together? Gogaoya was dumbfounded, and Vegetto's strength terrified him. Now it's my turn, Dai. Vegetto's tone was very cold. He disappeared in an instant and appeared behind Gogoya. One punch. Endless mighty force rushed out, like a giant dragon of the prehistoric world, bombarding Gaobia, who exploded in an instant. This is not over yet. The remaining fist strength swept across thousands of miles, and all the broken stars floating in the starry sky were wiped out. Gollum. Seeing this, Zanjia and the others swallowed their saliva. Give it to me now. Bojack came to the three of them at some point, and Vegetto's strength shocked him. Originally, he wanted to torture and kill those two Super Scions, but who would have thought that they would fuse together and their power would soar to an unbelievable level? Gaobia was not his opponent either, and was unexpectedly killed by someone else that Bojack really regretted why he didn't kill those two Super Scions immediately. Hearing Bojack's order, the three of Zanga attacked Vegetto despite being terrified. The main reason is that they understand Bojack's character very well. If they don't obey Bojack's orders, the end will be miserable. Buchin's whole body was filled with black aura, turning into a black lightning, appearing beside Vegetto. Punch and kick, like a gust of wind and rain. The speed is so fast that it is completely invisible to the naked eye. Soon, Zinja and Baidu joined the fray. Tens of billions of combat power were aroused wantonly, and the overwhelming airwaves rushed towards the surroundings like a wolf. Hey, hey, hey. For a while, there were afterimages in the starry sky. Regardless of the back and forth between Vegeta and them, if you observe carefully, you will find that Vegeta is walking the three of them like a dog. Suddenly, Vegetto caught Baidu's fist and said, It turns out that it's so cool to tease others, and I wanted you to continue to experience the feeling of being teased by others. But he glanced into the distance, and Bojack was fleeing into the distance. Killing my clansmen. Do you want to escape like this? Humph. Go to hell with my people. Vegetto held Hido's fist and squeezed it hard. Baidu's fist suddenly exploded, making a heart-piercing cry of pain. Next up, as soon as the shockwave erupted in Vegetto's hands, Baidu was instantly blasted into slag, but a master with tens of billions of combat power just died like this. You don't want to come here. Zanja, who was filled with black and dark aura, had a face full of despair. It never occurred to them that the trash that was ravaged by them before would suddenly become so powerful. What she didn't expect was that Bojack would abandon them and choose to escape alone. This time, whoa, Vegetto turned into a golden light and disappeared in place. Zinja and Butchin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Vegetto really let them go and chose to chase Bojack, but suddenly came Pai Qigong wave. A faint blue Qigong wave struck from a distance. Zanjia was hit by two people. Boom dash, like a big explosion in the stars, the bodies of the two of Zanjia twisted instantly, and then turned into a wisp of dust, completely disappearing into the universe's starry sky. Damn Scion. Bojack, who was fleeing in the distance, looked back and saw this scene, furious. That was his subordinate who had been with him for thousands of years, yet he died at the hands of that fusion warrior. But compared with his own life, Zinjia and the others should die if they as long as he can escape. He will become stronger and come back for revenge. Suddenly, can you escape? As soon as the sound came from the front, Bojack's pupils narrowed sharply, and he turned his head quickly, only to see Vegetto appearing in front of him with his fingers resting between his eyebrows. Yo, how come your speed is so fast? What Bojack doesn't know is that Vegetto uses teleportation, and as long as he can sense his chi, Vegetto can appear by his side at any time. Please let me go. Bojack was extremely terrified in his heart. He knew that even if he burst out with all his strength, he would not be able to defeat the man in front of him. Give me a reason not to kill you. Tova made me do this. At this time, Vegeta was completely manipulated by Vegeta's personality. He seemed to kill Bojack's men in various ways in the starry sky. After blasting Baidu into scum, Vegetto looked back at Zenga, who was like a witch, being watched by those icy eyes. Zanya felt cold all over. Suddenly, whoa, Vegetto turned into a golden light and flew towards Bojack. Zanya and Buchin looked at each other, and the two breathed a sigh of relief. When they thought that Vegetto really let them go, they chose to chase Bojack. Suddenly, Komi Pai, Qigong wavy. A faint blue Qigong wave struck from a distance. Do not. The two of Zanjia let out a desperate cry. Boom dash, like a big explosion in the stars. The bodies of the two of Zanjia twisted instantly, and then turned into a wisp of dust, completely disappearing into the universe's starry sky. Damn Scion. Bojack, who was fleeing in the distance, looked back and saw this scene, furious. That was his subordinate who had been with him for thousands of years, yet he died at the hands of that fusion warrior. But compared with his own life, Zinjia and the others should die if they as long as he can escape. He will become stronger and come back for revenge. This time, can you escape? A voice came from the front. Bojack's pupils narrowed sharply, and he turned his head quickly, only to see Vegetto appearing in front of him with his fingers resting between his eyebrows. Yo, how come your speed is so fast? What Bojack doesn't know is that Vegetto uses teleportation, and as long as he can sense his chi, Vegetto can appear by his side at any time. Please let me go. Bojack was terrified. Why do you want to kill our Scion family? Vegetto said coldly that it turns out that Monkey King received the news from the King of the Northern Realm that Bojack and the others were killing on the edge of the Northern Milky Way. As a result, they arrived at the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol in a few days and carried out all kinds of massacres on the Scion family. It must not be that simple. Tova made me do this. Bojack was shaking and looked terrified that in fact he was really scared. The incomparable power in Vegetto is simply not something that mortals can possess. Even if he uses the dark power, he probably won't be able to survive half a round with Vegetto. But that Bojack knew that this man would not let him go, and he had secretly begun to mobilize the dark power this time. Lewis in the distance wanted to continue watching the show, but heard Bojack talking about Tova. Lewis, Beerus, and Weiss looked at each other, each with a serious expression. Walk. Lewis and the others disappeared in an instant, and appeared next to Vegetto in the next second. Lewis. Vegetto was slightly taken aback. Great chance, give me to die. Bojack noticed that Vegetto let down his vigilance, and suddenly became violent. An extremely cold and evil aura erupted in him. The combat power has broken through to 500 billion. The combat power of 500 billion is equivalent to the power of Little Bu. It is really shocking that Bojack used the dark power to break through to this level. An extremely dark shock wave shot out from Bojack's hand. The stars trembled. As if a dark tide was rolling, the entire northern Milky Way was shrouded in this dark aura. Facing the oncoming dark energy, Vegetto kept looking at Lewis without turning his head, as if asking, when are you coming back? Vegetto's reaction made Bojack overjoyed. His power is dark energy. Vegetto is very strong. But if he is so careless, he will definitely suffer bitter fruit. Just when Bojack fantasizes about Vegetto being killed by him, but a voice echoed in the starry sky. Destroy. I saw Lewis raise his index finger and tapped lightly on the incoming dark energy. Hum. The dark energy turned into a flash of light and disappeared instantly. The dark aura of the entire northern Milky Way dissipated quickly, as if the sea was receding. The universe's starry sky became deathly silent. You, who are you? Bojack was dumbfounded. He thought that Vegetto would die in a sneak attack. But who would have thought that the man who suddenly appeared would take his attack with one fingered? Oh, horrible. So horrible. This guy must be stronger than this Vegetto. Bojack's body was shaking, and he kept stepping back. Idiot. The alternate god of destruction didn't even know that he dared to make a move in front of Lewis. Vegetto glanced at Bojack and said these two words out of his mouth. Good guy. It's Vegeta online from the beginning to the end, right? Lewis waved at Vegetto, then looked at Bojack and said coldly, who did you just talk about? Tova. Beerus' eyes were also very cold. Last time Lewis and Weiss made a big fuss in the Dark Demon world because of Tova, but now it's Tova's fault again. Weiss looked at Bojack. What does Tova want to do? Yes, she let us out just to destroy your Scion race. Bojack used the dark power, and his originally dark face turned pale. This group of people put too much pressure on him, just to kill my Scion family. Lewis and Weiss looked at each other. Could it be that they wanted to avenge their troubles in the Dark Demon realm last time? Besides this, Lewis and the others really couldn't think of any other reasons. If it is because of this that he wants to exterminate his Scion family, then it's a bit of fuss. It can't kill me like this. Is it just to annoy me? Lewis groaned it, but I have to admit, Lewis was really angry. After being bullied by Tawa last time, he broke into the Dark Demon realm and almost killed Weiss, but this time Tawa also killed the Scion family in order to anger him. Damn Tova. Boom dash. A violent force erupted on Lewis, squeezing space, causing the space to vibrate violently. Bojack was terrified. He couldn't sense the opponent's strength, but this aura is definitely not something ordinary people can have, and Vegetto must not be as good as him. I told Tova's purpose. Please let me go. Let go of you. Lewis glanced at Bojack, raised his hand, and a purple energy condensed in his hand. The whole body of Vegetto next to him was tense, and he felt a fatal threat from the strength of Lewis. Give me death, destroy. Lewis said lightly. With a slight movement of his little hand, the destructive energy in his hand instantly hit Bojack. Before Bojack could even yell, he disappeared into the starry sky. Taisai, who was next to Lewis, didn't show any expression when she saw this. After following Lewis for so many years, she has long been used to all this. King of the North. The King of the North realm was so excited that he jumped up from the ground. Even if he jumped with all his strength, he couldn't jump half a meter high. He really deserves to be a short winter melon. Short wax door, what's wrong? Did Lord Kai appear and defeat Bojack? Say it quickly. I'm so anxious to death. The voices of the other three realm kings were very anxious. It's not that Lord Kai Wangshan appeared. It's Lord Alternate God of Destruction who came back. The planet of the King of the North was made small by Beerus, and the other three kings also knew about the God of Destruction, but Alternate God of Destruction, when did Master Beerus accept apprentices? Short wax door, what's going on? The other three realm kings no longer care about Bojack. They are more concerned about when Beerus accepted his apprentice. You don't know that the King of the Northern Realm was in a good mood and began to talk about Lewis with the other three kings of the realm. Realm of the King of Gods, Shang squatted on the grass, looked at the crystal ball, and said excitedly, Ancestor, isn't this fusion fighter too strong? The old king of the world raised his chin slightly and said arrogantly, "This is the power of fusion fighters. You still have a lot to learn, Junior." "Yes, yes, yes." Exen nodded vigorously. His eyes were full of excitement. With Vegetto, Bojack is dead. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared in the crystal ball. Old Ancestor, Mr. Beerus, and the others are back. Asin saw the 4 of them. His face flushed, and he jumped up from the ground excitedly, ducked quickly, and see Bojack being sabotaged by Lewis. Asin was so excited that he couldn't find Bay. He clenched his fists. "Lewis is too strong, no. I have to take Lewis to wipe out Majin Buu later." When he took advantage of Babidi to seal the Devil Buu, he attacked Babidi and then brought the sealed Devil Buu to the earth. If he doesn't kill Majin Buu for a day, Asin will have trouble sleeping and eating. And the old king of the world was relieved when he saw the figures of Beerus and the other 2. These 2 guys are finally back. The ghost knows how much pressure he has been under during this time. Asin doesn't understand anything, and Beerus and Lewis are not around, so he's the only one he can rely on. Fortunately, there are 2 strong super scions in the 7th universe. They use Patera earrings to fuse together. Even if Beerus and the others can't come back, there's no need to worry about Vegetto and Bojack. But if the Dark Demon Realm strikes against the universe dash again, even Vegeta may not be able to stop it. The universe cannot be short of the god of destruction for a long time, and Beerus and the others return in time to make the old Kai Wangshan really feel at ease. Old Street King God looked at Lewis on the crystal ball again. Lewis left the 7th universe for more than half a year to go on a cosmic challenge trip. Now see Lewis again that Lewis's normal power is about to break through to the 2nd level of the god realm. The old king of the world knows that Lewis will transform again. If Lewis transforms again, then his power is likely to break through to the 3rd layer of the realm of gods. Besides, every move of Lewis is full of temptation, and he can launch offense and defense at any time. This is an instinct that integrates the fighting consciousness into the body and forms the body. This is what Keisai saw on Lewis before, and now the old king god also sees this that ignore the realm of perfection, erasure. If Lewis uses these powers again, I'm obedient. This kid is really a monster. Northern Milky Way, all kinds of violent energy remained in the dark starry sky. Under the impact of tens of billions of energy, not a single planet in this star field can survive, and all of them are wiped out. After the Bojack 5 were killed, the Louis 5 hovered in the starry sky. Vegetto kept looking at Lewis. The destructive energy released by Lewis just made him instinctively afraid. Now he's gathered the power of Monkey King and Vegeta. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. His strength is the multiplication of the 2. Possessing such exaggerated power, he even felt a fatal threat from Lewis. Vegetto shook his head and said, "Lewis, where have you been for the past 6 months?" After killing Gula that year, Lewis said that he would disappear for a period of time. This disappearance ended up disappearing for half a year. "I went to other universes." Lewis glanced around. The galactic headquarters has disappeared, and the Scions are almost dead. This damn Bojack destroying him directly is really cheap for him. Another universe. What are other universes? Vegetto was puzzled, but when he saw Lewis looking around, his tone was a little sad. "Our people are almost dead. It really pissed me off." Beerus was also furious. Because of the Scion race, his universe managed to get rid of the average human level ranking from the tail of the crane. Essay result, it suddenly returned to before liberation. What the hell? Beerus' scolding words contained a very high amount of ma, and the scolding was very ugly that Beerus' reaction was even more intense than that of Vegetto and Lewis, as if Lewis and Vegetto were fake Scions, and he was the real Scion. Ignoring Beerus' dog barking, Lewis patted Vegetto on the shoulder. "You are already very good. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid our 7th universe would be finished." Goku's personality took over Vegetto, and he froze for a moment. "You know me?" He is now in fusion state. Why does Lewis know him? Lewis was speechless for a while. Thinking with his toes, he knew that it was Sun Wukong who was in charge of Vegetto's body. With such a simple character, there was no one else but that fool. "I'm an alternate god of destruction," Lewis said lightly. Vegetto, Sun Wukong, suddenly realized that, oh yes, it was Kai Wangshan who asked Jebet to hand over the Patera earrings to him. There's no reason why Lewis didn't recognize the earrings in his ears. Vegeta and Vegetto rolled his eyes. This idiot. "Lewis, all of our people are almost dead. Let's go find the Dragon Ball." Vegeta took over the body, said at 8T this time. "Don't we have Weiss? We should need to look for Dragon Balls." Taisai looked at Weiss and said, "Wes, can you restore this place?" Weiss shook his head. "No, it's been more than 2 minutes. I can't help it. With his strength, he can only go back 2 minutes at most, and he can't do anything now." Vegetto said helplessly. "Then we can only find Dragon Balls. Depression is depression, but fortunately, there are Dragon Balls as the last hope. Don't worry, you forgot that I can also time rules." Lewis waved his hand. "Let me try." Speaking of time rules, Tais, Beerus, and Weiss knew this, but Vegetto didn't. Vegetto asked puzzled, "What is the time rule?" "Time rules." Lewis looked at Vegetto and smiled. "The time rule can be said to be a kind of energy, just like the broken rule I just used, but this power is stronger than chi." Vegetto clicked his tongue. When Lewis destroyed Bojack, his purple power also made his scalp tingle. Lewis also said that the time rule is the same as that purple power, and there are 2 superpowers, so how strong is this guy? "Lewis, can you really?" Beerus looked over. "I know you know the time rules, but it's been half an hour since the Galactic Patrol headquarters was destroyed." Weston paused and continued. "And the scope involved this time is very wide, far beyond the time room you created before. Can you really?" Just after finishing speaking, Weiss's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this kid has improved again? "I do not know how." He stared at Lewis. "Wait, don't look at me like that. My sister Taisai is still here." Lewis was taken aback by Weiss's eyes. "I don't want to gate this. Weiss, let me try it first. If it doesn't work, let's go find the Dragon Balls." Lewis suddenly straightened his face, and he flew to the starry sky ahead. Vegetto, in fact, rules are also a kind of energy in the final analysis. As long as you are strong enough, you can ignore them. Lewis hovered alone in the starry sky ahead, and he glanced back at Vegetto. The 2 in Vegetto's body are the protagonists of Dragon Ball. If they're afraid of the rules, it will be difficult for them to practice in the future. In fact, what Lewis is worried about is not Monkey King, but Vegeta. The second child of the millennium in this time period is still too young, far from growing up to the point where Bulma was slapped by Beerus in the anime, and Vegeta dared to fight with Beerus. All right, Lewis hovered in the starry sky, becoming serious. Hearing Lewis's words, Vegetto came back to his senses, and he stared straight ahead. Beerus, Tais, and Weiss also looked at the figure in the starry sky to hum. A golden light appeared on Lewis, entering the full power of Super Saiyan. Lewis will be at full power too? Vegetto was stunned for a moment, and soon he shook his head again. It was not surprising that Louise would use full power. Now he was even more curious about what Louise said. As long as the power is strong enough, it can ignore the rules to hum. A silvery light flashed across Lewis, and Lewis's golden hair was dyed with a layer of silver. Gold and silver intersect. Under the influence of the silver radiance, the surrounding time was distorted. Back in time, Lewis's eyes were fixed, and he raised one hand and spread his 5 fingers. The time rules in the body start to riot. Whoa! The silver light on his body formed a thick beam of light, soaring into the sky. With Lewis as the center, the silver beam of light began to spread towards the surroundings, and the entire center of the northern Milky Way was quickly dyed silver, as if the god of time had come to the world. The time is distorted, and the time of the star field with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles around the Galaxy Patrol headquarters begins to slowly go backwards. It can really turn back time on a large scale. Weiss' pupils shrank sharply, and this little bastard actually secretly cultivated the time rule to the same level as his own destruction rule. Beerus scolded his mother. He has never seen this little bastard practice the time rule. Weiss quickly protected everyone. "Drink." In the starry sky ahead, Lewis shouted loudly, and the time rule broke out again. With the Galaxy Patrol headquarters as the center, the time of the 100 million mile star field is rapidly regressing. A speck of dust makes gravel, and gravel makes stones, and stones make rocks. The picture was reversed, and soon, the planets destroyed by Vegeta and Zanja reappeared in the universe starry sky one by one. And the Galaxy headquarters has recovered. Jack is back. The Galaxy King is back. All Scions have come back to life. The creatures reappeared again. Miracle. It's a miracle. Different from the calm expressions of Beerus and the others. Vegetto froze in place. He was stunned. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, replaying the scene just now in his mind. Rules are also a kind of energy if two energies collide, which energy will win. Soon, Vegetto opened his eyes suddenly. Weiss and Beerus looked at each other and nodded. These two guys are also very intelligent. It's not that Vegetto comprehended the rules of time from the rules of time cast by Lewis, but that Vegetto comprehended the method of breaking the rules of time. Only the fist is the last word. Vegetto clenched his fists tightly. As Lewis said, it doesn't matter whether your power is rule or chi, as long as you are strong enough. You can ignore all of this. Vegetto regained a confident smile on his face. Okay, don't be so hard on the truth. Bojack has appeared again. Go and kill them. Lewis returned here, performed a time reversal, and he directly broke away and returned to normal. Seeing this, Weiss hurried to Lewis to recover his strength. Vegetto turned his head and looked into the distance. Sure enough, Bojack and the others were heading towards the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. A killing intent erupted on him. Vegetto disappeared in place, and he returned here 5 seconds later. When I looked in the distance, I could only see a few groups of blood mist remaining there. Since when did you cultivate the time rules to the same level as breaking the rules? At this time, Weiss spoke. Half a year ago, Lewis's time rules were much worse than his breaking rules. If the rules are divided into 10 layers, then Lewis's destruction rules have reached the 5th layer. While his previous time and space rules have only reached the 2nd layer at most, it's okay to use the time and space rules of the 2nd layer to deal with those who are weaker than him. But if you want to use this to deal with masters of the God of Destruction level, then you can't do it. This is also the reason why he would say that Lewis's space-time rules are weak. It's no wonder that you sneak attacking other people's peaches is becoming more and more powerful. It turns out that your time rule has become stronger again. Beerus said helplessly. Hey, don't worry about it. Anyway, this genius has a lot of secrets. Lewis said with a smile on his hips that, in fact, he signed it again in the past 6 months. Signed in front of the God of Destruction Sidera. Reward. Time and space obliteration. Prototype. This trick is more terrifying than erasing. Prototype. Erasing can only erase things in the current time and space, and erasing time and space is a magic skill that can kill the enemy at once in all time and space. Because of his trick, Lewis's time rules and space rules skyrocketed to the current level. But this move is really abnormal. To erase a person from all time and space requires a strong force to support him. At present, the power of the 2nd layer of his God realm is not enough. In addition to this, the time and space rules also need to be practiced insufficiently. Lewis guessed that it might be necessary to cultivate the strength to the angel level and the space-time rules to the 8th level. In other words, he can only stare blankly now. Lewis really wanted to say, give me the skills I can't use, the system you. Beerus rolled their eyes at Lewis's explanation. But yes, compared to Lewis's other secrets, he suddenly cultivated the rules of time and space to such an extent that it is not a secret, AT this time. Vegetto flew back this way after killing the 5 Bojacks again. Lewis, I want to fight you. Vegeta looked at Luis excitedly. Vegeta knew the gap between himself and Luis before, and he didn't dare to fight Luis at all. For Sun Wukong. He wanted to compete with Luis, but Luis didn't like him at all. Now merging into Vegetto, his strength has skyrocketed to an unprecedented level. Although he has no way to break the rules and time rules, he may be able to fight against Luis with a few tricks. Vegetto is very eager to fight Luis. Then let's try a few tricks. Luis smiled, and Vegetto turned into a Super Saiyan at full power, and his power broke through to the 2nd level of the God realm. What if he turned into a Super Saiyan or a Super Saiyan? After all, Gotenks can transform into Super 3, so there's no reason Vegetto can't. Luis also wanted to see how far Vegetto's true power could go. That's fine, you're not allowed to use that to break the rules and time rules. Although Vegetto knew how to deal with these forces, his current pure power was not strong enough to ignore them for the time being. Do not worry. Lewis waved his hand. If he used these powers, he would be a bit of a bully. You should use all your strength, or you won't be able to withstand my attack. Vegetto was taken aback. How did Lewis know that he hadn't exploded with all his strength? Don't be in a daze, come on. Then I'll do my best to show you. Vegetto returned to normal, with a very calm expression. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Weiss quickly set up an energy shield and took Tais and Beerus far away. Weiss looked like an old mother who was protecting the calf. He was really afraid that the force from the fight between the two of Lewis would shock Tai and the others to death. By the way, you can just take Tais away. Why are you taking me away? Beerus said angrily. Really thought he was a coward like Tais. Tai covered her small mouth and laughed. Haha, subconscious reaction. Lord Beerus don't care. Weiss was indeed a little embarrassed. The main reason was that Lewis often fought with others, and he was always the one who protected Tais. The action just now was also a subconscious reaction. After all, protecting 1 cub is protection, and protecting 2 cubs is also protection. Weiss changed the subject and said, Master Beerus, Lewis said that Vegetto hasn't shown his full strength yet. What do you think? Who knows these Scions? Beerus curled his lips. These Scions can increase their strength dozens of times with just 1 transformation. Maybe they can transform 3 or 4 times like Frisia. The voice fell. The space vibrated violently, and a vast force swept across the starry sky. Fortunately, Weiss set up an energy shield in advance. Otherwise, the Galactic Patrol headquarters would explode again just after the restoration. Far away. Boom dash. The space vibrates more and more violently. Crackling. Powerful power erupted from Vegetto, like a prehistoric beast, with a frightening aura. Pulled by incomparable power, the ions floating in the void gathered together, forming zigzag arcs. Crackling. Countless electric arcs danced on Vegetto. His eyes were very calm. Could it be that this kid can really transform into Super 3? Seeing this, Lewis's eyelids twitched suddenly. Drink. On the opposite side, Vegetto clenched his fists, and the power in his body was continuously released. What? The veins on Vegetto's forehead popped. Boom. The overwhelming aura erupted wildly, like a flood that had been accumulated for thousands of years. The waves were turbulent, one wave after another. With Vegetto as the center, the surrounding light was absorbed in an instant, and in the next second, a dazzling white light burst out. A huge golden ape flashed in Vegetto's eyes. His hair began to grow, and his eyebrows began to disappear. It's really Super 3. Seeing this, Lewis blurted out "AT" the same time, the other side. The peak of the 2nd layer of the God realm. Feeling this force, Beerus and Weiss were dumbfounded. This power is exactly the same as that of Lewis. It is also the peak of the 2nd level of the realm of gods, and it is only 1 step away from breaking through to the 3rd level. Lewis, come on. A golden light erupted on Vegetto, and Vegetto changed his appearance. Eyebrows disappear. Waist-length blonde hair. 2 earrings dangled in Vegetto's ears. Oh, handsome. Lewis swallowed his saliva. Mad. This handsome man is more than let people live. No, I'm gonna beat you up. Lewis gritted his teeth. He couldn't bear someone more handsome than him. He entered the full power of the Super Saiyan, and his strength also broke through to the peak of the 2nd layer of the God realm. Whoa. Lewis turned into a bolt of lightning, cut through the void, and punched away. Good day. Vegetto laughed out loud. He could finally see what Lewis was doing clearly. Clenched fist. 2 fists meet. Boom. A halo of light flashed across the fist, and it exploded in a ring around it. The powerful force rolled up a 1,000-fold starry sky storm. Space disorder. So strong. Vegetto was shaken back thousands of meters. His fist was numb from shock. Lewis was also shaken back thousands of meters, and his blood boiled. As expected of the protagonist, Lewis's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He knew that Vegetto was not that simple. And as expected, Vegetto could really transform into Super 3 and also raise his strength to the same level as him. Is this genius? What I beat up is a genius. Two golden lights confront each other in the starry sky. Moved. Lewis disappeared into the starry sky, and Vegetto's mind suddenly tensed up. Behind. Vegetto moved his body to the side, and a fist rushed from behind, slashing past his head. The peak power of the second layer of the god realm erupted in his ears. Although it was in the starry sky, at this moment, it seemed as if white waves were breaking the sky, and the air waves kept rolling. The entire battlefield boiled instantly. Vegetto backed away quickly, cold sweat pouring out his back. So fast, so powerful. The speed is not fast at all, and the strength is not strong. There was another joking voice in his ear. Vegetto's pupils shrank sharply, when, just a little absent-minded, Vegetto came back to his senses and blocked his chest with his hands. Boom. An elbow landed on his chest, as if hit by a meteorite. Boom dash. As if time and space were distorting at this moment, Vegetto backed up 1,000 meters and took a hard breath. The severe pain made his head dizzy for a while. Not good. In an instant, Lewis was in front of him again, brutal force pouring in his legs. Lift your feet and kick straight. Boom. Vegetto was kicked in the face. The muscles on his face twisted instantly, and a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. Hateful. Vegetto smashed hard on the energy shield set by Weiss, making an earth-shattering impact sound. Why are you so strong, Luis? Vegetto is angry. He gathered his hands together. A faint blue light appeared in the palm of his hand. The pressure in the surrounding space increased rapidly, and strands of electric arcs danced in the palm of his hand. Turtle School, Qigong Wave. Kamapai Qigong cut through the starry sky, rubbed against the space, and made a sizzling sound. A series of firelights lit up. This piece of void seemed to be shattered. The picture was very scary. However, the directly charged Kamihi Qigong suddenly split into 3 waves of Qigong, blasting towards Lewis from 3 different directions. Interesting. In the distance, Lewis focused his eyes, raised his hand, and a golden light smeared on his hand, gathered gas into a blade. Blasphemy. A stroke of the void. A golden light flashed across the starry sky, and the 3 Qigong waves were chopped into pieces. Boom dash. There was an earth-shattering explosion in the starry sky, and a ball of flame quickly engulfed Lewis's figure, and then the smoke filled the air. Smoke inside. Lewis hovered motionless, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Vegetto, you are still too far behind those gods of destruction. Without turning his head, Lewis punched directly behind him, and the power of the second layer of the god realm exploded. Vegeta, who was about to sneak attack, was hit by a punch and hit the energy shield again, and then a golden Lu Guang rose from the smoke, chasing Vegeta. For a while, the starry sky trembled, and 2 clusters of golden light kept flashing in the starry sky. In just a split second, the two had fought hundreds of times on the other side. Beerus shook his head. It's too far away. Taisai was stunned. What's the difference? Weiss looked at the battle in the distance and said lightly. Master Beerus said that compared with Lewis, Vegetto is still far behind. What? Taisai couldn't see the battle in the distance at all. She could only see the starry sky shining with golden light, which was gorgeous and very beautiful. Vegeta's attack is not concise enough. There are too many unnecessary movements. His new state will consume a lot of energy, so he will soon be unable to hold on. Compared to Vegetto, Lewis's every attack can be described as fast, ruthless, and accurate. This is what Lewis gained from challenging the first universe to the 9th universe in the past 6 months. His current fighting skills have been integrated into his body and formed an instinct. This is a fighting state at the level of a god of destruction. Vegeta's fighting skills and reactions are too weak. Even Lewis from half a year ago, Vegetto, can't beat him. So with the same strength, Vegetto can't possibly be Lewis's opponent. From here, it can be seen how important fighting skills and thinking are on the same level of power, which is why Weiss agreed with Lewis to take the Cosmic Challenge trip the other side. Even though 2 masters of the same strength were sparring, Vegetto was beaten by Lewis like a child in front of Lewis. Soon, Vegeta was hit by shockwave, and a ray of light appeared on him, and Monkey King and Vegeta separated immediately. After Sun Wukong separated, he ate fairy beans to restore his strength. He flew to Lewis and said excitedly, "So Lewis is so powerful." As expected of an alternate god of destruction, Vegeta flew over and stared at Lewis. During the sparring, Sun Wukong and Lewis realized that they had the same strength as Lewis, but they couldn't beat others. It was obvious that their fighting awareness was not enough. Lewis looked at the two and said with a smile, "You are already very strong. If you compete with other alternate gods of destruction, you may even have a chance to beat them. Not every candidate god of destruction is at the peak of the second layer of god realm. Vegetto is definitely capable of winning other candidate gods of destruction. But I just said there's a chance. Strength is very important, but sometimes it is not important. After this time, you should also realize the importance of fighting skills." Lewis flew towards Taisai and said as he flew, "The other alternate gods of destruction have always been taught by angels. Their fighting skills are definitely not weak, and they also have rules of destruction. If you merge, you will only be stronger than them in strength. That's why I said you just have a chance to beat them. You still have a long way to go. Keep practicing hard." Sun Wukong followed closely behind, listening to Lewis's narration. Suddenly, Lewis stopped and said meaningfully, "In fact, they're angels who taught you." Lewis was referring to the fact that Bobo had taught them both. Sun Wukong and the two were taken aback for a moment. They couldn't understand Lewis's words at all. Lewis smirked when he saw the puzzled expressions of Sun Wukong and the others. "Okay, the clansmen are all resurrected. You should go back and rectify them quickly." Lewis was so bad. He drew out the curiosity of others, and then returned to Taisai without saying anything. "Hey, make it clear." Seeing Lewis's back, Vegeta was furious. "Vegeta, what did Lewis mean? How could I know?" Vegeta said unhappily, "Let's go. The clansmen are all resurrected. Let's go back and tell them about Bojack." The 2 Monkey Kings left the starry sky and returned to the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol, in the starry sky. Only the 4 of Lewis were hovering here. Lewis smiled and said, "Master Beerus, what do you think of my 2 tribesmen? At first I thought their talent was just okay, but now it seems that their talent in martial arts is even stronger than the alternate gods of destruction in other universes." Beerus' tone was very serious. "It's a pity that they don't practice the dimension. If they also practice the dimension, I kind of want to include them both. There is no rule in the universe. There can only be one alternate god of destruction." Hearing Beerus' words, Lewis rolled his eyes. Beerus went on to say, "If I just had hope for you scions before, now after seeing Vegetto, the ranking of universe dash really depends on you." Lewis laughed loudly. "Master Beerus, let me tell you this. Not only Kakarot and Vegeta can fuse, but other scions can also fuse. With the Tapora earrings, I know that other scions can also fuse, so I said that the ranking of the 7th universe is placed on you scions." Beerus smiled. He's in a very good mood now, as if he can see the scene of being praised by Quan Wong in the future. No, there are only a few pairs of Tapora earrings. If you only rely on the Tapora earrings, you can only fuse a few fusion fighters at most. Lewis smiled brightly. "Master Beerus, if you say that I can integrate all scions, what kind of picture will it be? What?" Beerus was breathing hard, clutching Lewis's shoulder tightly. "Is what you said true? If the old King Kai was here, he would definitely be able to guess who Lewis was talking about. Metamor Star Fusion. Okay, you'll know when the time comes." Lewis cheated again. He had just seduced the curiosity of Vegetto and the others, and now he has seduced Beerus' curiosity. In the end, he didn't say anything, and he really got worse and worse. Tais and Weiss laughed secretly. Soon, the riotous starry sky gradually calmed down. Lewis said, "Why, Spirit-sama, have you noticed that something is wrong with Tova's actions this time? Tova released Bojack just to kill his people, but it didn't make any sense. Not to mention that there's such a thing as Dragon Ball. It is said that he knows the rules of time, and he can also resurrect scions. It just to annoy me." For some reason, Lewis always felt that something was wrong, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. "Lewis, it seems that you have noticed it too." Weiss looked over. "Yes. Anyway, I have an ominous premonition that it must not be that simple." Lewis looked at Beerus. "Master Beerus, you have to be careful recently. The Dark Demon World can't do anything to me. I'm afraid the Dark Demon World may attack you. Don't worry, as long as there are no masters above the angel level, everyone else will die." Beerus was still very angry at Lewis teasing him, but when he heard this, his expression became very serious, and he also smelled the conspiracy from the Bojack incident. "What are you guys saying?" Taisai next to her was a little puzzled. Lewis hugged Taisai, shook his head, and said, "No, it's just that I caused some sewer garbage. You don't want to go back to Earth anytime soon. Remember to stay by my side." The atmosphere suddenly became a little dignified. "Well, I will go wherever you are." Taisai wrapped her arms around Lewis's waist. "Okay, let's go back to destroy the God Realm first, and challenge the rest of the universe later." Lewis is on his way home. Suddenly, 5 extremely evil auras permeated the entire 7th universe. "Haha, Lord Lewis, it's time for us to go home." In an instant, Earth Heaven. Bobo suddenly raised his head, muttering, "What are they doing here? Can't they recognize that Lewis is not our adult?" Bobo shook his head and looked back into the depths of the temple, inside the king's palace. Bold! The great priest just looked in the direction of the 7th universe, and was so angry that the 5 guys of Demigala dared to break into the universe of the king. The eraser next to him was a little confused, and made a childish voice. "Great priest, what's wrong with you?" The great priest respectfully said, "My lord, it is the 5 demon gods from the Dark Demon Realm who have descended. You can deal with it. I want to play Destroy the Stars." Yes. Endless darkness swept across the entire 7th universe, and the space of the 7th universe froze instantly, turning into a prison in an instant. Without the power of the priest level, there's no way to escape from it. The starfield near the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Boom dash, 5 thick pillars of dark light descended from sky. Demon god, Demigala, demon god, Chaos, demon god, Tartarus, devil, Nyx, demon god, Ross. The 5 great demon gods came to the world. Hiss. In the starry sky, Beerus and Weiss gasped. 5 demon gods. The terrifying dark aura hit. Weiss quickly set up an energy shield, but was useless at all. Crack. The energy shield exploded instantly. Lewis hugged Taisai and pressed her little head into his arms. Seeing this, his scalp was numb. "Erase." Lewis raised one hand and erased the incoming dark breath that a white halo streaked across the starry sky. The dark aura that struck dissipated in an instant, but only part of it dissipated, and there was a steady stream of dark breath coming towards this side. "Do not." Lewis and the others are desperate. Suddenly, the originally frozen 7th universe was broken by divine halo. As the sacred halo spread, the icy and piercing dark aura dissipated instantly, as if Dongshu met Chuyong. The great priest descended from the sky with a holy halo on his head. "It seems that you have recognized the identity of Lewis." "Father." Weiss couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the great priest coming. Beerus patted his chest. Sure enough, Tova's actions were definitely not that simple. Realm of the king of gods. Hiss. 5 great demon gods. It's over. Our 7th universe is over. The old king of the world squatted on the ground and looked at the crystal ball with fear on his face. "Old ancestor, who are the 5 great demon gods?" Asin asked hastily. He looked at the 5 people who suddenly appeared, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. That fear. Inexplicable fear. It was even more intense than the feeling Majin Bu gave him back then. "It's the 5 great demon gods of the Dark Demon Realm. I didn't expect them all to be dispatched." The old world king looked at Lewis on the crystal ball and said solemnly, "If I guessed correctly, they must have come to find Lewis." "How to do? The 5 demon gods are all priest-level masters?" Suddenly, on the crystal ball, a figure descended from the sky, and the surrounding dark aura disappeared in an instant like the ebb tide of seawater. "My lord priest, haha, our 7th universe is saved." I knew the great priest, and they would not stand idly by. Northern Milky Way, a figure flew down from above the starry sky, and the great priest stood in front of Lewis and the others, confronting the 5 members of the Dark Demon Realm. Light meets darkness. The resulting power shattered the starry sky of the universe. In front of such a vast force, Tais felt like a flat boat in the sea. Any wave could overturn her. She hid in Lewis's arms, trembling. "Don't be afraid." Lewis hugged Taisai tightly, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw the great priest coming. But Demicula said, "Mr. Lewis, we are going home." "What does this mean?" Also, the great priest just told Demigala and the others that you actually recognize Lewis's identity. I have another identity." Lewis frowned. The system clearly said that he was either an ordinary scion. The doubts in my heart are getting stronger and stronger. Is the dog system lying to me? Lewis hugged Taisai, turned to Weiss, and shouted, "Wes, who am I?" "I don't know either." Weiss also wanted to know what Lewis's identity was, as if his brothers and sisters knew something, but he was the only one kept in the dark. "Do not know." Lewis took another look at Beerus, who was shivering behind Weiss. Beerus stretched out a cat's head and rolled his eyes. Even Wes doesn't know. "So how can I know?" "Hateful." Lewis gritted his teeth. He has never felt this kind of feeling, as if the whole world is lying to him. Even the dog system is the same, saying erasing these is his power. Who the hell am I? At this time, the words in front made Lewis and the others prick up their ears. It's normal for you to discover the identity of Lewis. After all, the strength of Lewis is exactly the same as that of your adult. But dare to break into the universe of Quan Wong. You are really tired of living. The power of the great priest is booming. Ordinary angels dare not do their best in the universe of the whole network, because they will be bound by the rules of the universe of the king, unable to participate in the battle between good and evil, and cannot use the power of angels to fight. Once the angels break the principle of neutrality, their lives will disappear, but the great priest is different. There's an essential difference between the power erupted by the great priest and Keisai's power. Every strand of the power of the great priest is full of laws. Unlike the angel realm, which has 3 layers, the priest realm has only 1 layer. However, it is impossible for the power of the priesthood to have laws. King realm. The power of the great priest has broken through to the king realm. This is also the reason why the great priest dared to use all his strength in the Quan Wong universe, because the power of the Quan Wong realm has been able to escape from the shackles of the universe. So strong. Seeing this, Lewis seemed to have forgotten the anger of being deceived. He was frightened by the power of the great priest. It's not that the power of the great priest can kill him, but that this is the first time he has seen the great priest make a move, whether it is in the anime or after traveling to the world of Dragon Ball. The power of the great priest seems to be a bit different from Keisai's. Weiss, could it be that your father's strength has broken through to the king realm? Weiss hadn't told him about the power above the priest realm, but he could probably guess that above the priest realm is the king realm. Nonsense, without the king realm, how could the great priest hit 5? Beerus, who was hiding behind Weiss, rolled his eyes again. Weiss also nodded. His father's strength is actually not a secret, and it doesn't matter if it is said. Gollum. Lewis swallowed sharply. The power of the great priest has reached the realm of the full king. So how strong must the power of the full king be? This time. Whoa. Ahead, the law of light on the great priest's body turned into a sharp sword, slashing forward. One sword can conquer mountains and rivers. Gotcha dash. Cracks appeared in the starry sky, and there were more and more cracks like spider webs, facing the sword of light coming across. The 5 of Demigula remained expressionless. They have known for A long time that the power of the great priest has broken through to the realm of the whole king, while the power of their 5 demon gods is only at the priest level. It is impossible for 5 priests to win a king realm. Even 100 priests can't do it. But, ha ha ha, do we dare to appear here? Do we really think we have no other means? Demigella laughed loudly and glanced at the 4 demon gods beside him. Give me a hand. The voice fell. An extremely dark aura erupted from Demigella and the other 4 demon gods. The 5 of them hovered in the starry sky like 5 black holes. Go to me. The 5 demon gods stretched out their hands, and the black power on their bodies gathered in their palms along their arms. 5 people worked together. The black forces gathered together to form an ancient giant dragon, roaring towards the sword of light. Collide with it. Boom dash. The starry sky oscillated, and the entire 7th universe exploded in an instant. The sword of light issued by the great priest Hua has disappeared and been cancelled out. King of the universe. The 7th universe is gone. What happened? No. One is the power of the great priest, and the other 5 are the power of the dark demon realm. Has the dark demon realm invaded our universe? All the gods of destruction and angels in the Quanwang universe were frightened by these 2 forces, and they flew towards the 7th universe one after another. Northern Milky Way. The 7th universe exploded, forming nothingness. The great priest stood in front of Lewis and the others, blocking all the aftermath. Beerus, Ties, and Weiss are all right now, but Beerus saw his universe destroyed, and he wanted to cry without tears. The year is not good. First, the Scion was killed by Bojack, and the others, and now his 7th universe has also been destroyed. Louis, I'm afraid. Tai trembled all over. This kind of fighting made her feel terrified. Don't be afraid. The priest is here. We'll be fine. Lewis patted Ties on the back. Lewis really didn't expect that Demecula and the others were so strong that they could block the blow of the great priest. It turned out to be the power of darkness. Seeing that his sword of light was cancelled, the great priest frowned. He didn't care about the fact that the 7th universe exploded and looked at the 5 of Demecula and joked, Michi Capra actually gave you the power of darkness. Interesting. But if you can block my first blow, you can also block my second blow. The great priest saw through the power of the 5 Demigulas. Different from the light of the angels, the power emanating from the 5 of Demigella belongs to the power of darkness. The power of darkness is the nemesis of the power of light, and it is also a unique power of Mechkapra. Obviously, it was Mechkapra who bestowed the power of darkness on the 5 of them. Block you, the demon god? Urza stepped on the giant Kohen, looked at the great priest in front of him, and shook his head. Even if we have the dark power bestowed by Master Messi Capra, it is impossible for us to be your opponent. There is self-knowledge. On the opposite side, the great priest nodded slightly, with a look of contempt, as if nothing in the world could cause him to fluctuate. With me around, you can't take Lewis away. Do you want to die anyway? The bright aura on the great priest's body surged again, as if the god of light descended to the world, and the holy aura swept across the entire king universe. Why did they take me? Lewis looked at the back of the great priest. Am I still related to the dark demon realm? Not right. If I have something to do with the dark demon realm, why did Demigella attack me last time? Ahead, the demon god Layla's empty eyes flashed a gleam of light. Take Lord Lewis away? No. We're not that stupid. It is very difficult for them to even escape from the hands of the great priest, let alone take away a person in front of the masters of the whole king. This is simply impossible. But, haha, our purpose is not to take Lord Lewis away. The demon god, Dora's sphinx appearance, the aura emanating from it is very evil. Yes, soon as the words came out, I in the void, Lewis hugged Tates tightly, and suddenly the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. The great priest, standing in front of Lewis, and the others frowned. The purpose is not to take Lewis away. The great priest couldn't think of the purpose of the 5 Demiculas even if he tried his best. Stop talking nonsense, let's do it. The muscles on demon god Ross's body boomed, and the black tights on his body exploded. For a while, the 5 Demiculas looked joking, and all of them began to explode with strength. The power of darkness was condensed by them again to form an energy bomb with a diameter of -meters, and the void zone formed after the explosion of the 7th universe boiled instantly. Strands of electric arcs danced around the energy bomb, and the 5 Demiculas pushed with both hands. Whoa, the Quanwang universe is trembling nonstop. This force can threaten the entire Quanwang universe. Interesting. But you're not Mech Capra. Even if you have the dark power bestowed by Mech Capra, you're still ants after all. And let's kill you all. Without you, I believe that the dark demon realm will bleed a lot this time. The great priest laughed. The power of the king realm surged on him, and a storm suddenly rolled up in the void where there was nothing. Thunder and lightning. It's like the end of the world. The high priest glanced back at Lewis, and then turned to look at Demicula and the other 5. Erase. The great priest waved his hand to hum. A white halo erupted in his hand, like a bright dragon, roaring forward with the aura of destroying the world. I've been waiting for this moment. Demigella laughed, and he quickly got away from the 5. The great priest had just used erase, but Demicula's move caught him off guard. This time, the white erasing light had already flashed past the dark energy bomb with a diameter of -meters, and the energy bomb disappeared instantly. It's not over yet. Erasure continued to flash towards the remaining 4 demon gods. The expressions of the 4 demon gods were very strange. They were smiling and turned a blind eye to the erasure of the great priest, as if they were indifferent to life and death. And the other side, the disappearing Demicula suddenly appeared in front of Lewis. Master Lewis, offended. Demicula laughed loudly. He took out a staff from the void and radiated a ray of light at Ties in Lewis's arms. Do not. Lewis hugged Ties tightly, turned his body around quickly, and put his back against the ray of light. However, the ray of light seemed to be alive, bypassing Lewis's back, and directly hit Ties in his arms in an instant. The void zone is instantly distorted. Ding. Immunity Louise was hit by Demicula's power, and nothing happened but Lewis. Ties became unreal. She wanted to reach out and caress Lewis's face, but when she raised her hand in midair, she disappeared completely. Immediately. Afterwards, Demicula disappeared into nothingness in an instant the other side. Unsurprisingly, white light flashed across the 4 demon gods, and they completely disappeared into nothingness. The 4 demon gods were wiped out. Dark demon realm. Putin, Yulabai, 12 angel-level masters gathered together, and they stared at the picture above. Tova is also here. She clenched her fist until the moment she saw Taisai disappear. She shouted excitedly, Success! Ha! The return of Master Lewis is just around the corner. Goulet shouted excitedly over them. Only Putin's expression was dim. Sacrificing 4 demon gods is the only way to get such an opportunity. Lord Lewis, you must come back. Hearing this, the emotions of everyone present instantly became depressed. The 7th universe, the nothingness. Damn Demigella, you guys have this idea. The great priest wiped out the remaining 4 demon gods, and he finally realized Demigella's purpose. Is to anger Lewis and make him black. In this way, there's a high probability that Lewis will awaken the memory of his previous life. No, I won't let this happen. The great priest was furious. He waved his hand, and the rules of time flowed in the void. Silver light flashed. The 7th universe instantly returned to its undestroyed state. However, Taisai in Lewis's arms is still missing. The great priest used time reversal, but failed to save Taisai, and even the 4 demon gods did not recover. Obviously, Demigella used a power similar to erasing on Taisai. This kind of power is only able to ignore it with Lewis's perverted physique, or in other words, he can also ignore it with a power comparable to it. Otherwise, this kind of power can erase everything in the world, and it cannot be restored using the rules of time. Ties is dead, In the deep starry sky, deathly silence, Beerus, and Weiss don't know Demigra's plan, but Ties is dead, and Lewis must be in pain. Lewis, the two masters and apprentices really wanted to comfort Lewis, but they didn't know how to speak. 10 years ago, Lewis brought Ties back to God of Destruction realm. Every time Lewis went out on a planet-destroying mission, he would take Ties out. Every time Lewis finished his practice, Taisai would prepare delicious food for him. The two are inseparable and love each other for a long time. The two Beerus witnessed the experience of Lewis and Taisai together. Based on Lewis's feelings for Ties and Ties died, Beerus and the two didn't know how to comfort Lewis. Tell him not to be angry. Fart. If you can't be angry in the situation, is Lewis still human? Unlike Beerus and the other two, the High Priest had already guessed Demicula's plan. Demigula and the others killed Ties because they wanted to use Lewis's closest relatives to completely blacken Lewis, thereby activating their adult's memories. They won't really be blackened. The Great Priest stared at Lewis in the starry sky and swallowed hard. Weiss, come to me quickly. The High Priest's tone was very anxious. Although the two of Weiss were very puzzled, they still left from Lewis and went to the side of the High Priest. Now the Great Priest was a little relieved. If Lewis really turned black, he would be able to take Weiss away in time. This time, more than a dozen colorful streamers flew from the cosmic barrier very fast and appeared next to the Great Priest. They were nothing but angels and gods of destruction who came from other universes. You guys are here too. The Great Priest wants to cry, but has no tears. With so many people here, it is impossible to seek death. He didn't have the confidence to escape in front of Lewis, who had awakened his memory and power. Kasai glanced at the sluggish Lewis in front of him, then frowned and said, Father, did the seventh universe explode just now? And those guys from the Dark Demon realm? I'll explain to you later. Remember that once the dark aura appears on Lewis, you must take your brothers and sisters away. The High Priest flew in front of the angels. The actions of the Great Priest made everyone present very puzzled. What happened? Why do you say that there's a dark breath on Lewis? Also, the Great Priest is the #1 expert under all kings. His tone seems to be worried that something bad will happen later. The angels were watching Lewis. Back to Demigula in the Dark Demon realm. They were also looking at Lewis in the cosmic starry sky through the projection, but suddenly, in the starry sky, Lewis's dull expression finally changed a little. Ties. Lewis was still in a half-embracing position. His eyes were empty, and he kept chanting Taisai's name. The angels who came here were stunned. What happened to Lewis? But the Great Priest didn't speak, and they didn't speak either. Lewis kept chanting Taisai's name, and the images of him and Tais together kept hitting his brain. That IT hurts. Lewis clutched his heart, and 2 tears of blood flowed from his eyes. Sadness, despair. My Taisai. Extreme anger. Lewis's face was grim, and the breath on his body began to roll. Seeing the scene, the Great Priest yelled directly, Kes, take everyone away. Hurry up. Kasai also noticed something was wrong. She didn't dare to hesitate at all, and disappeared into the starry sky with a group of people. And Demigula and the others in the Dark Demon realm, seeing this, couldn't help being ecstatic. It's going to happen. There was only the Great Priest left in the starry sky. He saw that something was wrong with Lewis, but he still kept a glimmer of hope for Lewis in his heart, because once Lewis awakened his memory and power, he would be unable to deal with Lewis in that stupid state of King Quan. What? Demicula, I want you to die. In the starry sky, the aura on Lewis's body was like a volcanic eruption, fierce and violet. His hair turned golden in an instant. Super Scion, full power. The power broke through to the peak of the second layer of the realm of gods. Then the ions floating in the starry sky gathered together to form silver arcs, and the arcs danced around Lewis like a silver dragon, crackling. The aura that Lewis erupted was like the roar of a great ape, and the overwhelming force spread out like rough sea waves, beating one wave after another in the starry sky. Enter Super Scion dash status. With a click, the shackles were broken. The power surged from the second level of the god realm to the third level of the god realm. Before it was over, Lewis shed blood and tears. His green eyes were dyed blood red, and the aura on his body became more and more evil, like an ancient demon. It's going to be black. The Great Priest's body trembled, and a sliver of hope kept his heart was instantly shattered. He disappeared from the spot, not daring to stay here for another second. After the Great Priest left, Lewis's state changed again. The powerful force stirred the magnetic field in the starry sky, and the silver arcs dancing around it suddenly formed thick lightning day by day. Break through the starry sky. It was as if the thunder had destroyed the world. Boom dash. Lewis's hair is starting to grow longer, and his eyebrows are disappearing. Wait until the golden hair reaches waist. Super Scion-esh. With a cup of tea, Lewis directly broke through from the full power of Super Scion to the Super 3 state. The power soared to the peak of the third layer of the god realm in an instant. With a click, the shackles were shattered again, breaking through to the 4th floor of the realm of gods at a power that belongs to the level of a true god of destruction. The destructive breath erupted, and pure power roared. In an instant, the galaxy is broken. The star field with a radius of tens of billions of miles collapsed in an instant, and the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol, which had just recovered, was destroyed again. Demicula, I want you to die. Extreme anger filled Lewis's mind, and the death of Ties made him feel pain in breathing. With a wave of his hand, a space crack appeared in the starry sky, and he jumped into it. After Lewis left, the Great Priest and the angels returned here. Beerus grabbed Weiss tightly and said worriedly, Wes, what happened to Lewis? He won't be going to the Dark Demon realm now, will he? Weiss' face was serious. Taisai hit him too hard, and his extreme anger made him directly break through from the second layer of God's realm to the 4th layer of God's realm. If there's no accident, he should go to the Dark Demon realm gone. Unlike the reactions of the two of Wes, Kasai's small eyebrows were furrowed together, and she had already realized what happened. Obviously, it was the people from the Dark Demon realm who wanted to activate Lewis's memory and let him return to the Dark Demon realm. But what's going on now? Kasai looked at the High Priest with strange eyes. The Great Priest shook his head. He was also very strange. The aura that Lewis erupted just now is very evil. Isn't he blackened? Only the power of the 4th layer of the realm of gods? Why didn't his power awaken? How could this be? Earth, the temple of heaven. When Bobo walked in the temple, his usual neither sad nor happy expression had disappeared, and he showed a happy expression. Walk through the promenade and go down the stairs. Pass through the cemetery of the gods. Come to a dark space. The atmosphere here is very strong and extremely evil. Bobo, come and play with me. A black eraser popped out of a small coffin. He blinked his big eyes innocently, but he exuded an extremely evil aura, very against harmony.